Ming suddenly sat up from the bed, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. Am I not dead? Looking at the familiar room, Ming's pupils trembled slightly. He clearly remembered that in the apocalypse, he was betrayed by the woman he trusted the most. In the end, he was dismembered. But now, he has been reborn? Ming picked up his phone and took a look. Today is May 20th, 2035. The apocalypse is about to break out in less than half an hour. Damn it! Ming couldn't help but curse. He has just been reborn, but the apocalypse is going to arrive in less than half an hour. This is just toying with him. If only he had a little more time, he could have mortgaged this house and stockpiled a few million worth of supplies, and he could have lived through it comfortably. But now, with only half an hour left, and it's still early morning, where is he supposed to stockpile supplies? Just then, Ming suddenly felt a flash of white light in his mind, and an endless space appeared before his eyes. This is a spatial ability? Ming's face lit up with ecstatic joy. In the early days of the apocalypse, there were only natural disasters like typhoons, acid rain, and extreme cold. But as time passed, plants and animals began to mutate. Among humans, there also began to appear those with special abilities. Spatial ability is one of the most popular powers. However, according to his understanding, spatial abilities can only store a small amount, like a bottle of water, or at most a car. But mine has no boundaries at all. This is unheard of. With this spatial ability, I need not worry about lacking supplies in the future. Unfortunately, the first disaster is the deadly acid rain that can kill people. It's too late to go out now. I must first ensure my own safety. The first acid rain will only last about 3 days, followed by months of heavy rain. It will take at least half a month to fully cleanse the toxicity. I need to prepare enough supplies to last half a month. Looking around the room, I found half a case of water, a case of canned white elephant instant noodles, 2 bags of snail's noodles, and a can of luncheon meat. Since I've been so busy with work lately, I haven't cooked at home in a year or two, so there's not much fresh food, just these quick convenience foods. But as long as I ration them carefully, they should last me half a month. I feel a bit relieved now. I'll store these important supplies in my spatial ability to test out its functions. Placing my hand on the case of instant noodles and with a thought, the entire case instantly disappears. Suddenly, a voice sounds in my mind, detected item, would you like to enhance it? Ha! I pause, slightly taken aback. Enhance? What does that mean? Does my spatial ability have functions beyond just storage? I immediately select yes in response to the voice's question. Enhancement successful, congratulations on receiving a 100x reward. As the voice speaks, I suddenly see 100 cases of instant noodles appear out of nowhere in my spatial realm, forming a small mountain. What? I stare in disbelief. The items I've stored can be enhanced 100-fold? This can't be an illusion. I quickly start storing all my other food items into the spatial realm, and sure enough, they are all enhanced by 100 times. Now I have 100 cases of instant noodles, 600 bottles of mineral water, 200 packs of snail noodles, and 100 cans of luncheon meat. Seeing the abundance of supplies in my spatial realm fills me with a great sense of security. The only downside is that items that have already been enhanced cannot be enhanced again. Ah, that reminds me. I suddenly recall some important survival gear I have. I go to my closet and open the bottom drawer, which contains items like climbing ropes, folding knives, tents, waterproof clothing, and inflatable boats. Ah yes, these are the survival supplies I had prepared with my former girlfriend for our camping trip. Little did I know they would become so vital for my survival in the apocalypse, especially the inflatable boat. Once the floods arrive, this boat could very well save my life. I wonder if these items can also be enhanced, I ponder, as I take out the deflated boat from the drawer. The compact, portable boat is great for storage, but it's also quite fragile. If I could get a 100x enhanced version, the durability issue would be solved. I place the boat into the spatial realm, and this time the prompt is different. Detected item, would you like to upgrade it? Upgrade? It seems my spatial ability has more functions than just enhancement. Perhaps upgrading means improving the quality rather than just increasing the quantity. Well, there's only one way to find out. Yes, I respond. Upgrade successful, congratulations on obtaining the reinforced assault boat. Reinforced assault boat, 100% reduced energy consumption, 200% increased speed, 500% increased strength. Looking at the upgraded inflatable boat, my eyes light up. It worked! Just as I had hoped. The inflatable boat has been completely transformed, its functionality and quality have been greatly enhanced in every aspect. Even without gasoline, I can still use it just like the regular boat. And with its significantly increased strength, I'll be able to venture out much farther to collect supplies once the floods arrive. I proceed to store the remaining survival gear into the spatial realm as well. The climbing rope and folding knife have been reinforced, while the tent and waterproof clothing have gained enhanced insulation to withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees Celsius. Seeing that -100-degree figure, I'm utterly astounded. What kind of miraculous technology is this? The current level of science and technology on Earth should not be capable of producing gear with this level of cold resistance. Suddenly, a deafening roar of crimson lightning rips across the sky. I hurry to the window and see the pitch-black night sky opening up like a gash. Soon, a torrential downpour of dark red acid rain, like fresh blood, pours down from above, turning the streets and buildings a deep crimson color. This acid rain is extremely toxic. Contact means certain death. Fortunately, since it's falling in the early morning, it has missed the peak commute times, and the early warning has prevented many casualties. But this is only the beginning. My phone suddenly buzzes. I look down and see it's 5:30 a.m. On the screen is a new message from Shin Mengran. Darling, it's raining so hard out there. Looks like we won't be able to go out today, May 20th. But don't forget the gift you promised to give me. Looking at the text message, a cold smile creeps across my face. Shin Mengran, my girlfriend of nearly 3 months, was the mastermind behind my demise in the previous life. This woman is not only a cunning schemer, but also a thoroughly mercenary gold digger. In the previous life, I had pursued her for 2 years. It wasn't until I got a promotion and pay raise, and bought her a 20,000 yuan birthday gift, that she reluctantly agreed to date me. Yet even after 3 months, she wouldn't even let me hold her hand. Back then, I thought she was a good, virtuous girl. But during this time, she was secretly seeing a rich young heir behind my back. While I couldn't even touch her in 3 months, that heir had managed to sleep with her in just 2 days. To maintain her image as a pure, angelic goddess, Shin Mengran didn't break up with me directly. Instead, she strung me along, constantly demanding expensive gifts, while subjecting me to silent treatment. Today is May 20th, and I had promised to give her an LV mahjong set as a gift. Little did I know the apocalypse would arrive so suddenly. Now that I won't be able to give her the LV bag, I've prepared a different kind of gift for Shin Mengran. Thinking this, I quickly send her a text message, "I'm coming to see you now." Shin Mengran is a tenant in the Sunshine Residential Complex, living with her 2 university roommates. They have the habit of cooking meals. In the previous life, after I started dating Shin Mengran, I would often order fresh ingredients through Meituan and send them to her and her roommates. Just yesterday, I had placed another 500+ yuan order of fish, meat, shrimp, and vegetables for them. In the previous apocalypse, these food supplies had helped them survive the first half-month. But this time, I don't plan on making things easy for her. I press the buzzer for apartment 803. Soon, the door opens, and Shin Mengran stands there in a silk nightgown, her long hair flowing behind her. Even at this early hour of the morning, her face is lightly made up. Shin Mengran never allows a man to see her without makeup. Looking at this woman, I narrow my eyes, my heart filled with murderous intent. If it weren't for Shin Mengran, I wouldn't have lived those 3 years of the apocalypse in utter humiliation, becoming someone else's food source in the end. This time, I will repay her tenfold for all the suffering she has caused me. What are you doing here at this hour? Shin Mengran glances at my empty hands, a hint of disappointment flashing across her eyes. She had hoped I was bringing her the bag she wanted. But since I'm not delivering the bag, what business do I have coming here so early in the morning? How troublesome, she must be thinking. Of course, in front of me, Shin Mengran won't show her true feelings. To the outside world, she has to maintain her image as the gentle, caring girlfriend. I bought some food yesterday and thought I'd just bring it over since I was already up. I quickly fabricate an excuse. With this heavy rain, I figured I might as well pick it up before going to work. Shin Mengran doesn't suspect anything, opening the door to let me in. Seeing me head straight for the kitchen, she lets out a yawn. Just take what you need, I'm going back to sleep. After all, she must receive the LV bag I promised by noon, or she'll break up with me tomorrow. Once in the kitchen, I start gathering whatever I can find: unopened bags of rice and noodles, milk, various seasonings, onions, ginger, garlic. Opening the fridge, I see the fresh cabbage, cucumbers, and carrots I had bought just yesterday, as well as grapes, mangoes, bananas, and cherries. In the freezer, there are 2 pounds of pork belly, 3 steaks, 1 pound of frozen shrimp, some soup dumplings, wontons, and about 5 pounds of cured pork. I even find a live perch in the sink, though I can't store it in my spatial realm and have to quickly dispatch it before putting it away. Looking around the now empty kitchen and fridge, I nod in satisfaction. About 80% of the food here was purchased by me. Now I'm taking it all, leaving only 20% as interest. I leave a wilted cabbage leaf behind in the kitchen before making a dramatic exit. When Shinmen Gran and her roommates wake up, they'll learn the true cruelty of the apocalypse. Back in my room, I take stock of the resources I've gathered. In addition to the dry goods and canned food I already had, the supplies I've taken from Shinmen Gran's place have been enhanced 100 times in my spatial realm. This should be enough to sustain me for a year or two. And it's not just staples, I have meat, vegetables, fish, and shrimp. This is a life I could only have dreamed of in my previous incarnation. With my nerves somewhat calmed, I just want to fill my stomach first. I cook a packet of spicy snail noodles, adding an egg and some thick, crispy slices of pork belly. The aroma alone is enough to make my mouth water. In the apocalypse, this would be the height of luxury, but now I don't have to worry about such concerns. The piles of supplies in my spatial realm mean I can indulge in hearty, bountiful meals every day, no longer agonizing over whether I'll have to subsist on tree bark or roots tomorrow. I wolf down the delicious meal, feeling revitalized. Just then, my phone buzzes with an official emergency text message. At 5:30 this morning, abnormal weather conditions have appeared on a global scale, with highly toxic acid rain reported in multiple cities. Fatality rates are extremely high. Citizens are advised to stay indoors and do not venture out under any circumstances. The TV news also begins reporting on the acid rain incident. However, at first, many people don't seem to take it too seriously, with some even celebrating the chance to skip work or school today. As for those who died in the acid rain, the general sentiment is one of regret, as if it's just another natural disaster like typhoons or earthquakes. They have no idea this is only the beginning. Outside, the acid rain is pouring down relentlessly, but I'm sleeping in, enjoying a long rest. When I finally wake up and check my phone, I find I have over a dozen missed calls and a few text messages from Shinmen Gran. Chu Ming, are you crazy? You took all the food from the kitchen? You didn't even leave me a single cucumber. Have you seen the news? The acid rain outside is extremely deadly. I can't go out now, and you've taken all the food, so what are we supposed to eat today? What is the meaning of this? You won't even answer my calls. I'm ordering you to bring all the food back, or else we're breaking up. Seeing Shinmen Gran's frantic messages, I type back cheerfully, darling, weren't you and your friends trying to diet recently? That's why I took the food, I didn't want you to lose control and keep eating, your waistline's already starting to look a bit thick. When Shinmen Gran receives my message, her face turns practically green with rage. Is this guy crazy? He's openly mocking me for being fat, she huffs. Sure, she had mentioned wanting to diet, but only in passing. She didn't expect Chu Ming to actually come and take all the food, not even leaving behind a half-used bag of salt. Mengran, I'm starving. You have to go find Chu Ming and get the food back. With this heavy rain, we can't even go out. We can't just not eat today, one of her chubby roommates complains. Mengran, this new boyfriend of yours doesn't seem worth much. He won't even spend a few hundred on you, so what are the chances he'll actually get you that LV bag today? He's probably just making excuses to get out of it, the other girl says lazily from the sofa, scrolling on her phone. Yeah, Mengran's new boyfriend is really not worth much. All he's done is buy us some groceries a few times, and he's already acting so stingy, the chubby roommate scoffs. I'm only playing with him for now. As soon as I get that LV bag, I'll find an excuse to dump him next week, Shinmen Gran sniffs dismissively. A boyfriend who embarrasses her like this is simply not needed. Her future lies in marrying into a wealthy family. Originally, Shinmen Gran didn't want to swallow her pride and go ask Chu Ming for the food back. But as the acid rain continues pouring down harder, a growing sense of crisis sets in. What if this rain lasts for days? She's seen the videos online. Anyone caught in the acid rain starts bleeding out in minutes, dead within 10 minutes. There's no way she's daring to step outside as long as this rain keeps falling. After much internal struggle, Shinmen Gran finally decides to go seek out Chu Ming. She puts on her shoes and takes the elevator up to the 15th floor. In the apartment, I'm sitting on the couch, playing a game on my tablet. On the computer, I have a massive hard drive downloading various single-player movies, novels, and anime. It's not until the knocking starts that I slowly set down the tablet. Chu Ming, open the door and give back everything you took from us today. Shinmen Gran shouts, her usually ladylike demeanor completely abandoned in her desperation. Of course, I have no intention of opening the door for her. I stand up and approach the entrance, speaking in a tone of fatherly concern. Mengran, I know you're hungry now, but you have to control yourself. Losing weight isn't something that happens overnight. I can't let you slip back into an unhealthy lifestyle. Shen Mengran's mind is filled with curses. Who the hell wants to diet? She's practically starving right now. Suddenly, Shen Mengran notices a bank card being slid out from under the door. Darling, here's a card for you to use however you like. There's 500,000 yuan on it, and the password is 123456. If you can get down to 80 pounds, I'll give you another 500,000, I say, having scrounged up this almost empty card. In the apocalypse, money is practically worthless. But for Shen Mengran, even spending 5 yuan is the limit. 500,000 yuan? Hearing the figure, Shen Mengran instantly forgets her hunger and eagerly snatches up the card. If I lose weight to 80 pounds, you'll really give me another 500,000, she asks impatiently. At 85 pounds now, dropping to 80 should be a piece of cake, right? Just a few days of starving herself. Of course, I've never told you before, but I actually prefer thin women. I lie smoothly. I'm going to slowly torment this woman, breaking her physically and mentally. Sure enough, Shen Mengran perks up like she's been injected with adrenaline. Darling, don't worry, I'll absolutely get down to 80 pounds and come back looking gorgeous for you, she gushes, taking the card and leaving, completely forgetting her original purpose. Fool! I scoff. Shen Mengran's sole focus is on making money. The lure of 500,000 yuan is not something a few cucumbers and carrots can compete with. But she'll soon discover that money means nothing. Moreover, he only has $5 in his card. Shen Mengran can't even enjoy it. Shen Mengran happily returned to room 803. Seeing her come back with empty hands, Wang Jai and Zhang Wen were dumbfounded. Mengran, where's the food? Why did you come back like this? Zhang Wen immediately asked. Oh, my dear one wants to urge me to lose weight, for my own good, so he took away the food. Shen Mengran held up the bank card in her hand and said proudly, he also gave me 500,000, and once the rain stops, I'll go withdraw the money. You can't be serious? That loser dares to give you 500,000? I don't believe it. Wang Jai was full of doubt. He wouldn't dare to lie to me. Shen Mengran said confidently, these 2 years, you've all seen how he's been licking my boots. He's even promised that after marriage, he'll add my name to the property certificate. You all know how expensive the house prices are in G City. Of course, I definitely won't marry him, he's not worthy. Shen Mengran said arrogantly. Shuming's parents passed away in a car accident when he was in high school, leaving him a house and over $1 million in insurance money. After graduating from university, he also found a relatively decent job. But at the end of the day, his monthly salary is only over 10,000. He's still far from being a real tycoon. If Shuming's monthly salary was 100,000, she might consider it. After all, her own salary is only over 3,000, which is not enough for her to spend. So what are we going to do? There's no food at home at all. Zhang Wen was almost at a loss for words. Shen Mengran wants to lose weight, don't drag her into it. Go borrow from the neighbors, and we'll pay them back tomorrow. Shen Mengran said unconcernedly. Okay. Zhang Wen went to the next door in her pajamas. After knocking on the door, it wasn't long before a man in his early 30s opened the door for her. Seeing Zhang Wen come in her pajamas, the man couldn't help but brighten up. Little sister Wen, what can I do for you? Li Chang rubbed his hands, looking lecherous. Although Zhang Wen was a little chubby, the important parts were still very appealing. Especially from this angle, it was almost enough to make someone have a nosebleed. Zhang Wen didn't mind. She even deliberately tucked her arm in and swayed her hips as she said, Brother Chang, we have no food at home, can you lend us some? We'll pay you back once the rain stops. Hearing Zhang Wen's coquettish voice, Li Chang immediately stood up straight, he swallowed and said, let me touch you, and I'll let you come in and take whatever you want. Pervert. Zhang Wen cursed under her breath, but still followed Li Chang into the room. Half an hour later, Zhang Wen carried a large bag of things and returned to room 803. Why did it take you so long? Wang Jai frowned. What do you think? Didn't you hear all the commotion from next door just now? Shen Mengran rolled her eyes. Oh, Brother Chang just bought some new fitness equipment, I was just working out at his place, don't think anything strange. Zhang Wen said innocently. Everyone knows what kind of workout Zhang Wen was really doing. Shen Mengran also knows what Zhang Wen is like. She really doesn't have any standards at all. And she often lets people freeload off her. She's practically a super philanthropist, an invincible female bodhisattva. This time at least she came back with a bag of food. That's already considered a profit. Mengran, are you really not going to eat? Then I won't make your share. Zhang Wen said to Shen Mengran. I won't eat. Shen Mengran said firmly. As long as she can get down to 80 pounds, she can get another 500,000 from Chu Ming. It's just a few days of hunger, she can endure it. The next day, the acid rain kept pouring down, showing no signs of stopping. Many low-lying areas were almost flooded on the first floor. The morning news reported that the preliminary death toll had already exceeded 1 million. Seeing this number, those who were previously making sarcastic remarks and celebrating not having to go to work or school all fell silent. They originally thought this acid rain would be just like an earthquake or typhoon flood, with a death toll of just a few tens of thousands, which would already be considered very shocking. But who knew that on the first day alone, there were already several million victims? And this was just yesterday's data. As the water level rose, many people living on the first floor died in the middle of the night. Plus, hardly anyone dared to go out. The official death toll statistics are very likely to be inaccurate. Realizing this, everyone's mood became heavy. When will the rain stop? While everyone was worried, Chu Ming was listening to music and cooking steak on the side. After finishing breakfast, Chu Ming continued downloading various resources onto his hard drive. The persistent acid rain and heavy downpours, power outages are inevitable. Taking this time, he needs to download all the games, movies, novels, etc. that he likes and save them on the hard drive. Afterwards, these will all be out of print. In his spare time, Chu Ming continued testing the expansion and upgrade functions of the space. He found that for items similar to food, daily necessities, or ones with a single function and not many features, they mostly only get a numerical increase. For example, water cups, combs, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shower gel, etc. After stored in the space, the quantity will directly increase 100-fold. But for items of higher value, more complex functions, or with attack and defense capabilities, the quality will be upgraded in all aspects. For example, the waterproof clothing space can be upgraded to cold-proof clothing. However, when he threw a pair of underwear into the space, he only got 100 identical pairs. There are also some items with more ambiguous definitions. Those need to be stored in the space to know whether they will be amplified or upgraded. In addition, Chu Ming also upgraded all the electrical appliances and electronic products at home. The electric kettle can produce hot water in 1 minute. The 1 terabyte hard drive has increased its storage space 100-fold. The computer bought for 3,000 yuan has been directly upgraded to top configuration. The mobile phone and tablet, after the upgrade, have even gained anti-drop functions. Chu Ming tried it, no matter how he drops them, they won't break, can be used as bricks. Of course, the most pleasant surprise for Chu Ming is the power bank. One charge can last 100 days. From now on, even if there's a power outage, he can rely on the power bank to sustain for a while. Just then, Chu Ming noticed that the property owner group had someone at him. He clicked in and found that the property representative was allocating housing for the first-floor residents. Last night, the acid rain flooded the first floor. Those who reacted slowly have already perished. The lucky survivors who managed to escape can only stay in the corridor now. So the property representative took the initiative to step up and assign housing for these survivors. And Chu Ming ended up being one of the unlucky ones. Lu Hongwei, everyone don't worry, the state will definitely compensate us for the losses caused by this acid rain disaster, so now we all need to work together and get through this difficult time. Lu Hongwei, now that the first-floor residents have all moved out of their rooms, they can't keep staying in the corridor either. Those of you with empty rooms at home should help your neighbors. Lu Hongwei, at Chu Ming, I remember you only have one person living in your place, so let Grandma Wu and her grandson stay at your place for a few days. The old lady and the child don't eat much, and you can take care of their meals as well. After mentioning Chu Ming, Lu Hongwei started allocating the other households. Although everyone is unwilling. But Lu Hongwei has a relative who is an official, so no one dares to offend him. Anyway, it's just for a few days, they can just endure it. Chu Ming read the group message, but he simply threw his phone aside. In his previous life, he was too soft-hearted, letting Grandma Wu and her grandson in. But who knew these two were just ungrateful? They didn't show any gratitude at all. They were even dissatisfied with the simple decoration of his home, feeling uncomfortable living there, and all they ate were junk food. Later, they were able to go out and collect supplies. These two even took advantage of being an old lady and a young child, never leaving the house, relying entirely on him to support them. In his new life, how could he be so foolish as to be the sucker again? Having witnessed the cruelty of the apocalypse, this time he won't be soft-hearted towards anyone. Ming did not respond in the group. But that did not stop Lu Hongwei from arbitrarily arranging for the people to come. It wasn't long before Ming heard a knock on the door. Ming, we are the ones arranged by Representative Lu, quickly open the door, my grandson hasn't had breakfast yet, let him come in and eat something. Grandma Wu called out in a loud voice. Ming found it noisy and directly put on his earphones. Seeing no movement inside, Grandma Wu's knocking became more and more anxious. Ming, I know you're home, someone saw you go downstairs just yesterday. We're staying at your place, it was arranged by Representative Lu, even if you're not satisfied, you can only endure it, hurry up and open the door for us. Grandma Wu said angrily. Okay, you even don't listen to Representative Lu's words, I see you're not tired of living. Grandma Wu immediately went to complain to Lu Hongwei. It wasn't long before Lu Hongwei mentioned Ming again in the property owner group. In this time of crisis, how can there still be people so selfish, only caring about their own interests? Ming, you'd better come out and explain clearly, otherwise when the acid rain stops, I'll go report you to the higher-ups. People like you who don't listen to the arrangements will have a bad record in the future. Ming looked through the group records, and unhurriedly found a diagnosis of manic disorder online, then posted it in the property group. Representative Lu, it's not that I don't want to let people in, but I was just diagnosed with manic disorder a few days ago, and I really want to hurt people now, I'm not opening the door for your own good. Do you think you can just find a random image online and escape responsibility? Lu Hongwei naturally didn't believe it. Then you can come and try. Ming's words were not just to scare people. Now, if someone forcibly breaks into his home, he won't hesitate to send them to meet the Yama King. In his previous life, he was able to survive and struggle for 3 years in the apocalypse. It wasn't just luck that he relied on. Seeing Ming's post, Grandma Wu immediately backed down and quickly said in the property group, Representative Lu, I don't want to live with a lunatic, can you find us another household? Lu Hongwei, Grandma Wu, this kid Ming just randomly found a diagnosis online, don't believe him. Grandma Wu didn't care about that, anyway, I'm not going to his house. I remember your family only has 2 people, why don't I come with my grandson and squeeze in with you, as the property representative, you should set an example. Lu Hongwei was directly silenced by Grandma Wu. His family doesn't eat much either, how could he let Grandma Wu and her grandson move in? Grandma Wu was still relentless in the group, Representative Lu, hurry up and make a statement, my grandson and I are almost starving to death, if anything happens to my grandson, I won't let you off. Ming almost laughed out loud. This must be using magic to defeat magic. This middle-aged auntie with little culture, who likes to use moral pressure on others, is perfectly able to restrain Lu Hongwei. In the end, Lu Hongwei found an excuse to reject Grandma Wu's request and arranged them in a household next door to Ming. However, Ming remembered that the tenant next door was a homebody. The kind who eats takeout every day. Not to mention food, he didn't even have pots and pans at home. He just wanted to see how long this grandfather-grandson duo could last. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day. After waking up, Ming found that the rain outside had lessened considerably. By noon, the sun had even risen in the sky. But the sunlight had a strange bluish hue. In the afternoon, the acid rain finally stopped completely. Ming heard cheers all over the neighborhood. But the joy didn't last long. Because the acid rain only stopped for 10 minutes, and then an even heavier downpour started outside. Accompanied by lightning and thunder. The entire sky seemed to be covered with an electrical network. Like the end of the world. Though this was indeed the end of the world. The property owner group of Yangguan community was in an uproar at the moment. Oh my god, how is it raining again? We're almost out of food at home, how are we going to get through this? At least it's not acid rain anymore, when the thunder stops, I'm going to go out and buy some rice and noodles, at this rate, I'm afraid we'll have a flood. Yes, while it's not acid rain now, quickly go buy some food. Once the water rises, we won't be able to get anything. But as time went on, everyone soon gave up this idea. Because the online information was spreading that the acid rain mixed with regular rainwater is also toxic. Going out in this weather, who could guarantee they wouldn't get wet? Seeing the videos of people who were splashed by the poisonous rain, with their bodies rotting and bleeding. No one dared to mention going out again. It's not worth risking their lives for just a few morsels of food. On Ming's side, he also received a message from Shen Mengran. Darling, I've lost over a pound these last 2 days, but not eating isn't the solution either. Could you send down the things you took last time? Shin Mengran looked at the atmosphere online and the comments in the property group. She finally snapped out of the temptation of money. Dieting, she could do that anytime. But if the rain doesn't stop, without food, it could mean death. Now she had to get the things back from Chu Ming. Chu Ming sneered and typed back, "Why didn't you say so earlier? My refrigerator broke down, and I couldn't finish the things I took last time. A lot of it went rotten. I just cleaned it up this morning, and there's nothing left now." Of course, Chu Ming was lying to Shin Mengran. The things he scavenged from her last time are still neatly stored in his space. Exactly the same as when he put them in, the time inside is completely frozen. No need to worry about preservation at all. Seeing Chu Ming's reply, Shin Mengran almost coughed up blood in anger. "Mengran, how is it? When is Chu Ming going to send the things down?" Zhang Wen asked beside her. She was already drooling. The things he exchanged from the neighbor next door this morning have already been eaten up. If this continues, won't she starve? His refrigerator broke down, the meat and vegetables have all gone rotten, how are we supposed to eat? Shen Mengran said unhappily. What? Wang Jiai heard this and immediately sat up from the sofa. Then we have no food. What are we going to do the next few days? In Shin Mangran's trio's minds, this heavy rain definitely won't last too long. But even so, they can't just live on air for the next few days. Why don't you go borrow something from Li Chang next door again? Shen Mengran looked at Zhang Wen. Okay, I'll go again. Zhang Wen was too hungry to bear it, so she came to Li Chang's door next door and knocked again. Half a minute later, Zhang Wen successfully got into Li Chang's house. This time she took the initiative to lie on the ground, spreading her legs, and seductively said, "Big brother Chang, can you lend us some food?" Originally Li Chang didn't want to lend anything. Letting Zhang Wen in was just to take the opportunity to get some action. But seeing the enticing sight in front of him, how could Li Chang resist? If he doesn't take this, is he still a man? Hearing the sounds from next door, Wang Jiai couldn't help but frown. Using this kind of method to exchange for food, is it really appropriate? If this gets out, their reputation in room 803 will be ruined. You know what Zhang Wen is usually like, she may even enjoy it. Shin Mengran said indifferently. That's true. Thinking about Zhang Wen's ways, Wang Jiai no longer worried. By nightfall, the floodwater had already reached the second floor. Due to the residual toxicity of the acid rain in the water, the second-floor residents could only move out helplessly as well. Lu Hongwei once again appealed to everyone to take in the refugees from the second floor. But this time, no one fell for it. Now everyone is preoccupied with their own survival. Who has extra food to feed outsiders? Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Lu Hongwei suddenly felt his authority was being challenged. You're all pretending to be deaf, huh? You don't even listen to my arrangements anymore? I'll tell you, I have people above me, and after the rain stops, if anyone dares to defy my arrangements, you'll all be seen as lawbreakers disrupting discipline, and I'll have you all thrown in jail. Of course, Lu Hongwei wasn't standing out to help out of the goodness of his heart. He just wanted to flaunt his official status and have everyone listen to him. After all, being the property representative is the only thing he can boast about. A person who has been freeloading at home until 30 using the excuse of taking the civil service exam, how much promise could he have? But at times like this, everyone is no fool. No matter how much Lu Hongwei shouted in the property group, no one paid him any attention. As for the uproar in the property group, Chu Ming didn't pay much mind to it. After the acid rain stopped, he had been focusing on collecting supplies. The resources in his space are already enough to last him for a while. But to truly have no worries, these things are still far from enough. And the longer time passes, the fewer fresh food materials he can collect. So he must plan ahead. As the torrential rain rinses and dilutes the acid, in just a few days the toxicity of the acid rain will be greatly reduced. Even if he accidentally gets splashed, it won't endanger his life. At that time, he needs to rush to the farming base outside the city before everyone else. The terrain there is higher, and many vegetables and fruits are greenhouse grown, so the chances of acid rain pollution are relatively low. With some luck, he might even find some seeds. Those will be useful in the future. As for the many markets and supermarkets in the city, they will all be flooded by then. To salvage supplies, one would have to dive underwater. Without professional equipment, that would undoubtedly be suicidal. He doesn't need to take that risk. In the next few days, Xu Ming turned a deaf ear to the outside world. Apart from eating, sleeping, exercising, and playing games, he had nothing else to do. Although it's rather boring. But compared to the people outside, this is a heavenly life. During this time, Shin Mengran called a few more times. Xu Ming didn't answer any of them. Until the 8th day of everyone being trapped at home. Yangguan community lost power. The panic spread endlessly, and much darkness also grew. That night, a shrill scream suddenly came from the neighboring building. Xu Ming stood by the window and saw a family opposite being broken into by several men wearing hoods. The male head of the household was stabbed several times, and the female was defiled. Then the couple were both thrown out the window. The cruelty of the apocalypse had officially begun. The next day, the entire Yangguan community was discussing the murder case from the previous night. The bodies of the couple were floating in the community. It was truly heart-wrenching. And since it's already happened, the police didn't come to investigate and arrest anyone either. This made everyone anxious. Afraid that such a thing could happen to them as well. Observing the two corpses below, Xu Ming realized one thing: the time he had been waiting for had arrived. The key sign that the acid rain toxicity has weakened is that it no longer corrodes the skin. The two bodies thrown down last night still looked white and clean, only slightly bloated. This indicates the toxicity can no longer penetrate through the skin. Unless they ingested the rainwater, which would still be life-threatening. But for Xu Ming, this is already enough. He prepared his assault boat and went out carrying a large black bag. He still doesn't want to expose his space, so the bag is necessary to conceal the existence of the assault boat. Yangguan community was already flooded up to the 5th floor. The high-rise corridors were packed with people. They looked little better off than refugees, with dirty, disheveled clothes and unkempt appearances. In contrast, Xu Ming was clean and tidy, glowing with health. He didn't look at all like he was starving. "Young man, you have food, don't you?" A middle-aged woman blocked Xu Ming's path. "If I had food, would I still be risking going out?" Xu Ming retorted. "What, you're going out?" Hearing this, the middle-aged woman was immediately horrified. "Young man, the rainwater outside is toxic. Many people who tried to go out have met with disaster. Don't be reckless," an old man called out earnestly from nearby. "Since we're all going to die anyway, might as well try going out." With that, Xu Ming strode down the stairs. Through the 5th floor window, Xu Ming successfully made it outside. He inflated his assault boat and headed straight for the suburbs, following the route he had planned earlier. The commotion naturally caught the attention of many, including Shen Mengran's group. "Mengran, isn't that Xu Ming? He actually has an assault boat." Wang Jia shook Shen Mengran's arm, her face full of excitement. "Yes." Shen Mengran was overjoyed as well. "Now we'll finally have something to eat." Xu Ming was her boyfriend after all. There's no way he wouldn't share the food he finds. These past few days, Zhang Wen had almost drained Li Chang next door. She had thought she'd have to continue expanding her business upstairs. But now it seems unnecessary. While Zhang Wen has no shame, Shen Mengran does care about her reputation. Ruining it now, how would she have a chance to marry a rich man in the future? 2 hours later, Xu Ming arrived at the foot of a mountain in the suburbs. Seeing the rising flood, he was grateful he had come early enough. Otherwise, the plantation base on the mountain would eventually be submerged. Xu Ming put away his assault boat and climbed up the mountain path. Soon, he saw the rows of large greenhouses and a few scattered buildings on the mountain. The quality of these greenhouses was good, with only a few being washed away by the rain. The rest were intact. Xu Ming entered one of the greenhouses, which was filled with vast fields of chives. He only needed to walk through the middle path, and the chives on both sides, along with the soil, were all collected into his space. And during the collection, they were amplified 100-fold. The quantity was staggering. Xu Ming went through greenhouse after greenhouse in this manner. Cabbages, cauliflowers, baby bok choy, lettuces, garlic, cilantro, chilies, tomatoes, loofah, winter melon, pumpkins. Almost every type of vegetable was present. It took Xu Ming around 7 or 8 hours to completely collect all the vegetables from the entire plantation base. In addition, he also found over 10 greenhouses. Inside were strawberries, grapes, bananas, dragon fruits, watermelons, oranges, and other fruits. Both in-season and off-season varieties. It seems they were still testing, as the number of greenhouses was not too many. But once stored in his space, the quantity became truly terrifying. Xu Ming could probably eat for several lifetimes. And for the sake of convenience, he took everything out with the roots. Later, when the weather warms up and he finds a suitable place to live, he can replant them. This trip was a major harvest. Vegetables from over 100 greenhouses, fruits from dozens of greenhouses. After 100-fold amplification, that's the yield of tens of thousands of greenhouses. A few years later, when resources are severely scarce, a single fresh fruit could be traded for a campus beauty. This is no joke. After clearing out the resources in the greenhouses, Xu Ming headed towards the nearby buildings. Where there are greenhouses, there must also be warehouses. He might even find some useful stockpiles. Even before getting close, Xu Ming saw many rotting corpses on the road outside, and small cargo trucks nearby. This place was not lacking in food. So they must have died in the acid rain. As for the vegetables in the cargo trucks, they had naturally all rotted. Xu Ming just took a brief glance and continued on. Arriving at the buildings, he found there were indeed many warehouses. However, the doors to many of the warehouses were wide open. The acid rain had seeped in, and everything inside, the food, the people, had not been spared. Xu Ming went around the first floor warehouses, but found nothing worthwhile, so he went up to the second floor. At the same time, he heard the sound of a generator. In his previous life, Xu Ming would not have shown any interest in something like a generator. But now that he has the space, a generator is absolutely essential to ensure a good quality of life in the future. And later, if he has the opportunity, he can even get an electric car to drive around. However, Xu Ming didn't rush to find the generator. Instead, he checked every warehouse along the way. Here, he found a lot of sweet potatoes, and corn. These crops are easy to store and can fill you up. When there's no rice, they can completely serve as staple foods. Xu Ming naturally collected all of them into his space. The total stockpile in these warehouses amounted to several thousand tons at least. After 100-fold amplification in the space, opening a grain station would be no problem at all. In another building, Xu Ming also found a huge number of agricultural seeds, various fertilizers in astounding quantities, and even some materials for constructing greenhouses. With these things, he can set up a plantation base in a different location. In the apocalypse, this would certainly be the most lucrative business. After clearing out several buildings completely, Xu Ming finally headed towards the location of the generator. It was in a separate tin shed, filled with various iron frames, sheets, and parts, as well as a full set of tools. Xu Ming collected everything without leaving anything behind, then went down to the basement, where the generator was placed. Seeing the large generator before him, Xu Ming's eyes lit up. A generator of this scale would cost at least 100 million on the market. He didn't expect to find such a valuable item. He also discovered over a dozen barrels of diesel nearby, which were amplified to over 1,000 barrels when stored in his space. Xu Ming studied the generator carefully for a while, confirming that all the wiring was intact, before storing it in his space. Detecting item, would you like to upgrade it? Yes. Item upgrade successful, congratulations on obtaining the enhanced generator. Enhanced generator, 99% reduced energy consumption, 500% increased power output, special perk, never breaks. Xu Ming's pupils dilated. What kind of miraculous technology is this, to never break down? And 99% reduced energy consumption, that's practically zero energy required. He has now realized that the more valuable an item is, the greater the degree of improvement in his space. This generator is the most valuable item he has collected so far, so it received a special perk upon upgrading. It seems he can try more experiments in the future, who knows what other surprises he might find. Turning around in the basement, Xu Ming found another room at the very back. The generator he had just found seemed to be set up specifically for this room. After some effort, Xu Ming managed to open the iron door to the room. Instantly, a blast of cold air hit his face. There's a cold storage room here? Shivering, Xu Ming took out a cold weather suit from his space and put it on before entering the room. Inside, he found many unexpected food items, various seafood, a 5-grade Wagyu beef, hams, and even some wild game. All of them were very fresh and top quality. This must have been the private side business of the plantation owner. But now, it has conveniently fallen into Xu Ming's hands. Xu Ming collected all the high-end ingredients from the cold storage room into his space. After the amplification, these premium food items instantly became tens of thousands of tons. Just looking at them brings a sense of joy. These were things he dared not eat before the apocalypse, and had no chance to eat afterwards. Now he can finally make up for that regret. After clearing out the entire base, Xu Ming realized it was already nearly midnight. He had no choice but to spend the night in the tin shed of the plantation. This place was actually quite suitable for living high ground and no annoying neighbors. However, the problem was that it was in the suburbs. Those terrifying monsters had first crawled out from the remote wilderness. He couldn't risk that. Although he will eventually have to leave G City and the sunny residential area he grew up in, now is not the time. Having more people around is the best protection in the early stage. The next morning, Ming hurried back to Yangwon community. As soon as he climbed back in through the 5th floor entrance, he was ambushed by a few people in the corridor. "Kid, you've been out for so long, looks like you've got a pretty good haul," a burly-looking man eyed Ming's backpack greedily. They were from the neighboring building. They had noticed Ming the day before and had been lying in wait for him. They had thought he had died out there when he didn't return that night. "It seems they haven't come here for nothing." Ming gave the group a cold look, without wasting any words. He grabbed the nearest one and slammed him against the windowsill. As the other was stunned, Ming's hand produced the folding knife he had previously upgraded. He flicked it open and unhesitatingly slit the man's throat from behind. When the blood spurted out, the remaining few were all paralyzed with fear. He killed him," someone trembled and cried out. "What the hell is this? They just wanted to come and snatch some food. How could this kid just kill someone like that? Is he crazy?" Ming let go of the body and turned to face the rest. "Run!" Someone reacted first and shouted. The group then scrambled and disappeared down the dimly lit stairwell. Ming couldn't be bothered to chase them. Outnumbered, he didn't have the advantage. But when it came to ruthlessness, these people freshly out of civilized society were nothing compared to him. After 3 years of surviving in the apocalypse, who hasn't clawed their way out of piles of the dead? He had even specifically learned combat and killing techniques. These guys were nothing in his eyes. Ming tossed the body out the window, then rinsed the folding knife before calmly ascending the stairs. From the 10th floor upwards, more and more people had been taking shelter in the stairwell. They were amazed to see Ming return alive. Many had various thoughts on their minds. Seeing the blood on Ming, those with malicious intentions quickly lost their nerve. This guy seems not to be trifled with. It's only been 9 days since the acid rain appeared. Normally, everyone was law-abiding good citizens. But Ming's current state made him look like he had just killed someone. Not only daring to demand food from him, they didn't even dare approach and talk to him. In this way, Ming smoothly made his way back to the 15th floor. He knew that many people must have set their sights on him after this trip out. But most of them only had the heart of a thief, not the courage. And to actually make a move, it would need some psychological preparation first. They were even less bold than the few who had just tried to ambush him in the stairwell. Moral civilization is gradually eroding. These people are still not enough to pose a threat to Ming. Just as Ming was about to open the door to his unit, Mrs. Wu from the neighboring household hurried over, as if she had been waiting for him. "Ming, what delicious things did you find this time you were out?" Mrs. Wu eyed the backpack behind him, her eyes shining, as she reached out to grab the zipper. Ming quickly turned and evaded Mrs. Wu's reach. "What do you want?" he asked coldly. "Oh come on, we're all neighbors here, don't be so distant." Mrs. Wu eyed the backpack hungrily, practically drooling at the thought of the food inside. Just then, a boy around 10 years old came rushing out from the neighboring unit, grabbing Mrs. Wu's arm and shaking it. "Grandma, I'm so hungry, I want meat." "I want meat." Mrs. Wu looked at Ming helplessly. "You see, my grandson is starving. We can't let the child suffer, so please, take out the food and give him something to fill his stomach. When he grows up and makes it big, he'll be sure to remember you, uncle." She reached for the backpack again. This time, she was met with the sharp edge of Ming's folding knife. The thick clothing only allowed the knife to graze her arm, but Mrs. Wu reacted as if her arm had been severed, letting out a piercing pig-like scream. "Murder! Murder!" Her grandson, Godan, was also shocked. He took one look at the knife in Ming's hand, then turned and ran back into the neighboring unit, slamming the door behind him, a swift, smooth retreat. Mrs. Wu was stunned into silence by her grandson's reaction, staring dumbfounded in the direction of the closed door, seemingly unable to believe he would abandon her like that. Ming shook his head silently. He had witnessed Mrs. Wu's unconditional spoiling of her grandson in his previous life. Combined with her own cowardly and selfish nature, it was no surprise she had raised such a child. Ming didn't bother with Mrs. Wu anymore and went inside, closing the door and shutting out all the commotion and ugliness. He felt himself relax. This apartment he'd lived in for over a decade was so comforting. After being out for so long, Ming had barely eaten anything proper. He took out the lamb chops he had scavenged from the cold storage and prepared to cook a lamb stew. Though it was only May, the weather had turned unusually cold. After the torrential rain, an even more terrifying cold snap was on the way. He should start preparing for that. On the other side, the 3 girls, Shen Mengran, Zhang Wen, and Wang Jai, were all greatly excited to hear that Ming had returned alive. Ming's back, he must have tons of food on him. Zhang Wen's eyes were practically glowing with hunger, eager to throw herself at Chu Ming. But she knew Chu Ming wouldn't be interested in her. This task had to be undertaken by Shun Mengran. Mengran, don't delay anymore, go find Chu Ming quickly. He has an inflatable boat, so he can definitely support all three of us in the future, Wang Jai urged. What's the rush? I'll be ready in a bit. Shen Mengran was sitting at the vanity, carefully drawing on her eyebrows. She would never let herself appear too unkempt in front of men. Those blemishes and dark circles under her eyes, how could she see anyone without some foundation to cover them up? Mengran, you can't be indifferent to Chu Ming like before. We need his help now. When you see him, remember to give him some sweetness, make him completely dependent on you. Zhang Wen said as she approached Shen Mengran. If the rain doesn't stop, then Chu Ming will be their long-term meal ticket. They definitely need to cozy up to him, so he'll work hard for them in the future. That's because you don't understand men. Shen Mengran put down her eyebrow pencil and gave Zhang Wen a sideways glance. If I was like you, just spreading my legs for any man, they'd only see me as a plaything and wouldn't listen to a word I say. But when you were with young Master Wang, you slept with him right away. Zhang Wen muttered under her breath. Shen Mengran's face stiffened, then she sternly said, that's completely different. I truly love young Master Wang, and we just couldn't control ourselves when we went to the hotel. Zhang Wen rolled her eyes. What nonsense about true love, she was just after his money. Shen Mengran may look pure on the surface, but she's no less experienced with men than the rest. The only difference is, Shen Mengran likes to sleep with rich men. She's willing to sleep with anyone. Who is more high and mighty here? I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to find Chu Ming now. Shen Mengran changed into her most beautiful dress and strutted out the door. On her way, she garnered many heated gazes. Shen Mengran didn't think anything of it, just attributing it to her own charm. Little did she know, moral civilization was gradually disintegrating. A beautiful woman like Shen Mengran would often meet a tragic end in the apocalypse. Arriving at the 15th floor, Shen Mengran was surprised to find Chu Ming's door open. Chu Ming was inside, holding a welder, securing an iron plate onto the security door. These were all the tools he had found at the plantation base. They would come in handy for reinforcing the house. Chu Ming, what are you doing? Why did you make the door look so ugly? Shen Mengran walked up curiously. To prevent thieves, Chu Ming replied without looking up. Hearing this, Shen Mengran's heart leapt with joy. Chu Ming must have brought back lots of good things, otherwise why would he be going to such lengths to fortify the door? My dear, Shen Mengran suddenly stepped forward and clung to Chu Ming's arm, her voice dripping with sweetness. Did you find lots of food this time you were out? Quite a bit, Chu Ming didn't deny it. As your girlfriend, shouldn't you share half of it with me? Shen Mengran quickly amended, but I have two sisters too, why don't you just give all the food to us, and you can go out and find more tomorrow. Shen Mengran spoke with a sense of entitlement. In her eyes, Chu Ming was just her lapdog. She wasn't taking advantage of him, but rather giving him the opportunity to prove himself. Chu Ming should be grateful to her. Chu Ming's gentle voice caused him to pause his work. He looked Shen Mengran up and down, then said disdainfully, you've gotten so chubby, is all you think about is eating? Shen Mengran, you've really disappointed me. Let's break up. What? Shen Mengran was stunned. Had she heard wrong? Chu Ming actually wanted to break up with her? Recalling how Chu Ming had offered her 50,000 to lose weight before, she had thought he was just trying to humor her. She never imagined this guy was truly disgusted by her weight. She was already only 82 pounds. Chu Ming was still unsatisfied. Did he prefer skinny girls? Come back when you've lost 70 pounds, then I might take you back. Chu Ming pushed Shen Mengran's hand away and firmly closed the door. This was the first time Shen Mengran had been rejected, and she was plunged into self-doubt. She really wanted to ask Chu Ming for an explanation. But when she looked up, she saw that not only were there iron plates covering Chu Ming's door, there were also rows of iron nails and rusted sharp metal pieces welded onto it. She didn't even know how to knock on the door. In the end, she returned to room 803 in a dispirited daze. Seeing Shen Mengran come back empty-handed, Zhang Wan and Wang Jai were both shocked. Mengran, where's the food? Zhang Wan looked at Shen Mengran, then glanced behind her, but Chu Ming hadn't accompanied her. All you care about is food, food, food. Shen Mengran said angrily, I'm not going to look for Chu Ming again, it's just some food, I can figure out a way to get it myself. Chu Ming had pursued her for 2 whole years. In the past, she didn't even bother to look at such a lowly lapdog. Now he actually dared to find her undesirable. She had made up her mind even if Chu Ming begged her on his knees, she would never reconsider. Mengran, you're not going to throw a princess tantrum again, are you? Now we have to rely on Chu Ming to go out and find food, we can't afford to offend him, Wang Jai frowned. She was well aware of Shen Mengran's usual attitude towards Chu Ming. Even when they were officially dating, Shen Mengran never took Chu Ming seriously, only using him as a tool and a wallet. But the situation was different now. Chu Ming had an inflatable boat. As long as Chu Ming was willing to support them, they wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. There's no way I'm going to him again, I refuse to believe that other than Chu Ming, no one else can find any food. Shen Mengran naturally wouldn't tell Wang Jai and Zhanwen that Chu Ming had dumped her. How humiliating. With her looks, as long as she opened her mouth, there would be plenty of people lining up to bring her food. Why did she have to rely on that guy? She would die before ever submitting to her lapdog. It took Chu Ming a day to fortify the doors and windows. He covered the windows with metal sheets as well. Behind the door, he added 10 more bolts. Whether trying to pick the lock or break down the door by force, it would be virtually impossible. After all, the hallway outside was only a little over a meter wide. There wouldn't be enough room to build up momentum for ramming the door. Moreover, he had welded rows of nails and metal shards onto the door. Only someone brain-dead would want to experience a tetanus infection. After completing all this, Chu Ming retrieved the cold weather tent from his spatial storage. The temperature was going to drop in a few days. Starting today, he would be sleeping in the tent. 3 more days passed. Many households had some food reserves, but they were now running low. Yet everyone feared the toxicity of the acid rain, so no one dared to venture out to scavenge for supplies. Even the fresh food supermarket across the street, no one was brave enough to risk a trip there. Realizing this couldn't continue, Lu Hongwei gathered everyone to discuss a strategy. The conclusion they reached was that they needed a means of transportation. In other words, they needed a boat. And it was obvious whose household had a boat in Sunshine Residential District. After discussing the plan, the group marched over to Chu Ming's door in full force. But when they saw the fortified door in front of them, they were all left dumbfounded. Originally, they had thought that if Chu Ming refused to lend them the boat, they would just break down the door and take it by force. Afterwards, they could argue it was an emergency measure, so they wouldn't bear too much liability. And Chu Ming was just one person, while they were a group. Chu Ming should make the sacrifice. But who could have expected that Chu Ming had welded rusted nails all over the door? If they got accidentally scratched, it would basically be a death sentence. Lu Hongwei took a deep breath. It seems they could only try to persuade him with reason. He stepped forward and cleared his throat to call out, "Chu Ming, come out and let's talk." Inside, Chu Ming was busy preparing the braised seafood he had been craving for a long time. The cold storage had a wide variety of ingredients, with dozens of different kinds of seafood alone. He had randomly picked some to treat himself, when he heard Lu Hongwei's loud voice outside. So these guys finally couldn't hold it in anymore? Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. He put down the ingredients in his hands and turned on the monitoring on his phone. He saw over 20 people crowded in the narrow hallway outside, barely fitting. The smart lock he was using had built-in monitoring and communication functions that could be accessed through his phone's Bluetooth. After thinking it over, he decided to open the microphone. "What's the matter, just say it." Hearing Chu Ming's voice, Lu Hongwei put on a hypocritical smile. "Chu Ming, everyone is in a difficult situation now. Can you lend us the inflatable boat for a while?" Chu Ming had expected Lu Hongwei was after the boat, but he didn't expect the guy to drop the pretense so quickly. A while could mean anything from a day or two to an indefinite period. If he was foolish enough to lend out the boat, he might never get it back. Seeing Chu Ming didn't respond, Lu Hongwei quickly added, "The supplies we collect, we'll distribute them evenly to everyone so no one goes hungry. Helping so many people, the authorities will definitely commend you when the flood is over. This is a glorious deed that can bring honor to your family." Until now, many people shared Lu Hongwei's view. Once the flood disaster passed, everything would return to normal. Disasters happened every year, this year was just a bit more severe. It was understandable that the authorities couldn't provide timely rescue. As long as they made it through this period, they wouldn't have to suffer like this anymore. But whether they could endure depended on whether Chu Ming was willing to lend them the inflatable boat. Hence, many started using their persuasive skills. "Chu Ming, you can't be so selfish, holed up in your room eating meat while forgetting about your neighbors. That's right, if you lend us the boat, we'll find food and even share some with you. After all, we're not taking that much advantage of you. My child hasn't eaten in 3 days. If anything happens to them from hunger, you'll be held primarily responsible. Listening to the neighbor's accusations, Xu Ming could only find it amusing. He hadn't even said anything yet, and they were already piling all kinds of labels on him. As if his suffering was all his own fault. However, having so many people gathered at his doorstep was indeed a nuisance. Xu Ming picked up his phone and said, "Don't blame me for not warning you, the toxicity of the acid rain has weakened 3 days ago, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to come back alive. If you were smart, you should have gone to the nearby supermarket to collect supplies right away, instead of wasting time here with me, listening to that idiot Lu Hongwei. If others get there first, you'll be out of luck. You little bastard, who are you calling an idiot?" Lu Hongwei angrily stomped his feet. But the other neighbors had latched onto the key point in Xu Ming's words, the acid rain's toxicity had weakened? That meant they could go out now? After all, the fresh food supermarket across the street was only a few dozen meters away. The risk wouldn't be that high to make a trip there. However, most of the fresh vegetables and meat sold in the supermarket would have already been ruined by the floodwaters. There couldn't be much left that was still edible. Realizing this, the people who had come with Lu Hongwei scattered in all directions, leaving Lu Hongwei standing there like a clown. He had struggled to regain a sense of leadership, only to have it all disrupted by Xu Ming. Lu Hongwei was so angry his teeth were itching. Looking at the spiked anti-theft door in front of them, the group had no choice but to leave, albeit unwillingly. A few minutes later, residents started coming out of Building 7. Some were carrying plastic tubs, others had planks they had dismantled from their beds, and they were floating along with the current towards the outside of the residential area. Some were even shouting that the water wasn't toxic. Xu Ming stood in front of the only window that wasn't sealed, watching more and more people rushing towards the fresh food supermarket across the street. His expression was somewhat grave. Based on the information he had from his previous life, the monsters had first appeared around the time of the cold front. But the exact timing was still uncertain. The floodwater was murky, who knew what might be lurking within. Letting these people go out would be a good way for him to test the waters, so to speak. Now the floodwater was almost reaching the 7th floor, while the supermarket was on the ground floor. The difficulty in obtaining supplies could be imagined. Occasionally, some vacuum-packed food might float on the surface, but the flowing water would sweep most of it away. People would have to search farther away. The residents of Building 7 had taken the lead. Owners of other buildings in Sunshine Residential District also started venturing out, now that the acidity of the rain was no longer a threat to their lives. Everyone was rushing towards the nearby markets and supermarkets, determined to find whatever resources they could. To Xu Ming's surprise, they actually managed to scavenge some supplies, though the quantities were still limited. At least they wouldn't be as passive as before. Overall, things seemed to be heading in a better direction. Many people were even starting to feel that the crisis would pass soon. However, that very night, a scream rang out in Sunshine Residential District. Xu Ming initially thought another household had been robbed. But in the middle of the night, he suddenly heard strange noises coming from the exterior wall. Wet and slimy, like something was crawling outside. Xu Ming's drowsiness instantly vanished. He quietly approached the small window. In the faint light, he could dimly make out a massive black figure clinging to the wall on the 10th floor. Given the size, it had to be at least 4 to 5 meters long. Xu Ming broke out in a cold sweat. He knew mutant creatures would appear, but he didn't expect one to be right outside his building. Typically, most mutant lifeforms were born in the wild or the sea. The chances of them appearing in the city were extremely low. What kind of luck did this thing have? However, the early mutants were not that destructive in power. His reinforced doors and windows should be able to keep this monster out. Moreover, Sunshine Residential District had so many residents, this thing had no reason to focus on his place. So for the time being, he was still safe. The only downside was that he didn't have any special abilities. Otherwise, dealing with this creature shouldn't be too difficult. Wait a minute. Abilities? Didn't he have a spatial ability? Does that mean he might have offensive capabilities as well? He had to try it out. Xu Ming quietly retreated back to the living room and began experimenting with his spatial abilities. However, to his disappointment, the offensive capabilities he had imagined did not manifest. Could it be that the time hadn't come yet? In his previous life, the earliest appearance of those with special abilities was at least 3 months later. He himself only learned of the existence of ability users half a year into the apocalypse. Clearly, he had been doing quite poorly. In the post-apocalyptic world, class differences were very pronounced. And he was undoubtedly at the very bottom. Let alone interacting with ability users, he didn't even have any practical or theoretical experience with them. But one thing he was certain about: the mutant beast's cores could enhance the abilities of those who possessed them. In the apocalypse, these things were the most valuable. Thinking of this, the appearance of the large creature outside might not be such a bad thing. He now needed to get his hands on one of its cores for testing. That night, screams and cries rang out incessantly throughout the residential area. Many people didn't even understand what was happening. Shen Mengran woke up in a bad mood. Did everyone in the community go crazy last night? The noise kept me from sleeping well. Being unable to eat her fill, she had already been prone to insomnia. And now the various commotion in the community was like a constant party, preventing her from resting. I heard there's some kind of monster, the rumors are spreading wild. Wang Jie shrugged, clearly not taking the talk seriously. Mengran, Jie, come quickly. Zhang Wen, standing by the window, said with a frightened expression. Hearing this, Shen Mengran and Wang Jie hurried to the window. They saw that many residents' windows had been destroyed. The exterior walls of several buildings were covered in slime and blood. What was even more terrifying was that something massive seemed to be moving in the floodwaters. Oh my god! Shen Mengran's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this not just her imagination? They were in the city of Ji, how could there be such a large animal wandering in? Or was it some kind of sea creature that had followed the floodwaters? Is this the monster everyone has been talking about? Wang Jie was also terrified, her words trembling. What on earth had happened to this world? Natural disasters were one thing, but now even monsters were showing up. How were they supposed to survive this? Just then, the massive creature in the floodwaters suddenly surfaced, revealing its enormous head. The water had already reached the 7th floor, and the 3 girls were living on the 8th floor. From this vantage point, they could see the monster in chilling detail. It had a snake-like head, with a long tail and 4 limbs, an oversized lizard-like creature. Its belly was distended, as if it had eaten its fill. It swam to a corner and opened its mouth, vomiting out numerous severed limbs and body parts. Shen Mengran and the others had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Zhang Wen and Wang Jie, struggling to hold back their nausea and terror, scrambled away from the window. Shen Mengran was so terrified that she lost control of her bladder and promptly fainted. At the same time, Xu Ming was also observing the situation outside through the window. When he realized that the monster down below was a mutant lizard, a hint of delight crossed his face. Lizards are cold-blooded, and dislike the cold. The early mutant creatures were relatively weak, and often retained many of their pre-mutation characteristics. That meant this thing would likely hibernate. And the cold front was due to arrive soon. In the extremely low temperatures, the mutant lizard would lose its mobility. That would be the best time for him to make a move. Xu Ming returned to the living room and retrieved all the weapons from his spatial storage. The folding knife he used most often was their lightweight and compact, suitable for a sneak attack. He also had a few cleavers, but their short reach and cumbersome nature made them better suited for cooking than combat. However, he also had a watermelon knife that had been gathering dust in the cabinet. This one was nearly 50 centimeters long, a promotional item he had received from an online sale. After the spatial enhancement, this watermelon knife could cut through iron like paper. He had used it to slice through the reinforced metal sheets on the doors and windows. The almost half-meter reach also gave him a greater sense of safety. But even so, he still felt it wasn't enough. The mutant lizard may hibernate, but it wouldn't be completely lifeless. If it lashed out in its death throes, he'd be done for. If only I had a ranged weapon, Xu Ming thought. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind: the neighbor across the way, occasionally seen wearing a protective suit and carrying a compound bow, likely a member of some archery club. Xu Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, a compound bow. That would be the perfect weapon. However, in this environment, everyone understood the value of weapons. Even if he tried to trade food for it, the other person might not be willing to sell. He would have to wait. Xu Ming looked out the window. Once the cold front arrived and everyone fell into despair, his stockpile of food would be the key to obtaining anything he desired. The appearance of the mutant lizard had put all the residents of Sunshine Residential District on high alert. Everyone was carefully hiding inside their homes, afraid to make a sound or approach the windows. While the mutant lizard was too large to enter the residential buildings, its long tongue could still reach through the windows to hunt for prey. As a result, the previously shunned stairwells were now crowded with people, as they provided spaces without windows. Though the conditions were terrible, it was still better than risking their lives. Shen Mengran and the others had been forced to move out of apartment 803, as they were living on the 8th floor, closest to the water level. The mutant lizard only needed to show its head to easily spot them. Continuing to stay in apartment 803 would be far more dangerous for them compared to the other residents. Mengran, what are we going to do? We won't get trapped and die here, will we? Zhang Wen said, her voice laced with tears. Now it was no longer just about the flooding, there was a monster outside their community. Even if the water and rain stopped, would they really be able to go out? And with the prolonged power outage, they had no idea what the situation was outside. This sense of hopelessness was enough to drive anyone mad. Maybe we should go to Chu Ming's place? I saw that he had reinforced his doors and windows with metal sheets, it must be really safe in there. Shen Mengran said hesitantly. Although she had decided to have nothing more to do with Chu Ming, desperate times called for desperate measures. She would just have to swallow her pride and stay with him for a while. But that didn't mean she had forgiven him. If he didn't behave well, she would cross him off her list of potential suitors forever. Shen Mengran indulged in her unrealistic fantasies. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go to his place right now. Chu Ming went out just a few days ago, so he must have plenty of food and supplies. Zhang Wen was still preoccupied with thoughts of food. Yeah, we've known Chu Ming for over 2 years, he'll definitely take us in, Wang Jia nodded eagerly. In their eyes, the previous 2 times Shen Mengran had gone to Chu Ming's place and come back empty-handed were just lovers' quarrels. After all, Shen Mengran always acted like a little princess, with a big temper and making a fuss. No man could put up with that in the long run. But now, with their lives at stake, Chu Ming wouldn't dare turn them away. As long as they were nice to him, everything would be fine. Of course Chu Ming should treat them like honored guests. After deciding, the 3 girls headed up to the 15th floor. I don't really want to talk to him, you two can communicate with him. Shen Mengran still maintained her aloof attitude, unwilling to humble herself and beg Chu Ming for help. She had to maintain her pride, especially in front of her friends. There was no way she would lower herself. Zhang Wen and Wang Jia stared at the reinforced metal door in shock. What kind of mentality would drive someone to fortify their entrance like this? It was so extreme. But if the windows were sealed up just as tightly, then Chu Ming's place would indeed be the safest spot in Sunshine Residential District. Thinking this, Wang Jia immediately stepped forward and called out, Chu Ming, open up. We're coming to stay with you for a while. Wang Jia's tone was not one of requesting, but rather informing. In the past, when Chu Ming had been chasing after Shen Mengran, he had always been polite and deferential to them. They had grown accustomed to being treated like pampered princesses. Over time, they had come to see Chu Ming as inferior to them. So the way they spoke to him now naturally lacked any semblance of respect. However, the Chu Ming of today was no longer the Chu Ming of the past. Observing the 3 girls through the door's security camera, he couldn't help but sneer. It seemed he had new entertainment to look forward to. He had been feeling rather bored, with nothing to do. Activating the intercom function, Chu Ming brought the phone to his mouth and spoke, Ladies, it's not that I don't want to let you in, but I've already broken up with Mengran a couple of days ago. A young lady like yourself staying with an old guy like me isn't really appropriate, is it? That's no problem, we don't mind. Zhang Wen quickly replied. But I do, Chu Ming answered unhurriedly. Hearing this, Wang Jia suddenly remembered that in the 3 months Chu Ming and Shen Mengran had been together, they had never even held hands. It seemed Chu Ming was a traditionalist who believed in no intimate contact before marriage. And now that he and Shen Mengran had broken up, of course he wouldn't let them stay. Turning to Shen Mengran, Wang Jia said, Mengran, we have to stay in this apartment today. Don't throw a tantrum, just make up with Chu Ming quickly. I won't. Shen Mengran defiantly stood with her arms crossed. She was already feeling embarrassed enough. Now that Wang Jia and Zhang Wen didn't know she was the one who had been dumped, if she begged Chu Ming, what would that make her? She would only agree to enter if Chu Ming was the one to ask her. Mengran, you can't act so stubborn. Think about the monster outside, and we haven't had much to eat for 2 days. The others are all starving too. Who else can we go to for help now? Wang Jia's words were laced with desperation. In their current dire situation, Shen Mengran was still trying to maintain her image. If it weren't for the fear of losing face, Wang Jia would have just tied her up and delivered her straight to Chu Ming's bed. Yeah, Mengran, I'm so hungry I feel like chewing on the floor, Zhang Wen said weakly. Mentioning hunger made Shen Mengran hesitate a little. Things had actually been improving yesterday, with people finding at least some food when they went out. But then that monster appeared at night, and now no one dared to even approach the windows, let alone go outside. Food was being hoarded tightly, with no one willing to share. Zhang Wen had tried trading, but even a night's sleep couldn't fetch a single biscuit. They might actually starve at this rate. Realizing this, Shen Mengran finally felt true fear. "Alright, I'll try," Shen Mengran said, pressing her lips together. She walked up to the door, smoothing her hair a bit to try to look more presentable. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly said, "Xu Ming, let's make up. As long as you let me stay at your place, I can share a room with you." The implication was clear, there was no way Xu Ming wouldn't understand. In the past, Shen Mengran had only seen him as a walking ATM, never allowing him to get close. But now, with the opportunity before him, Xu Ming found himself surprisingly free of any such intentions. For all he could think about was this woman eating him alive. And it was his flesh they wanted. The very thought of it made him feel sick to his stomach. When Xu Ming didn't respond, Zhang Wen couldn't hold back any longer. "If there's not enough room in your place, the three of us can all share your room. Then you can do whatever you want." Xu Ming, sprawled on the sofa, almost had the phone thrown at him. This Zhang Wen was as bold as ever. In the past, to protect Shen Mengran, he had moved to apartment 803. But Zhang Wen had persistently, if subtly, tried to seduce him, even though he hadn't taken the bait. He knew just how far this woman would go for the sake of food. She had no qualms about crossing any lines. Looking at the three women outside, Xu Ming suddenly had an idea. Picking up the phone, he said, "I really do want to let you in, but as you know, resources are so scarce right now. What I have is only enough to sustain one more person. Why don't you discuss among yourselves and decide who should come in?" He knew very well that Shen Mengran and her friends were just like plastic sisters. Rather than refusing them outright, he might as well sit back and enjoy the show. Unsurprisingly, Shen Mengran was the first to react angrily. "Xu Ming, what do you mean? I'm your girlfriend, just let me in. Why do you care about those two?" "But we're all friends, and we've known each other for so long. How could I bear to turn a blind eye? Besides, we've already broken up, so I can't really play favorites, can I?" Xu Ming pretended to be conflicted. Yeah, we're all friends. "Mengran, how can you be so stingy, only thinking of yourself?" Zhang Wen was starting to resent Shen Mengran a little. After all, it had been her going out to find food these past few days. Now that they had a chance to get into the safe haven, she should be the one to go in, not Shen Mengran. "Mengran, that's going a bit too far. As Xu Ming said, you two have already broken up. Why should we have to wait behind you?" Wang Jiayi was also quite displeased with Shen Mengran. After being friends for so many years, Shen Mengran was only thinking of herself. This was too selfish, too unreasonable. "My breakup with Xu Ming is only temporary. Given our relationship, it's perfectly reasonable for me to stay in the same room as him." "But you two living there? That's just absurd." Shen Mengran couldn't be bothered with Zhang Wen and Wang Jiayi's opinions. She was already feeling dizzy from hunger, and with the monster outside, staying at Xu Ming's place was her only chance to survive. "Temporary? I see you begging to make up, but Xu Ming can't be bothered with you," Wang Jiayi sneered. "What did you say?" Shen Mengran felt like she had never been so humiliated before. Xu Ming was just her lapdog. How dare Wang Jiayi think that Xu Ming would suddenly stop liking her? Sure, she had gained a bit of weight, but once she lost it all and was down to 70-something pounds, Xu Ming would definitely come crawling back to her in no time. Xu Ming's words had indeed affected Shen Mengran to some extent. That's why she had been trying to eat as little as possible lately. At this rate, getting down to 70 pounds was just a matter of time. And then Xu Ming would have no choice but to come lick her boots again. After all, Xu Ming didn't like her, so why would he give her 50,000? Even though she still hadn't had the chance to go out and get the money, it still showed Xu Ming's attitude towards her. "I still think this opportunity should go to me. I've been supporting you all for the past half-month. Now that it's my turn to stay for a few days, you can just switch out later," Zhang Wen said matter-of-factly. "And once you're in, would you even be willing to come back out? Besides, the food we got before, we've already paid you back for that." Wang Jiayi retorted. "That's right, you can just take a few of the clothes and bags from my room. Those are worth a year's worth of snacks for you." As Shen Mengran said this, she felt a twinge of regret in her heart. Those luxury items had taken her a lot of effort to accumulate. Whereas the food Zhang Wen had scavenged was only worth a few bucks. She was already being very generous to her friends. "Who cares about your clothes and bags?" Zhang Wen rolled her eyes. "Today, I'm the one who has to go in." "Mengran, you've already been dumped, isn't it awkward for you to stay with Xu Ming? And Jiayi, your relationship with Xu Ming isn't that great either. Just because my relationship with Chu Ming isn't great, does that mean yours is so much better? And Meng Ran, it's not like you've cleared things up with that young master of yours either. Wang Jiayi said in a sly tone. What nonsense are you spouting? What young master? Shen Mengran immediately retorted in a shrill voice, aware that Chu Ming could hear them. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the end of the hallway. Boom! Followed by a sticky, gooey sound coming from the wall. The three girls looked on, perplexed. To their horror, a massive head was now pressed against the window at the end of the hallway, the mutant lizard's bulging eyes eerily fixated on them. Its scarlet tongue flicked in and out, as if eyeing a delectable meal. Ah! The three girls let out terrified screams. And the mutant lizard did not disappoint. Its long tongue shot out like an elastic band, shattering the window at the end of the hallway. Wang Jai, being the closest, was quickly ensnared by the lizard's tongue and yanked into its gaping maw. It happened so suddenly, Wang Jai didn't even have time to utter a final word before becoming the lizard's breakfast. Shen Mengran and Zhang Wen were left paralyzed with shock. They had never witnessed such a horrific scene, especially with their own roommate just devoured. Seeing the lizard preparing to strike again, Zhang Wen was the first to react, quickly pulling Shen Mengran into the stairwell. TSK, what a pity, Chu Ming shook his head, disappointed that only one of them had been eaten. The mutant lizard was highly sensitive to sound, after all. These three women, bickering and making noise in the stairwell without a care, were only going to attract the mutant lizard's attention. Chu Ming turned off the security camera feed, no longer interested in the events outside. Now he just needed to wait for the bitter cold to arrive. The weather grew colder by the day. Sunshine apartment complex became quieter and quieter. Occasionally, one could see bodies being thrown out the windows. Many had starved to death. But those brave enough to risk being spotted by the mutant lizard and venture out for food were few and far between. And no one who left would dare return. So those remaining in Sunshine apartment could only choose to wait for their deaths. Amidst the despair and hunger, acts of violence and darker deeds began to emerge in certain corners. As for Chu Ming, he had completely shut himself off from the events outside. Day in and day out, he slept, played games, and studied various delicacies. His days were boring, but compared to the hell outside, it was almost like living in paradise. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, one of Chu Ming's neighbors across the hall finally mustered the courage to venture out. The mutant lizard had been prowling Sunshine apartment. At this point, those going out were usually driven to the brink of desperation. Chu Ming eyed the composite bow the neighbor was carrying. He knew that if he didn't act now, he might never get another chance. It was hard to say whether this person could even make it back alive from going outside. But that composite bow, Chu Ming had to get his hands on it no matter what. With that in mind, Chu Ming no longer hesitated. He turned on his phone's call function and said, "Miss, how about we make a deal?" Hearing Chu Ming's voice, Su Yufei paused in her tracks. Her first thought was that even after the power had been out for so long, there was someone who could still control the smart lock with their phone. However, she didn't dwell on it further and simply asked in a nonchalant tone, "What kind of deal do you want to make?" Su Yufei was dressed in a black protective suit, her long hair tied back into a ponytail. Her features had a rather cold, aloof quality to them. But there was no denying she was a beauty. Even without makeup, she was easily a 9 out of 10. Seeing that Su Yufei could communicate normally, Chu Ming felt relieved. "You've seen how fast and responsive that monster outside is. You might not even make it back alive if you go out there. Might as well take a gamble since I'm going to die anyway," Su Yufei replied, her expression one of resignation. Seeing her stubborn attitude, Chu Ming knew he couldn't let her leave now. Otherwise, he'd lose the chance to get that composite bow. "Don't be in such a hurry to go get yourself killed. I can give you some food, but you have to trade me the composite bow and arrows in exchange." Chu Ming stated his intention directly. "Really? How much can you give me?" Su Yufei's expression shifted, her previously cold features becoming more animated. "The most I can offer is a box of instant noodles. If you're willing to make the trade, just leave the composite bow at the door, then step back to a safe distance, and I'll bring the food out to you." Chu Ming didn't think Su Yufei would be his match. Still, it was better to be cautious. And offering a full box of instant noodles was already a generous show of sincerity on his part. After all, if he only gave her a day or two's worth of food, Su Yufei might as well just take her chances outside. After all, Chu Ming wasn't short on food. There was no need to be stingy at a time like this. Chu Ming had expected Su Yufei to at least take a moment to consider the offer. Weapons were the second most precious thing after food in this environment, after all. But to his surprise, Su Yufei simply said okay without hesitation. She then removed the composite bow, quiver of arrows, and a box of steel pellets from her shoulder, placed them at Chu Ming's door, and immediately turned to head back to her own room, not sparing a single glance behind. She had no qualms about the trade and didn't seem concerned that Chu Ming might renege on his end of the deal. Chu Ming, did I really come across as that much of a good-natured person? Chu Ming observed through the security cameras for a moment, confirming that the door across the hall was locked and Su Yufei wasn't up to any tricks. Only then did he retrieve a box of instant noodles from his storage space. After checking one more time to ensure the mutant lizard wasn't lurking nearby, he tossed the noodles out, grabbed the items Su Yufei had left, and retreated back into his room. Hearing the door close, Su Yufei emerged from her room again. Glancing at apartment 1501, she let out a wry scoff. So this guy's a rabbit? He sure runs fast. While muttering to herself, Su Yufei inspected the instant noodles. Seeing that Chu Ming had upheld his end of the bargain, she carried the noodles back into her room. Once inside, she made her way to the living room and pushed open a hidden door in the corner, revealing a fully enclosed storage room. As Su Yufei opened one of the cabinet doors, she revealed that it was filled with various styles of composite bows, and even some mini crossbows. If Chu Ming had been here, he would have understood why Su Yufei had shown no hesitation in handing over the composite bow. Because she had plenty of them at home. Getting a box of instant noodles in exchange was practically a steal for her. And even if the trade hadn't worked out, the loss wouldn't have been too great. Moreover, Su Yufei was also wary of Chu Ming. So staying in her room was the safest option for her. However, the fact that Chu Ming had kept his word and provided her with the box of noodles did earn him some points with Su Yufei. Given the situation, Chu Ming could have easily taken the items without holding up his end. But Su Yufei had enough capital to gamble on Chu Ming's integrity. Meanwhile, Chu Ming, having obtained the composite bow, wasted no time storing it and the accompanying items in his spatial storage. The quiver of 30 arrows had been amplified to 3,000. The 100 steel pellets had been increased to 10,000. And the composite bow itself had received a comprehensive upgrade. Item upgrade successful, congratulations on obtaining the enhanced composite bow. Enhanced composite bow. Penetration power increased tenfold, auto-targeting vital areas within 15 meters. Seeing the description of the enhanced composite bow, Chu Ming felt a surge of excitement. Tenfold increase in penetration power. And the auto-targeting of vital areas, it was practically custom-made for him. Chu Ming didn't have any prior experience in archery. Achieving pinpoint accuracy in a short time would have been challenging. But with the auto-targeting function, dealing with the mutant lizard became a much simpler task. Chu Ming estimated the time. The arrival of the bitter cold snap was drawing near. He stuffed the thickest quilt into his insulated tent, determined not to leave the tent until the cold front had passed. This would maximize his safety. When the cold front finally arrived, the temperature plummeted by nearly 50 degrees in an instant. Many people simply never woke up from their sleep. But as long as he stayed inside the tent, Chu Ming didn't have to worry about that. The insulated clothing and tent, enhanced by the spatial upgrades, could withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees. And with the extreme cold snap, the temperature would only hover around -40 to -70 degrees, which posed no threat to him at all. The same couldn't be said for ordinary people, however. They would not fare nearly as well. The next day, the alarm clock rang promptly at 10 a.m. Chu Ming opened his eyes, immediately sensing the drop in temperature. Although it was still relatively warm inside the tent, the difference from the previous days was palpable. Chu Ming quickly put on his insulated clothing, wrapping himself up tightly, and donned his gloves and scarf before cautiously unzipping the tent a crack. Instantly, the biting cold air rushed in through the opening. So the cold front has finally arrived, Chu Ming murmured. His memory served him well, it had been 3 years, but he hadn't gotten the timing wrong. I wonder what happened to that lizard, he mused. After taking the necessary precautions, Chu Ming stepped out of the tent and made his way to the small window. He wiped away the layer of frost to peer outside. After a while, he didn't spot any sign of the mutant lizard. But it had still been prowling Sunshine Apartment just yesterday. Even if it wasn't here now, it likely hadn't wandered too far. Chu Ming's main concern was whether the lizard had managed to hibernate before the cold front hit. For safety's sake, he decided to wait a few more days. Just then, Chu Ming heard a faint sound coming from the direction of his front door. He quickly checked his phone and saw several shadowy figures lurking around and tampering with the smart lock. Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. What kind of unlucky fools were trying to break into his place? After all, he had reinforced the door with 10 extra bolts behind it. Compared to picking the lock, using brute force would have been a more suitable approach to entering his home. But unfortunately for them, Chu Ming had no intention of giving them that opportunity. Outside apartment 1501, Lu Hongwei, bundled up in a thick down jacket, was shivering as he urged the others on. "What's taking so long? Can you do it or not?" Hold on, I'm almost there," replied the bespectacled chubby man working on the lock. He was already freezing, and the lockpicking was proving quite challenging, so it was taking him some extra time. After a while, there was a faint click sound. The chubby man's eyes lit up. Got it. But the next moment, his face fell. "Why won't it open?" "Well, is it open or not?" Lu Hongwei asked impatiently. "There must be something blocking it behind the door," the chubby man frowned. "Looks like we'll have to ram the door open." Eyeing the reinforced door with nails and metal plates, Lu Hongwei's mouth twitched. How the hell were they supposed to ram that? "Maybe we should go find a thicker wooden pole," someone nearby suggested. Though the space was cramped, with their numbers and strength, as long as they had the right tool, surely they could break down this door. After all, Shen Mengran had said the resident of 1501 had a lot of food. If they could pull this job off today, they wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. "You two, go find a wooden pole," Lu Hongwei decided, delegating the task. As the words left his mouth, the previously tightly shut door suddenly swung open from the inside with tremendous force, slamming right into the chubby man standing closest. Ow! The chubby man let out a series of agonized screams. His forehead, the backs of his hands, and his thighs were all gashed by the nails and metal plates on the door. The wounds were deep. Realizing the danger, the chubby man's pain was laced with dread. Those nails were all rusted. Without access to a hospital, he was doomed to tetanus. Before the others could react, Chu Ming quickly shut the door again. "Damn this sneaky bastard. I'm going to kill this little punk," one of them cursed, wielding a baseball bat, ready to take a few swings at the reinforced door. But just as he moved forward, the door opened again. However, this time the group was on high alert, and the door didn't manage to hit anyone. In fact, someone even grabbed onto the door, preventing Chu Ming from retreating back into the apartment. "Representative Lu, hurry and make a move. He can't close the door now," one of them shouted excitedly. Seeing the situation back under their control, Lu Hongwei couldn't help but smirk smugly. Just as he was about to unleash some bluster, a sudden flash of icy glint cut through the air. "Ah!" Accompanied by a spray of blood, another agonized scream rang out. The man who had reached to pull the door had his palm cleanly severed by Chu Ming. The excruciating pain made him convulse violently, as blood splattered all over the floor. The rest were stunned into silence. How could this guy just lash out like that? That was way too ruthless. "Chu Ming, have you gone mad? We just wanted to get some food from you, and you go and chop off someone's hand? Do you know that's a crime?" Lu Hongwei was shaken, but that didn't stop him from trying to bluff. "And breaking into my home isn't a crime?" Chu Ming sneered, holding a cleaver in his hand. "Whose fault is it that you're so selfish, hoarding all the food instead of sharing with your neighbors? We're doing this because you forced us to." Lu Hongwei gritted his teeth. "Enough talking, let's just charge in," the man with the baseball bat snarled, his weapon's length giving him the confidence to attack Chu Ming directly. A cold glint flashed in Chu Ming's eyes as he met the baseball bat head-on with his cleaver. A baseball bat, while sturdy, was no match for Chu Ming's cleaver. The moment they collided, the baseball bat shattered like tofu. Immediately, Chu Ming swung his cleaver horizontally. The man holding the bat was cleaved in half, his severed head rolling to a stop at Lu Hongwei's feet. Seeing the round, lifeless head, Lu Hongwei felt his brain go blank, and he promptly vomited. As he retched, his eyes met the gaze of the severed head on the ground, causing him to stagger back several steps. Crazy. Chu Ming was truly insane. In all the fights and stabbings Lu Hongwei had witnessed lately, he had never seen such a brutal method of killing, decapitation. This was not something a normal person could do. Lu Hongwei suddenly remembered that Chu Ming had mentioned having intermittent explosive disorder in the property owners group chat. Now it seemed that was true. This was the work of a madman. As a sane person, there was no reasoning with a lunatic like this. If Chu Ming struck him with that cleaver, he'd be done for. Realizing this, Lu Hongwei turned and fled without a second thought. The remaining few followed suit, scattering in a panic. Chu Ming did not bother pursuing them. Nor did he dispose of the bodies at his doorstep. He simply closed the door calmly and bolted it back up with the 10 extra locks. Shin Mengran, who had been waiting downstairs, immediately approached Lu Hongwei and the others as soon as she saw them return. "Well, did you get the food?" Shen Mengran was already gaunt and haggard, her cheeks sunken, hardly a goddess-like figure anymore. "Forget it, that guy's a complete lunatic," Lu Hongwei said, his face still full of dread. "Come on, that can't be true." Shen Mengran couldn't quite understand. "There were 5 of you, how could you not take down just one person?" In her mind, Chu Ming was nothing more than a useless weakling. How could these guys be even worse? That guy was wielding a cleaver, and he just started hacking at anyone who approached. "I think it's best we stay away from him," the chubby lockpicker said, holding his injured forehead. "But there were 5 of you. Even if he had a cleaver, he could only attack one person at a time. Couldn't the rest of you have overpowered him?" Shen Mengran felt her logic was sound. 5 against 1, that should have been an easy win, especially since she had provided them with such valuable information. These people were truly a bunch of useless idiots. "Mengran, you don't understand how terrifying that guy is. He cut off Li Chang's head. We'd better find another way, because I'm not setting foot in 1501 again." Lu Hongwei swallowed hard. The memory of that scene was enough to haunt him for a month. He'd rather go to the new cafeteria on the 10th floor than bother Chu Ming again. That can't be that extreme. Shen Mengran simply refused to believe Lu Hongwei. Even if Chu Ming did kill Li Chang, you all shouldn't have backed down. He only has one life, and if you fought him together, you could have at least brought back some food. "Shin Mengran, it's easy for you to talk when you're not risking your own life," the chubby lockpicker said, unhappy. "How is it that your life is more precious than ours? If you're so capable, why don't you go to 1501 yourself?" The others nearby silently agreed. Shin Mengran's words were indeed overly selfish. Were they just supposed to go get themselves killed? "But it's different for you men, this is the kind of thing you should be doing." Shin Mengran tried to backtrack, quickly adding, "Although I can't fight alongside you, I'll give you my full spiritual support." "Who the hell wants that?" the chubby man scoffed. "Alright, enough arguing. With the temperature dropping this severely, below -30 degrees Celsius outside, we'll all starve if we don't get food. I'm going to the cafeteria on the 10th floor, survival is the priority now," Lu Hongwei sighed. "I'm not going there." Shen Mengran felt nauseous just thinking about the corpses Zhang Wen had mentioned collecting at the 10th floor cafeteria. There was no way she would eat that kind of food. The arrival of the cold front had left nearly everyone in despair. But Chu Ming was nestled comfortably in his insulated tent. Having hot pot today, and spicy snail noodles tomorrow. The sealed space even had him breaking a sweat. Thanks to his upgraded power bank, he had enough charge to keep heating water and cooking hot meals for quite a while. If push came to shove, he could always bring out the generator. Either way, his quality of life wouldn't be affected. After finishing the last sip of hot snail noodle broth, Chu Ming emerged from his insulated tent. It had been 3 days since the temperature plunge. The outside world was now a frozen, icy landscape, with even the floodwaters frozen solid. Chu Ming knew the timing was about right. It was time for him to venture out. Chu Ming put on his cold weather gear and strapped a compound bow to his back. Fully equipped, he stepped out of his apartment once again. Due to the weather changes, the mutant lizards had disappeared. Many people had holed up in their homes. The hallways were devoid of any living souls, save for some garbage and waste. And of course, no bodies either. Chu Ming made his way to the 7th floor without any obstruction. At the end of the corridor, the window had been smashed open. The fresh footprints on the windowsill indicated someone had gone out in the past couple of days. This was in fact the wisest choice. When the cold front had first struck, the temperature hadn't plummeted to terrifying levels yet. With the floodwaters now frozen, this was the perfect time to venture out and scavenge for supplies. But without adequate cold weather gear, the chances of dying out there were high. It was a gamble. For Chu Ming, however, the sub-30 degrees Celsius temperatures were no big deal. Wearing just a light autumn shirt, he was even feeling a bit stuffy. The insulation capabilities of his cold weather gear were simply unparalleled. Climbing out the window, Chu Ming tied some ropes to his shoes to increase traction, then headed out of the compound. After circling the Sunshine residential complex a few times, he finally spotted traces of the mutant lizards on the neighboring street. The mutant lizard was perched motionlessly on a tall building. The mutant lizard was coated in thick snow, looking like it was wearing a fluffy white garment. Given the depth of the accumulated snow, the mutant lizard had likely been perched there for some time as the light snowfall continued over the past few days. Chu Ming observed the creature for a while, confirming it was completely motionless. He then took out his compound bow and tentatively fired an arrow. The arrow pierced through a nearby building panel, rather than striking the lizard. Seeing the power of the bow, Shuming nodded in satisfaction, even though his aim was a bit off. The compound bow had an auto-aim feature that could target vital areas. And the commotion didn't even seem to rouse the lizard, suggesting it was likely frozen to the point of unconsciousness. Deciding the moment was right, Shuming climbed through the window into the large commercial building. Downstairs, the big supermarket was completely encased in ice. But the upper floors, where most of the merchandise was still intact, housed an abundance of high-end branded goods, clothing, electronics, and other products. Shuming took a quick overview. This place seemed to have just about everything he could need. It seems Shuming will need to restock his supplies after dealing with the mutant lizard. Shuming found the stairwell and made his way up to the top floor. Opening the iron door, he immediately spotted the mutant lizard lying about 7 to 8 meters away. From this position, he could easily hit a vital spot. And if the lizard were to wake up, Shuming could quickly retreat back to the stairwell, as the mutant would not be able to breach that. Ensuring his own safety, Shuming readied his compound bow once more. This time, without even aiming carefully, he simply released the bowstring. The arrow took an almost 90-degree turn mid-flight and plunged straight into the mutant lizard's head. Bang! The lizard's body trembled violently, as if it was about to awaken. Without hesitation, Shuming quickly retreated back into the stairwell. After waiting for about 10 more minutes in silence, Shuming emerged to find the mutant lizard completely lifeless. Still not fully convinced, Shuming fired another arrow, which again struck the lizard's head at an uncanny angle. Seeing the two antennae protruding from the mutant's head, Shuming's eye twitched. This was way too unnatural. Was he shooting arrows or guided missiles? To be on the safe side, Shuming fired several more shots, until the mutant lizard's head was practically bristling with arrows. Only then did he step out onto the rooftop. Approaching the mutant lizard, Shuming retrieved all the arrows and then took out a folding knife to carefully extract a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg from the creature's skull. Got it! Shuming's eyes lit up at the sight of the crystal. In his past life, he had never had the chance to interact with energy cores like this. But when he was a laborer in the future city, he had seen them used by those with special abilities. These crystals were not only currency, but also crucial resources for enhancing the powers of those with abilities. They were in high demand. Even a low-grade energy core could spark fierce competition among the ability users in the early days of the apocalypse. Now was the time to test whether the energy core would be of use to him as well. However, as Shuming tried, he found he could not resonate with the crystal nor absorb its energy. Was he truly not an ability user? This result left him somewhat disappointed. Without being an ability user, even with an infinitely expandable spatial dimension, he would struggle to live comfortably in this apocalyptic world. The best option was to find a place to hunker down, but that was not the life he wanted. Resigned, Shuming stored the energy core in his spatial dimension, planning to study it further when he returned. Just then, a notification appeared in his mind. Detection of a Tier 1 energy core. Please note, energy cores cannot be amplified or upgraded in quality, but can be selected for absorption or fusion. Absorbing will grant new abilities, while fusion can enhance specific items. Please choose absorption or fusion. Hearing the mental notification, Shuming sharply inhaled. So there had been something waiting for him here all along. It appears the energy core has two potential applications: absorption to grant new abilities, or fusion to enhance specific items. With only this single energy core available, Shuming naturally chooses to prioritize boosting his own capabilities. He selects the absorption option. Commencing absorption. Absorption progress 5%. Absorption progress 10%. Absorption progress 50%. Absorption progress 100%. Tier 1 energy core absorbed. Congratulations on obtaining the new skill, Spatial Slice. Spatial Slice can shred any object within 3 meters, unaffected by material type or state. Shuming's expression shifts slightly. Spatial Slice? He recalls this being an advanced spatial ability typically wielded by 7th or 8th tier ability users. Yet now, merely by absorbing a single energy core, he has gained access to this formidable skill. It does seem rather overpowered. However, the range is limited to just 3 meters. Against high-level mutant creatures, that would be but a fleeting moment. But for the current stage, Shuming feels virtually unstoppable with this new ability at his disposal. Shuming tested out the Spatial Slice ability right there on the rooftop. With a casual wave of his hand, he effortlessly carved away a section of the concrete surface, as if he were playing a game of Fruit Ninja. The key advantage of Spatial Slice was that it was invisible and unobstructed. Xiuming gleefully continued slicing and dicing various areas of the rooftop, using the ability around 10 times before feeling a slight sense of fatigue. This was not unexpected. Ability users typically max out at 3 to 5 uses when first acquiring a new power. For Xiuming to be able to use it 10 times before experiencing minor exhaustion already placed him well above the majority of ability users. It was clear he would need to keep collecting more energy cores. As his ability level increased, the range and number of Spatial Slice uses would surely expand as well. Overall, Xiuming was very satisfied with today's gains. He had his spatial dimension, formidable new abilities, and abundant resources. Could there be a more perfect start in this apocalyptic world? Suddenly, Xiuming's gaze fell upon the mutant lizard's corpse. The flesh of mutant creatures was indigestible and unsafe for human consumption. However, many of the materials from their bodies could still prove useful. With that in mind, Xiuming stored the mutant lizard's remains within his spatial dimension. Detection of a Tier 1 mutant lizard. Would you like to deconstruct it? Another prompt? His spatial dimension was truly full of capabilities. Deconstruct. Xiuming commanded. Tier 1 mutant lizard deconstructed, harmful elements and impurities automatically removed. Congratulations on obtaining Tier 1 physique enhancing liquid, lizard skin, lizard tongue, lizard blood. Tier 1 physique enhancing liquid, comprehensive bodily enhancement after consumption. Lizard skin provides a degree of defensive properties. Lizard tongue possesses good elasticity and adhesiveness. Lizard blood has strong antibacterial effects. As a Tier 1 mutant, the materials from the lizard's body were only average, without any exceptional parts. And in this spatial dimension, each material could only be processed or enhanced once. So Xiuming simply swept a glance at the items and tossed them into a corner of the space. The Tier 1 physique enhancing liquid was what truly interested him. Seeing the small, fist-sized sphere of crimson liquid floating in the space, Xiuming's eyes were filled with amazement. To extract such a substance from a mutant creature's body, this was something he had only heard rumors about in his previous life, where the rich in the future city paid astronomical prices for such enhanced liquids, supposedly extracted from high-tier mutants. Yet now he had obtained this from a mere Tier 1 mutant. While the potency may differ, it had saved him a great deal of tedious effort and technological requirements. Back in the stairwell, Xiuming poured the viscous, fragrant liquid into a bowl and downed it without hesitation. Instantly, he felt a burning sensation in his abdomen, followed by a warm current flowing through his entire body. This effect lasted for over half an hour before finally stabilizing. Clenching his fist, Xiuming felt an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him. He reached out and effortlessly bent the steel handrail of the staircase. The effects are so obvious. Xiuming's eyes gleamed with excitement. He didn't even have to exert much force. Xiuming hadn't expected the Tier 1 physique enhancing liquid to be this effective. It seemed he could now not only play the role of a mage, but also explore melee capabilities. Heading back out to the rooftop, Xiuming tested his speed and jumping abilities. The difference compared to his past self was night and day. He could likely shatter world records if he were to compete in the Olympics now. After some exercise on the rooftop, Xiuming returned to the commercial building as the wind and snow outside grew stronger. Time to get to work. On the top floor, there were numerous entertainment facilities, a cinema, arcade, library, and a sporting goods store. The cinema and arcade didn't yield too many useful items, as much of the equipment was firmly attached to the walls and floors, requiring extensive disassembly efforts with limited benefit to Xiuming. He did collect some massage chairs, 3D glasses, and VR headsets from the cinema, as well as a few of his favorite games from the arcade. However, the library and sporting goods store proved much more fruitful. The library's collection covered a wide range of subjects, novels, physics, chemistry, astronomy, biology, agriculture, and more. Even if he didn't need them immediately, storing them in his spatial dimension didn't take up any space. The sporting goods store was a treasure trove of practical items, various balls, fitness equipment, goggles, binoculars, skiing gear, wrist/knee guards, gloves, protective suits, sportswear, and footwear. It seemed to have everything one could imagine. Amidst the open space in the sporting goods store, Xiuming even found a display model of a Monster H2R motorcycle, complete with a sleek black helmet. These were all excellent finds. Xiuming promptly stored all the items in his spatial dimension. Many of the functional goods from the sporting goods store received substantial upgrades upon being stored. The sportswear and footwear were enhanced in both quality and quantity. But the items Chu Ming was most satisfied with were the protective suit, binoculars, motorcycle, and helmet. The protective suit had been upgraded to a bulletproof vest, capable of withstanding any level of gunfire without causing internal organ damage. The binoculars became a high-powered version, allowing clear viewing up to 3 kilometers away with no obstructions. The Monster H2 or motorcycle transformed into an enhanced model, boasting greater speed, agility, and the ability to traverse any terrain, including snow and ice with ease. The helmet had also been upgraded to a ballistic model, matching the protective specifications of the bulletproof vest. Wearing this full ensemble would be akin to being safely tucked away in a turtle shell. After gathering the items from the top floor, Chu Ming continued down the commercial building. The second-to-last floor sold various household appliances, the third-to-last floor sold electronics, and the fourth-to-last floor had numerous branded men's and women's apparel. These were all items that could help improve his quality of life going forward. Chu Ming collected them all without leaving a single thing behind. Exiting the commercial building, Chu Ming did not return to Sunshine Residential, but instead rode the motorcycle towards the outskirts, the opposite direction from the agricultural base. If he remembered correctly, a bottled water factory from Taba was located in this direction. After the acid rain, many places had seen their water sources become polluted. Prolonged consumption of this acidic, polluted water would pose grave harm to one's health. Clean water sources were an extremely scarce resource in this apocalyptic world. Chu Ming was determined to fully stock up this time. In recent days, aside from eating, sleeping, and using his phone, Chu Ming had been dedicating the majority of his time to studying maps and planning his future routes, as well as marking down potentially useful supply points. Regrettably, many of the locations he had marked, such as pharmacies, liquor stores, and gas stations, were now buried under layers of ice. These types of establishments were rarely situated atop high-rise buildings. Fortunately, he had previously found over a dozen barrels of diesel fuel at the agricultural base. After enhancement, he now had over 1,000 barrels stored in his spatial dimension. With careful rationing, it should last him for the foreseeable future. However, the lack of access to medical supplies was a source of concern. Medicines were absolutely critical in this harsh environment. Even a simple cold or fever could prove fatal at times. While he now possessed enhanced abilities and a strengthened physique, Chu Ming recognized the continued importance of having adequate medical resources on hand. But even if he doesn't use it, he can't do without it. This kind of thing often plays a role at critical moments. If he can't find it in G-City, he'll have to go outside to find it. Riding a motorcycle, Chu Ming quickly arrived at the bottled water factory. This place, just like the planting base, is at a higher altitude and not much of it is flooded. Except for a few dozen centimeters of thin ice on the ground. Many places are still intact. After entering the factory, Chu Ming went straight to the warehouse. Like this large-scale bottled water processing factory, they can produce hundreds to thousands of bottles of water per hour. Although the inventory won't be piled up for too long. But just the temporary stock is already incredibly impressive. After finding the warehouse, Chu Ming wasted no time and started looting. Although he moved very quickly, it still took several hours. The total amount of bottled water, close to 100,000, after amplification, directly reached the astonishing number of tens of millions. He could bathe in mineral water every day and still not use it all up. The only relatively troublesome thing is that all this water has been frozen into ice blocks. And whatever the space is like when it's put in, that's how it comes out. Each time it's used, it has to be thawed in advance. In this kind of extreme cold weather, it really can't be considered a high-quality resource. But when the weather warms up, the temperature will remain above 40 degrees for the next few years. At that time, the status of these frozen bottled waters will be completely different. After leaving the bottled water factory, Chu Ming rode his motorcycle around the nearby area. Originally, he was hoping to find a small store or something. But on the other side of the mountain, he found a villa community. This was already quite far from the city center. The geographic location was even worse than the previous factory. This kind of small community has low occupancy rates and the prices are not cheap either. Perhaps it was just newly renovated, as even the basic supporting facilities at the entrance were not there yet. This is probably what they call an industry conscience specifically designed to rip off the rich. Chu Ming shook his head, about to turn back the way he came. But as he passed the corner, he suddenly spotted an RV parked inside the community. And not just any RV, it was a super luxury model. Chu Ming had only seen this type of RV online before, and he'd heard the cheapest one costs over 10 million. The interior was extravagantly decorated, with all kinds of amenities fully equipped. completely satisfying all living needs. Shuming looked at the small motorcycle he was riding, then at the massive RV in the community. They were worlds apart. In the future, when traveling, if he could live in such a super luxury RV, with endless supplies of resources inside, he could go wherever he wanted. It would be amazing. Thinking this, Shuming immediately rode his motorcycle into the community, heading straight for the RV. Shuming did not hesitate at all, directly storing the RV into his spatial storage. Detection of an item, would you like to upgrade it? Yes. Item upgrade successful, congratulations on obtaining a super base vehicle. Super base vehicle, all components upgraded, vehicle defense upgraded, power system upgraded, new weapons added, new permanent climate control system added, new water purification system added, new energy saving system added, special enhancement, absolute domain. Absolute domain, inside the super base vehicle, you will never be harmed. Seeing the effects of the RV's upgrade, Shuming's eyes were practically popping out. He knew that the higher the value of an item, the better the upgrade effects would be. But this absolute domain special enhancement was simply too overpowered. As long as he stayed inside the base vehicle, he would never be harmed. This was much safer than his previous shabby little house. With the sky still early, Shuming took the super base vehicle out of spatial storage. This super base vehicle was 12 meters long and 4 meters high. The exterior had a futuristic silver-gray coating, and the appearance was undoubtedly excellent. Stepping inside, the right side was the driver's cabin, and the left side was a luxuriously decorated living room. By the windows were an open-concept kitchen and dining area. There were also 4 expandable sections. Fully opened, they could add around 10 square meters of interior space. In the very back was a super luxurious bedroom. The RV was equipped with a bathroom, shower, and even a bathtub. Many hidden functions and details showed that every aspect of life had been carefully considered. What impressed Shuming the most was the permanent climate control system inside the vehicle. Even with temperatures outside dipping below -30 degrees Celsius, the interior maintained a comfortable 20-something degrees without the air conditioning on. It was so comfortable that he didn't want to leave. However, Shuming still wasn't used to spending the night in the wilderness. After familiarizing himself with the RV's functions, he stored it back into his spatial storage. Back at the Sunshine community, Shuming prepared to tidy up and leave the place he had lived in for over a decade. After the cold wave hit, the floodwaters had frozen over. This environment was actually more suitable for traveling. At least, it was for him. Shuming found a secluded corner, stored his motorcycle, and climbed in through a window on the 7th floor. But as he passed the 8th floor, he noticed a group of people gathered in apartment 803. Shen Mengran had also spotted Shuming. She quickly closed the door, afraid he might overhear something. "Miss Shen, is what you said true? Is there really a shelter outside of G City?" someone asked excitedly. "Why would I lie to you?" Shen Mengran took a radio out of her bag. "I found this in the landlord's storage room yesterday. The battery still works, so I played around with it a bit. Turns out, it did pick up a signal that says there's a shelter outside the city. If we can get there, we won't have to starve, and we'll be protected by the military." Shen Mengran sounded rather smug. From now on, she would be the savior of these people. And only she knew the location of the shelter. They would need her alive to get there, and she would get priority on all the food and clothing. Shen Mengran's words had ignited a spark of hope in everyone present. If there really was a shelter, why would they continue living this half-human, half-ghost existence? They had already endured acid rain and floods. Now, a snowstorm was likely on the way as well. How much longer could they hold out? Whether the shelter truly existed or not, they had to go take a look. This was their last chance at survival. "Mengran, let's set out right away. Everyone here is hungry. If we can reach the shelter early, we'll be able to have a good meal," Lu Hongwei urged eagerly. To join Shen Mengran's group, they had all pooled their food together. As long as they made it there safely, they could have a full meal in the morning. They could endure for this short period of time. But any further delay would not bode well. "We should probably wait until nightfall before leaving, so the others don't find out. If too many people go to the shelter, the food will have to be divided up," Shen Mengran thought shrewdly. With everyone's circumstances being so difficult, the shelter might not be able to support too many people. And with a large group, things could easily spiral out of control. Then, how many would still be willing to listen to her? "Mengran is right, we shouldn't let too many people know about the shelter's location. Just the people in our apartment should go," said Zhang Wen, who had been going to the 10th floor cafeteria these past few days and now had a much healthier complexion. But what about that monster outside? Have they really left? Won't we get eaten if we go out? Someone worried. I've been observing, and since the temperature dropped, the monster hasn't shown up at all. It's probably frozen to death by now. And you saw Chu Ming just came back from outside unharmed, so we'll be fine going out, Shen Mengran asserted confidently. Mentioning Chu Ming just made her angry. That's why when organizing the group, she deliberately didn't call him. Once she was living comfortably in the shelter, eating well and drinking well, that loser Chu Ming could just wait here for a miserable death. Back in apartment 1501, Chu Ming stored away everything in the room, the furniture, his parents' heirlooms, the photos on the wall. He even dismantled the kitchen stove. The reinforced concrete he couldn't take with him, but he could take the home he once had. Chu Ming took one last look around the room, then turned and opened the door. On the other side, Su Yufei was just coming out of her own apartment. Oh, it's so late, are you going out again? Su Yufei asked curiously, seeing Chu Ming fully equipped. You're going out too, Chu Ming replied, raising his brow without directly answering. I was actually going to look for you, Su Yufei said with a slight smile. For me? Chu Ming was a bit taken aback. Yes. I know of a great place with medicine and food, it would make a good base. Are you interested in cooperating with me? Su Yufei offered. Medicine? Chu Ming latched onto that keyword, immediately asking, how much do they have? This place is actually the pharmaceutical company where my cousin works. Before the acid rain hit, she was working late at the office and got trapped there, Su Yufei said helplessly, shrugging her shoulders. So this time I'm going there for the medicine, and also to find her. As for the quantity, it's a pharmaceutical company, so they definitely won't be short on supplies. How can you be sure she's still alive? Chu Ming was not very familiar with Su Yufei, so he wasn't readily willing to believe her words. However, if she really could lead him to a pharmaceutical company, he would be quite eager to go. After all, he was lacking in medical supplies among the resources he had collected. Her company is on the upper floors, and they only rented the top few levels. The cafeteria is up there too, so don't worry, she won't be dying anytime soon. Su Yufei said with certainty. After a brief pause, Chu Ming asked, where is this company located? How long would it take to get there? It's not far, just in the new city district. I have a mountain bike at home, if we ride that it should only take a few hours to get there, Su Yufei replied quickly. Chu Ming gave Su Yufei an unimpressed look. He had only been testing her, but she had readily provided the address. Just like when they traded the compound bow before, didn't she worry he might suddenly change his mind or even kill her to take the supplies all for himself? Though he couldn't be sure if Su Yufei was telling the truth either. Whether to kill her and hoard the medicine for himself would have to wait until they arrived. Forget the mountain bike, I found a motorcycle earlier. We'll take my bike for the trip, Chu Ming said, putting those thoughts aside. As for the RV, he definitely wouldn't expose that to an outsider easily. Okay, let me go grab my things, I'll be out in a few minutes. Su Yufei's face lit up seeing Chu Ming agree. I'll go get the bike first, meet me at the 7th floor exit, Chu Ming said. Got it, Su Yufei nodded. Chu Ming climbed out the window on the 7th floor to the outside. Seeing no one around, he took out the motorcycle from his spatial storage, as well as a backpack containing 2 sets of clothes and some food. After preparing everything, he waited patiently at the exit. A few minutes later, instead of Su Yufei, Shen Mengran and the others arrived. Seeing Chu Ming, Shen Mengran's expression immediately darkened. What are you doing here? Shen Mengran eyed Chu Ming suspiciously. Realizing something, she accused. You were eavesdropping on us in the hallway just now, weren't you? That's right, this despicable and treacherous person. Last time it was him who killed Li Chang, we can't let this murderer come with us. Lu Hongwei angrily denounced. I don't understand what you're talking about, Chu Ming replied coolly, glancing at Shen Mengran. Don't play dumb here, even if you beg on your knees, I won't bring you to the shelter. Shen Mengran declared smugly. Knowing the shelter's location made her feel like a savior. But who to save and who not to save was entirely up to her discretion. Chu Ming was clearly unworthy of joining her group. Hearing the word shelter, memories from Chu Ming's past life surfaced in his mind. Back then, they had also learned of the shelter's existence and rushed to seek refuge there. Only to find it was a place that consumed people without leaving a trace. Escaping from there had been an enormous struggle. Seeing the eager expressions on Shen Mengran and the others, Chu Ming didn't have the heart to crush their hopes. Let them experience true human suffering for themselves. At this moment, Su Yufei also came out. Seeing so many people gathered on the 7th floor outside, She was a bit confused. What was going on? Gathering here in the cold late at night? Su Yufei approached Xu Ming and quietly asked, "These people, they won't be coming with us, will they?" "You're thinking too much," Xu Ming replied. "Oh good." Su Yufei let out a sigh of relief, then asked, "When are we setting out?" "We're leaving now," Xu Ming said as he stood up straight. "Xu Ming, are you out of your mind? Bringing a woman with you? Didn't you hear what Mangran said? Even if you kneel and beg, we won't take you to the shelter," Lu Hongwei said in a sarcastic tone. Su Yufei was very beautiful, a completely different level from the made-up Shen Mangran. When Su Yufei first moved into Sunshine Community, Lu Hongwei had tried to hit on her a few times. But she had completely ignored him. That's why he had turned his attention to fawning over Shen Mangran instead. Now, seeing his goddess was with Xu Ming, he couldn't help but be jealous. "Yeah, and bringing some extra baggage too. My group won't accept the likes of you. I advise you to give up that idea," Shen Mangran said bitterly as well, eyeing Su Yufei. These past few days, she had been cold and hungry, no longer caring about her appearance. Not only was she not wearing makeup, she hadn't even bathed in over 10 days. But Su Yufei looked neat and tidy, her face full and rosy. In comparison, it was a complete humiliation. What are they saying? Su Yufei looked completely baffled, still not grasping the situation. "Don't worry about them." Xu Ming put on his bulletproof helmet and climbed onto the motorcycle. "Get on." "Oh, okay." Su Yufei quickly got on the back seat. Once she was settled, Xu Ming revved the engine and the motorcycle sped off, leaving Shen Mangran and the others choking on the exhaust fumes. "Damn it, what's this guy doing? It's 30 to 40 below zero and he's out joyriding in the middle of the night. Does he want to die faster?" Lu Hongwei angrily cursed at Xu Ming's retreating figure. "Mangran, it seems like he wasn't even waiting for you. Looks like you were just flattering yourself," Zhang Wen gloated nearby. "Shut up, no one asked for your opinion." Shen Mengran's expression darkened. She refused to believe Xu Ming had just gone out for a midnight ride with a woman. Those two were definitely trying to hide somewhere and then sneak behind them. She wouldn't let this pair of scoundrels succeed. Thinking this, Shen Mengran turned and said, "Alright, let's get going too. We don't know if the temperature will drop further tomorrow, we have to find the shelter before dawn." The new city district was 70 to 80 kilometers from Sunshine Community. With the upgraded monster motorcycle, it would only take them a matter of minutes to get there. Though it was tough on Su Yufei. Xu Ming had not only dressed in cold-resistant and bulletproof gear, he had full protection on his neck and hands as well. Su Yufei, on the other hand, was only wearing a down jacket and regular knit gloves. Just in the first 10-odd minutes of the ride, she had already lost all feeling from the cold by then. Luckily she was sitting in the back, shielded from the wind by Xu Ming. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to endure for long. After around 40 minutes, the motorcycle pulled up in front of a tall building. Xu Ming looked up at the over 50-story high-rise. The lower 7 to 8 floors were submerged, but if there was sufficient food, there should still be many survivors up top. Shivering, Su Yufei got off the bike and started stomping her feet to warm up. "This is the place. Before the power went out, I agreed to meet my cousin here. She's surely still waiting for me upstairs. Lead the way then." Xu Ming dismounted but didn't remove his helmet. In this unfamiliar environment, he couldn't afford to expose his vulnerabilities. He wasn't worried about the people, but rather any mutated creatures that might show up. "Okay." Su Yufei nodded and went to find the entrance, with Xu Ming quietly storing the motorcycle in his spatial storage before following her in. This was primarily a commercial office building, but it also had some residential floors in the middle. So there were bound to be many occupants. Yet as Xu Ming and Su Yufei made their way through, they didn't hear a sound. All the doors were left wide open, and many showed signs of violent forced entry. Blood stains were visible everywhere. This place was clearly far from peaceful. Su Yufei also sensed something was off, and couldn't help but feel worried. What if something had happened to Ji Yen? About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the 48th floor, where the pharmaceutical company was. Seeing the firmly shut door, Su Yufei felt slightly relieved. The security here seemed quite reliable, with the door looking so secure. "Go knock on the door," Xu Ming said, standing to the side with his watermelon knife already in hand. If anything seemed amiss, he wouldn't hesitate to take action. Su Yufei didn't overthink it and stepped forward to knock. "Ji Yen, it's me, are you in there?" Inside the pharmaceutical company, a woman in a white lab coat was wrapped tightly in a thick blanket, her pale, rosy face peeking out from under it with large, glistening eyes. Across from her sat another woman. Jian, just give in to Liang Ji, he's gotten much stronger lately, he can definitely protect us. You know how chaotic it is out there, a lot of people have their eyes on this place. Yang Li said earnestly, trying to persuade Jian. He's just dreaming. You can all degrade yourselves, but leave me out of it. Jian rolled her eyes disdainfully. In total, there were 5 people who had stayed back at the company to work overtime. And Liang was the only man among them. Yet in less than a month, he had already started fantasizing about a harem. Did he think he was some feudal emperor? And Jian had no intention of staying here permanently. Just then, the sound of knocking came from outside the door. Jian's heart raced. She had thought the group was back, but then she recognized Su Yufei's voice. Cousin? Jian's eyes brightened and she quickly jumped off the sofa, ready to open the door for Su Yufei. What do you think you're doing? Yang Li reached out to stop Jian. My cousin is out there, and it's so cold, I need to let her in. Jian said urgently. No way. Yang Li's expression darkened. Liang said we can't open the door for anyone. There's only so much food here, we just need to take care of ourselves. Jian took a deep breath and looked at Yang Li. If you won't let my cousin in, then at least let me leave. But I need to take my share of the supplies with me. She was utterly disgusted with this place. The constant stench and the idea of having to warm that bald man's bed, preposterous. I can't make that decision. Yang Li crossed her arms. Liang said from now on, he'll be the one distributing all the resources here. So getting 1/5 of it? I'm afraid that's not going to happen. What? Jian wasn't sure she had heard correctly. All the resources here will be distributed by Liang? Did Annie and the others agree to this? Of course. In this apocalypse, we women are helpless. Only Liang can protect us, so what's wrong with letting him distribute the supplies? Yang Li said matter-of-factly. Jian was seriously doubting the intelligence of these people. Had their brains stopped working after being vetted? The supplies were a matter of life and death for everyone. Leaving all the resources in the hands of a lecherous man whose only thoughts were of base pleasures? That was absolutely unacceptable. This only further cemented Jian's resolve to leave. She and these people were not on the same wavelength at all. Just then, a bald man emerged from the rest area, arms wrapped around 2 women. He looked haggard, with dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot pupils. He resembled a picture of exhaustion. Jian, Yang Li, it's your turn now. Liang Ji is really amazing, Annie and I just couldn't keep up, said a voluptuous woman, her face flushed. The slightly younger girl next to her remained silent. Liang Ji, you're finally out. Jian's been causing a ruckus, saying she wants to leave and take our supplies. Yang Li immediately ran up to tattle on Jian. You want to leave? Liang frowned at Jian. I never intended to stay here long. Just give me 3 days worth of food, you can keep the rest. Jian knew she had no bargaining power, so she could only compromise. Jian, it's not that I won't let you leave, but outside is too dangerous. I can't bear to see you get killed. Liang said in a feigned concerned tone, then shoved the younger girl forward. Annie, you're Jian's friend, you talk to her. The young girl looked up at Jian, a hint of guilt in her eyes. Jian, just stay with Liang Ji. It's safer here than out there. I can't reason with you all. Jian had completely lost her patience. She no longer even wanted the supplies, turning to head straight for the door. All she wanted now was to get away from this filthy place. Stop her. Liang angrily shouted, seeing Jian disobey him. You shameless bitch, I'll show you what happens when you disrespect me. Yang Li and the older woman immediately went after Jian. Realizing the danger, Jian ran towards the door, but was yanked back by the hair by the closer Yang Li. Jian's eyes flashed with despair. Was this how she would meet her end today? Thinking of Liang's disgusting demeanor, she'd rather just bash her own head in. Suddenly, a piercing screech came from the company's main entrance, followed by a loud bang. The steel door had been sliced in half by a sharp blade, crashing to the floor. Standing at the entrance were a man and a woman. Sis! Jian cried out joyfully when she saw them. Without hesitation, Su Yufei notched an arrow and let it fly, striking Yang Li in the arm. Ah! Yang Li screamed in pain, releasing her grip on Jian's hair. Freed, Jian ran towards the company entrance. Seeing the girl sprinting towards them, Xu Ming's pupils constricted slightly. Could it really be her? If he remembered correctly, this girl was the top-ranked healer-type ability user in the future city. Her talent far surpassed many combat-oriented ability users. While others were still struggling at levels 7 to 8, she had already broken through to level 9. There were even rumors of her having the power to revive the dead. Such an extraordinary ability. In an instant, Xu Ming had made up his mind. This moving reservoir of healing power, he had to keep her by his side, no matter if through coercion or enticement. Ziyan could only be on his side. Are you all right? Su Yufei asked, gently holding Jiyan's shoulders and checking her over. Relieved to see Jiyan was unharmed, Su Yufei let out a breath. Thank goodness she had come today. She couldn't even begin to imagine what might have happened to Jiyan otherwise. You brat, how dare you interfere with my fun? Liang growled, cracking his knuckles as he advanced menacingly towards Xu Ming. Xu Ming gave Liang a cursory glance. He had already sensed something off about the man earlier. Now up close, his suspicions were confirmed. Before Liang could step out the door, Xu Ming took the initiative, brandishing his watermelon knife. Liang naturally noticed the weapon, but instead of fear, a twisted smile crept onto his lips. The bloodshot veins in his eyes grew more dense, until they had spread across the entire scara. Su Yufei and Jiyan were both taken aback. Were those even human eyes anymore? Xu Ming didn't give Liang a chance to attack. As the distance between them closed, he suddenly accelerated, swiftly slashing Liang's neck. Yet when Liang's severed head hit the ground, instead of blood, a mass of red tendrils sprang forth, quickly reattaching the head to the neck. So he's been parasitized, it seems. Xu Ming's expression darkened. Witnessing this, Yang Li and the others were almost driven mad with fear. He killed him. Monster! Ever since the apocalypse began, they had been holed up in the company. Although they talked about the apocalypse constantly, they had never actually witnessed true bloodshed before. Let alone something as bizarre as a severed head reattaching itself. Seeing Liang attempt to revive himself, Xu Ming simply kicked him away, causing the partially reconnected head to detach once more, conveniently landing at Yang Li's feet. She let out a shriek and turned to run, but was swiftly impaled through the chest from behind by Xu Ming's watermelon knife. The other two women tried to flee as well, but were quickly dispatched by Xu Ming. They all shared a common trait: their wounds did not bleed. These women who had consorted with Liang had all been parasitized, though not to the same extreme degree as him. The red tendrils in their bodies lacked the ability to regenerate, so simply killing them was sufficient. In truth, their level of infection would have been treatable, but Xu Ming couldn't be bothered with the hassle. He dispatched them all with his blade. They were strangers, and leaving them alive could potentially pose a threat. Even the slightest hesitation would be a disrespect to his watermelon knife. Witnessing the bloodthirsty rampage of Xu Ming, Su Yufei and Jiyan clung to each other, trembling in fear. Sis, what kind of person is your friend? Jiyan swallowed nervously, her wet eyes resembling those of a startled rabbit. I honestly don't know, he always seemed so amiable to me, Su Yufei replied, as if meeting Xu Ming for the first time. In truth, she had encountered him long ago. When she first moved to Sunshine District, she had collapsed with a fever in the hallway, and it was Xu Ming who had taken her to the nearby hospital. That's why she had always trusted him so much. But she had never imagined Xu Ming could be so ruthless in his killings, slicing through them one by one like cutting scallions. Xu Ming proceeded to toss the bodies out the window, including Liang's. Liang's corpse continued to regenerate, but as long as it was away from this room, it could just go on regenerating wherever it ended up. Xu Ming didn't care. As he closed the window, he caught a glimpse of something moving outside. It seemed this place was no longer safe to linger. Xu Ming turned and approached Su Yufei and Jiyan. Jiyan flinched in fear, hastily pleading, "Big brother, don't kill me. I'm not like them, I bleed, I'm not a monster." She then bit down on her own hand, holding the bloody wound up to Xu Ming. "See, I really do bleed." Of course, Xu Ming knew Jiyan was no monster. Seeing Jiyan's self-demonstration put Xu Ming more at ease. "Where are the medicines and food?" he asked directly. "The medicines are on the 3rd floor, the food is on the 2nd floor," Jiyan answered obediently. "You two wait here." With that, Xu Ming hurried off to the 2nd floor. The pharmaceutical company wasn't too large, and Xu Ming quickly located the storeroom in the 2nd floor cafeteria. There, he found 37 bags of rice, 15 bags of flour, some packaged noodles, various sealed seasonings, and several cases of drinks. There were also some dried mushrooms, wood ear fungus, and kelp. While it didn't look like a lot, the quantities would be significantly increased after enhancement. Xu Ming then went up to the 3rd floor, finding several warehouses storing a wide variety of medications. Alongside the common drugs, there were also essential vaccines, all stored in refrigerated cabinets. To prevent power failures, a small generator was dedicated to powering these vaccine storage units. Xu Ming carefully collected everything, and due to the functional nature of the medicines, their qualities were further enhanced upon storage in his spatial realm. He randomly pulled out a box of fast-acting heart pills, and the effects described now went far beyond just treating heart palpitations and angina. These could even gradually heal serious cardiac injuries, as long as the patient wasn't on the verge of immediate death. Suddenly, Ming heard a faint sound coming from the warehouse. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a crack had appeared in the wall, with a hint of red tendrils trying to seep through. Ming didn't dare linger, quickly making his way back down to the first floor. "Why didn't you bring anything?" Jian asked, puzzled to see Ming returning empty-handed. "There's something filthy up there, we need to leave," Ming said without elaboration, heading straight for the stairwell, not waiting to see if Su Yufei and Jian were following. Hearing the mention of filthy things, and recalling the state of Liang and Yanli, Su Yufei and Jian did not dare stay any longer, hurriedly trailing after Ming. They made it safely to the first floor. Ming took a detour to the side of the building, and under the cold moonlight, they saw a massive vine-like growth covering the entire left side of the structure, the side with the most windows. Ming realized now why he hadn't seen any bodies on the streets. They had all become nourishment for this rapidly growing plant. An even more horrifying possibility was that the disappeared corpses had all been parasitized by this thing. One liang was manageable, but if there were hundreds or thousands of these parasitized beings, the thought was truly chilling. As Su Yufei and Jian caught up, they too were struck by the sight of the monstrous vines covering the building. "Wow, how did this thing get so big?" Su Yufei exclaimed in disbelief. "Sister, do you see those red tentacles up there? They look just like the ones on Yuliang's neck," Yi Ziyuan observed. "You're right, this is a mutated parasitic plant, and it's going to be a real pain to deal with. We'd better get away from this area as soon as possible," Ming said, turning his gaze away. Although he was desperately in need of an energy core, he valued his own life more. This mutated creeper seemed to have reached the second stage of evolution. He definitely wasn't going to mess with it, at least not right now. Mutated plants? Su Yufei took a sharp breath. In these times, even plants could mutate now? What is the world coming to? "Yi Ziyuan, let me see your hand," Ming suddenly turned around and said. "My hand?" Yi Ziyuan raised both hands. "Which one do you want to see?" "Ha?" Su Yufei leaned in for a closer look. "The wound on your hand is gone?" "Yeah, the wound, where is it?" Yi Ziyuan blinked her eyes, full of curiosity. The finger she had just bitten had no trace of injury whatsoever. Seeing this, Ming became even more certain that Yi Ziyuan was the one he was looking for. The earlier someone's special ability awakens, the stronger they will become in the future. And a healing type ability, without any offensive capabilities, is so convenient to control. This Yi Ziyuan is the perfect candidate for his subordinate. No doubt, Ming had no intention of finding teammates. But having a few little subordinates to do the work is still fine. Compared to sharing the benefits, he preferred to be the one in control of the benefits. "Actually, this is your special ability." Ming gestured to the creeping vine behind them. "Just like this plant, you all are a special group chosen by the heavens." He first gave Yi Ziyuan a brief introduction to the concept of special abilities. So that later when he uses his spatial abilities, this girl won't be overly surprised. Although strictly speaking, his spatial ability has some bugs. But spatial ability users will gradually appear in the future. Using this identity as a cover won't cause any problems. "Really? I'm actually this powerful?" Yi Ziyuan was pleasantly surprised. "What about me? Do I have a special ability too?" Su Yufei asked. "You?" Ming glanced at Su Yufei. "No idea." "Oh." Su Yufei pouted in disappointment. "You two wait here, I'll go get the car." Ming walked out towards the street. Su Yufei thought he was going to ride a motorcycle, and immediately tugged Yi Ziyuan to complain. "I'm telling you, he's riding a motorcycle. It's a good thing you brought the blanket when you got off, or else you'd be frozen to death waiting." However, 2 minutes later, a technologically advanced large RV stopped at the intersection in front of them. Ming rolled down the window, gesturing for them to get in quickly. "Sister, are you out of your mind? Does a motorcycle look like that?" Yi Ziyuan stared with wide eyes. Su Yufei stood there completely dumbfounded. When she came with Ming, they were clearly riding a motorcycle. So where did this RV come from? Feeling the biting cold wind outside, Su Yufei didn't have time to think too much, and just pulled Yi Ziyuan to run towards the RV. After getting on the RV, Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan suddenly felt like they had gone from hell to heaven. The warm, well-lit, and luxuriously furnished interior felt like a completely different world. Is this really the kind of environment they can enjoy right now? Xu Ming, where did you get this vehicle from? Su Yufei asked the driver. Found it on the side of the road. Xu Ming casually made up an excuse. Su Yufei's eye twitched. Finding a huge RV on the side of the road? What kind of nonsense is he trying to feed them? At this point, Xu Ming had already taken off his bulletproof helmet. Inside the RV, he had absolute control. No need to worry about anyone harming him anymore. He naturally didn't need to drive with a helmet on either. Yi Ziyuan looked around the interior of the RV, then glanced in Xu Ming's direction. Sister, your friend is pretty handsome. Yi Ziyuan whispered to Su Yufei. At a time like this, you still have the heart to look at handsome guys. Su Yufei poked Yi Ziyuan's forehead. A handsome guy is still better than a bald one. Yi Ziyuan stuck out her tongue. Originally, she didn't used to be so focused on looks. But after the comparison, she realized she still preferred handsome guys. Who can cook? There are vegetables in the fridge, go make something to eat. Xu Ming said while driving, turning his head slightly. From now on, he needed to cultivate a sense of responsibility in these two women. If they were going to be living in his RV, they couldn't just sit around and do nothing. I'll do it, my cooking is pretty decent. Yi Ziyuan walked over to the fridge. She opened it to find fresh vegetables, eggs, noodles, pork, beef, and even a large box of shrimp. So much? Yi Ziyuan's eyes were full of surprise. Most importantly, she saw green vegetables. During the time she was trapped in the company, she may not have lacked food, but many perishable vegetables and meats had already gone bad. She hadn't tasted fresh greens in a long time. Thinking of this, Yi Ziyuan immediately took out some bok choy, as well as eggs, shrimp, and noodles. She prepared the ingredients, first pan-frying 3 eggs, then stir-frying the shrimp heads in oil. Next, she boiled the noodles, added the bok choy, shrimp meat, and the fried eggs. Finally, she seasoned it simply, and the fragrant shrimp and egg noodles were ready to serve. Dinner is ready. Yi Ziyuan brought the 3 bowls of noodles to the dining table. Xu Ming smelled the aroma and parked the vehicle by the side of the road, coming from the driver's cabin to the dining area. Wow, it smells so good. Su Yufei's eyes were shining. What kind of generous car owner is this, leaving so much delicious food in the vehicle? Otherwise, how would she have the chance to eat a steaming hot shrimp noodle soup in this icy and snowy weather? Xu Ming didn't stand on ceremony with Yi Ziyuan. He sat down and started eating. The broth made with the shrimp heads was fragrant and refreshing. The noodles were just the right softness and well seasoned. This was just a simple bowl of noodles, yet it could rival the standards of a professional chef. After finishing dinner, Su Yufei proactively helped with cleaning up and washing the dishes. Xu Ming was tempted to remind her that all the appliances in the RV, including the dishwasher, were free to use. But he decided to let it be. Being born in adversity and dying in comfort is not necessarily a good thing. If the early days are too comfortable, it might not be the best. From now on, you'll be responsible for the cooking. Xu Ming sat on the large sofa in the living room and started assigning tasks to Yi Ziyuan. I'd love to be responsible, but there doesn't seem to be enough food in the vehicle to last us for long. Yi Ziyuan said a bit dejectedly. Enjoy it while it lasts, it's the end of the world, why worry so much? Su Yufei said in a very carefree manner, holding a hot cup. Don't worry about the food, I'll figure it out. Xu Ming then looked at Su Yufei, have you passed your driving test? Starting tomorrow, you'll be the one driving. Me drive? But I've never driven a vehicle this big. Su Yufei was a bit taken aback. If she accidentally damaged this beautiful RV, it would be a big problem. It's fine, as long as you know the basic operations. Xu Ming had no intention of keeping idle people around. Yi Ziyuan had a healing ability and good cooking skills. Su Yufei also needed to have something to do. To be honest, if it weren't for Yi Ziyuan, he wouldn't have even bothered bringing Su Yufei along. However, to get Yi Ziyuan to willingly stay, Su Yufei had to be taken into account as well. And the upgraded RV can now be considered a mobile steel fortress. Even a novice driver wouldn't have any problems. After all, regular collisions wouldn't be able to damage the vehicle at all. Alright then, I'll give it a try tomorrow, Su Yufei nodded hesitantly. Xu Ming went to the control panel by the vehicle door and granted Yi Ziyuan and Su Yufei limited access permissions. The household appliances inside, such as the TV projector, washing machine, dishwasher, combination steam oven, microwave, coffee machine, and massage chair, many of these required him to unlock the permissions. In addition, access to the bathroom and shower also required permissions. These things would only cost a bit of water and electricity. But this super base vehicle has no shortage of water and electricity. The upgraded power system generates 10 degrees of electricity for every hour of driving. The roof is covered with reinforced solar panels, so it can continuously charge as long as there is light. Moreover, the vehicle has a permanent climate control system, so the air conditioning and heating can be saved on electricity consumption. The new water purification system can instantly purify ice, rain, snow, river, or even seawater to drinking standards, once it's in the vehicle's water tank. Although Chu-Ming wouldn't drink this water himself, it's still fine for bathing and washing clothes. After doing all this, Chu-Ming went back to the bedroom, took out 2 sets of pajamas from the spatial storage, and returned to the living room, handing them to Yi Ziyuan and Su Yufei. Go take a hot shower, and rest up for today. While Yi Ziyuan and Su Yufei didn't look overly unkempt. But after not bathing for a while, they did have a bit of a smell. He didn't want to stay in the same room as these smelly girls. Yi Ziyuan and Su Yufei realized this and felt quite awkward, quickly grabbing the pajamas and rushing into the shower. To conserve water, it was obvious they were planning to bathe together. Chu-Ming then took out a tablet and started checking the map of the new city area. Although the base vehicle had an energy-saving system, the fuel consumption for long-distance driving would still be significant. So he needed to replenish the gasoline and diesel reserves. Clearing out a few gas stations should be enough to cover his future consumption. Chu-Ming's final target was a gas station on the outskirts of the new city area. He chose this location for a reason. It was because someone else, just like him, had their eyes set on this place. The shelter Shinmengran mentioned was actually located in a newly built school in the new city area. To collect resources from under the ice layer, the shelter organized people to excavate the ice every day. The gas station was one of their targets. This was no small task. Chu-Ming's group only had 3 people, which was not suitable for this kind of work. But if he could just take the fruits of their labor, it would avoid the problem of manpower shortage. Oh right, he remembered the shelter was also excavating the largest supermarket in the new city area. He could join in the fun then too. After all, that group of people at the shelter were greedy and selfish. It would be better for him to be the bad guy and take the resources. Yi Ziyuan and Su Yufei, afraid of wasting water, came out in less than 10 minutes. The pajamas Chu-Ming prepared for Su Yufei was a purple silk nightgown with a subtle pattern, while the one for Yi Ziyuan was a white lace mini dress with a youthful style. These were all branded items he had collected from the mall, with excellent quality. They looked very pleasing on Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan. However, it was already late at night after a busy day. Chu-Ming didn't have much energy left to appreciate the view. He went to the control panel and pressed a button. A hidden, retractable bed descended from above the driver's cabin. It was 2 meters wide, the same size as the bed in the bedroom. From now on, you two will sleep here, Chu-Ming said. Yi Ziyuan and Su Yufei obediently nodded. Staying in such a comfortable environment and sleeping on this spacious bed, how could they have any complaints? After settling the 2 women, Chu-Ming also went to take a quick shower in the bathroom, then retired to his room to rest. The next morning, Chu-Ming slept in until past 9 o'clock before getting out of the bedroom. As soon as he came out, he smelled the aroma of food. Yi Ziyuan had prepared a seafood porridge, steamed buns, and a cold appetizer for breakfast. Seeing the abundant spread on the table, Chu-Ming nodded in satisfaction. This little subordinate was a worthy investment. Beautiful, good at cooking, and a healer. He should stock up the fridge more tomorrow to ensure Yi Ziyuan could fully showcase her skills. Chu-Ming, where are we going today? Su Yufei asked while eating, as she was tasked with driving the vehicle starting today. Chu-Ming took out the tablet and placed it on the table. To the gas station I marked on the map. Meanwhile, Shinmengran and his group finally found the shelter, braving the biting cold wind. Along the way, 2 of the 8 people had frozen to death. Normally, the -30-degree weather wouldn't be a death sentence. But the key was that everyone had been starving for days, so their physical strength couldn't compare to normal people. Seeing the school building in front of them, and the burly men guarding the entrance, Shinmengran's group was almost moved to tears. We're here, we finally made it. Zhang Wen cried, grabbing Shinmengran's arm. So there really is a shelter, I thought we were going to freeze to death on the road. Lu Hongwei was also weeping with joy. I told you there wouldn't be any problems. Shinmengran stumbled towards the school gate and found a guard, saying, Big brother, we've come to join the shelter, please let us in. The guard looked at Shinmengran, then at the large backpack behind her. You can join our shelter, but all your supplies must be turned in. What? Hearing this, Shin Mangran's face immediately fell. These supplies were all that she had traded for the shelter's information. If she had to turn them all in, wouldn't it be all for naught? At this time, Lu Hongwei and the others had also caught up. Mengran, can we go in now? Lu Hongwei asked impatiently. They want me to turn in all our supplies. Shin Mengran said, biting her lip. Isn't this a bit too much? We came all this way, and now we have to give up our things? Isn't a shelter supposed to help the masses? The guard broke into a grin. Miss, you're right. We set up this shelter to help people like you. Turning in the supplies is for unified management. As long as you come in, we'll guarantee everyone has food and shelter. That sounds good. Zhangwen quickly urged next to her, Mengran, just give the big brother your stuff, we have to follow their rules when we're on their turf. Yes. Everyone is starving, Shin Mengran, just give the big brother the supplies quickly, then we can eat once we're in the shelter. Someone else echoed nearby. During the journey, many people were on the verge of collapse, and had been asking Shin Mengran to share her food. But Shin Mengran refused to hand over even a single bite of food. In the end, 2 people had frozen to death, which could be said to be Shin Mengran's fault. This made everyone quite gloated over her misfortune. Now that they learned the supplies had to be turned in, they were mostly delighted. Seeing no one was on her side, Shin Mengran could only reluctantly take off her backpack and hand it to the guard, saying, Is this enough? Although she was reluctant to part with the food. She wanted to get into the shelter and live in a warm house more. Anyway, the shelter would be distributing food every day. If she could get a bit extra, wouldn't she make up for it? The guard checked the backpack and then let them through. They were led to the school courtyard. Seeing over 100 people gathered there, Shin Mengran felt slightly reassured. This shelter seemed to be quite large in scale. If it could support so many people, they must not be short on supplies. It was just very different from her imagination, where there would be real soldiers with guns protecting the place. And she wasn't sure if it was just her impression. But the people patrolling around seemed more like former street thugs. At this moment, a bald man came out from one of the buildings. Everyone, our task today is still the gas station and the supermarket. Find your tools, we'll be leaving in 10 minutes, the bald man announced to the crowd. What gas station? What supermarket? Lu Hongwei looked bewildered. Young people, you're new here, right? The shelter's leadership has been mobilizing everyone to go out and excavate resources. The tasks for the next few days are to dig out the gas station and supermarket. Everyone needs to participate in the work, someone nearby explained. What, excavate resources? Shin Mengran's eyes widened, we haven't even had a bite to eat, and now we have to go work? Shin Mengran was fuming. She had purposely saved up her food to eat at the shelter. She hadn't touched a single item in her backpack. But now all the supplies had been taken away. She hadn't even had breakfast yet, and now they were being sent out to work. This was a huge letdown. And why did she have to go do manual labor? She was a girl, isn't hard labor supposed to be a man's job? This place had no respect for women at all. The other few people who came with Shin Mengran were also grumbling. Zhangwen, who hadn't gotten to eat anything, couldn't hold back and directly said, We haven't even had breakfast yet, how are we supposed to work? Breakfast? The bald man chuckled. Don't worry, you'll get something to eat when you arrive at the work site. Hearing this, Lu Hongwei and the others felt a bit better. Though this shelter was different from what they had imagined. At least there was food. If they could really excavate a supermarket, they might not have to worry about food for a year or two. Filled with hope for a better future, Shin Mengran and the others joined the excavation team. Unfortunately, they were all assigned to the gas station. Their morale was immediately dampened by half. And the long-awaited breakfast turned out to be a hard, rock-like flatbread with a strange taste. Shin Mengran, this is the great place you talked about? You lied to us about the food, and now we can only chew on this thing. Shueqin, a girl, erupted at Shin Mengran in despair. I didn't know it would be like this. Shin Mengran said helplessly. The food you all gave me was taken away by the shelter, and I didn't get to eat any of it either. So you're just an idiot. We should have just finished the food outside before coming to the shelter, instead of letting others take advantage of us, Shueqin said impatiently. It's not like you all didn't urge me. Shin Mengran pouted. Don't blame Mengran, I think this shelter isn't too bad. The situation is tough now, but once we excavate the supermarket, will we still have to worry about food? Lu Hongwei tried to smooth things over. Yeah, the gas station is almost done being dug out, the supermarket should be soon too. Another man also spoke up in Shin Mengran's defense. Seeing no one was on her side, Xueqin could only shut her mouth reluctantly. About 700 to 800 meters away from the gas station, Ming was observing the situation at the gas station through a pair of binoculars. Su Yufei understood Ming's intentions. To live comfortably in this RV, they would definitely need diesel fuel. Unfortunately, the gas station had already been occupied by a group of people. And there were quite a few of them. Ming, maybe we should find another place. There are too many of them. If they discover this RV, they might try to seize it by force, Su Yufei said worriedly. Try to seize it? Ming put down the binoculars and sneered, let them come. He had been itching to try out the base vehicle's weapon systems. After observing for a while, Ming suddenly stood up and headed towards the door. Ming, are you going out? Yi Ziyuan, who was curled up on the sofa watching a drama, poked her head out from under the blanket and asked curiously. You two stay in the vehicle and don't leave. I'll be back soon. Saying that, Ming set the vehicle to parking mode on the control panel, then put on his bulletproof vest and cold weather gear before stepping out of the base vehicle. With the base vehicle in parking mode, no one could drive it away. Many important functions were also automatically locked, such as access to the bedroom, control panel, water tank, and fuel tank. This was to prevent any mischief while Ming was away. After exiting the vehicle, Ming boldly headed straight towards the gas station. After the cold wave hit, the shelter in the new city area had been receiving a large number of refugees every day. Everyone was an unfamiliar face to each other. So Ming blended into the excavation team without anyone noticing anything unusual. The nearby guards just thought he was going out and coming back. Ming took a look at the excavation progress. Just as he had guessed, they were almost reaching the bottom. The shelter's target was the gas pump outside. With the temperature below -30 degrees Celsius, it was still above the fuel's congelation point. Once they dug out the outside, they would be able to extract the fuel normally. But Ming's target was the underground storage tanks. A first-class gas station like this would have 50 cubic meter storage tanks underground. There was no way the shelter's people could move them. For Ming, he could just directly take them into his spatial storage. He was going to clean out the entire gas station right under everyone's noses. Ming casually picked up a stick and blended into the crowd, pretending to work. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Ming, I knew you couldn't keep your thieving hands off me, and now you dare to stalk me? Have you no shame? Shen Mengran, disheveled and holding a broken shovel, glared angrily at Ming. Mengran, what happened? Hearing the commotion, Lu Hongwei, Shen Mengran's new bootlicker number 1, quickly rushed to Shen Mengran's side. The nearby Zhang Wen and the others also turned to look in their direction. Ming has been stalking us. Shen Mengran said indignantly. This shelter is something I found, and without my permission, how dare he come in? You scoundrel, so you were the one behind this scheme. Mengran has already rejected you joining us, but you still shamelessly followed us here. You're so despicable. Lu Hongwei accused with disdain. Ming paused his actions and stood up straight. Oh? So this shelter is something you all opened? Now, let's not put it that way. We're all homeowners from Sunshine Community, and this time we all came out on Mengran's arrangement. You just barged in without saying anything, aren't you just taking advantage? This shelter is something we finally managed to find. Lu Hongwei argued eloquently. Ming couldn't help but laugh. Homeowners? Shen Mengran's house is rented, what kind of homeowner is that? Besides, news of this shelter has been spreading everywhere, only you all were stupid enough to bring food to this woman. Hearing this, the surrounding Xueqin and the others felt quite uncomfortable. That's right. They were the real homeowners, why should they have to listen to Shen Mengran, an outsider tenant? And they had been tricked into handing over all their food. Now looking at the scale and number of people in the shelter, the news had clearly spread long ago. Even if Shen Mengran hadn't said anything, they would have found out sooner or later. The most exasperating thing was that Shen Mengran still wanted to be their leader, demanding that everyone listen to her from now on. As if she had done them some great favor. I think Ming is right, the shelter is supposed to serve the public, not become a tool for certain people to brag about their contributions. And you don't even allow others to join the shelter, thinking you're the leader now? Xueqin, who had long been dissatisfied with Shen Mengran, was the first to speak up. Mengran, I think you should just stop. Ming has already come, can you really kick him out? Do you have that authority? Zhang Wen also said snidely. She just couldn't stand Shen Mengran's lofty attitude. In these times, she still thought of herself as a goddess, wanting to be adored? She should take a look in the mirror and see what a mess she looks like. Shen Mengran was silenced by the attacks from Xueqin and Zhangwen, her face alternating between pale and flushed. These two ugly ones used to just be her lackeys. Now they even dared to talk back to her. Just as she was considering how to regain her face, a cheer suddenly came from a distance. Soon, a group of refugees came running out from under the thick ice. Captain Sun's team has excavated the convenience store, and there's lots of food inside. Hearing this, the faces of Shen Mengran and the others lit up with excitement. How could they have forgotten? The gas station also had a small supermarket. This way, they would finally be able to have a decent meal. At this thought, who still cared about Chu Ming? They all rushed towards the direction of the convenience store. You all better behave. If I catch anyone stealing, I'll blow their brains out. A tattooed man stood at the entrance of the convenience store, holding a gun and glaring ferociously. Several burly men, who looked like martial artists, stood next to him. Zhang Wen, who had initially wanted to sneak in and steal some food, couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "It's just a bite to eat. Why are they making such a big deal and even threatening to kill someone?" Shen Mengran also had strong objections. How come the shelter found these shady characters to protect us? We're all law-abiding citizens, why are we being treated like thieves? However, under the threat of the firearms, no one dared to make any reckless moves. 20 of you, go in and bring back all the supplies from the convenience store. The rest of you, keep digging the ice, the tattooed man shouted orders. Chu Ming, who had already blended into the crowd, immediately volunteered and was the first to enter the convenience store. The remaining people were hesitant. The shelter was several kilometers away from the gas station. Carrying the supplies back would be so tiring. They had rushed over, thinking they could get some easy pickings. Now that they knew stealing could get them shot, who still had the motivation to work? Seeing no one stepping forward, the tattooed man had to start picking people at gunpoint. Meanwhile, Chu Ming had already entered the underground of the gas station through the rear iron door. There were 3 large storage tanks in the underground. Each tank had a capacity of 50 cubic meters. Chu Ming first shut off the valves of the storage tanks, then cut the pipes leading up. Only then did he store the 3 storage tanks into his spatial storage. In the blink of an eye, the 3 storage tanks became 300 storage tanks. A total of 15,000 cubic meters. This was equivalent to the total storage capacity of over 100 gas stations. A 100-fold increase, never a disappointment. Chu Ming did not linger in the underground. After securing the storage tanks, he immediately returned to the surface. The convenience store was filled with scattered shelves. Chu Ming's disappearance and reappearance went unnoticed by everyone. He grabbed some snacks he enjoyed and walked out carrying large and small bags. There were people at the door doing registration. First, they recorded the types and quantities of the supplies. Then they asked for identification. "What's your name, and where are you from?" Chu Ming gave a simple-looking smile. "My name is Lu Hongwei, I just came from Sunshine Community this morning." After leaving the gas station, Chu Ming walked towards the direction of the shelter for a distance. When there were fewer people around, he directly stored the supplies in his spatial storage and turned into a side alley. After a half-hour detour, he returned to the base vehicle. Opening the door, Chu Ming stepped back inside. Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan immediately surrounded Chu Ming. "Chu Ming, how is the situation up front?" Su Yufei asked urgently. "It's a shelter, they're organizing people to excavate resources," Chu Ming said as he took off his cold-weather gear and tossed it onto the sofa. "There's a shelter nearby?" Yi Ziyuan exclaimed in surprise. Last night, Lu Hongwei's group was also going to a shelter, could it be the same one? Su Yufei realized. "It's the same one." Chu Ming poured himself a cup of hot water and then looked at Su Yufei. "If you're interested, you can go join the shelter as well, they have quite a lot of people there." "I don't want to go." The more people in the shelter, the greater the resource consumption will be. Whether they can support that many people is questionable. "Since we have to go out and find supplies anyway, we might as well do it ourselves," Su Yufei said without much hesitation. You're right," Chu Ming nodded. "How come you didn't ask me?" Yi Ziyuan stared at Chu Ming with confusion. "You? Don't even think about it," Chu Ming said. He had just been testing the waters with Su Yufei. As for Yi Ziyuan, she should just obediently continue being his mobile blood bag for the rest of her life. In the evening, Shen Mengran's group returned to the shelter with exhausted bodies. They had thought that by excavating the convenience store at the gas station, they would finally get to have a decent meal. But when the dinner was handed out, it was still the same old sour and hard flatbread from earlier. This is too much. We worked hard all day long, and they just give us this to eat. Lu Hongwei angrily cursed. But he couldn't bear to throw away the bread in his hands. Back when we were in Sunshine Community, many people couldn't even get their hands on a flatbread like this. It's probably just that they haven't had time to distribute it all yet. I just walked by the dining hall and saw the shelter people counting the supplies. Tomorrow we'll definitely get to eat something good. Shen Mengran tried to reassure herself. Just then, the bald man from earlier came up to them. Which one of you is Lu Hongwei? That's me. Lu Hongwei thought there might be some good news for him, and eagerly pushed his way out of the crowd, immediately groveling, Sir, what are your orders? The Lu Hongwei from Sunshine Community, the bald man double-checked the information on his clipboard, looking at Lu Hongwei. Yes, that's right. Lu Hongwei hurriedly nodded. You're quite the slick one, aren't you? The bald man sneered. Not at all. Lu Hongwei didn't detect the underlying meaning, still thinking the bald man was genuinely complimenting him. And he didn't think anything was wrong. Just arriving at the shelter, the management was already coming to flatter him. That must be because of his family connections. His uncle was a leader in the city, and he often used his uncle's name to bully and take advantage of others. He didn't expect that even in this apocalypse, his name still held power. Lu Hongwei was inwardly delighted, his mind already preoccupied with thoughts of what he would eat tonight and where he would sleep. If the arrangements weren't to his liking, he would make sure these people didn't get to enjoy anything good either. However, just as Lu Hongwei was having those thoughts, he was met with a harsh slap to the face. The bald man struck Lu Hongwei on the forehead. You got some nerve, trying to steal the shelter's supplies, huh? Fess up, where did you hide the stuff? What supplies? Lu Hongwei was completely dazed. This was nothing like what he had imagined. Shouldn't they be arranging for him to stay in the best room of the shelter and serving him good food and wine? What did a slap mean? And they're asking him about supplies? When did he ever steal anything from the shelter? During the convenience store cleanup today, you took around 60 pounds of high-calorie food items. It's all logged down here in black and white, don't even try to deny it. The bald man glared menacingly at Lu Hongwei. I didn't do it. Lu Hongwei was sweating with panic. I'd been with my neighbors the whole time. I never even went into the convenience store, you can ask them. Then your neighbors are your accomplices. The bald man didn't want to hear Lu Hongwei's explanations, he only cared about where the supplies had gone. In these times, supplies were worth more than human lives. Hearing the bald man's words, Shen Mengran and the others suddenly panicked. They had actually thought that Lu Hongwei had some connections in the shelter. That would mean, as his neighbors, they could also bask in the comfort. But the tables have turned. Turns out, Lu Hongwei was being accused of stealing supplies. And the suspicion is now on them. They definitely didn't want to take the fall for this. Look, brother, we have nothing to do with this matter, Shen Mengran said, worried about being implicated. But I do recall that in the afternoon, Lu Hongwei left for a while. That was to go take a dump. Lu Hongwei quickly explained. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply you stole the supplies, I was just telling what I saw. Please don't be angry with me. Shen Mengran said innocently. I can vouch for that, Lu Hongwei did leave for about half an hour, but we don't know what he was doing, another neighbor chimed in. You needed half an hour to take a dump, the bald man eyed Lu Hongwei skeptically. I was constipated. Lu Hongwei was on the verge of tears. Without proof, how can you show that you didn't go steal the supplies during that time you were gone? The bald man questioned sternly. How am I supposed to prove that? Lu Hongwei was at a loss. He certainly couldn't bring back the feces he had passed earlier for the bald man to inspect. Since you won't be honest, looks like I'll have to try a different approach. The bald man gestured to the two burly men behind him, and they started advancing towards Lu Hongwei. Beat it out of him until he talks. Lu Hongwei's eyes widened in terror. You dare? My uncle is a city leader, if you so much as touch a hair on me today, you'll all be in big trouble. A city leader? The bald man paused for a moment. That's right. Lu Hongwei, thinking the bald man was intimidated, grew increasingly arrogant. I advise you to hand over the food you excavated today and distribute it to me. Otherwise, I'll report you to the higher-ups for embezzling supplies and abusing power. You'll all be thrown in jail. Lu Hongwei pulled out the same tactics he used to use back in Sunshine Community. However, it was clear that this had no effect on the bald man. He sneered, Kid, I'm about to teach you a lesson today. No one is above the law here. Beat him. Immediately, a series of agonized screams erupted. For dinner, Yi Ziyuan cooked braised pork, shrimp pancakes, stir-fried bok choy, and seaweed egg drop soup. Outside, the temperature was well below freezing. Yet, Chu Ming and the others were warm and cozy in the RV, enjoying the meat and hot soup. Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan even felt a twinge of guilt. Was this level of luxury too much? Starting tomorrow, let's go look for supplies as well. The food in the fridge will only last us a couple more days, Su Yufei suddenly said. Actually, my home is nearby. Maybe we can go check it out? Yi Ziyuan suggested. Good idea. Su Yufei's eyes lit up. As a cook, your family must have had some stored provisions. Whenever someone enjoyed cooking, they would naturally have kept some rice, flour, oil, etc. in stock at home. Bringing that back would be enough to sustain them for a few more days. Chu Ming, what do you think? Su Yufei instinctively looked to Chu Ming. Although they hadn't explicitly stated it, they all knew who was really in charge of this RV. Do as you please, I'm fine with it, Chu Ming shrugged. He hadn't intended to keep idle people around anyway. Letting Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan go out and exercise a bit wouldn't be a bad thing. Alright, let's head over there now. I can bring the things from my place back to the RV, Yi Ziyuan said excitedly. Okay, I'll go start the car. Su Yufei headed towards the driver's seat. A few minutes later, the base vehicle pulled up outside a small residential area. The sound of the engine caused quite a stir in the otherwise quiet neighborhood. Su Yufei shouldered her compound bow and was the first to step out of the RV. Yi Ziyuan followed closely behind Su Yufei. Chu Ming, fully armed and with his bulletproof helmet on, sauntered down after them. It was clear the residents of this residential area had attempted to venture out in search of supplies. Disordered footprints could be seen all over the ground. Judging by the density of the tracks, they were likely organized and disciplined in their efforts. Chu Ming was about to warn Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan when a dark shadow suddenly flashed by in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was a limping black cat. It eyed Chu Ming and the others warily before darting into the building entrance ahead. Chu Ming's pupils constricted slightly. Could this be the Nether King? In the past, G City had encountered a king-level mutant beast. Shrouded in ethereal blue flames, it had been dubbed the Nether King by the people. Chu Ming had been fortunate enough to see photos of the Nether King. It was a black cat with a hind leg crippled. And the Nether King had a very distinctive mark, a streak of blue flame on its forehead. The features of the black cat just now matched this description perfectly. Originally, he had planned to advise Yi Ziyuan and Su Yufei not to enter the residential area. But now, it seemed they had no choice but to venture in. Once inside the building's hallway, Chu Ming's gaze was constantly searching for traces of the black cat. Now that he had resources and abilities, raising a cat was within his means. The Nether King's fate in the past had not been a good one. Though a mutant beast, the Nether King had always harbored goodwill towards humans. During the eruption of the oceanic beast tide, if not for the Nether King holding the defense line in G City, the rear bases would have all been devastated. But the Nether King's friendliness towards humans did not mean the humans reciprocated. After all, this was a king-level mutant beast we're talking about. The concept of a king-level mutant beast in the 3 years of the apocalypse, there were less than 10 known ones in the entire Dragon Nation, and the majority were in the sea. Capturing even a single king-level mutant beast could potentially allow for the cultivation of a 10th-tier expert. This was an immense temptation. So Future City, exploiting the Nether King's benevolence towards humans, lured it into a preset trap and then ruthlessly killed it. The Nether King's energy core was then absorbed by Future City's top expert. When Chu Ming had learned of this previously, he had felt deeply saddened for the Nether King. The Nether King had saved countless lives, only to end up dying so gruesomely in the end. In fact, many people even felt the Nether King's death was for the best. After all, a king-level mutant beast was so powerful. In the eyes of many, being stronger than humans had no right to exist in this world. Moreover, the Nether King had fulfilled its mission, helping humanity fend off the beast-tide invasion. And its death allowed for the creation of a 10th-tier expert. So in a sense, it had died well. Seeing the humans' attitude towards the Nether King, Chu Ming had only one thought at the time. In the apocalypse, one must never be a bleeding heart. Otherwise, even a mere cat would not meet a good end. On the other side, when Yi Ziyuan returned home, she found the door had already been pried open. The contents inside had been completely looted. Although she had expected as much, Yi Ziyuan was still angry. These people, stealing things was one thing, but how could they not even leave her a pair of underwear? While Chu Ming had provided them with pajamas, there were no extra clothes for them to change into. which meant they would have to go at least half the time in a state of undress. This was really quite uncomfortable. Let's see if there's anything else we can use, Yi Ziyuan said, rummaging around the room and packing some still usable items into her backpack. Su Yufei, meanwhile, stood by with her compound bow, keeping a close eye on the situation downstairs. She was vigilant, lest someone take the opportunity to steal their RV while they were away. Just then, a dirty-looking woman from the neighboring apartment crept over cautiously. Ziyuan's sister, you've managed to make it back alive? Is that RV downstairs yours? The woman asked with a probing look. That RV looked so big and luxurious. Living inside would certainly be comfortable. And seeing Yi Ziyuan and Su Yufei so clean, she wondered if they even had the ability to take baths. In this environment, she could barely find a sip of clean water, yet they could still bathe. The disparity was just too great. It's none of your business, Su Yufei said warily, eyeing the woman. The RV doesn't belong to us, so don't ask, Yi Ziyuan responded coolly. After the incident at the company, she found it much harder to trust people outside. Moreover, she had never had a particularly good impression of this neighbor to begin with. There was no way she would disclose any information about the RV to her. Sister, don't be so distant. That RV is so big, couldn't you let me stay there too? I'm all alone at home now, I wouldn't take up much space, the woman persisted, lingering at the doorway. No. At that moment, Chu Ming approached, carrying a black cat in his arms. Chu Ming had been wandering the hallway for quite some time, until he finally spotted the Nether King tucked away in a corner. It was emaciated and trembling, curled up pitifully against the wall. Who would have thought this wretched creature would one day grow into a king-level mutant beast? Ah, isn't that Coalball? Yi Ziyuan noticed the black cat and approached Chu Ming. Coalball was a stray cat she had fed in the neighborhood before. She was surprised to see it was still alive after all this time. Eyeing the black cat in Chu Ming's arms, the woman's eyes gleamed. That's my cat, you can't just take it away. Unless you let me stay in that RV, then I'll give you the cat for free. She grinned widely. These days, getting fresh meat is no easy feat. Looks like you all are the ones getting the better deal here. Meow. Hearing the woman's words, the black cat instantly bristled, looking ready to tear her apart. The woman recoiled in fright. This cat was far too ferocious. By her logic, such a little beast should simply be slaughtered for food. It seems the cat doesn't approve of your claim, Chu Ming said mockingly, stroking the black cat's back. Coalball has always been a stray in the neighborhood. Since when did he become your cat? Yi Ziyuan huffed indignantly. I adopted him recently, the woman said evasively. Let me warn you, Chu Ming suddenly glanced out the window. If you want to stay in my RV, now's your last chance to head downstairs. The woman was momentarily confused, but then rushed to the window, cursing, those damn bastards, they moved faster than me. Down below, Chu Ming could see around 7 or 8 people already surrounding the RV. They were banging on the doors, smashing the windows. If she delayed any further, those people might have already taken off with the RV. Thinking of this, the woman turned and hurried down the stairs without looking back. Seeing this, Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan grew frantic. Oh no, they're not going to steal the RV, are they? Yi Ziyuan glanced at the items in her bag. She regretted having come back now. For the sake of these worthless things, if they ended up losing the RV, that would be a huge loss. Chu Ming walked over to the window, his tone calm as he said, kill them. What? Su Yufei's pupils dilated. I said, kill them. Chu Ming looked at Su Yufei. Or would you rather sleep on the streets? I don't want that. Su Yufei gritted her teeth and resolutely took down her compound bow. She understood clearly, if they were still in the RV, those people breaking in through the doors and windows would mean their doom. For the sake of survival, no one had any moral qualms left. But these people needed to understand that. When you try to plunder others' belongings, to harm others, you must be prepared to lose your life at any moment. Su Yufei's gaze hardened as she released the bowstring. The next instant, the arrow flew through the air, striking one of them in the head. Not stopping there, Su Yufei quickly fired a second arrow, then a third. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 people had fallen to the ground. The remaining ones reacted, scattering to find places to hide. Chu Ming gave an approving look at Su Yufei. He had noticed her accurate archery and quick-shot speed back at the medical company. If she were equipped with a spatially upgraded compound bow, Su Yufei's combat prowess would rise several notches. To stay by his side, this was the bare minimum she needed to achieve. Meanwhile, the woman from earlier had also made her way downstairs. But when she reached the RV, she was shocked to find the bodies on the ground. "Oh my god, what's going on here?" she exclaimed, clutching her chest. The people here had been fine just moments ago. How did they all end up lying on the ground in the blink of an eye? This was unbelievable. Eyeing the luxurious RV before her, a greedy, longing look filled Li Shuemei's eyes. To give it up would be too much to bear. But going any further, she feared she would meet the same fate as those people. Dead, and then nothing would matter anymore. Deciding, Li Shuemei could only choose to retreat for now. But just as she was about to turn around, she thought she heard some chewing sounds from the corner. The person was eating something, and it sounded absolutely delicious. Who's there, sneaking around and eating something? Li Shuemei's greed was piqued. They were all from the same neighborhood, so how could they not share their delicious food with her? Thinking this, Li Shuemei crept over cautiously. There, she saw a disheveled woman crouched in the corner, gnawing on a large chicken leg. Hearing the noise, the woman turned to look at her. Her face was smeared with blood, her skin sickly pale, and her pupils the size of sesame seeds. But her mouth was shockingly wide, stretching almost to her ears. Her teeth were sharp and jagged, with shreds of meat and bone fragments stuck to them. Seeing this, Li Shuemei was utterly petrified. She wanted to flee, but her feet felt as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. Eat! The crouching woman suddenly stood up, making strange guttural sounds. Her eyes were fixed unblinkingly on Li Shuemei, and she lunged at her viciously. Soon, Xu Ming's group emerged from the residential area. Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan immediately ran to check on the condition of the RV. To their surprise, the group that had been banging and smashing earlier had not left a single mark on the vehicle, not even a scratch on the windows. "Xu Ming, what material is this RV made of? It's way too durable." Su Yufei exclaimed in amazement. "It's all bulletproof. Can't be broken," Xu Ming replied as he approached. In fact, this RV was made entirely of bulletproof materials. And with the added spatial defense enhancements, its durability was far beyond just basic bulletproofing. Xu Ming hadn't actually tested the RV's specific strength, but based on the earlier attack, it seemed like mere scratches against it. Hearing this, Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan felt a sense of relief wash over them. They now had a strong feeling of security living in this RV. They wouldn't have to live in constant fear anymore. However, that was contingent on Xu Ming being willing to keep them around. As Xu Ming approached the vehicle door, intending to unlock it with his fingerprint, he suddenly paused. "Didn't the bodies seem to have decreased by 2, he asked, turning his head. "Bodies?" Su Yufei looked around, her expression changing slightly. She had fired a total of 5 arrows, each one hitting the vital points of her targets. So there should have been 5 bodies here. But now, there were only 3. Meow. Suddenly, the black cat in Xu Ming's arms let out an alert cry. An inexplicable scent of blood also permeated the air. Xu Ming heard a faint sound in the distance. Almost reflexively, he drew a watermelon knife from the spatial zone and swung it with full force towards the source of the sound. A slicing sound rang out, and the thing he struck was ripped open, black blood spraying out and drenching Yi Ziyuan and Su Yufei. "Ah! What is that thing?" Yi Ziyuan cried out in alarm. Xu Ming quickly opened the RV door, tossing the black cat to Yi Ziyuan. "Get in the car," he ordered. Reacting quickly, Su Yufei pulled Yi Ziyuan and they hurried onto the RV. The wounded monster creature slowly began to get up from the ground. Xu Ming looked at the being that was neither fully human nor fully something else, his expression darkening. He hadn't expected to encounter a voracious one here. The voracious ones were not mutant beasts, but rather a type of human ability that manifested under extreme hunger. As who became voracious ones could consume anything. The more they ate, the stronger they would become. They were very difficult to deal with later on. Unexpectedly, these special abilities had only started appearing after the arrival of the cold wave. This suggested the voracious one before him had likely just awakened its powers recently. Yet the powerful Xu Ming had dealt earlier had only left a single wound on the creature. A normal person would have been cleaved in two. This thing must have already consumed a lot. Xu Ming didn't have time to ponder further, as the voracious one immediately attacked again, lunging at him like a frog on all fours. In a flash of insight, Xu Ming took a step back and got onto the RV. There was no time to close the door behind him. The next moment, the voracious one's attack was already right in front of him. But when it was just mere centimeters away, the creature was suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to advance any further. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Ming slashed the voracious one and then kicked it away. As expected, Xu Ming's expression was somewhat excited. After the spatial upgrade, the RV had gained a special absolute domain buff. As long as he was inside the RV, he would be completely immune to any harm. Just now, the Voracious One's attack had been blocked by this absolute domain. Ming felt like he had discovered an awesome bug. He could just camp by the RV door and grind enemies, since they couldn't hurt him at all while he was within the RV's range. Even a king-level mutant beast would pose no threat. However, Ming knew that if the level difference was too great, his attacks would also be ineffective. But against this newly awakened Voracious One, his attacks would more than suffice. After awakening, the Voracious Ones completely lose their sanity, their only focus being to consume. The slash Ming had landed earlier had not stopped the creature's hunger for food. Despite the wound, the Voracious One ignored it and continued its attack on Ming. The Voracious One understood that if she could just consume the young man before her, her wound would be able to heal. Seeing the crazed Voracious One, Ming didn't want to waste any more time. As the Voracious One drew near, Ming seized the opportunity and unleashed a spatial slash. The Voracious One, which had just leapt into the air, was instantly severed at the neck by an invisible force. From Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan's perspective, Ming was like a celestial being, effortlessly taking the enemy's head with a mere wave of his hand. It was incredibly impressive. After the Voracious One's body fell to the ground, just to be extra safe, Ming used another spatial slash to strike its head. He then bent down and rummaged through the Voracious One's brain, extracting a blood-red energy core. This trip had reaped quite a good harvest. Not only had he gained a new pet, but he had also obtained an energy core. Ming used some water to rinse off the energy core, not making any particular effort to hide it from Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan, and then stored it away in his spatial zone. Detection of a Tier 1 energy core. Please select to absorb or fuse. Without hesitation, Ming chose to absorb it. Every energy core was now incredibly precious, so he had to prioritize using them to enhance his own strength. As long as he grew stronger, he wouldn't have to worry about obtaining more energy cores in the future. A moment later. Tier 1 energy core absorbed, current upgrade progress 10%, spatial slash attack range increased by 0.1 meters. Ming stroked his chin. The upgrade progress was only 10%, and the increase in spatial slash range was not particularly significant. At this rate, to become a Tier 2 Esper, he would need at least 9 more Tier 1 energy cores. That would take ages to obtain. And in his RV, there were also Yi Ziyuan and the Black Cat that required energy cores as well. It was completely insufficient. It seemed he would have to venture out to places he previously didn't dare to go, now that he had found a stable and safe way to grind enemies. As long as he didn't provoke any Tier 2 mutant beasts, he should be fine. Returning to the RV, Ming found Yi Ziyuan and Su Yufei standing obediently in the living area. The Black Cat was also sitting quietly on the floor, as if waiting for his orders. Ming removed his bulletproof helmet and took off the bloodstained jacket. Su Yufei quickly stepped forward to take the items. Don't get the RV dirty, I'll clean them for you. Yi Ziyuan looked around, then grabbed a drink from the fridge and personally handed it to Ming. You've worked hard, have a drink to quench your thirst. In just a few minutes, the attitudes of Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan towards Ming had undergone a tremendous change. The display of power that Ming just exhibited made Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan realize one thing: they could only survive better in the apocalypse by attaching themselves to Ming. Whether it was the mutant plants from the pharmaceutical company earlier or the monster they just encountered, if it weren't for Ming, they probably would have already lost their lives. There was no doubt that Ming had the ability to protect them. So naturally, they had to do their best to earn the opportunity to stay by his side. After all, a powerful figure like Ming would not lack for followers in the future. They couldn't let the newcomers surpass them. Ming did not reject the kind gestures of Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan. He took the drink, had a few sips, then walked over to the sofa and sat down. You must have just seen that I am also an Esper. Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan were not fools. Ming's ability to conjure the watermelon knife out of thin air, and the final move that severed the Voracious One's head, these were things ordinary people could not accomplish. Since Yi Ziyuan had an ability, it was not surprising that Ming did as well. What is your ability? Su Yufei asked curiously. Space. Ming raised his hand, and the half-empty drink bottle in his hand disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan's eyes widened. Although they had just witnessed it, seeing it up close again, they still found it utterly amazing. It was like watching a magic trick. No, it was more akin to witnessing real magic. Ming hadn't really intended to keep his ability a secret forever. Otherwise, every time he collected resources, he would have to come up with other excuses to explain it. That would be too much trouble. I have an ability too, but why isn't mine as powerful as yours? Yi Ziyuan said somewhat resentfully. Different abilities have their own specialties. Your ability is healing, so naturally your attack power is a bit weaker, Shuming said, reaching down to pick up the coal ball. Try to see if you can heal its hind leg. The black cat would one day grow into a powerful king-level mutant beast. But the injury to its hind leg would somewhat reduce its combat strength. Now was the time to test Yi Ziyuan's ability. Okay, I'll give it a try, Yi Ziyuan said, taking the coal ball and placing her hands on its injured leg. After about 10 seconds, a faint green glow emanated from Yi Ziyuan's palms. As the glow touched the wound, the injury began to visibly heal at a rapid pace. The healing process took a full 5 minutes before the coal ball's broken leg was completely healed. Yi Ziyuan's complexion was a little pale, but her eyes shone with undisguised excitement. So she really did have an ability, and Shuming hadn't lied to her. The healed coal ball regained some of its liveliness. It jumped into Shuming's arms, nuzzling his hand, almost as if trying to curry favor. Meow meow. It was clear the coal ball knew who the boss was here. Shuming took out a fresh perch from his spatial zone, placing it in a large bowl, then brought the coal ball over to the bowl. Eat up, and from now on, you'll always have meat to eat by following me. Seeing the food, the coal ball immediately started eagerly gulping it down. Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. This was fresh fish. They hadn't tasted it in so long. Now Shuming was just casually tossing it to the cat. It was so extravagant. Su Yufei found herself starting to feel envious of the cat. Seeing the girl's longing expressions, Shuming chuckled, I'll make steamed perch for you tomorrow. Yi Ziyuan immediately cheered, yay! The next day, Shuming retrieved fresh ingredients from his spatial zone to restock the fridge, and also took out some of the snacks he had swiped from the gas station to place on the living room table. Seeing the fridge fully stocked and all the snacks they loved, Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan were practically euphoric. Whoever marries Big Brother Chu in the future is going to be so blessed, Yi Ziyuan said enviously. Why give it to someone else? We can go for it ourselves, Su Yufei said with a wink. Just don't know if Big Brother Chu can handle two of us. Both she and Yi Ziyuan were quite attractive, each with their own unique charm. If Shuming couldn't even appreciate them, he might have a hard time finding a girlfriend in this lifetime. At that moment, Shuming emerged from the bedroom with a tablet. Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan immediately sat up straight, as if they had been caught doing something improper. Big Brother Chu, where are we going today? Su Yufei asked, her cheeks flushed. She observed Shuming's expression, wondering if he had heard what she had just said about the two of them going after him together. Just the thought of it made her wish she could just dig a hole and crawl into it. Shuming was unaware of Su Yufei's little thoughts. He placed the tablet in front of Su Yufei, pointing to a location on the map. We're going here today. Yi Ziyuan leaned in to take a look. There seems to be a large supermarket there, but the geographic location is rather low, so it's probably already frozen in the ice layer. Not a problem, Shuming said calmly. Someone will help us dig out the supplies. His spatial storage was already more than sufficient in terms of food, fresh vegetables, fruits, high-end ingredients, and seafood, you name it. But the variety was a bit limited. Eating the same things every day could get monotonous. And he was also lacking in basic daily necessities. For the sake of their future quality of life, he still needed to make a trip to the supermarket. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the RV, followed by someone knocking on the window. Ziyuan, are you in there? Yi Ziyuan recognized the voice. Before she could respond, the person continued, Ziyuan, I know you're in there. Please, can you give me a little something to eat? My parents are about to starve to death. It's Xiaoya. Yi Ziyuan went to the window and saw a thin-faced girl with a ponytail standing outside, standing on her tiptoes to try and peer in. You know her? Su Yufei asked. Yes, Yi Ziyuan nodded. Xiaoya is also my neighbor. When I first moved here, her family helped me a lot. Once when I sprained my leg, it was her parents who took me to the hospital. Yi Ziyuan looked a bit hesitant as she glanced at Shuming. Big Brother Chu, can I give her a little something to eat? I'll go out and find more resources to make up for it, I promise. Shuming had no objections. He took some chocolate and a Snickers bar from the snacks on the table and tossed them to Yi Ziyuan. These items could help sustain life, but that's about it. To truly survive, one had to find a way to go out and gather resources themselves. Thank you, Big Brother Chu, Yi Ziyuan said, quickly opening the window. Xiaoya, this is all I can give you. Please take it back to your uncle and auntie. After this, she most likely wouldn't be coming back. This was just repaying the favor from before. Xiaoya saw the food in Yi Ziyuan's hands, and also caught a glimpse of the interior of the RV. Outside, it was 30 to 40 degrees below zero, and her skin was cracked from the freezing cold. Yet Yi Ziyuan and Su Yufei were wearing thin nightgowns. Clearly, the RV was warm and comfortable inside. What's more, the living room sofa was piled high with high-calorie snacks. Seeing the meager items Yi Ziyuan had given her, just 2 chocolate bars and a Snickers, Xiaoya couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Her family had done so much for Yi Ziyuan, and this was all she was worth to them? Just a couple of snacks? However, despite her inner discontent, Xiaoya didn't outwardly express it. She looked at Yi Ziyuan with a pitiful expression. "Sister Ziyuan, could you open the door and let me come in for a little while? My legs are almost numb from the cold. I promise I'll only stay for 5 minutes before leaving." Hearing this, Yi Ziyuan's brow furrowed. Xiaoya's parents were nearly starving to death. Now that she had finally obtained some food, shouldn't she be rushing back to save her uncle and aunt? Yi Ziyuan's gaze suddenly fell on the corpse of a gluttony beast at Xiaoya's feet. Although it had been covered in a thin layer of ice overnight, making its original horrifying appearance less visible, anyone with eyes could tell it was a human body. Moreover, there were more corpses lying around the RV. Yet this girl in front of her seemed to completely ignore all of them. Was this the normal behavior of a rational person? Thinking about this, Yi Ziyuan couldn't help but take a step back. "Sister Ziyuan, you won't just simply refuse my request, will you? Have you forgotten that it was my parents who took you to the hospital when you broke your leg? How can you be so ungrateful?" Xiaoya's expression darkened. "Xiaoya, I'm sorry, but I can only repay your aunt and uncle's kindness in the next life," Yi Ziyuan replied quickly, closing the window and locking it. She was no fool. When she had opened the window, Xiaoya's first reaction was not to take the food, but to stealthily inspect the interior of the RV. This showed that her concerns were not really about the 2 chocolate bars. Moreover, if Xiaoya's parents were in such a dire situation, shouldn't she be rushing back with the food to save them? Yet instead, she wanted to come inside, claiming she would only stay for a few minutes. This did not seem like the behavior of someone desperately trying to save their loved ones. Perhaps she had some other ulterior motives. Thinking about the past couple of days and the crazed behavior they had witnessed, Yi Ziyuan felt it would be safer to keep the window locked. Let Xiaoya call her ungrateful if she wanted to. After all, Yi Ziyuan had already given her something, even if it was just the leftovers. After a few seconds of silence, the sound of Xiaoya frantically pounding on the window erupted. "Yi Ziyuan, you're a heartless piece of trash. I'm about to freeze to death out here, and you just lock me out? You're a backstabbing wretch. My parents shouldn't have saved you in the first place." Yi Ziyuan ignored Xiaoya's shouting. She placed the food items back on the coffee table and turned to Su Yufei. "Sister, you go start the vehicle, we don't need to worry about her anymore." "Okay," Su Yufei nodded. She also thought the girl outside seemed unhinged and unstable. And without Chu Ming's permission, who would dare let her in? Xiaoya kept pounding on the window for a while, but when she got no response, her face turned livid with rage. Suddenly, over a dozen figures emerged from the corner. "You useless girl, how could you fail to trick them into opening the door after all this time?" one middle-aged man in the lead scolded. "They weren't falling for it," Xiaoya said bitterly, arms crossed. "Maybe we should just slash their tires instead. At least that'll slow them down." "Good idea." The man's eyes lit up, and he quickly rallied the others. "Grab your tools, let's wreck the tires on that RV." The car door and windows they had witnessed the day before were not something that could be easily broken through by brute force. Yet the more they realized this, the more covetous they became of the RV. Since they couldn't smash their way in, slashing the tires was another option. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Yufei was startled. "Oh no, it looks like they're going to slash the tires." Yi Ziyuan, who had overheard their conversation, said anxiously, "They're going to try and puncture the tires." "Never mind them, you go start the vehicle," Chu Ming told Su Yufei, who quickly hurried to the driver's seat and started the RV. Meanwhile, outside, the group was struggling to damage the tires, despite using all sorts of tools. "Damn, are these tires made of iron? They're harder than the knives in my hands," one of them complained. "Don't worry, I've got some tire spikes here," 2 others responded, bringing out a large box of tire spikes to lay across the road. They had carefully considered every possibility before taking action. Using tire spikes to prevent the RV from leaving was a crucial step. The middle-aged man stood by confidently, already imagining the comfortable, carefree life he would have once they got inside the RV. Just then, the sound of the RV's engine starting up could be heard. The group carrying out the sabotage quickly backed away. The middle-aged man sneered. With so many tire spikes laid out, combined with the weight of the RV, he was confident they could take care of a few tires. However, the next moment, the man was proven wrong. The RV sped out, driving right over the tire spikes without any hesitation. The man rushed forward to inspect the damage, only to find that the tire spikes had either been pressed into the ice layer or completely flattened. Damn it, the man cursed angrily. This was no joke, an entire box of tire spikes, and the RV had run over them like they were nothing. Watching the RV drive away, the man could only feel impotent rage, with no other recourse. Xiaoya also stomped her feet in fury. How could they have let those people get away? She had been so sure they would succeed. If only she had grabbed the food first before they started the sabotage. Now all their efforts had been for naught, they hadn't gained a single thing. Xiaoya, since the plan failed today, you'll have to take the main responsibility, the middle-aged man suddenly said in a sinister tone, glaring at her. How is this my fault? They refused to open the door, what else could I do? Xiaoya said in a panic. Well, you'll have to explain that to my brothers, the man said with an evil grin. The RV drove away from Yi Ziyuan's neighborhood. Su Yufei breathed a sigh of relief seeing that the vehicle had made it through unscathed. When she had seen the road covered in tire spikes, she had thought the RV wouldn't be able to leave. But Xu Ming had instructed her to simply drive over them. At the time, Su Yufei had almost closed her eyes as she pressed the accelerator. Yet, to her surprise, she hadn't felt the slightest jolt as they drove over the spikes. And the tire wear indicator on the dashboard still showed 0%. The tires on this RV were truly impressive. However, Su Yufei's relief didn't last long. Less than 2 or 3 kilometers down the road, she suddenly slammed on the brakes. Seeing the scene ahead, Su Yufei felt a chill run down her spine. Big brother Chu, please come take a look. Her voice was slightly trembling. Xu Ming came to the driver's area, his pupils constricting slightly. Not far ahead, there was a slowly moving black cloud, steadily approaching their direction. The cloud covered a vast area, shifting between the buildings. Upon closer inspection, they realized these were swarms of mosquito-sized mutant flies. Their claws and mouthparts were incredibly sharp, capable of easily piercing ordinary glass. With their agile movements, they could squeeze into many small corners. Anyone targeted by these creatures would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. And their sheer numbers were staggering. In this area, any living being, including mutant beasts, would be. Probably all of them had become prey to these creatures. At this rate, even before the extreme cold subsided, the new urban area of G City would be overrun by a beast tide. Oh my god, how can there be so many giant mosquitoes, and in the middle of winter? Yi Ziyuan, following behind Xu Ming, was also shocked by the sight. These mosquitoes were so huge, they could probably drain a person dry. No, it's actually June right now. Xu Ming corrected. Before the cold snap arrived, this was the peak season for the breeding and mutation of snakes, insects, mice and other vermin. So he surmised that many of these creatures had likely mutated over half a month ago. Otherwise, regular mosquitoes would have been frozen to death long ago, without the chance to mutate. What should we do? Is there still time for us to take a detour? Su Yufei asked, her face pale. No need to detour, Xu Ming replied, returning to the living room and unlocking the bedroom access for Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan. You two go hide in the bedroom, and don't come out no matter what you hear, or else you'll suffer the consequences. He had been worrying about where to recharge the energy core. Well, now the opportunity had presented itself. The refuge in the supermarket area would still take some time to dig out. Going a little later wouldn't make much difference. Seeing Xu Ming preparing to go out, Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan immediately ran to the bedroom. As Yi Ziyuan passed through the living room, she even grabbed the coal ball to bring with them. Although they didn't know what Xu Ming was going to do, they knew that the moment the door opened, they might become prey to the mosquitoes. So it was safest for them to stay put in the bedroom. Once the two women and the cat were inside the bedroom, Xu Ming took out a large greenhouse plastic sheet from his spatial storage and laid it on the living room floor, ensuring he wouldn't get the furniture dirty. Only then did he open the RV door. Thinking ahead, he also took out a raincoat to wear, putting on a bulletproof helmet as well. This way, he'd only need to wash the helmet afterward, without having to bother with the clothes. With his preparations complete, Xu Ming sat at the RV door and waited patiently. However, after waiting for a while, not a single mosquito had come near. Clearly, these mosquitoes felt the apartment buildings held more delectable meals for them. This simply wouldn't do. Ming reluctantly took out a small bucket of lizard blood he had collected previously. Compared to human blood, lizard blood was the genuine article, the blood of a first-stage mutant beast, with far superior nutritional value and energy content. Sure enough, the mosquito's keen senses soon detected the presence of the lizard blood. The dense black cloud hovering in the distance swiftly converged towards the RV. Seeing the swarm of insects, Ming felt goosebumps rise on his skin. He had always hated bugs, ever since having to subsist on protein blocks made from insects back in the refugee district to survive. But for the sake of the energy core, he would have to endure this. As the first mosquito arrived, Ming stood up expressionlessly and swung his watermelon knife. The palm-sized mosquito was instantly sliced in two. Most of these mosquitoes were still in the initial stage of mutation, without energy cores fully developed within them yet. However, there were bound to be quite a few first-stage mutant mosquitoes among them, and those were Ming's true target. For about 10 minutes, a large number of mosquito corpses had piled up in front of the RV. Suddenly, the dark cloud of insects began to swirl violently. Out from the swarm emerged a giant mosquito, measuring around 70 to 80 centimeters in size. Its proboscis gleamed with a sharp, icy luster. When its wings unfurled, they spanned nearly 2 meters wide. But the most unbearable thing was the deafening hum of its flapping wings. It was pure mental torment. Spotting Ming, the giant mosquito wasted no time in launching a fierce attack, its sharp proboscis aimed straight for his forehead. Yet, right before it could reach him, an invisible force seemed to block its advance. The mosquito's proboscis visibly bent at a 90-degree angle. "So you finally decided to come out," Ming said calmly, putting on a noise-canceling headset. He then switched the watermelon knife to his other hand and unleashed a spatial slash, swiftly ending the giant mosquito's life. The entire process was smooth and effortless, no different from cutting a melon or vegetable. With his absolute domain protecting him, hunting these creatures was child's play. The first energy core was now easily obtained. Seeing the lizard blood in the bucket starting to run low, Ming hummed a little tune as he refilled it. Out here in such harsh conditions, how could it be as comfortable as an all-you-can-eat buffet? But if they wanted to drink his lizard blood, they were welcome to come have their fill at his buffet. His prices were more than reasonable, just leaving behind an energy core would suffice. And so, Ming crouched by the RV door, hacking away at the mosquitoes for an entire day. His physical strength had been pushed to its limits. But the harvest he had reaped was quite substantial. In total, he had collected 18 energy cores, more than enough for him to advance to the second stage. Once the insect swarm had completely dispersed, Ming got out of the RV to collect the piles of mosquito corpses on the ground. Though these smaller mosquitoes weren't mutated enough, he could still extract some physical enhancement liquid from them. After all, even tiny mosquitoes were still meat. After cleaning up the battlefield, Ming went to the control panel and released Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan from the bedroom. The two women's faces turned paler upon smelling the scent of blood in the air. And the gruesome scene by the RV door was truly a sight to behold. Ming had wiped out all those mosquitoes? "You two, go clean up the area around the RV door," Ming said, walking over to the sofa and opening a chilled can of cola. Hacking away at mosquitoes all day had quite literally heated him up. It was no easy feat, even in this bitterly cold weather. Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan didn't dare to object. They immediately grabbed a few buckets of water and went to wash off the mosquito blood splattered on the RV. Fortunately, the interior temperature had remained stable. Otherwise, with this weather, even a lot of water would have frozen into solid blocks. After finishing the cleaning, they also helped air out the smell within the RV. Only then did Yi Ziyuan have the chance to start preparing dinner. They had been locked in the bedroom all day without a single bite to eat. But by now, it was getting late. Yi Ziyuan had only prepared 3 bowls of scallion oil noodles, plus 1 fried egg per person. She had also, as instructed by Ming, cut a large piece of beef for the coal ball. This little creature had a surprisingly big appetite, easily polishing off an adult-sized meal without a problem. Most ordinary families couldn't afford to keep a pet like this. Only Ming would be so extravagant. After dinner, Ming summoned Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan to him. In addition to the 18 energy cores he had harvested, he had also obtained a sizable amount of first-stage physical enhancement liquid from the mosquito corpses, at least 4 to 5 liters. He poured some of the liquid into 3 bowls, handing them to the 2 women. "What is this? It smells so nice," Yi Ziyuan asked curiously, taking a sniff. "It's a physical enhancement liquid. You'll need to drink 1 bowl of it every day," Ming explained, not worried about running out. He had already tested the effects himself. The enhancement from this liquid would diminish with each use. To continue strengthening their physique, they would eventually need to consume second or third stage, or even higher grade enhancement liquids for truly remarkable results. Since that was the case, it would be a waste to just leave these liquids sitting around. He might as well share them with the people close to him. Hearing this, Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan were overjoyed. They clearly understood the harsh reality of the current world. Not only had people gone mad, but even plants and animals had as well. Without power, they were mere fish on the chopping block. If this enhancement liquid truly could strengthen their physical abilities, then they would have a better chance of self-defense when facing dangers in the future. And the fact that Chu Ming was willing to share this precious resource with them was deeply touching. Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan drained the bowls of physical enhancement liquid in one gulp. The remaining bowl was left for the little coal ball. After seeing them consume the liquid without any adverse reactions, Chu Ming felt at ease and returned to the bedroom. "Alright, time to get down to business," he murmured. Taking out the 18 first-stage energy cores, Chu Ming began reabsorbing them one by one into his spatial storage. First-stage energy core absorbed, current upgrade progress 20%. First-stage energy core absorbed, current upgrade progress 30%. First-stage energy core absorbed, current upgrade progress 40%. By the 9th core, the upgrade had reached 100% completion. The attack range of his spatial slice had also increased from 3 meters to 4 meters. He was now just a single step away from breaking through to the second stage. But just as Chu Ming was about to continue absorbing the cores to complete the breakthrough, a new prompt appeared: absorbing first stage energy cores has a high chance of causing advancement failure. Do you wish to continue? Suddenly, Chu Ming recalled something from his past life. The strongest fighter in Future City had only been able to break through to the 10th stage after absorbing the energy core of the Underworld King. Which meant that to advance to the second stage now, he would need to obtain a second stage energy core. No wonder it becomes increasingly difficult for ability users to advance further up the ranks. Trying to forcibly push one's way up solely through lower grade energy cores is simply unrealistic. It seems Chu Ming will have to make another trip to the pharmaceutical company where Yi Ziyuan works. That second stage mutant plant should be able to meet his needs. The challenge will be figuring out how to deal with the large creature guarding it. Mutant plants differ from mutant beasts. They tend to have a strong territorial instinct, content to stay within their own small domains. And Chu Ming himself is more of a cautious, self-preserving type. Leaving the RV to take on a second stage mutant plant would be nothing short of reckless. Alright, I'll focus on securing the supplies from the supermarket first, then worry about the second stage energy core later, Chu Ming decides. He's already exhausted from hacking at mosquitoes all day yesterday. After a quick shower, he falls into a deep sleep. The next day, Su Yufei drives the RV to the location Chu Ming specified. Taking up the binoculars, Chu Ming is surprised to find the supermarket completely devoid of people. How can there be no one, he mutters, puzzled. In just 2 days, the refugee shelter couldn't possibly have already cleared out the supermarket. They simply didn't have the manpower for that. Concerned, Chu Ming decides to go take a closer look himself. You two, wait here in the RV, he says to Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan, before donning his cold weather gear and departing. Chu Ming rides his mutant motorcycle directly to the supermarket. He sees that both the main entrance and the rear warehouse have been connected by artificial ice tunnels. While it would have been possible to dig another ice tunnel within the supermarket itself, that would have been a massive undertaking. The most efficient approach is to simultaneously access the supermarket and the warehouse from the outside. Setting his sights on the warehouse, Chu Ming parks his motorcycle and heads down the icy tunnel. After about 10 meters, he reaches the entrance to the warehouse, just below the end of the tunnel. Estimating the distance, he figures he's only about 7 to 8 meters away from the warehouse door. With no one else around, he decides to take care of it himself. Stepping back a couple paces, Chu Ming swings his hand, unleashing several spatial slices. The solid ice beneath him is instantly shattered into fragments, which he then stores away in his spatial storage. Repeating this process around 20 times, he finally reaches the warehouse entrance. Had he not absorbed 9 energy cores yesterday, reaching the first stage peak, he likely wouldn't have been able to handle this task so easily. Chu Ming switches to his watermelon knife and cleaves open the warehouse door, then steps inside. Fortunately, the warehouse is very well designed for water resistance, with a raised floor to account for flooding. Apart from some goods frozen in the ice layer, the majority of the supplies are in good condition. Chu Ming isn't too interested in the items trapped in the ice. Goods that have been submerged in floodwater tend to have compromised quality, and excavating them would be a difficult task. He'll leave that for the refugee shelter to handle at their own pace. Instead, Ming begins systematically looting the upper levels, stashing crate after crate of supplies into his spatial storage, immediately enhancing their quantities. This warehouse serves as the distribution hub for hundreds of supermarket branches across G-City. Being situated in the suburban outskirts, it was the most cost-effective location for the facility. By the time Ming finishes clearing out the last box, his arms are sore. But his spatial storage is now stocked with a comprehensive variety of goods. The only remaining problem is that there are now so many items in his space that it's become a hassle to find anything. He'll need to take some time to organize it all later. Having verified that he's collected everything, Ming heads back the way he came. But just as he reaches the warehouse entrance, he spots several figures emerging from the ice tunnel. One of them seems vaguely familiar to Ming. The group is startled when they see Ming. "Who are you?" demands a red-haired girl, eyeing him warily. The rest of the team, all young women who appear to still be students, position themselves protectively behind her. "I was here first, so shouldn't I be the one asking that?" Ming replies, wielding his watermelon knife and wearing a black bulletproof helmet, hardly the image of a friendly person. "We just want to go in and get some food." "Can you let us through?" the red-haired girl says nervously, shielding her companions. "Be my guest," Ming says, stepping aside. The red-haired girl swallows nervously, then slowly leads the group into the warehouse. The others trail behind her like baby chicks hiding behind their mother. Once they've swapped positions, the group darts into the warehouse without a backward glance. The red-haired girl is the last one to enter. "Wait!" Ming suddenly calls out to her. She pauses and turns back, surprised. "How did you know my name is Suing?" "So it is you," Ming says, raising his eyebrows. In his previous life, he had known Suing when she was the captain of an elite squad in Future City, several years into the apocalypse. Even then, she was a beautiful woman of high status, a goddess in the eyes of many men. Ming had only briefly encountered Suing before, but she had left a deep impression on him. Now, however, she appears to still be just a high school student. Her youthful looks a stark contrast to the seasoned squad leader he had known in the future. But that's not the main point here. The crucial thing is that Suing is a fire elemental ability user, and fire powers are especially effective against mutant plants, which is exactly the problem Ming has been grappling with regarding the vine at the pharmaceutical company. "Would you be interested in making a deal with me?" Ming says directly. "What kind of deal?" Suing asks, her curiosity piqued. She's also wondering how this stranger knows her name, as she has no memory of him. Ming reaches into his pocket and pulls out an energy core. "This could make your abilities much stronger," he says. "I imagine you have a need for something like this." Judging from the way the other girls were deferring to Suing, it's clear she must have already awakened her abilities. And any ability user would be drawn to an energy core. Sure enough, Suying's eyes light up at the sight of the core in Ming's hand. She's been trying various methods to enhance her powers, but with little success until now. This is exactly what she has been looking for. "What kind of deal do you want to make with me?" Suing asked eagerly. She had always been cautious about Ming. But she was still coveting the energy core in Ming's hand. Luckily, there was only one of him. If Ming tried any tricks, she still felt confident in dealing with him. "No trouble, just come with me to a place and then we'll light a fire." Ming decided to lure Suing over first before saying anything else. After all, he still had 9 energy cores in his possession. Now Suing couldn't handle that second stage mutated vine. If she could absorb a few energy cores, maybe that would work. But the premise was that Suing was willing to go with him. Hearing Ming's words, Suing was a bit surprised. How did this person know she would use fire? Could it be that someone had leaked her ability? Didn't she say she absolutely couldn't tell anyone? Suing wasn't too happy, but she didn't show it. "I need to go discuss it with my classmates," Suing said after thinking it over. "I advise you not to discuss it with them. Just tell them your decision. Whether they want to follow you or not is up to them. After all, they need to rely on your protection, and your strength increasing is beneficial to everyone. Those who truly care about you won't drag you down." Ming kindly reminded her. If for the sake of one energy core, Suing could abandon her classmates, then he didn't dare to take such a person with him. But those who just wanted to hide behind and reap the benefits, he didn't care about them. Seems like he didn't take a liking to any of them either. Some things just need to be taken step by step. Suing bit her lip as she struggled with the decision. Truthfully, she felt Ming's words made a lot of sense. The times have changed now. Her classmates' way of thinking may not be able to keep up with the changes outside. Letting them decide for her is not the wisest move. After hesitating for a while, Suing finally made up her mind. Wait for me a moment. Suing turned and headed back into the warehouse. Seeing Suing, the few girls immediately surrounded her. What do we do? All the stuff is frozen in the ice, we can't dig it out anytime soon, one of the girls said anxiously. What about the things upstairs? Suing looked towards the stairs. There's nothing, the upstairs is completely empty. How is that possible? Suing ran upstairs to take a look. Sure enough, it was completely empty. Such a large warehouse, and all the storage was piled up in the obscure corners downstairs. It probably didn't even contain a tenth of the total storage capacity. This was just too unreasonable. Thinking that Xiuming was still waiting for her, Suing could only head back downstairs. Let's just dig what we can for now. Suing paused, then continued, as for waiting for me, I may need to leave with that person earlier. If you want to come with me, then keep following me. If you don't want to, then we can part ways here. Suing, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you just leave with a stranger? And you want to bring all of us along? What if they have malicious intentions? Wouldn't that be disastrous for all of us? A girl wearing glasses said disapprovingly. That's why I said, if you want to come with me, then keep following me. If you don't want to, I won't force you, Suing said firmly. She had to get the thing Xiuming had. Because she knew very well that only by improving her own strength could she avoid being bullied, avoid going hungry, and live better in this world. With strength, she could have everything. Suing, aren't you being too selfish? If you leave, who will protect us? Another girl said reproachfully. I won't just abandon you all, but I must go with that person for a bit. Now I'm informing you, not discussing with you whether to come with me or not. You decide for yourselves. Suing said. Suing finally understood the meaning behind Xiuming's words to her. If she really came to discuss this with her classmates, she would never be able to leave today. She had the ability to protect everyone. But this was not her obligation, was it? Yet why did everyone feel it was only natural? Little Ing, I'll definitely go with you. At this time, a short-haired girl stepped forward and said. Me too, another tall, slim girl also said. They were already good friends. They had been through so many difficulties together before, so it didn't make sense to part ways now. The other two girls remained neutral. With this, the two who had opposed the idea couldn't really say much more. After all, they were well aware that without Suing, they had no ability to protect themselves. Seeing that everyone had compromised, Suing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since no one has any objections, let's hurry and dig. If the people in the shelter find out, we won't be able to leave. In the end, Suing and the others dug out 2 large boxes of supplies from the ice layer, then rushed back to the warehouse entrance. Xiuming took a glance but didn't come forward to help. Instead, he was the first to enter the ice tunnel. Seeing this, the girl with glasses pursed her lips and said, "This guy has no gentlemanly manners at all. Can't he see that we're all delicate girls, and not come help? We're strangers, he doesn't have to help us," Suing said beside her. "Strangers, but you're still leaving with him?" The girl with glasses was still very displeased, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Suing couldn't be bothered with her, grabbed one of the boxes of supplies, and walked into the ice tunnel. The ice tunnel was very slippery, and they had to use tools to get up. On top of that, they still had to carry the 2 large boxes. It took Suing and the others more than 10 minutes to haul the boxes up. When Xiuming reached the surface, he found a small cargo truck parked outside. It must have been Su Ying's group who brought the cargo truck here. In this situation, being able to get hold of such a vehicle is no easy feat after all. Over 90% of the vehicles have already been scrapped in the floods. Now they're buried under the ice layer, and even if dug out, they wouldn't be usable. Su Ying's people loaded the supplies into the cargo hold, then one by one climbed into the vehicle. "Where do you need to go?" "We'll set off right away, but it's best not to go too far, as there's not much fuel left in this truck. It can only drive a few dozen more kilometers," Suing said as she approached Xiuming. "No worries, my vehicle is nearby, let's just get on board and we'll discuss it." Xiuming proactively opened the passenger door and got in. "He has a vehicle too?" Suing was slightly taken aback. Clearly, she and Xiuming were on the same wavelength. In the current environment, getting hold of a vehicle is no easy task. This one she got was even stolen. At this moment, a cold wind suddenly swept through. Suing shivered and quickly pulled open the car door to get into the driver's seat. "Where's your vehicle?" Suing asked. "Just 2 intersections ahead," Xiuming pointed straight ahead. That close? Suing stepped on the gas, still half doubtful. A few minutes later, when Suing and the others saw the luxurious motorhome in front of them, their eyes were about to pop out. It's the apocalypse already. How could someone still be living in such a fancy vehicle? This is way too luxurious. Just from the exterior, you can tell how comfortable the interior must be. The girl with glasses, who was previously quite resentful, instantly changed her attitude after seeing the motorhome. Handsome guy, your motorhome is so big, can we stay inside? The girl with glasses looked at Shuming and said. Sorry, it's already full. Shuming opened the door and went inside. Although it was just a brief glance, Suing and the others were still able to see the scene inside. The lavish decor, the warm lighting. And there were two stunningly beautiful women standing by the door. What kind of charmed life are they living? Even the women among them couldn't help but feel envious. Some even fantasized about being able to trade places with those two women. Although the quantity may not be enough, at least they could make up for it. By the way, Shuming suddenly stopped and turned back. It's too late today, everyone should rest, we'll set off tomorrow. With that, Shuming closed the door right in front of Suing and the others. Suing, what kind of person did you find? He actually locked us girls out. The girl with glasses stomped her foot, feeling very unsatisfied. The motorhome is so big, what's the problem with squeezing them in? We're just business partners, he doesn't have to take care of our living arrangements. Let's go to the cargo hold first, it might get cold again tonight. Suing turned and climbed back onto the small truck. Now they have food and shelter. What else is there to be unhappy about? One must learn to be content. Otherwise, they will just be trapped in a cycle of dissatisfaction and inner turmoil. Life is already so difficult as it is. Why create more troubles for oneself? For dinner, Suing and the others had a rare full meal. The supplies they brought back were mostly vacuum-packed food. Even after being soaked in the flood for a while, they hadn't gone bad. But the problem was that they were too salty. They had no water to drink, nor any means to boil water. The thirst was truly unbearable. Suing, go ask the people in the motorhome to borrow some water, we can't go on without any water to drink. The girl with glasses put down the half-eaten braised duck and looked at Suing. Let's just go collect some snow water outside. Suing found an empty mineral water bottle in the corner of the cargo hold. Although the outside temperature was very low these days, it was only fine powdery snow falling. Collecting clean snow water was not easy. And drinking it would easily cause diarrhea. But that's the only option they have now, they'll just have to make do. Then you go, the girl with glasses rolled her eyes exasperatedly. When there's water readily available in the vehicle in front, her high and mighty attitude is just for show. Just then, someone knocked on the cargo hold door from outside. Suing went to open the door, and saw a tall, beautiful woman standing there. Big Brother Chu was worried you might freeze, so he asked me to bring 2 down quilts for you. Suyuwai handed over the 2 down comforters, then tilted her head to take a look inside the cargo hold. It was a tiny space, but crammed full with 7 girls. Sleeping comfortably would probably be difficult. These conditions are truly harsh. Thank you. Suing quickly took the quilts. The other girls also gathered around. These down comforters are so thick and plush. Great, we won't have to freeze tonight. The girls couldn't help but reach out and touch the quilts, leaving dirty handprints behind. Suyuwai couldn't bear to watch anymore, and then looked at Suing to continue. Little sister, Big Brother Chu wants you to come over, he says he has something important to discuss with you. Okay, I'll go right away. Suing took the down comforters back and placed them properly. Before leaving, she thought about it and still brought the empty water bottle. She'll just borrow a bottle of water today. At worst, she can do some hard labor later to pay it back. Her special ability should still be useful for something. Following Suyuwai to the motorhome, she knocked on the door. The door soon opened from the inside. Looking at the clean and luxurious interior, Suing felt a sense of inferiority for the first time. She was worried about dirtying the floor. Come on in. Shu Ming was sitting on the sofa. Suing hesitated for a moment, but still stepped into the motorhome. In an instant, she felt like she had gone from winter to spring. It was so warm in here. Have a seat, Shu Ming gestured to the sofa across from him. My clothes are dirty, I'll just stay here. Suing remained standing. In this kind of environment, she felt like a clown. Though she considered herself not bad-looking, she hadn't bathed in so long and was starting to stink. In contrast to the 2 sweet-smelling ladies by Shu Ming's side, the difference was too stark. Shu Ming didn't insist, he was holding a coal ball in his arms, stroking a cat while saying, since you've agreed to cooperate, why don't you tell me about your own situation first? What aspects of the situation? Su-ying asked tentatively. Like where you are from, how you went to the supermarket, and where the vehicle came from. Su-ming paused. Of course, the most important thing is the details of your special ability. Su-ying. This was like a household registration investigation. But with Su-ming's good conditions, he naturally wouldn't care about her little beaten-up truck and the 2 boxes of braised duck that had been soaked in water. Thinking about this, Su-ying answered truthfully, we all escaped from the largest shelter in the new city area. The vehicle was also stolen from the shelter. Wait, escaped? Su-ming seized on the key point in Su-ying's words. What happened at the shelter? Yes, a group of rats got in there past midnight yesterday, and ate many people. Although the shelter leader later sent people to kill all the rats, the chaos in the shelter didn't subside, so we took the opportunity to flee. Su-ying couldn't help but shudder when she thought of those rat swarms. Normally, who would pay attention to rats? But once their numbers reach a certain level, it's an absolute disaster. Su-ming furrowed his brows. Based on Su-ying's description, these rats seem to have organized and coordinated attacks. There must have been mutated rats among them. In his previous life, he had stayed in the shelter for over a month, but had never seen any mutated rats before. It seems that many things are developing in unpredictable directions. It's like playing the same game, but the difficulty has increased. Originally, he didn't have a strong sense of urgency. After all, with his rate of acquiring energy cores, even the strongest warrior from the future city in his previous life couldn't catch up. But if the difficulty has indeed increased, he must change his way of thinking. Otherwise, with the rapid mutation of animals and plants, the extermination of humanity is inevitable. He absolutely cannot accept such an ending after being reborn. How far can your special ability reach in attack range? Su-ming asked. Around 5 to 6 meters, I think, Su-ying replied after some thought. 5 to 6 meters. Su-ming recalled the location of the mutated vines, which were about 4 stories above ground level. With Su-ying's current attack range, it would be far from enough. Actually, I'm a bit curious, how did you know I have a special ability? Su-ying couldn't resist asking. She had been curious about it since the warehouse incident, but didn't have a chance to ask before. Special ability? Su-ming didn't directly answer Su-ying's question, but just shrugged his shoulders. What about special abilities? We have 3 special ability users here. Of course, the third special ability user he was referring to was the coal ball. What? Su-ying's eyes widened. Su-ming's team was entirely composed of special ability users? This is too much. She thought she was the only special one. You're still a little short of my requirements. Su-ming took out an energy core and placed it on the table. Take this energy core and absorb it. Consider it in advance on your future compensation. You're giving it to me now? Su-ying was a bit bewildered. Aren't you worried I'll renege on the deal? You can certainly try. Su-ming raised an eyebrow. Ha, I was just joking. Su-ying gave a nervous laugh, then reached out to take the energy core. With 3 special ability users in Su-ming's group, if she dared to renege, she'd be courting death. Go ahead and absorb it right here. Su-ming then gave Yi Jian another energy core. This one is for you. Come get more when you've used it up. Thank you, Big Brother Chu. Yi Jian happily accepted the energy core. May I ask one more thing? Where can we find more of these stones? Su-ying asked, not hoping for much. Mutated animals, mutated plants, even on human bodies, the leading rats you mentioned might even have energy cores inside them. Su-ming did not hold back on this information. He wanted Su-ying to understand how difficult it is to obtain energy cores. That way, the value of this transaction would be more apparent. Sure enough, after hearing Su-ming's words, Su-ying was left in shock. So even animals and plants can mutate? Thinking about that endless swarm of rats before. Wherever they went, there was not even a blade of grass left. The shelter's firearms were useless against them. What could she, alone, do? But if mutated creatures are this terrifying, how will she ever get her hands on energy cores? However, Su-ming had more than just one of these precious energy cores in his possession. This made Su-ying doubt herself once again. How could the gap between people be so vast? After obtaining the energy core, both Su-ying and Yi Jian were able to absorb the energy intuitively and smoothly, without any prior training. How do you feel? Su-ming asked Su-ying. I feel like I've grown stronger. Su-ying's eyes shone with excitement. Well, that's obvious, Su-ming thought to himself as he stood up and opened the motorhome door. Try testing your attack range, he said, standing by the door. Okay. Su-ying nodded, then raised her right hand. A spark of fire coalesced in her palm. Once the flame fully formed, she thrust her hand forward, sending a finger-thick fire snake shooting out, landing about 10 meters away on the snowy ground. How's that? Su-Ying looked at Chu Ming expectantly. Seems like it's still a bit short. Chu Ming tossed another energy core to Su-Ying, keep absorbing. Ha! Su-Ying felt like this energy core was a bit hot to the touch, but the transaction's compensation was already absorbed by me just now. This one is on credit, Chu Ming said. Alright. Su-Ying understood that Chu Ming wanted to test something over a certain distance, and if she didn't absorb this energy core, their transaction couldn't be completed. Calculating it this way, she still owed Chu Ming one more energy core. Since that's the case, it would be better to first focus on improving her strength. She can figure out how to pay back the favor later. Su-Ying gripped the energy core, ready to continue absorbing it using the previous method. But soon, she realized there was a problem. I don't seem to be able to absorb it, Su-Ying said, bewildered. How's that possible? Chu Ming furrowed his brows, then took out another energy core and handed it to Yi Jiyan. You try it. Yi Jiyan accepted the energy core. After a few seconds, she shook her head at Chu Ming. I can't either, I feel like my internal energy is at its limit. Chu Ming immediately realized the issue. It wasn't a problem with Su-Ying or Yi Jiyan. It was his own issue. Because he used spatial abilities to absorb energy cores, he had never encountered any limitations in quantity or time. After identifying the problem, Chu Ming took back the energy cores from Su-Ying and Yi Jiyan. It would be better for him to keep hold of these things. That's enough for today, come back and try again tomorrow, Chu Ming said to Su-Ying. Okay. Su-Ying knew it was time for her to leave. However, she hesitated for a moment, then took out the mineral water bottle. Big brother Chu, can I get a bottle of water here? Su-Ying's cheeks were flushed. She really wasn't used to bothering others. But after eating the braised duck, she was truly thirsty now. The sisters in the truck must be the same. Seeing Su-Ying's pitiful appearance, Chu Ming did not soften his heart and directly give her a bottle of water. Even though he had plenty of water stored in his spatial dimension. He was willing to take care of Su-Ying, but not the others. Let her have some, Chu Ming gestured to Su-Yu. Su-Yu stepped forward and took the mineral water bottle from Su-Ying's hand. Then, she filled it up completely at the tap. These were the waters they normally didn't drink. They were only used for washing dishes, bathing, and laundry. The water for cooking and drinking was all taken from the bottled water in Chu Ming's spatial dimension. However, the motorhome had a water purification system, so directly drinking this water wouldn't be a problem. Su-Yu handed the filled water bottle back to Su-Ying. Thank you, then I'll head back now. Holding the water, Su-Ying left the motorhome happily. Originally, when Chu Ming approached her for cooperation, she had been worried about being tricked. But today, she had encountered a good person. Back in the truck, Su-Ying shared the water with her sisters. This water tastes so sweet. The melted snow water we drank before was all sour, Su-Ying's friend Xia Qing said after finishing her water, still savoring the taste. Drink it slowly, we still have a lot of braised duck left. Su-Ying squatted beside them. What are you worried about? If we finish it, you can just go back and get more, it's just a bottle of water, not worth anything. The girl with glasses, Tianxijia, snatched the water and drank a third of it in a few gulps. Tianxijia, leave some for us. The other girls anxiously grabbed the water from Tianxijia. Seeing this scene, Su-Ying felt like she had a headache. Su-Ying suddenly doubted whether she could help these classmates of hers survive in this apocalyptic world. Before, she had no idea about the existence of mutated animals and plants. Now that she understands how terrifying this world has become, her thoughts have naturally changed as well. If these few people continue to be as foolish and blatantly unreasonable as they are now, she may have to make a choice. This is not because she is heartless, but because their paths are divergent and they cannot be allies. The next day, Chu Ming found a tow hook and attached Su-Ying's little truck to the back of the base vehicle. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of fuel. Chu Ming actually had no shortage of fuel at all. But he couldn't afford to be careless with it. Especially since Su-Ying is not one of his own people yet. He is only generous towards his own people. Su-Yu drove the base vehicle back to the place where Yi Jiyan had been working. For safety, Chu Ming had her park on the adjacent street. He then took out a telescope to take a look. He found that the vines, which had previously only covered one wall, had now wrapped around the entire building. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the vines take over the entire surrounding area. By then, it would be much more difficult to approach the main body of the vines. Chu Ming called Su-Ying over and handed her the second energy core, try and see if you can absorb it. Suing nodded and took the energy core. After a moment, her eyes lit up as she looked at Xiuming. I think I can do it, though the speed is a bit slow. As long as you can absorb it, that's fine. Xiuming let out a sigh of relief. It seemed to be about as he had guessed. Each time after absorbing an energy core, there was a period of time needed for adaptation. And the length of this time even had to do with one's innate talent. This morning, when Yi Jian absorbed the energy core, she had already fully recovered to yesterday's level. Su Ying's talent was simply a bit inferior. At this time, Yi Jian brought out breakfast, youtiao, fried dough sticks, freshly ground soy milk, and 2 baskets of steamed buns. Smelling the aroma of the food, Su Ying's mouth began to water and her eyes widened. Goodness, is this real? These people can actually have soy milk, youtiao, and steamed buns? And the ingredients look so fresh, not the soaked rice and flour like in the shelter. Would you like to join us? Xiuming asked as he sat down. No, it's all right. Su Ying waved her hand. These foods are too precious. If she were to eat them, when would she be able to repay Xiuming's kindness? She already owed him 1 energy core. If it piles up any further, she'll have to sell herself to pay off the debt. Don't be so polite, Jian made so much, we can't finish it all. Su Yuwei came from the driver's seat and stuffed a steamed bun into Su Ying's hand. Xiuming had Yi Jian prepare an extra serving of breakfast today, and it was clearly meant for Su Ying. She understood Xiuming's intentions. Su Ying is a special ability user, and she has a kind heart. Recruiting someone like her into their team would be beneficial for their overall strength. Holding the steaming hot bun in her hands, Su Ying struggled internally for several seconds. In the end, she decided to compromise. Taking a bite, the fragrant dough and juicy filling exploded in her mouth. Su Ying felt like her soul had been elevated. It had been so long since she'd eaten something this delicious. Thinking about the days they'd been through, she almost started to cry. However, after eating just 1 bun, Su Ying refused to eat anymore. Her classmates were still in the truck behind, chewing on the rock-hard braised duck, while she was here enjoying the piping hot buns. This made her feel extremely guilty. It's best to just hurry up and finish absorbing the energy core, then go do some real work with Xiuming. After breakfast, Su Ying had only absorbed half of the energy core. Xiuming went to the driver's seat to continue observing the situation ahead. Soon, he saw a large group of people coming from another direction, heading towards the pharmaceutical company building. Looking at the rapidly growing mutated vines, Xiuming seemed to have found the reason behind their accelerated evolution. The pharmaceutical company where Yi Jian worked must be known to many people in the new city area. It was natural that there would be a constant stream of people wanting to come searching for medicines. The eventual result could be easily imagined. Xiuming was certain that the entire group would end up as nourishment for the mutated vines. Thinking this, he immediately stood up. This group was probably around 20 to 30 people strong. If they were all to be fed to the mutated vines, his precious second-tier energy core might be ruined. He couldn't allow them to enter the building at all, even if it meant letting them die outside. The group approaching the pharmaceutical company was made up of students from the medical university in the new city area of G City. Given their relevant specialization, many of them were familiar with this place. Captain, are we really not lost? Why are there vines all over the outside of the building? It looks so ominous. A girl said, her face full of fear. This should be the right place. I was just here last month, Sun Hung said, his expression also puzzled. Last month when he had come, there weren't these vines yet. How had they grown so much all of a sudden? And in this cold temperature, the plants haven't even been frozen to death. It just didn't make sense. Just as they were about to enter the building, a massive motorhome suddenly came speeding down the opposite street. With a screeching halt, the motorhome parked right in front of the building, completely blocking the entrance. This all happened so abruptly that not only Sun Hung and the others were startled. The few girls in the back truck were also thrown around by the impact. What's going on? The one driving the front didn't even say anything. Tian Xijia adjusted her glasses, then climbed to the small window at the front of the cargo compartment and suddenly her eyes lit up. Hey, you guys come take a look, isn't that Sun Hung from the medical university? The other girls crowded around to take a look. It really is Sun Hung, and they have so many people with them. Who's Sun Hung? You don't even know Sun Hung? He's the campus heartthrob at the medical university. I heard his family has billions in assets. He's a super rich guy. If we stick with him, maybe we can wait for a rescue. That's right, with Sun Hang's background and status, his family will definitely try to save him. Thinking of this, the girls in the cargo truck all quickly got out of the vehicle. On the other side, Sun Hong was standing in front of the motorhome door, blocking the entrance. "Everyone inside, come out," he shouted, pounding on the door impatiently. "Classmate, what's the matter?" Tian Sijia stepped forward and asked. "What are you asking me for?" "I should be asking you." Sun Hong glared at Tian Sijia irritably. "This huge motorhome is blocking the entrance to the building. We just want to go up and get a few boxes of medicine. It's a big pharmaceutical company. Do you think we're going to clear it out?" "Classmate, don't get so worked up. There must be some misunderstanding. We're all students from the neighboring dance academy. The ones in the vehicle are our friends. I'll have them move the car." "Dance academy students?" Hearing this, Sun Hong looked over the group of girls in front of him. Even though their appearances were a bit disheveled, dance academy students generally didn't have any ugly girls. Cleaned up, they would definitely be easy on the eyes. "Alright, then have your friend move the car quickly." Sun Heng's tone became a bit more pleasant. Tian Sijia was secretly delighted. It seems Sun Hong has a good impression of Tian Sijia. Now it's time to see how she performs. Tian Sijia cleared her throat and called out in front of the motorhome, "Suing, please have the people inside move the car. The ones outside are medical university students, we can cooperate with them." At that moment, the window next to the door suddenly opened. Shuming stood at the window, saying emotionlessly, "If you don't want to die, leave immediately." Suing also quickly leaned out the window, saying, "Xiaqing, Jolie, if you trust me, please just stay in the cargo area." Shuming had just explained to Suing that the target this time was the mutated plants on top of the building. Something that even Shuming alone couldn't handle. For the others to barge in would be courting death. But Suing also knew that the idea of mutated plants was simply too unbelievable. Not many people would believe her. So now, she could only hope that her two good friends, Xiaochang and Jolie, would not get hurt. As for the others, she couldn't care too much. They'll have to fend for themselves. Xiaoqing and Jolie were hesitant. They knew that if they could stick with Sun Hong, they might actually be able to wait for a rescue. But Su Ying's anxious expression didn't seem feigned. Given their close friendship, Suing would never harm them. Realizing this, Xiaochang and Jolie quickly retreated back into the cargo area. Tian Sijia looked utterly perplexed. "Suing, don't be so mysterious here. Do you know who this person is?" "It's Sun Hong from the medical university." Tian Sijia leaned in and lowered her voice. "Sun Hong is the son of a rich family from the capital. As long as we stick with him, we'll definitely be able to wait for a rescue. And with Sun Heng's group being so large, as long as they unite together, they can just take this motorhome by force. Then they can live in the motorhome." "Oh, I see." Suing stood up straight, her tone becoming a bit more distant. "Then you can go join Sun Heng's group. I'm sure he can lead you better." What time is this, still talking about rich sons and rescues? How naive. She was never on good terms with Tian Sijia to begin with. Since Tian Sijia wants to hang out with others, Suing naturally has no objections. "Hey, who said we're letting you join our group? Just hurry up and move the car, don't hold us up," one of the girls next to Sun Hong said unhappily. Tian Sijia's face flushed with embarrassment. She had that idea in her mind, but she hadn't even had a chance to carry it out yet. And Suing just blurted it out. Isn't she doing this on purpose to embarrass her? "Lily, since they are fellow schoolmates, we should help each other. If they want to join, we'll naturally welcome them," Sun Hong said with a smile. He had just taken a look inside the motorhome, and there were 3 beautiful girls in there. If they could all join his group, his days wouldn't be so dull in the future. Most importantly, this motorhome. Even before the apocalypse, its price was not cheap. Living in such a luxurious motorhome would befit his status. Hearing Sun Heng's words, Tian Sijia was overjoyed. "I knew Senior Sun Hong wouldn't be such a petty person. From now on you'll be our captain, feel free to give us any orders." The other girls also chimed in agreement. Sun Hong gave a perfunctory smile, then turned his gaze to Suing in the vehicle. "My fellow student, I have a group of over 100 people in the medical university. If you're willing to join us, we can guarantee you food and safety. And since we're all around the same age, the interpersonal dynamics will be more harmonious. There won't be as many conflicts. After all, when the age gap is too big, there can be generation gaps as well." Sun Hong gave Chu Ming a meaningful look. He was the campus heartthrob of the medical university, yet Chu Ming's appearance surpassed his by a fair margin. That mature aura of a seasoned man was something Sun Hong could never fake. A person like that would naturally attract the girls. There was no way he could allow such a rival to be around him. But for now, he just needed to get his hands on this motorhome first. Once all these girls joined his group, Xu Ming as a lone wolf wouldn't be a threat he'd have to worry about. Xu Ming, of course, had picked up on Sun Heng's intention to undermine him. And it wasn't just Su Ying that Sun Hong had his sights on. He had also been sneaking glances at Su Yufei and Yi Jiyan, his expression making it clear what he was thinking. Xu Ming gave a cold smile. How dare they set their sights on me, it seems they have a death wish. I'm sorry, I'm not interested, Su Ying rejected Sun Heng's offer in a cold tone. She had just escaped from the shelter. If she were to join Sun Heng's group, wouldn't that be jumping from the tiger's den into the wolf's den? These are no longer peaceful times. In the midst of scarce resources, the more people gathered in one place, the more likely conflicts would arise. So Su Ying didn't believe a single word of what Sun Hong said. Moreover, she had already awakened her abilities. Rather than joining any group, she wanted to learn more from Xu Ming. That would be more useful for her future. After all, she might not encounter so many ability users and those willing to give her 2 energy cores just upon meeting, like Xu Ming had. Su Ying, Senior Sun Hong has personally invited you, why do you have to reject it? Tian Sijia said in a sarcastic tone, looking at the people in the motorhome, sticking with these guys, you'd even have to borrow a bottle of water, I don't see what's good about that at all. Hearing this, Su Ying rolled her eyes in exasperation. She really wanted to say, with Sun Hong, they probably wouldn't even get to drink a bottle of water. The rich son before the apocalypse, what is he now? Just then, a series of rapid footsteps suddenly came from inside the building. Xu Ming glanced back, then turned around and said, you have 10 seconds to leave, or it will be your death. He then immediately closed the window and headed towards the driver's seat. TCH, what's he so proud of? It's just a crappy motorhome. Tian Sijia looked at Sun Hong, fawning over him, Senior Sun Hong, your family definitely has something much better than this. Of course. Sun Hong gave an embarrassed laugh. But the key was, he didn't have anything right now. Not to mention a luxurious motorhome, he couldn't even produce a broken-down tricycle. He's even threatening us, what a low-class brute with no manners. Lily, one of Sun Heng's cronies, spat disdainfully. Inside the vehicle, Su Ying looked through the window at the scene on the other side, and her blood suddenly ran cold. She saw figures emerging from the stairwell one after another. They were deathly pale, with movements that seemed unnatural. Red thread-like structures, resembling veins, covered their entire bodies. Their eyes were a solid red, as if something was squirming inside. What were these? Zombies? Demons? They definitely weren't human. Xu Ming sat in the driver's seat, silently counting down from 10. Then he stepped on the gas. The base vehicle, along with the small cargo truck behind it, made a beeline for the next intersection. Sun Hong was about to curse when, in the next moment, a horde of parasitized monsters started crawling out of the building's windows. Oh my god, what are those monsters? That handsome guy was blocking the entrance, so he was trying to save us? Why, don't come near us. Ah! Soon, the sound of screams filled the air. Sun Heng's group immediately descended into chaos. Xu Ming parked the base vehicle to the left of the building. Watching Sun Heng and the others scattering in all directions, Xu Ming nodded in satisfaction. That's good. At least they won't die inside the building. Plus, he's managed to lure away most of the parasitized monsters. Now it's Su Ying's turn to perform. Xu Ming opened the door and pulled Su Ying, who hadn't quite regained her composure yet, out of the vehicle. Do you see the area with the densest vines on the 4th floor? That's where the source of the mutated plant is, the main body of the mutation. Xu Ming looked up at the 4th floor windows. Su Ying nodded dazedly. Her hands were trembling a bit. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, the scene just now had still frightened her greatly. Those things, neither human nor ghost, were far more terrifying than the rat swarm she had encountered in the shelter before. Set it on fire and burn it down, Xu Ming said. Su Ying's ability-generated flames were at least 10 times hotter than normal fire. And with her fire-based abilities naturally countering the mutated plants, that's why Xu Ming was asking her to deal with this mutated vine. If simply setting it on fire could solve the problem, he could have just burned the entire building down directly, without going through all this. I'll do my best. Su Ying took a deep breath and condensed a flame in her palm. She adjusted the distance and angle, making sure everything was set, before hurling the flame from her palm. In an instant, a fire serpent even larger than the one the previous night shot through the air, its long tail trailing behind as it flew towards the 4th floor window. It had to be said, Su Ying's aim was quite impressive. The fire serpent landed precisely within the window. Soon, a raging fire erupted. The surrounding vines, as if sensing the pain, began to thrash and twist violently. Seeing this, Shuming quickly ushered Suing back into the vehicle and drove away from the intersection. Now, they could only wait patiently. Suing stood by the window, nervously watching the distant building. The vines, scorched by the fire, had now come alive completely. Their writhing bodies tried to attack, tried to escape. But they had nowhere to go. The sheer power was crushing the entire building, causing massive debris to plummet from the upper floors. The scene was truly like something out of a 5D movie. Xia Qing and Jolie, hiding in the back cargo area, were able to observe this up close. Their eyes were practically popping out of their heads. Was this not just an illusion? How was the world so different from what they knew? And those humanoid monsters that had rushed out of the building, they were no different from the zombies in movies. If they hadn't listened to Suing and taken refuge in the cargo area in advance, they'd probably be dead by now. The fire raged on for 2 full days. When the flames had finally been extinguished, Shuming returned to the site. He spent several hours sifting through the ruins before finally finding a deep green crystal. Fortunately, ability users all have a natural affinity for energy cores. Otherwise, it might have taken him until next month to locate this crystal. With the second-tier energy core in hand, Shuming had no hesitation in storing it in his spatial ability. Detection of a second-tier energy core, please select to absorb or fuse. Absorb, Shuming said. Second-tier energy core has been absorbed, level up successful. Congratulations, you have gained a new skill, Spatial Leap. Spatial Leap allows instantaneous teleportation to any location within 10 meters. Another new skill? Shuming was delighted. Based on his observations, only ability users at the 6th tier or above could potentially master more than one skill. But in his case, it seemed he gained a new skill with each level up. And this time, he had acquired the life-saving Spatial Leap skill. This was just too much of a windfall. In his previous life, he had overheard gossip about the most powerful spatial ability user in Future City. That user could only jump a distance of 5 meters with their spatial ability. And most importantly, their storage space was only the size of a 10 square meter room. But Shuming's spatial ability was truly on a whole other level. So now he has learned spatial jump at the 2nd stage, and that doesn't seem unreasonable. In addition to being a life-saving technique, spatial jump is also an assassination technique. For other skills, as long as they are offensive, there are traces to be found. Only spatial jump is something that cannot be detected at all. With this, his future hunts for mutant beasts will become much easier. Shuming returned to the RV. Su Yufei immediately brought him a basin of clean water to wash his hands, and Yi Jian brought him a new towel. After a simple wash, Shuming looked at Suing and said, "Now, what are your plans? Are you interested in sticking with me? I can provide for your food, clothing, and housing, but in the future when we encounter mutant beasts, you have to join me in the fight, and the energy cores we acquire will be distributed by me, and you cannot object." Shuming had high hopes for Suing. In his past life, to have reached the position of captain of the elite squad of the Future City, she was no ordinary person. Although she was still a bit behind those top masters. But she was absolutely one of the top talents among the espers. "I'm willing," Suing replied without hesitation. This was a completely different reaction from when Sun Hong had invited her before. In terms of food, clothing, and housing, it was still okay. With her abilities, she shouldn't have too much trouble getting by. But by following Shuming, she would have the opportunity to obtain energy cores, which was something that other places could not provide her. However, you still have 2 friends that you want to bring along, and if that's the case, you'll need to continue living in the cargo trailer behind us. And if they want to get food, they'll have to earn it through labor. Does that work for you? Shuming said. "No problem, I'll take care of arranging things for them," Suing assured. "Alright, then I'll prepare some living supplies for you all." Right in front of Suing, Shuming took out various living supplies from his spatial ability, including even a small generator that he had previously retrieved from the medical company. The upgraded small generator had high power, low energy consumption, and low noise, and could also withstand low temperatures. Although it didn't have any special enhancements, the user experience was far superior to ordinary generators. It was installed in the rear cargo trailer, allowing Suing and her 2 friends to use some household appliances. Since they had joined his team, he certainly wouldn't shortchange them on resources. Watching Shuming conjure up a huge pile of items out of thin air, Suing was completely dumbfounded. "This is Chu Ji's spatial ability," Yi Jian proactively explained next to her. "That's incredible!" Suing exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. The ability to casually store and retrieve resources was like having a mobile warehouse at his disposal. That's about it for now, since your vehicle is too small to fit much more, Shuming said, looking at the fully stocked living supplies in the RV. It included a small generator, insulation cotton, electric blankets, electric heaters, an electric wok, folding beds, folding tables, clean clothes, a full set of living supplies and seasonings, a barrel of mineral water, fresh vegetables and fruits, vacuum-packed rice and noodles, and even a portable toilet. Suing couldn't help but silently admire how thoughtful Shuming had been. These items could greatly improve their quality of life. The fresh fruits and vegetables were especially meaningful, as Suing had almost forgotten what they tasted like. Shuge, let me go move the stuff back real quick, Suing said, snapping out of her thoughts. Go ahead, Shuming nodded. Suing first brought the generator back, then explained the situation to Xiaoqing and Jolie, warning them not to go against Shuming's wishes or make any demands on their own. They could only use what Shuming provided and do what he asked. After getting their assurances, Suing brought them to the trailer door. In just a few minutes, they had moved all the supplies over. Suing then thoroughly cleaned their living space, covered it with insulation, laid down the electric blankets, and used the electric heaters, instantly making the cabin warm and cozy. To save space, she even moved the generator and 2 crates of preserved duck to the front driver's cabin, since they didn't need to use that vehicle regularly. This way, the rear became their fully private living area, small but warm and comfortable. Xiaoqing and Jolie were extremely grateful they had listened to Suing the other day, or they wouldn't be enjoying this kind of warm environment now. Meanwhile, Shuming was reclining on the sofa, being massaged by Su Yufei and Yi Jian. These 2 women had become increasingly attentive to Shuming, especially after the group of girls had joined. Su Yufei, wearing a thin black nightgown, was sitting close by Shuming, leaning over to massage his legs, providing an unobstructed view of her figure. Yi Jian, wearing a pink mini dress, was sitting in front of Shuming, massaging his head. There was an almost overwhelming sense of pressure from her proximity. Shuge, where are we heading to next? Yi Jian asked softly. Northward, Shuming replied with his eyes closed, savoring the massage. Once the extreme cold passed, the mutation of plants and animals would enter a period of explosive growth. At that time, the coastal areas would be the most dangerous. So Ji City was not a place they could linger. Furthermore, due to the geographical advantages of the north, as well as the better winter facilities, the impact of floods and extreme cold would not be as devastating in many northern regions. In the post-apocalyptic world, the majority of safe havens would likely be established in the north. With all the resources he had, it made sense to go where there were more people, so he could maximize their value, for example, trading energy cores. As more espers emerged, he might be able to exchange a few small vegetables for them. Besides that, there were a few other places he needed to visit. Thinking this through, Shuming shifted his body and sat up from the sofa. Let's go drive now. We'll head to Taoyuan village next to Ji City first, Shuming said, patting Su Yufei's long, slender thigh. The feel of it was quite pleasant. Su Yufei's face flushed slightly, but she did not reject Shuming's actions. I'll go start the car, she replied. Su Yufei stood up, put on a coat, and then walked towards the driver's seat. Big brother Chu, what would you like to eat for lunch? Yi Jian then crouched beside Shuming, asking obediently. Shuming was a bit distracted by the 2 mountains in front of him. Give it to me down below, he said. At noon, Yi Jian prepared a luxurious red-braised beef noodle dish for Shuming. As for Su Ying's group, they were eating spicy stir-fried duck. To facilitate communication, Shuming also had Su Yufei send a walkie-talkie over to Suing. This way, if there was any issue, everyone could communicate in a timely manner without having to run back and forth to relay messages. After finishing lunch, they continued on their journey. Big brother Chu, after the intersection ahead, will be able to leave the city. We should be able to reach Taoyuan village before dark, Su Yufei reported to Shuming from the driver's seat. Taoyuan village was a scenic spot filled with peach trees, and it produced a good amount of peaches every year. The reason Shuming wanted to go to Taoyuan village was because there was a mutated peach tree there. The fruits of this mutated peach tree could randomly grant one of 3 basic abilities: strength, speed, or perception. These 3 abilities, while not as powerful as elemental abilities, could still be obtained by consuming the fruit. Even if one has already developed abilities, they can still acquire a new power. If the new ability can be combined with one's existing abilities, the synergistic effect can often exceed the sum of its parts. In the past, the fruits from this mutated peach tree had made their way into various bases. Many powerful figures had fought fiercely over these fruits. This time, Shuming wanted to get there first. However, just as they were about to leave the city, the RV suddenly came to an unexpected stop. What's wrong? Shuming asked as he walked towards the driver's seat. Someone has blocked the exit out of the city, Su Yufei replied, her expression not looking good. Shuming then saw the situation up ahead. The icy road was obstructed by layers of barricades made of wood and steel frames, with sharp spikes that could easily disable ordinary vehicles. Worse still, there was an artificially dug trench behind the barricades that the RV could not cross. Shuming was considering whether to use his spatial abilities to first store the RV, have them cross on foot, and then retrieve the RV later. But suddenly, a group of armed men emerged from both sides of the barricades. Leading them was the tattooed man Shuming had encountered at the gas station earlier. It was clear who these people were. You people in the vehicle, I now formally notify you that this vehicle has been requisitioned by our shelter. You have 5 minutes to gather your things and get off. The tattooed man said arrogantly. Shuming took a look at the number of people outside. There were about 40 to 50 of them. It seems the shelter has gained quite a few new members in the past few days. This shelter in the new city area is naturally not any kind of official organization. It was privately established by a construction businessman. The purpose was to recruit some cheap labor to excavate the resources buried under the ice layer. To transport the resources, they would naturally need vehicles. So they set up this checkpoint at the entrance and exit of the city. Big Brother Chu, what do we do? Suya frowned. She wasn't afraid of these people, because she had already seen how defensible this RV is. But the problem now is that the road is blocked. There is a big pit in front. Forcing their way through is completely impossible. Just pretend they don't exist, I'll go find something to fill up the road. Shuming said, and then went out of the base vehicle in his old three-piece suit. Seeing Shuming get out of the car, the tattooed man immediately led his people over. Where are the rest of you? The tattooed man wanted to take a look at the situation inside the vehicle, but Shuming had already closed the car door. Forget it, just hand over the car keys quickly. The tattooed man said impatiently. Now, I'm giving you 2 choices, fill up the road, or I'll do it myself. Shuming swept a cold gaze over these people, as if looking at a group of corpses. Oh, still putting up a front? The tattooed man burst out laughing, then raised the gun in his hand and said, do you know what this is? This is not the kind of toy you played with when you were little. Shuming gave the tattooed man a calm look, then unhesitatingly released the spatial cutting. A moment later, Shuming returned to the vehicle. Seeing the scene outside, Suyuf's face turned slightly pale. The roadblock has been cleared, let's drive on. Shuming said as he sat back on the sofa. In his previous life, he had stayed in a shelter before. The level of evilness within was far beyond what normal people could imagine. To be able to mix with the tattooed man, they must all be of the same ilk. So there was no need to go easy on these people. Okay. Suyuf nodded and then stepped on the gas. Hearing the sound of the engine, it didn't take long before the shelter people came rushing over. They had originally thought today would be a great harvest. But instead, they witnessed a scene that froze their blood. The roadblock they had painstakingly set up had mysteriously disappeared. In the trench ahead, there was a pile of corpses. Severed limbs and remains were strewn all over the ground. It was a horrifying sight. Fuck, where did this guy come from? He's even more ruthless than us. The henchman next to the bald man couldn't help but widen his eyes. Let's bring the bodies back first, the bald man said after a moment of silence. Before dusk, the base vehicle successfully reached Taoyuan village. Due to the rise in water level, the road surface was completely frozen. On the road, there was no obstruction at all. It's just that the terrain was a bit different from before, making it easy to lose one's way. But the base vehicle had a built-in navigation map. This kind of situation can be completely avoided. After arriving at Taoyuan village, Shuming asked Suyuf to take a look around the area. Taoyuan village is surrounded by several mountains. Although the villages in the valley have been submerged by the flood, the peach orchards on the surrounding mountains have suffered relatively little damage. But finding the mutated peach tree among so many peach trees would not be an easy task. Let's rest for the night today, and start working tomorrow morning, Shuming said. However, after nightfall, Shuming noticed that there were faint lights coming from a mountain not far away. He suddenly realized that there were still survivors in Taoyuan village. Shuming decided to observe the situation first. Before finding the mutated peach tree, he did not want to have any contact with the villagers here. But the villagers of Taoyuan village came to their doorstep the next day. There were only 4 or 5 of them. They had no weapons, and there were even elders in their group. They looked harmless. Shuming thought about it for a while, then went over and opened the window. Young man, are you from the city? How's the situation out there? The leading elder asked in a friendly manner. It's about the same as here. Xu Ming did not underestimate these people because of their appearance. At the age of 70 or 80, to be able to survive after several disasters, they must be quite resilient. This in itself is very unusual. Hearing what Xu Ming said, the villagers looked at each other, then ran to the side to discuss in hushed tones for a while. It didn't take long before the elder came back to the RV, smiling and saying, "Young man, since you were able to get out of the city, you must be quite capable. We in Taoyuan village have some local specialties recently. I wonder if you'd be interested in purchasing some?" Local specialties? Xu Ming found this rather novel. In these times, Taoyuan village actually still has local specialties to sell? Xu Ming was pondering this when the elder suddenly took out a clean plastic bag from his pocket. After opening it, a peach as green as jade appeared before Xu Ming's eyes. Seeing this peach, Xu Ming's pupils contracted slightly. This is the fruit of a mutated peach tree. This fruit is a good thing. Eating one can sustain you for several days, and it can even make you stronger. It's a real treasure. The elder, unafraid of Xu Ming trying to snatch it, boldly began negotiating the terms. But we only accept food, not money. The price may not be cheap, young man, you can think it over before deciding. Xu Ming calmed himself down. This time he came, it's not just for a piece of fruit. Looking at this elder's family, they all seem to be strong and healthy. What's more, they dared to come out and do business with outsiders, just the 4 or 5 of them. They might already all be espers. If we clash head-on, it's hard to say we won't end up at a disadvantage. Since they want to do business, let's go through the normal process first. It sounds quite amazing, but how can I be sure your words are true? Xu Ming said with some skepticism. As long as you can afford the price, you can try it on the spot, the elder said very generously. Alright, tell me the price then, Xu Ming nodded. 300 pounds of grain. The elder held up his hand to indicate the number. In the past, this fruit could sell for hundreds of thousands, but now it's definitely a bargain for you. 300 pounds of grain? Xu Ming was slightly taken aback. Old man, do you know the current market price out there? After the flood, finding clean grain is rarer than winning the lottery. Your price might be beyond what most people can afford. The elder also understood this logic. But he couldn't just sell his precious fruit for a pittance because grain is scarce. Then how about 200 pounds, can't go any lower than that. The elder hesitated for a moment. Although this fruit can sustain hunger for a few days, it's still not a long-term solution. There are several mouths to feed in his family. Xu Ming also pretended to be conflicted for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Alright, I'll just buy one to try first. Having said that, Xu Ming closed the window, then took out 200 pounds of sweet potatoes from the spatial storage. He then opened the RV door and handed the sweet potatoes over. Old man, please count the quantity, Xu Ming said from inside the vehicle. The few villagers beside the elder immediately stepped forward to inspect. Dad, these are all fresh sweet potatoes. Grandpa, we can eat sweet potato pancakes now. I want Grandma's sweet potato pancakes. The amount is just right, we can ration it and it should last 2 to 3 months. Seeing that Xu Ming had fulfilled his end of the bargain so readily, the elder immediately handed the peach over. Young man, you try the peach and see if the effects are as I described. If not, I'll return all the grain to you. Give me a few minutes. After receiving the peach, Xu Ming closed the RV door again. He did not give the peach to anyone to try, but directly stored it in the spatial storage. Detection complete. Would you like to upgrade the item? Upgrade. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Enhanced Mutated Spiritual Peach. Enhanced Mutated Spiritual Peach, consuming it will randomly grant you one ability, with a 90% chance of a basic ability, 8% chance of an elemental ability, and 2% chance of a special ability. Cannot be used repeatedly, but the new ability can stack with your existing one. Elemental and special abilities have a chance too? Xu Ming's face lit up. Although it's only 8% and 2%, that's still a world of difference from having none at all. Abilities are such rare and precious things. Elemental and special abilities are even rarer, occurring only once in 10,000. Now, all he needs to do is eat this one fruit, and he has a 10% chance of becoming an elemental or special ability user. Even if he doesn't get that lucky, there are still 3 basic abilities as a fallback. Basic abilities are relatively common in the apocalypse, but they are still far beyond the capability of ordinary people. Moreover, the unique feature of the spiritual peach is that it can stack with one's existing ability. Dual abilities, who wouldn't aspire to that? No wonder the mutated peach tree was rated as heaven tier in the classification of mutated plants in the previous world. Now that it's been upgraded, it's likely that even the heaven tier label is an underestimation. After confirming the authenticity of the spiritual peach, Shuming opened the door and walked out. I just tried it, the item is genuine. Do you have any more fruits to sell? Yes, we have 3 more, but can you really come up with that much grain? The elder asked doubtfully. I want to see the goods first, and if the quantity is right, I'll find a way to get you the grain. Shuming said. No problem, do you want me to bring them over, or should you come with me? The elder didn't seem worried at all that Shuming might try to rob them. After all, they had all eaten the spiritual peach, and they had the advantage in numbers. Without exaggeration, they could easily take on 10 outsiders. Moreover, there were 7 people in their family. Bringing an outsider back held no threat for them. I'll come with you then. Shuming was waiting for the elder to say that. He took out the walkie-talkie and called Suing out from the small cargo vehicle. Seeing that Shuming only had 2 people, the elder naturally had no concerns. So Shuming, accompanied by Suing, followed the elder to their home. It was a brick house, with a large fireplace at the entrance, burning fragrant peach wood and keeping the entire room very warm. Inside the room, there was an old lady and a middle-aged woman as well. They all looked ruddy and healthy, not like they had endured cold and hunger. No wonder this family, despite having the strength, still adhered to the principle of fair trade. They had clearly not suffered too much, and still retained a basic bottom line in their hearts. If they had been taken advantage of before, they wouldn't have trusted outsiders so easily. The elder led them to the backyard. And Shuming finally saw the mutated peach tree that had been rated as heaven tier. The 2-meter-tall peach tree was as green as jade. However, the branches were all bare, with only 3 fist-sized fruits hanging on the tree. This past month, we've been living on this peach tree. But after eating peaches for a month, we've really gotten tired of them. We thought it might be better to trade them for some grain to change up the flavors a bit, the elder said standing next to them. Shuming was momentarily filled with question marks. These precious spiritual peaches, and this family had been eating them as their main meal for a whole month? What a tragic waste of such a remarkable treasure. The fruit of this mutated peach tree, whether before or after the upgrade, only has a single chance of granting an ability. Any more consumption after that would just be for filling the stomach. This family had relied on the peach tree to get through an entire month. It's clear the original number of spiritual peaches must have been substantial. But now only 3 lonely fruits remained on the tree. What extravagance and wastefulness! Fortunately, the mutated peach tree itself is still intact. This is the true target he's after. Shuming cleared his throat and turned to look at the elder. This peach tree looks like it's been completely stripped bare. It couldn't be helped. Recently, the outside was all flooded, and we were able to escape because we live up in the mountains. But our food supplies were long exhausted. Luckily, we had this peach tree at home, which kept us going for an extra month, the elder sighed. This peach tree seems quite interesting. How about you sell me the tree along with the 3 fruits? I'll give you 600 pounds of grain, plus 20 crates of survival biscuits, Shuming quoted a price. This amount of supplies is barely a drop in the bucket for him. But for the elder's family, it would be enough to sustain them for a considerable period. Moreover, a high-calorie survival biscuits would be even more valuable than just the grain. Hearing the 20 crates of biscuits, the elder was also tempted. How heavy are the biscuits per crate? 10 pounds, Shuming replied. The elder swallowed. That would be around 200 pounds, wouldn't it? 200 pounds of survival biscuits would be much more cost-effective than 200 pounds of grain. However, after pondering for a moment, the elder shook his head. No, I can't sell this peach tree. If it bears fruit again in the future, I can still go outside and trade it for more food. Are you sure? Shuming walked up to the peach tree, tapping one of the blackened branches. This tree is clearly on the verge of withering. I can't say for certain whether it will be able to bloom and bear fruit again. But if the temperature keeps dropping outside, this peach tree may not last much longer. Shuming wasn't just trying to deceive the elder. For a mutant plant like the peach tree to bear fruit, it requires a corresponding amount of energy. The initial wave has already been completely harvested by the elder's family. To get the tree to bloom and fruit a second time, it would need proper nourishment. Otherwise, the branches will turn black and even show signs of withering. As for the old man's family, whether they can react before the mutant peach tree withers and successfully find the energy core to revive the mutant peach tree, the probability is not very high. Looking at the small amount of mutant spirit peaches passed down from the past, The old man's family obviously failed to make the peach tree continue to bloom and bear fruit. Otherwise, the number of spirit peaches would not be so scarce. Then the 20 boxes of compressed biscuits he gave them are basically a free bonus for the old man's family. If this doesn't work, he doesn't mind being a bit more forceful. The old man's family may have basic supernatural abilities, but they are absolutely no match for him and Su-ing. He has already shown enough sincerity. Now, it's up to the old man to make a choice. Oh, it looks like it has really withered. The old man walked over and took a look, and his heart was immediately filled with pain. He had said he wanted to get rich by relying on this peach tree. If only he had hoarded a little more in the past. They could have exchanged it all for food, enough for them to eat for several years. How about it, 20 boxes of compressed biscuits, do you want to trade or not? Xu Ming asked again. Deal. The old man slapped his thigh and agreed. Half an hour later, Xu Ming carried a peach tree back to the base vehicle. He then took out a small pushcart and loaded 600 pounds of sweet potatoes and 20 boxes of compressed biscuits, handing them over to the old man's son and grandson. As for why it was sweet potatoes, it's because he found so many sweet potatoes at the planting base that they couldn't possibly finish eating them all. The amount of potatoes and corn was relatively less, so there was no need to bring them out for the trade. After finishing the inventory check, the old man's family pulled the small pushcart and left. Xu Ming closed the car door, sat back on the sofa and said, "Now let's head to H City." Okay, big brother Chu. Su Yufei walked towards the driver's seat. Xu Ming then waved his hand to store the mutant peach tree into his spatial ring. After he chose to upgrade, the mutant peach tree automatically became an enhanced version of the mutant peach tree. The fruited bears is now the enhanced version of the mutant spirit peach, skipping an intermediate step. Xu Ming looked around the RV interior, realizing he no longer has a place to grow the mutant peach tree now. So how is he going to replenish the energy of the mutant peach tree? Seeing the mutant peach tree being half dead, he still felt somewhat uneasy about it. Ah, I know. At this moment, Xu Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He remembered that when he stored the energy core into his spatial ring, there were always two choices: absorb or fuse. What if he fused the energy core with the mutant peach tree? Wouldn't that be a way to indirectly replenish the energy of the mutant peach tree? Thinking of this, he immediately acted on it. Xu Ming took out one of the first-tier energy cores. He originally had 9 first-tier energy cores, having already absorbed 2 each for Yi Jian and Su-ing. Now he still has 5 first-tier energy cores left in his possession. Xu Ming restored the energy core in his hand back into his spatial ring, and a prompt appeared. Detection of a first-tier energy core, please select absorb or fuse. Fuse. Please select the item you wish to fuse with. In Xu Ming's mind, the vast array of resources stored in his spatial ring came into view. He directly selected the mutant peach tree tucked away in the corner. Item for fusion selected, beginning fusion process. Fusion progress 5%. Fusion progress 10%. Fusion progress 50%. Fusion progress 100%. First tier energy core has been fused, please check the fusion results yourself. Xu Ming re-inspected the mutant peach tree in his spatial ring. To his delight, the once blackened branches of the mutant peach tree had now returned to a vibrant green. The 3 spirit peaches hanging on it were even more plump and juicy. Most importantly, a small flower bud had actually bloomed on one of the peach tree's branches. Xu Ming's eyes lit up. It worked! This method was indeed viable. And it skipped the tedious steps of planting the peach tree and letting it absorb energy. To make this little flower bud bloom and bear fruit, he would likely need even more energy cores. Now he had 4 spirit peaches, 1 for himself, 1 for Yi Jian, 1 for Su Yufei, and 1 for Su-ing. This was just the right amount to share. As for the remaining energy cores, it's best to keep them for now. Once his entire team reaches the 2nd tier, the surplus first tier cores can then be used to cultivate the mutant peach tree without going to waste. Now, it's time to test my luck. Xu Ming took out one of the mutant spirit peaches. I wonder what his second ability will be. Strength and speed, as the 2 abilities would be completely useless for him. Since he can achieve the same effects by taking the physical enhancement liquid, and it provides a more well-rounded boost. Aside from those 2 abilities, giving him any other ability, even a basic sensory ability, would provide significant improvements for him. Before eating the peach, Xu Ming first washed his hands. Feeling it wasn't quite enough, he even went to take a shower. It's not that he's being overly cautious. It's because he's always had very bad luck when it comes to gacha-style gaming. So with this peach, he just has an ominous feeling. As long as it's not strength or speed, I'm fine with anything else. Shuming silently prayed in his heart, then picked up the spirit peach and took a bite. The slightly chilled, juicy flesh had a soul-stirring sweetness that filled his entire mouth. But Shuming had no mood to savor the taste. He quickly finished the peach in 2 or 3 bites, then quietly waited for his body to change. About 10 odd minutes later, the energy of the peach was completely absorbed into his body. At the same time, a voice appeared in his mind. New ability detected, mental weakness. Would you like to upgrade this ability? Hearing this prompt, Shuming was completely stunned. What the hell? What kind of rotten luck is this? If you say his luck is bad, he got a 2% chance special ability. But if you say his luck is good, the special ability he got was the crappiest one, mental weakness. Mental weakness, as the name suggests, is an ability that puts the enemy's mental state in a negative condition. Probably something like low mood, depressed emotions, and the like. At most, it just affects the enemy's focus and attention. That's it? It's not even as effective as just cursing them out. The only saving grace is that his ability can be upgraded one more time. Essentially, he has one more chance at the gotcha. Shuming took a deep breath. This time, there's no way he'll be this unlucky again. Upgrade. Successful upgrade of mental weakness to mental corruption. Mental corruption can make the enemy see their deepest fears, amplifying their emotions, lasting 30 seconds. Cannot be used repeatedly in a short time. Shuming stroked his chin. Sounds like it might be a tiny bit stronger than mental weakness? Whatever, it's only 30 seconds. Might as well try it on someone. Shuming's gaze landed on Yi Jian, who was busy arranging the ingredients. He then smiled and waved her over. Zishuan, come here, let me show you something fun. Hearing this, Yi Jian immediately put down what she was doing and scurried over to Shuming. Big brother Chu, what kind of fun thing is it? Yi Jian asked curiously. Shuming didn't answer, but directly applied the mental corruption ability on Yi Jian. The next moment, Yi Jian suddenly let out a scream. Ah! Yi Jian backed up several steps, looking at Shuming with pure terror on her face, as if she was seeing a monster. Don't come near me! She was shaking all over, almost on the verge of tears. Shuming observed the effect. Although the mental corruption lasts only 30 seconds, throughout the duration Yi Jian was in a state of extreme panic, barely able to stand steadily. The reduction in combat effectiveness was at least 90% or more. This was barely a passing grade. Moreover, Shuming had never heard of this kind of ability before. It seemed to be some kind of black technology from the spatial ring. And not only could the newly obtained items be amplified and upgraded, even the new abilities could be improved as well. This was an unexpected pleasant surprise. At this moment, Yi Jian snapped out of the mental corruption state. She wiped away her tears and looked at Shuming with an aggrieved expression. Big brother Chu, what did you just do to me? Just a little test. Shuming took out a banana from his spatial ring and handed it to Yi Jian. Here, a compensation for you. Seeing the fruit, Yi Jian's eyes lit up and she immediately cheered up. Thank you, big brother Chu. But what did you see just now? Shuming asked. I saw big brother Chu turn into a dog with multiple heads, it almost scared me to death. Yi Jian said, still shuddering. Shuming. A dog? A handsome guy like him, being called a dog? What nonsense! Shuming frowned and told Yi Jian to go make dinner. As for the mutant spirit peaches, he hasn't decided when he'll give one to Yi Jian and the others. Obtaining new abilities requires paying a certain price or exchanging something. Otherwise, it would seem too cheap. The easier something is to obtain, the harder it is to cherish. This principle he understands well. Maybe he could open a small in-house store? Once his team grows stronger in the future, he can provide some basic living supplies that they can exchange for. But beyond that, it might seem a bit too one-sided. If it doesn't bring him more benefits, what's the point? And with the rewards clearly displayed, it can also better motivate everyone's enthusiasm, preventing anyone from slacking off. Thinking about it, Shuming felt this was a viable idea. He immediately took out his laptop and started creating a simple spreadsheet. It included categories of goods, contribution points, and an exchange list. The mutant spirit peach is temporarily the most expensive item, requiring 10 first-tier energy cores. But as time goes on, all the product prices will definitely be rising over time. Because the difficulty of obtaining certain items will only increase as time goes on. But the difficulty of acquiring energy cores will decrease. After all, once their strength grows, mutant animals and plants of the first and second tiers will just be appetizers. At the same time, to improve efficiency, he has also formulated a credit system. By paying a small amount of interest, they can pre-purchase certain special items. These items must be ones that can enhance their abilities, such as weapons, armor, physical enhancement liquids, mutant spirit peaches, etc. However, the prerequisite for getting credit is reaching a credit rating of level 3 or above. This credit level is entirely at his own discretion. Don't even think of discussing what's fair or not. He is the one making the rules. Naturally, his words are final. Chu Ming found a printer in his spatial ring and printed out the spreadsheet, then distributed it to every member of the team, including Su Ying's 2 girlfriends. After receiving the spreadsheet, everyone was stunned. Big Brother Chu, is the effect of these spirit peaches real? If we eat them, we can really obtain abilities? Su Yufei asked, deeply intrigued. She didn't want to be just a driver for the rest of her life. Driving is a job anyone can do. Her only advantage is her good looks, which isn't enough. If she could also have an ability, she could prove herself through her own strength. That's right, Chu Ming said with a smile. How about taking a credit? 20% interest per month. Once you have an ability, it won't be hard to pay back the debt. Of course I want credit. Su Yufei said without hesitation. Me too, me too. Yi Jian quickly raised her hand. While she does have superpowers, except for healing injuries, she does not have any combat abilities. She also wants to go out and fight the monsters, doesn't she? Su Ying thought about it and decided not to take out a loan to buy spirit peaches. Instead, she bought a 10-day supply of first-tier physical enhancement liquid on credit. She already has superpowers, and her attack power is not weak. In the current situation where her funds are not abundant, it is obviously more cost-effective to improve herself in other ways. As for the spirit peaches, she can purchase them later when she has saved up enough energy cores. As for Xiaqing and Jolie, due to their lack of credibility, they can only choose to purchase some rare living supplies, such as fruits and the like. But they don't have no opportunities at all. There are many ways to obtain contribution points. Collecting information, providing useful intelligence, or the resources they find on their own can all be exchanged for contribution points. So Xiaqing and Jolie are also full of enthusiasm. They plan to go out and search for resources when they reach H City, in order to accumulate enough contribution points to purchase physical enhancement liquid. As for the spirit peaches, they don't want to think about them for now. After all, by sticking with Chu Ming, there will be opportunities in the future. After obtaining the spirit peaches, Su Yufei and Yi Jian both immediately consumed them. Subsequently, they awakened the powers of lightning/electricity and perception respectively. The lightning/electricity ability is extremely rare, even among special powers. If calculated based on lottery odds, it's as if Su Yufei hit the jackpot and directly drew a legendary gold tier ability, a top tier one at that. Her luck is simply off the charts. As for Yi Jian, she had relatively worse luck, randomly obtaining one of the 3 basic abilities. However, her innate talent is outstanding. Healing is her true forte. So the perception ability can be considered just icing on the cake. Moreover, as her healing ability level increases, the perception power will also rise accordingly. Its future applications will be quite significant. Additionally, within Chu Ming's group, Yi Jian is not meant to be a combatant who goes out to slay mutant beasts. Chu Ming wouldn't feel at ease sending her out like that regularly. What if something happened to her along the way? As for the issue of contribution points, Yi Jian doesn't need to worry about that at all. The rules set by Chu Ming include ways for support personnel to also accumulate contribution points. So for now, Yi Jian will continue to stay in the base camp, dutifully cooking meals for him. 2 days later, the base vehicle arrived at H City. To head north, H City is a necessary passage. Chu Ming also wanted to collect some of the resources he desired along the way. Before coming to H City, he had already investigated. There is a nationally renowned and largest light steel construction factory here. Many beautiful small villas can be built with light steel. The construction cycle is short, and the results are good. Most importantly, light steel buildings can be stored in a spatial dimension. In the future, if he wants to temporarily stay somewhere, he can just take out the light steel villa. Although the living conditions in the base vehicle are also comfortable, the experience is ultimately different. Big Brother Chu, the light steel construction factory you mentioned is just ahead, but I see a lot of tire tracks on the road, so there might be people active around here. Su Yufei's voice came from the driver's cabin. It's fine, they shouldn't be coming for the Lightsteel construction factory, Shuming said, holding a pair of binoculars and constantly observing the surroundings. There are plenty of buildings in this area. There are more than 10 residential communities alone. Why would anyone want to live in the not-so-warm Lightsteel buildings when there are ready-made reinforced concrete buildings? Moreover, the construction itself requires time and labor. Who would have the leisure to waste their physical strength on this? For those struggling to survive in the apocalypse, food always comes first, then clothing and housing. If you can't even stay alive, why bother pursuing quality of life? So there was only one possible explanation. Then it must be that there is a small-scale base around the area. Those who can afford to maintain vehicles must have considerable strength. The scale is likely not smaller than the previous shelters. However, Shuming did not want to actively make contact with these bases. After exploring the Lightsteel factory, he still needed to continue on his journey. Half an hour later, the RV stopped outside the Lightsteel factory. Looking at the expanse of flat ground before them, Shuming realized that the Lightsteel factory had been buried under a layer of ice. Digging out such a large factory would not be something that could be done in a day or two. Fortunately, he had superpowered individuals on his side. Whether it was spatial cutting or Su Ying's fire-based ability, they were all master diggers. Moreover, Shuming was now a second-tier ability user, able to effortlessly release dozens of spatial cuts. Powerful, yet low in consumption. The 20-something meters of ice was no more than an illusion to him. Shuming found the location of the factory's main entrance, then began using spatial cutting to shatter the ice. He then used his spatial ability to store away the ice fragments. In just over 10 minutes, they had dug all the way down. The rest is up to you, Shuming stepped aside, giving the space to Su Ying. Su Ying stepped forward, raising her hand to release a fiery snake. The intense heat instantly melted the steel door and the ice within, creating a large opening. Seeing that the interior was still not fully accessed, Su Ying continued her work. Su Ying released 4 to 5 consecutive fire snakes, causing her complexion to turn slightly pale. But at this point, they had finally broken through to the interior of the factory. Shuming walked through the opening into the factory. Before long, he came across a processing workshop. There were scattered steel materials and cutting equipment here. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Shuming stored all the steel materials and instruments into his spatial dimension. Including the resources buried in the ice layer, he used spatial cutting to excavate them all out. All this steel could be put to many uses, even if not for building houses. He was determined to take it all. After collecting everything from the workshop, Shuming continued deeper inside. Soon, he found a warehouse where steel materials were stacked. Each type of steel was clearly labeled by model and specification. Since Shuming did not have expertise in this area, he stored the different types of steel in batches into his spatial dimension, keeping them separated for easier retrieval later. It had to be said that the size of this factory was truly astounding. It covered dozens of thousands of square meters. The Lightsteel here would be more than enough to build hundreds or even thousands of houses. And with the 100-fold amplification effect in the spatial dimension, these steel resources would be more than sufficient even if Shuming wanted to construct a large-scale base in the future. Shuming explored the entire warehouse and found an open area with 3 completed Lightsteel villas, small, medium, and large models, all with the same set of features. The villas were very exquisitely designed, with even the interior furnishings and appliances already installed. These 3 Lightsteel villas were likely meant to serve as showcases for customers, similar to model homes. This is quite convenient. Shuming unhesitatingly stored the Lightsteel villas into his spatial dimension. Detection of items, would you like to upgrade them? Upgrade. Upgrade successful, congratulations on obtaining Reinforced Alloy Villas. Reinforced Alloy Villa, upgraded from Lightsteel to ultra-high-strength alloy, can withstand attacks up to level 10, added climate control system, water purification system, power system, all appliances and furniture upgraded in performance and material, special buff, absolute domain. The same notification appeared 3 times in a row, as each of the completed Lightsteel villas was individually upgraded. Just like the RV, these Lightsteel villas now had the special absolute domain buff after the upgrade. For buildings or vehicles with residential functions, the absolute domain buff could provide a significant sense of security. Shuming was naturally very satisfied with the results. After thoroughly looting the entire factory, Shuming was about to retrace his steps back when he saw Su Yufei quickly approaching him. Big brother Chu, the situation outside doesn't look good, you should go take a look. Shuming followed Su Yufei to the surface. But they found that the sky had turned into a dark, ominous expanse. The sky was blanketed with thick clouds, flashing with lightning and rumbling with thunder. And in the direction of G City, a massive, visible entity was slowly moving towards them. A tornado? Chu Ming's pupils constricted slightly. At this time, how could a tornado appear? And judging by the size of the tornado, it could easily destroy an entire town. Chu Ming had originally planned to continue on their way. Now, it seemed they could only find a place to hide for a while. Big Brother Chu, continuing our journey in this weather is too dangerous. Let's go inside the factory and wait for the tornado to pass, Su Yufei suggested. No. Chu Ming shook his head. The interior space of the factory is too large. We must find a basement and reinforce the surroundings to be completely safe. He was well aware of the power of a tornado of this scale. Even reinforced concrete could be shredded. Let alone ice. In this situation, they had to hide underground, and the deeper the better. However, they didn't have much time to leisurely choose a location. The tornado was coming from G City, and would be there in a matter of hours. They had to find a suitable basement and reinforce it within a few hours. There was no time to waste. Chu Ming immediately took out his phone and checked the map of the surrounding area. Most of it was residential areas, but there were also a few villa districts. The villa area had 3-story or even 5-story basement structures. By hiding in the deepest basement and reinforcing it, it should be able to withstand this tornado. Chu Ming sent the map to the base vehicle and told Su Yufei, "Go to the villa area I marked." After a few minutes, the base vehicle arrived at the villa area. Chu Ming stored the base vehicle and the small cargo truck in the spatial ring. Then he and Su Yufei went into the villa area. But to Chu Ming's surprise, it had already been occupied by someone else. Especially the location of the main villa had been dug out into a huge pit, with a winding path leading downwards. There were also narrow passages underneath the ice layer throughout the villa area, forming an interconnected underground network. It seemed that an underground city was already taking shape here. And living under the ice layer was similar to living in an ice house. The interior would not only not be cold, but even relatively warm. The person who designed this place must be quite intelligent. "Hey, who are you people?" Suddenly, someone on the roof of the main villa shouted at Chu Ming. Hearing the commotion outside, over a dozen people came rushing out of the villa. "This is the territory of Hope City, outsiders are not allowed in." A burly man in the lead, holding a large machete, glared at Chu Ming and the others with hostility. "Sirs, there's no misunderstanding. I saw the tornado approaching G City, so I was looking for a place to take shelter. Of course, I'm willing to offer compensation." Chu Ming tried to resolve the situation diplomatically. This villa area was obviously under unified management. He could use force to take it, but that would waste too much time. Since they were running a base here, there must be a certain flow of personnel. Well, they could just have these people join the base for a few days until the tornado passes. Then they can find an opportunity to leave. Tornado? The burly man faltered, then quickly led his people out of the pit to look towards G City. What they saw made everyone suck in a sharp breath. A massive, towering tornado was advancing towards H City from the direction of G City, with a destructive force that was palpable even from hundreds of kilometers away. Facing such a tornado up close, no one would be able to survive. "Quick, go inform the leader," the burly man hurriedly instructed his subordinates. Soon, a young man wearing glasses emerged from the villa, accompanied by a man and a woman. Seeing them, Yi Zihuan quietly whispered to Chu Ming, "Those two are likely possessors of special abilities." This was the advantage of Yi Zihuan's ability to sense special abilities. She could detect the presence of enhanced humans or mutant plants/animals right away, even if she lacked combat capabilities herself. The leader of Hope City came out to the surface and looked at the horrifying tornado in the distance. His expression was somewhat grim, but he did not seem overly panicked. "Gather all the managers, and send a team to find a place to park the vehicles. Also, notify the nearby residential areas to prepare their defenses," Chen Ziyan calmly instructed. After these arrangements were made, Chen Ziyan's gaze finally fell on Chu Ming and the others. "Thank you all for the warning, or else we might have missed this event altogether," Chen Ziyan said gratefully. Due to the cold weather, most people were staying indoors. And their geographical location meant they wouldn't have been able to detect the situation in the distance right away. The residents in the apartment buildings would have a better view, but by the time they noticed something was wrong, it might have already been too late. "We just wanted to find a place to take shelter from the wind," Chu Ming said, proactively handing over his backpack. "There's some high-calorie food in here as a temporary lodging fee." The backpack contained plenty of nutritious food, showing his sincerity. But if they refused or tried to overcharge, Xu Ming was prepared to act. At this close range, he was confident he could quickly subdue the two enhanced humans. However, he wasn't sure if there were any other special ability users, nor the full manpower of Hope City. Acting rashly would not be prudent. The food is not necessary, Chen Ziyan declined taking the backpack. Our rule is, as long as you bring value to the base, you can enjoy the corresponding benefits. You've brought us this critical information, so you're welcome to stay in my base for free until the tornado passes. You can decide whether to leave or stay afterwards. Xu Ming didn't insist, simply taking the backpack back. Then I appreciate it. Please provide me with a 3-story basement. All right. Chen Ziyan nodded, then looked to the female enhanced human beside him. Xinyan, take them inside. How picky, Xinyan muttered, reluctantly leading Xu Ming's group into the pit and towards the villa. This villa with a 5-story basement structure is only occupied by me and my brother. Normally, outsiders wouldn't be allowed in, Xinyan explained as they walked. She eyed Xu Ming thoughtfully. A man with 5 women by his side? And they're all quite attractive too. What quite the harem he's got there. And he's even brought a cat. Is he planning to keep it as a food reserve or something? Although maybe he just wants to raise it. Xu Ming took the opportunity to observe the interior of the villa more closely. The furniture and appliances were all water damaged, effectively ruined. And there was still a lot of uncleared ice, making the living conditions far from comfortable. Yet this young woman seemed to view this place as a precious treasure. In just a month into the apocalypse, people's living standards had already dropped drastically. Even these seemingly wealthy siblings couldn't avoid that. Can we go to the basement now? Xu Ming asked, turning his gaze away. Follow me, Chen Xinyan said, leading the way to an iron door. As they entered the basement, Xu Ming immediately felt the temperature rise significantly. This was why so many bases in the apocalypse were built underground. You're right, living underground offers advantages in terms of temperature regulation, even if it doesn't solve all the problems. It's simply more comfortable than residing on the surface. The person who designed this underground ice passage network clearly understood this principle, which is why everyone here is living in the basement levels. Just on the first basement floor, Xu Ming saw around 30 people. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. Wrapped in a thick down jacket was Xin Mengran. Xu Ming raised his brows slightly, somewhat surprised that this woman was still alive. Though he supposed it was good she hadn't met her end. Oh, so you two know each other? Chen Xinyan, who didn't seem to like Xin Mengran, now looked at Xu Ming with distaste as well. Since you're acquainted, Xin Mengran, you can take them down to the 3rd basement level. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll head back up. With that, Xinyan left without a backward glance. Shen Mengran eyed Xu Ming with obvious disdain. Why do you keep clinging to me like a leech? Let me tell you, Xu Ming, I have a boyfriend now. There's no way we'll ever be together in this lifetime. After the refugee shelter incident with the rat plague, she had fled G-City with a group of elderly people and ended up discovering this base in H-City. She only realized the existence of the enhanced individuals after coming to this base. The base's leader, Chen Zixian, was someone she didn't have much chance to interact with. However, the 2 enhanced individuals were often the ones leading expeditions to search for supplies. That's when she understood where her path lay. The base's only male enhanced individual, Wang Biao. If she could earn his favor, she would be able to walk around the base with confidence. She wouldn't have to worry about food or shelter anymore. So she tried her best to get close to Wang Biao whenever he went out to search for supplies. Finally, she was able to establish a relationship with him yesterday. She smoothly moved into the villa, which only the core members were qualified to access. She thought her good days were about to begin. But as soon as she started moving her things in, Xu Ming showed up. Xin Mengran, aren't you a bit too confident in yourself? Xu Ming said with a mocking tone, do you really think you can compare to any of the women around me? That's when Xin Mengran noticed the several women behind Xu Ming. There were mature, young, and cute types, a variety of them. And they all looked clean and well-groomed, a stark contrast to Xin Mengran who hadn't bathed in a month. Shen Mengran's face paled. When did Xu Ming become so popular? Could it be that she misjudged the situation? No. Her boyfriend is an enhanced individual. Xu Ming is nothing compared to him. She'll just have Wang Biao, the base's second-in-command, kick these people out. As the future wife of the second-in-command, doesn't she have the right to decide who stays and who goes? While Shan Mengran was lost in her fantasy, Xu Ming had already led the group down to the 2nd basement level. There were many more beds here, though it wasn't as noisy as the upper floors. The environment was also much better compared to upstairs. It was clear that the truly core members were housed on this level. Shen Mengran thought she had entered the base's inner circle, but she was still at the very bottom. Xu Ming continued descending, finally reaching the third basement level. This area was divided into many rooms, likely able to accommodate around 10 people. There was even a room piled high with supplies, guarded by armed personnel at the entrance. However, the supplies seemed to have been water damaged. Xu Ming didn't show much interest, just giving it a brief glance before turning away. Big Brother Chu, is this place safe? Yi Jian asked anxiously, cradling the small coal ball in her arms. It should be safe, Xu Ming nodded. It was a pity this wasn't their own territory. If it were, he could have reinforced it with metal sheets and steel plates to make it even more secure. At the same time, Shen Mengran couldn't hold back any longer and went out to find Wang Biao. Honey, why are you out here? Wang Biao's face lit up with a smile when he saw Shen Mengran. Before the apocalypse, he was just a migrant worker who moved bricks on a construction site. He never expected to find a beautiful girlfriend like Shen Mengran after developing his abilities. It's just that Shen Zixian and Shen Xinyan don't seem to approve of him and Shen Mengran being together. That's why he could only temporarily arrange for Shen Mengran to stay on the first basement level for now. But in the future, he'll find a way to have Shen Mengran live with him. Gao Ji, can you get rid of those people who just went in? I have a grudge against them. Shen Mengran said, snuggling up to Wang Biao's arm. Hearing Shen Mengran's coquettish voice, Wang Biao felt himself getting excited. But he quickly composed himself and said, I can't do that. Those people were arranged by the leader to shelter from the tornado. At most, they'll leave tomorrow. Just be patient, my dear. As long as I'm here, no one will bully you. I don't care about any tornado. They have to be kicked out of the base today. Shen Mengran stomped her foot angrily. Darling, you're the second in command. Surely you don't need the leader's permission for a small matter like this? The leader is just an ordinary person. It's only because of his sister's influence that he's in this position today. And Shen Xinyan's abilities aren't as impressive as yours. She can only conjure a bit of mud. How could she compare to your incredible strength? I think you're more suited to be the leader. Today, you should assert your dominance in front of everyone, so they all know that you're the one with the real authority here. Shen Mengran continued to urge him on. That doesn't seem quite right, Wang Biao said with a somewhat troubled expression. The leader has done me a kindness, so wouldn't it be like turning my back on him if I did that? To make the base develop even better, of course we need to let capable people take the lead. Shen Mengran stated matter-of-factly. That's true. Wang Biao nodded. And I'm not asking you to kick Shen Zixian out. Just give him another position later on, that's all, Shen Mengran continued, feeding Wang Biao all kinds of twisted logic. She had long been dissatisfied with Shen Zixian and Shen Xinyan. If she could seize this opportunity to push Wang Biao to the top, she would become the leader's wife in the future. Then she could make Shen Xinyan serve her. Alright, I'll go chase those people away right now. And you don't have to stay on the first basement level anymore, come live with me on the third floor. We haven't even had a proper sleep together yet. Wang Biao chuckled. Seeing Wang Biao's lustful expression, Shen Mengran put on an coy smile, but she felt a bit disgusted inwardly. She had slept with many men before, and the queue could probably stretch all the way to the neighborhood gate. But most of them were from good families and had respectable jobs. Wang Biao, on the other hand, used to be just a migrant worker. Not only was he ugly, but he also had a rustic, smelly air about him. However, she thought, the times have changed now. Only enhanced individuals like Wang Biao can help her live safely. So his ugliness doesn't really matter. As long as he's not a pervert. Wang Biao followed Shen Mengran back to the basement. He first helped Shen Mengran pack up her things, then carried the luggage from the first basement level up to the third. Looking around at the environment here, as well as the fully stocked supply room in the corner, Shen Mengran was very satisfied. This will be her new home from now on. Once Wang Biao becomes the leader, she'll kick everyone else out and enjoy this place all to herself. That's when Shen Mengran noticed Chu Ming and the others in the corner. Hanging onto Wang Biao's arm, she strutted over to them with an arrogant expression. Xu Ming, I'm officially telling you all to get out of here. You have 10 seconds to leave, or my boyfriend is going to have to use force. Leaning against Wang Biao, Shen Mengran said smugly, oh, by the way, did you know my boyfriend is a strength-type ability user? He can lift hundreds of kilograms with one hand. There's no one else in this base stronger than him. If you don't want to end up missing limbs, you better get out of here quick. And just in case you didn't know, ability users are like the superheroes in sci-fi movies. My boyfriend is no different. Shen Mengran couldn't wait to show off. She just had to prove that Wang Biao was superior to Chu Ming. Otherwise, she would still feel resentful about Chu Ming dumping her. That's why she's been so disdainful of Chu Ming lately. Is he really that impressive? Chu Ming, who had been sitting in the corner feeling bored, now found some entertainment coming his way. The people around Chu Ming, like Su Yufei, were also struggling to hold back their laughter. In their group, strength-type abilities were definitely the most undesirable. After all, who would want to draw 3 basic abilities when eating spiritual peaches? Strength abilities were as ordinary as they come. Couldn't they just use contribution points to buy endurance enhancement liquid if they wanted to boost their physique? Yet here was Shen Mengran trying to use it as her bragging point. And it's not even her own ability. What's she so smug about? You all better get out of here before my darling has to say it a second time. Wang Biao, puffed up by Shen Mengran's praise, spoke in an arrogant tone. But Chu Ming felt the situation wasn't exciting enough yet, so he raised his hand to inflict a mental disturbance on Wang Biao. The next moment, Wang Biao suddenly jerked, and when his gaze landed on Shen Mengran, a look of sheer terror appeared on his face. He then abruptly dropped to his knees with a thud. Shen Mengran was taken aback. What was happening? Why did he suddenly kneel down? Mom! I really didn't mean to, please forgive me. Wang Biao cried, grabbing at Shen Mengran's clothes, tears and snot streaming down his face. Hearing Wang Biao's address, Chu Ming almost spat out his saliva. Wow! Just a second ago, he was darling, and now he's mom? What did this guy see? Shen Mengran's face went from pale to flushed, like a messed up color palette. Yao Ji, what are you doing? Get up! Shen Mengran desperately tried to pull Wang Biao up, but he wouldn't budge. I won't get up, I won't. I know you're still mad at me, and you won't forgive me even after I'm dead. Mom, don't worry, I'll burn more spirit money for you in the future. Wang Biao cried, clinging to Shen Mengran's legs. As more and more people started paying attention to the commotion, Shen Mengran felt utterly humiliated. Not only did she suddenly gain a grown son, but now he's even talking about burning spirit money for her. Isn't this just cursing her to die? Didn't realize you guys were playing such a wild game. Chu Ming said, barely holding back his laughter. Offensive mental abilities are actually quite rare. Most of the time, mental abilities are used more for support. But don't underestimate support abilities. If they can distract the enemy for even a few seconds, that could be the key to winning a battle. And Chu Ming's mental disturbance ability can last for nearly half a minute. Just imagine what he could accomplish in that time. The quick ones might even be able to produce a child. However, even under the influence of mental disturbance, Wang Biao's mind is still lucid. If someone attacks him, he's not necessarily incapable of fighting back. A person's desire for survival will always be stronger than anything else. So mental disturbance is more useful for disrupting the enemy than direct offensive capabilities. Working in coordination with teammates is often more suitable. Now, if someone tried to stab Wang Biao in the back, he probably wouldn't be able to react in time. Soon, the half-minute passed. Wang Biao's emotions gradually settled, and the clarity returned to his eyes. But when he saw Shen Mengran, he instinctively took a few steps back. Shen Mengran wiped away the snot that had gotten on her from Wang Biao with a hint of disgust, then walked up to him with a concerned expression. Yao Ji, are you alright? Don't come near me! Wang Biao cried out in terror, looking at Shen Mengran with fearful eyes. What's wrong? Shen Mengran was puzzled. I think you look a bit like my mom. Wang Biao swallowed hard, still refusing to let Shen Mengran approach him. Shen Mengran's face darkened. She was at least a decade or two younger than Wang Biao. How could she be his mother? And he was fine just a moment ago. What's with this sudden breakdown? Is this guy mentally unstable or something? Seeing this, Chu Ming was quite surprised as well. It seems the after effects are quite severe for this guy. What kind of guilty secret did he have that would make him so terrified? Do I look like a dog to you? Chu Ming curiously asked Yi Jian. No, you don't. Yi Jian shook her head. That's good. Chu Ming nodded. If the mental disturbance he used last time had also left Yi Jian with psychological trauma, and she started seeing him as a dog every day, that wouldn't be good at all. It's not appropriate to treat one's own people that way. It seems this ability needs to be used more carefully on their own side in the future. The risks seem quite high. At this moment, the siblings Chen Zian and Chen Xinyan, along with a large group of people, arrived at the third level of the basement. The basement, covering several hundred square meters, was instantly packed to the brim. Chen Ziyan stood at the front of the crowd and said in a loud voice, "Everyone, the tornado is rapidly approaching H City, and its power is even more terrifying than I had imagined. So we must work together to get through this difficult time. This basement is the safest place in the base, so please bear with the crowding." He then looked at his sister Chen Xinyan and said, "Sister, would you please reinforce the basement?" "Okay," Chen Xinyan nodded and went to the entrance, extending her hands. Suddenly, a faint yellow light started to emanate from her palms. A few minutes later, a dirt wall had formed at the entrance, sealing it off. Chen Xinyan's actions did not stop there. She continued to reinforce the ceiling in several important load-bearing beams and corners. The entire process took nearly 2 hours. Watching Chen Xinyan release so much energy effortlessly, Xu Ming couldn't help but be surprised. This young lady seemed to have excellent natural talents, especially well-suited for construction and earth-based abilities. While her combat capabilities might be slightly weaker, her defensive abilities were very strong, which was a weakness in his team. Unfortunately, Chen Xinyan had a family to support, and it would be difficult to recruit her. After reinforcing the basement, everyone could only wait patiently. Faced with the power of nature, humans are always insignificant. After the wild winds had passed, G City and H City will likely suffer even greater losses than the previous disasters. The days ahead will only become more difficult. The mood of everyone is a mix of worry and heaviness. About an hour later, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. The dust on the ceiling started to fall down with a whooshing sound. "It's coming!" Su Yue and the others huddled tightly next to Xu Ming. Xu Ming had already put on his bulletproof vest and helmet, and had even placed some steel plates inside his clothes to protect against serious internal injuries if something were to fall on him. If the space wasn't so cramped, he would have insisted on bringing out the RV. He was worried that outside, the RV might get blown away by the wind. But here in the basement, that wouldn't be a problem. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. The mild trembling had turned into violent shaking. In an instant, the entire basement was rocking back and forth. Even though the wind was raging above, it felt like an earthquake had hit. The reinforced ceiling had developed cracks. Cries of alarm were erupting all around the basement. They were at nearly 10 meters underground, with earth-based reinforcements. If even this couldn't withstand it, surely the people outside must have all perished? Realizing this, a sense of despair began to rise in the hearts of many. When would this torment ever end? Fortunately, the intense shaking only lasted for a few tens of seconds. The noise gradually faded into the distance. It wasn't until complete silence fell outside that someone joyfully cried out, "The tornado has passed, we're alive." Wonderful! Chen Xinyan cautiously removed part of the earth wall at the basement entrance. But when she saw the scene outside, her small face turned pale. Even though they were on the third basement level, the sky visible through the opening was a gloomy gray. The entire villa had been completely swept away. Worse still, there were many high-rise buildings surrounding the area. Now, as far as the eye could see, it was all empty space, they had all disappeared. Chen Ziyan's expression was also grave. He knew that the dozens of surrounding neighborhoods were largely under his control. It seemed none of them had been spared. Thousands of lives, simply blown away by the wind. All his previous efforts now felt like a cruel joke. Did the world truly not grant them any chance to survive? Xu Ming, having seen his fair share of life and death, did not share in these profound sentiments. Removing his helmet and shaking off the dust, Xu Ming stepped forward and said, "Thank you, leader, for your hospitality. Now that the tornado has passed, we'll be taking our leave." "You're leaving already?" Chen Ziyan asked, surprised. "We were just passing through," Xu Ming said, his gaze falling on the Chun siblings. "In return for your free shelter, I'd advise you not to stay near the coastal cities." "Brother, the coast is indeed very dangerous. First the floods, now the tornado, who knows what might come next, like a tsunami." Chen Xinyan tugged at Chen Ziyan's sleeve. "We should really relocate. With H City ravaged by the winds, finding supplies will only get harder if we stay here. We won't be able to survive like this." Chen Ziyan furrowed his brow, seeming to consider the feasibility of this idea. With the temperature so low outside, moving such a large group would not be easy. And with the current conditions, their vehicles were likely ruined as well. Trying to walk to another city would surely lead to many freezing to death along the way. Just then, a strange and unsettling sound came from outside. Xu Ming approached the entrance and peered out, spotting a semi-transparent mass slowly undulating towards them. "What the hell is that thing?" Chen Xinyan stared with wide eyes. Jellyfish, probably blown in by the wind, Xu Ming replied, climbing up to the top of the earthen wall to get a better view with his binoculars. What he saw made his skin crawl with dread. All across the pockmarked terrain left by the tornado were giant blue jellyfish, some as tall as a single-story building, others around half a meter in size. The tentacles beneath the jellyfish seemed to have evolved the ability to crawl on land. They were able to move across the terrain with relative ease, despite their slow pace. However, the sheer number of them was unnerving, a veritable swarm of monstrous invertebrates. Most people would have been terrified by this sight, but not Xu Ming. In his eyes, these mutated jellyfish were a treasure trove of energy cores, first stage, second stage, and perhaps even third stage specimens. They were practically delivering themselves to him. This was an opportunity not to be missed. If he could harvest all these mutated jellyfish, he could cultivate so many mutated peach blossoms. Perhaps he could even help Yi Ziyan and the others reach the second stage. Seeing Xu Ming dash out, Chen Xinyan and Chen Ziyan were taken aback. "Hey, come back! It's too dangerous out there," Chen Xinyan shouted after him. Didn't he see those huge jellyfish crawling towards them? What if they were venomous? What if they ate people? Xu Ming put away his binoculars and returned to the basement entrance. "We need to leave now. You two should reseal the entrance, those things are everywhere out there," he said. "Everywhere?" Chen Xinyan's pupils shrank. Chen Ziyan's brow was furrowed deeply. He had encountered a massive spider earlier, and had thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. But now it seemed those abnormal creatures were not isolated incidents. Just like Chen Xinyan and Wang Biao's sudden acquisition of abilities, the world was clearly developing in an uncontrollable direction. He had thought he could lead everyone to survive the apocalypse, but reality proved his plans were far too simple. Seeing the giant jellyfish approaching, Chen Xinyan's tone grew urgent. "You should just come back inside and hide. Even if you want to leave, you should wait until it's safe out there." "No need." Xu Ming glanced at Su Yue and the others. "Everyone, come out. Time to get to work." Hearing this, Su Yue's group obediently climbed out of the basement. They felt safer sticking with Xu Ming than remaining in the basement. And getting to work meant they could earn contribution points. The prospect of that reward chart filled them with motivation. Watching Xu Ming's group leave, Chen Xinyan was perplexed. Didn't they feel any fear at all? At that moment, Shen Mengran hurriedly rushed up and said to Chen Xinyan, "They're going to get themselves killed. Why are you bothering with them? Quickly seal up the entrance." Chen Xinyan hesitantly nodded and used her abilities to reform the earthen wall, sealing the entrance. She didn't see what happened next. As Xu Ming passed by the mutated jellyfish, he casually sliced one over a meter tall in half with a wave of his hand. The liquid that flowed from the creature's body immediately began to corrode the ground and ice around it. Xu Ming knew these jellyfish were likely highly poisonous. "Everyone, be careful and use ranged attacks. Their defenses are weak, but don't let their toxic fluids touch you," he instructed the group. Su Yue and the others obediently nodded in understanding. Xu Ming stepped forward and collected the jellyfish corpse, harvesting a first-stage energy core in the process. First-stage mutated jellyfish detected. "Commence disassembly," the system chimed. "Proceed," Xu Ming commanded. First-stage mutated jellyfish disassembled. Harmful components and impurities removed automatically. Congratulations on obtaining first-stage body-strengthening liquid, mutated jellyfish hide, and concentrated jellyfish venom. First-stage body-strengthening liquid, comprehensive bodily enhancement upon consumption. Mutated jellyfish hide, can resist corrosion from same-level jellyfish venom, and provide some protection against other toxins. Concentrated jellyfish venom, strongly corrosive to all non-metallic materials. Venom entering the body causes hemorrhaging, nerve paralysis, and other negative effects effective against mutated lifeforms. Seeing the valuable items produced, Xu Ming nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't expected this creature to yield such useful rewards, especially the jellyfish hide. With this thing, we don't have to be so cautious when collecting the energy cores. Let's go and find a place to set up camp first. Xu Ming announced officially. He has taken charge of all the mutated jellyfish in this area. After the tornado, the entire city looked like it had been chewed on by a dog. The road surface was uneven, with trash and debris everywhere. Everywhere, you could see the ruins and frames of buildings destroyed by the tornado. It would be impossible to drive on such a road. Xu Ming just found a relatively stable place nearby and took out the RV and small truck from the space. "Xu big brother, what should we do now?" Su Yufei asked proactively. "Do you see these jellyfish? Don't touch the ones over 2 meters, the rest of you just kill them and bring them back. The contribution points will be calculated according to the previous form. Saying this, Xiuming looked at Zhou and Xiaqing, the two girls without any special abilities. If you also want to earn contribution points, you can go and help carry the jellyfish corpses. I will give you 1 contribution point for each jellyfish corpse you carry. Also, if you see any jellyfish over 2 meters, you can record the location and come back to notify me, and I will also give you 1 contribution point. Su Yufei and Suing had no experience in hunting mutant beasts before. Having to run back and forth to carry the corpses, the efficiency is really too low. Let them follow behind and pick up the corpses would be a waste of their abilities. Zhou and Xiaqing, the two idle people, are just right for this kind of job. It can also help train the courage of these young girls. There's no harm in that. Hearing Xiuming's words, Xiaqiang and Zhou were both excited and anxious. Just now on the way here, they had felt their scalps tingle when they saw the soft, flabby jellyfish. But compared to the parasites they encountered at the pharmaceutical company before, these jellyfish at least had a cute appearance. And the few mutated jellyfish they encountered along the way were easily killed by Su Yufei and Suing. Following behind to collect the corpses, they shouldn't face too much risk. Big Brother Chu, don't worry, we guarantee we will complete the task. Xiaqing said with a determined expression. She was well aware that if she didn't improve herself now, the opportunities to earn contribution points would only decrease in the future. One day, when they can no longer keep up with the main group, there was a risk of being abandoned. Suing could protect them for now, but not forever. Only by proving their own worth can they truly become part of Xiuming's team, rather than just being a burden. But the jellyfish are poisonous, should we find something to protect ourselves? Zhou said beside her. I've already prepared something for you. Xiuming took out the dissected jellyfish skins. Just now on the road, Su Yufei and Suing had practiced and killed 3 mutated jellyfish. When unfolded, they were about 5 or 6 meters long, enough for them to use as protective gear. Xiuming explained the function of the jellyfish skins to Su Yufei and the others. Yi Zian immediately volunteered to sew the jellyfish skins into clothing for everyone. She was well aware that she did not have any combat abilities. So she can only contribute through doing odd jobs, trying to pay off her debts to Xiuming as soon as possible. Xiuming didn't have any objections, so he let Yi Zian get to work. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this time, Xiuming had harvested more than 500 ordinary mutated jellyfish, the ones that were less than half a meter tall and did not have energy cores yet. These mutated jellyfish had low defense and were slow. Their only expertise was their poisonous attacks, which couldn't really harm the group. Slaughtering them was as easy as killing little chicks, 1 down. Although the ordinary mutated jellyfish didn't have cores, their bodies could still be used to extract body enhancement liquid. Of course, Xiuming wouldn't waste that. As for the first stage mutated jellyfish, he had collected over 200 energy cores. Some of them had already been absorbed by Su Yufei and Suing. Xiuming himself had also used up a few. After all, hunting the mutated jellyfish did consume energy. The ones used by Su Yufei and Suing not only replenished their internal energy, but also helped them upgrade their special abilities. It was a win-win situation. For Xiuming, it was a necessary investment. He naturally wouldn't nitpick about it. There were less than 5 second-stage mutated jellyfish energy cores left. Xiuming had absorbed them immediately. His upgrade progress is now around 25%. He would need about 15 more second-stage energy cores to have a chance of upgrading to the 3rd stage. It's clear that the upgrade speed will get increasingly difficult going forward. But Xiuming wasn't in a rush. Many of the newly awakened ability users probably haven't even seen what an energy core looks like. Yet he's already thinking about the 3rd stage. To be precise, the evolution speed of the mutated creatures simply can't keep up with his monster-slaying speed. That's a bit too much. Oh well, he'll just take it slow. In the evening, Xiuming sat in the RV tallying the spoils of war. Su Yufei and the others were calculating the contribution points. Everyone was in a very good mood. Apart from the over 200 first-stage energy cores, their biggest harvest this time was 5 barrels of first-stage body enhancement liquid, and about 1 liter of second-stage body enhancement liquid. Taking the first-stage body enhancement liquid no longer had any effect on Xiuming. His single-handed strength is now around 200 kilograms. He's almost on par with power ability users. Not to mention the body enhancement liquid, which provides an all-round upgrade to the body. This is something that even power ability users can't match. Xiuming has decided that starting from tomorrow, he will be taking the second stage body enhancement liquid. Trying to get his physique to the second stage as soon as possible as well. Big brother Chu, I have over 5,000 contribution points here, you can just deduct the 1,000 points for the spirit peach directly, Su Yufei said to Chu Ming. According to the current exchange rate, one first stage energy core can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. These days, Su Yufei had hunted around 50 first stage mutated jellyfish, and the rest were from hunting ordinary mutated jellyfish. Su Ying's numbers were not too far off, around 40 to 50 as well. In other words, the majority of the energy cores were collected by Chu Ming himself. The two of them combined still didn't have as many mutated jellyfish kills as Chu Ming alone. Don't worry, I've already deducted it, Chu Ming said, opening the computer to check the team's contribution point status. After deducting 1,000 points, Su Yufei had 4,300 points left. Su Ying had 4,900 points. Xia Cheng had 171 points. Jolie had 158 points. Yi Zian only had 50 points. In addition, she still owed Chu Ming 1,000 points. These days, Yi Zian had been arguing to go out and collect corpses to earn some hard-earned money, but Chu Ming had refused her mercilessly every time. Among the girls in the team, Yi Zian was the only one he was willing to support. After all, she was the future high-level healer who could use resurrection magic. Even if she didn't do anything, Chu Ming would still prepare the upgrade resources for her. However, to motivate Yi Zian as well as the others, Chu Ming had set some rules. Whoever can break through to the second stage first will be rewarded with 10,000 contribution points. The energy cores can be purchased on credit from him, or exchanged at a rate of 100 contribution points per core. When it comes to improving the team's strength, Chu Ming is never stingy. After all, the top-tier resources will definitely be kept for his own use first. The leftovers will then go to Yi Zian and the others. As soon as this reward mechanism was announced, Yi Zian wasted no time in asking him for a credit of 20 energy cores. Chu Ming has also noticed these past few days that the number of energy cores needed for the upgrades of Yi Zian and the others seems to be slightly higher than his own. Roughly speaking, Yi Zian only needs around 20 or so. Su Yufei and Su Ying need even more. This may be related to their individual talents. To break through to the second stage as soon as possible, Su Yufei and Su Ying have also asked Chu Ming to exchange some energy cores for them. As for Xia Cheng and Jolie, they exchanged for the long-coveted body enhancement liquid. Chu Ming generously gave everyone a day off today to rest. Tomorrow, they'll move to a new location and continue. Meanwhile, the group at the Hope Base had finally mustered the courage to venture out of the gloomy underground room. Seeing the devastated city before them, the expressions on everyone's faces were not good. They had previously thought that this was the end of the world. The scene before them, however, had refreshed their understanding of that term. I told you, how could there be so many monsters out there? You were all tricked by that guy. Shen Mengran gritted her teeth angrily. During this period, the over 100 people at the Hope Base had all been crammed into a small underground room. Not to mention daily life, even trying to lie down and sleep was difficult. Now their food was running out as well. If they had come out earlier, why would she have suffered like this? Today, everyone should go collect some food first, and see if there are any transportation vehicles, Shenzi inside. We really should move out of here. With H City turning into this state, it would be difficult for them to find a place to live in the future. Leaving early might give them a chance at survival. Leader, I think I saw a vehicle, no, 2 vehicles. Suddenly, a person holding a pair of binoculars exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, Wang Biao quickly snatched the binoculars away. Brother Chen, there are really vehicles. And it's a luxurious RV. Seeing the RV in the distance, Wang Biao's mouth was almost watering. Forget about the apocalypse now. Even when he was working in the city before, he had never seen such a luxurious RV. If they could get their hands on that, they would have a place to stay wherever they went. Just the thought of it made him feel overjoyed. And most importantly, Wang Biao knew that with his abilities as an ability user, he could definitely live in that RV. But the prerequisite was that the RV had to be theirs. Thinking about this, Wang Biao didn't hesitate and rushed straight towards the RV. The others seeing this, could only follow him. Reaching the RV, Wang Biao knocked on the door. Seeing no response, he wanted to use an iron bar to smash the window open. But after trying for a while, he still couldn't break it. He then turned his attention to the small cargo truck behind the RV. It was lunchtime now. Yi Zian had just placed the braised pork she had cooked on the dining table, and looked out the window. They seem to be from the Hope Base, and are quite interested in this vehicle. Never mind them, let's just eat first. Chu Ming, who was already terribly hungry, picked up the fragrant rice and started to enjoy his meal. Wang Biao went around to the back of the cargo truck and pounded on it with his fists. But he found that the exterior of this truck was far inferior to the RV in front. This looks promising. Wang Biao's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up a rock on the ground, ready to smash the truck door open. Wang Biao, there are probably people inside the vehicle, you shouldn't act rashly. At this moment, the Chen siblings also arrived. Seeing Wang Biao trying to smash the door, Chen Ziyan quickly stopped him. Brother Chen, I don't want to do this either, but the people inside are just like turtles, they won't come out at all. Wang Biao said impatiently. That's right, leader. Shen Mengran also stepped forward, echoing his words. We're not unreasonable people. Now that we want to leave this cursed place, we definitely need a mode of transportation, but the people in the vehicle won't come out, so we can't negotiate with them. After these past few days, Wang Biao's mind had become much clearer. Although he still sometimes mistook Shen Mengran for his mother when half asleep, it was a lot better than before. In order to establish a foothold in the team, Shen Mengran had stubbornly chosen to stick with Wang Biao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a voice right now. Even so, we can't just smash their door, we're not bandits. If we break their door, how are we supposed to negotiate later? Chen Xinyan frowned. He and his sister had founded the Hope Base, hoping to unite more people and survive better in the apocalypse. To go around robbing others of their supplies at the first sign of difficulty, that's no different from being a bandit. Just then, the car door suddenly creaked open. Suing, with her hair in a ponytail, wearing a rabbit print pajama set and fluffy slippers, walked out to the doorway. Who's trying to smash my car door? Su Ying's youthful face showed a hint of anger. It's you? Chen Xinyan immediately recognized the girl in front of him. She looked quite young, probably only 18 or 19 years old. Looking at the RV's interior, it was warmly furnished and tidy. They even had electric blankets and heaters. It had been over a month since the power went out, yet these people could still use electrical appliances. What kind of luxurious life were they living? Oh, so you all know each other, that makes things easier. Wang Biao tossed away the rock in his hand and walked up with a smile. Little miss, we'd like to borrow these 2 vehicles for a few days. Once our people have all moved to the next city, we'll return them to you in perfect condition. No way. Suing refused without even thinking about it. Little miss, I believe we took you in before. It's been just a few days since the tornado, and now you're turning your back on us, a female Hope Base administrator said in a sarcastic tone. That was a one-time thing. Back then we gave you food in exchange. It was your leader who refused. Suing snorted. Biao, doesn't this car look like the one I used to drive? Shen Mengran covered her mouth in surprise. They couldn't have stolen the base's vehicle, could they? Yeah, this is definitely our base's car. Apart from our base, who else for miles around could have a car like this? How outrageous, just a few days ago they left our base, and now they're stealing our vehicle. They won't even let us borrow it for a couple days. These are the kind of ungrateful people we helped. Hearing these discussions, Suing rolled her eyes and said, Shen Mengran, you know as well as I do that we escaped from the same shelter. And your little beaten-up car, how could it compare to mine? I'd say you're not just ungrateful, but also blind. Little sister, we absolutely don't mean to falsely accuse you of stealing the car, but we really need this vehicle. We promise to return it to you in a few days. Chen Ziyan said sincerely. Falsely accuse? You already have. Suing rolled her eyes in exasperation. You'd better leave now. I have a good temper, but if you anger Big Brother Chu, you'll be the ones paying for it. Your tone is quite big for a little girl. Wang Biao flexed his fingers indignantly. Don't you know I'm an ability user? Your little pretty boy captain, I could knock him out with one punch. That's right, Biao can punch a cow to death. What's Chu Ming compared to that? Just a bit handsomer, and you all think he's so special. Shen Mengran sneered. Put. This time, before Suing could speak, Xiaoqing and Jolie inside the RV couldn't hold back their laughter. What are you laughing at? Wang Biao was puzzled. They're laughing at how stupid you are. That's when Chu Ming finally finished his braised pork and opened the RV's window. Peering through the window, Shen Mengran saw the RV's luxurious interior, and her eyes immediately turned green with envy. The other people from the Hope Base had similar reactions. Seeing such a luxurious RV, who wouldn't want to claim it as their own? And they could even smell the delicious meat aroma. The fragrance of the braised pork. Those scoundrels even had braised pork to eat. This was simply too much. Biao, I want to live in that RV. You go kill all of these people, then it'll just be the 2 of us living in the RV, no one else. Shen Mengran tightly gripped Wang Biao's sleeve, lowering her voice in excitement. No wonder Chu Ming had so many women around him. In the apocalypse, with such an RV, how many women wouldn't he be able to sleep with? Wang Biao couldn't help but be swayed by Shen Mengran's words. As a rare ability user like him, he deserved to live in such an RV. Otherwise, how could he demonstrate his noble status? He could even learn from Chu Ming and keep a few pretty women in the RV. Sleep with one every day. Or even several in a day if he wanted. And there were already some right here, ready-made. He didn't dare imagine this before. Now that he had the ability, why would he be afraid to imagine anything? When a person's abilities are not matched by their cognition, they easily become inflated and lack self-awareness. Wang Biao was a typical example of this. In his eyes, his ability power was the most impressive. While the leader of the Hope Base seemed to be Chen Zian, he was actually the one with the most real power. He addressed Chen Zian as Brother Chen out of his own willingness to give Chen face. So when he decided to seize the RV, he didn't inform anyone and just suddenly attacked Suing without warning. In his view, taking a hostage first and then forcing the other party to hand over the vehicle could save a lot of trouble. But just as his hand was about to reach Suing, a flash of fire suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Immediately, an intense burning pain shot through the back of his hand. Ah! Wang Biao let out a piercing scream. A ball of flames had ignited on his hand. As the fire was about to spread to his body, Chen Xinyan reacted extremely quickly, encasing his arm in earth element to barely stop the flames from continuing to spread. But when she withdrew the earth element, they found that Wang Biao's entire arm had already been burned into charcoal. In just a few brief seconds, his flesh and blood had been burned into charcoal. What a terrifying temperature! If it had been even a moment later. It's hard to imagine what would have become of Wang Biao. Suing had a small flame flickering in her palm, and she sneered, "Ability, is that impressive? Being able to punch a cow to death is nothing. If you have the guts, go try killing a mutant beast." Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately began to discuss animatedly. An ability user. They actually have an ability user too, and a fire ability at that. This is way more powerful than Wang Biao's. Shen Mengran, who had been standing next to Wang Biao, immediately fled into the crowd, feeling both fear and reluctance. Wasn't Wang Biao very powerful? How could he be beaten by a little girl? "I'm sorry, it was our people who offended you, I'll have them leave right away." Chen Zian was sweating profusely on his forehead. He had only intended to borrow the vehicle. Who knew it would turn out like this? If the other side also had an ability user, a real confrontation would not just mean the death of one or two people. This was not what he wanted to see. "Leader, Biao's hand has been burned like this, are we really just going to leave? That bitch is too ruthless. Biao just got a little close to her, and she attacked without warning. How could she do that?" The female administrator who had spoken earlier protested angrily. "Oh? He was practically climbing into my vehicle, and you want me to reason with him?" Suing played with the flames in her hand, looking ready to attack at any moment. The female administrator swallowed hard and took a few fearful steps back. Seeing Chen Xinyan beside her, she quickly hid behind him and poked her head out, saying, "You think your ability is so great? We have 2 ability users on our side, and more than 100 people. Don't act so high and mighty. If you apologize sincerely now, we might still consider forgiving you." The female administrator couldn't even tell the difference between ability users. She only knew that their side had more people. Whether in terms of the number of ability users or the total number of people, they seemed to hold the upper hand. Since that was the case, why should they be afraid? "Who told you we only have one ability user?" Xu Ming raised his brows, then patted Yi Zian and Su Yufei's bottoms, signaling them to show off their abilities. Yi Zian and Su Yufei immediately stepped to the window, one raising her hand to release a lush healing ability, the other raising her hand to unleash a bolt of purple lightning. Seeing the 2 ability users flanking Xu Ming, the scene instantly grew silent. This was just too outrageous. A team of only 6 people, yet they had 3 ability users. Was this even reasonable? Wasn't the probability of ability users calculated to be around 5%? Then why wasn't their own base like this? Chen Xinyan's pupils also shrank slightly. The ability users in Xu Ming's team were not just a matter of quantity. The fire and lightning abilities they possessed looked extremely powerful, and they had the capacity for long-range attacks. As for the green ability, while she wasn't sure what it was, the aura it emanated seemed even more powerful than the other 2. There was no way she could be a match for them. Moreover, it was clear that Xu Ming was the leader of this group. Could he also possess an ability of his own? The female administrator had been terrified, her face pale and her body trembling. She realized she had gotten herself in trouble, hiding behind Chen Xinyan, too afraid to come out. But Xu Ming had no intention of letting her off. This one, and this one stay, the rest of you can get lost. Xu Ming pointed out Wang Biao, Shen Mengran, and the female administrator. He had no particular issues with the Chan siblings. But these three individuals. Xu Ming did not plan to let them see the light of another day. No! The female administrator cried out, then grabbed desperately at Chen Xian's clothes, wailing, "Leader, please save me, I didn't do anything." She was well aware that if she stayed, her fate would not be good. If she had known the other side was this powerful, she wouldn't have said those words. Shen Mengran also panicked instantly. "Big brother Chu, I know I was wrong, I'll obediently listen to you in the future. Didn't you want me to lose weight? I'm almost 70 kilos now, let's make up, I'll be your woman from now on." As for Wang Biao, he had already passed out on the ground, completely unaware of the fate that awaited him. Chen Xian's expression was one of great difficulty. He didn't want to see anyone get hurt. But he was well aware that Xu Ming was not a merciful man. If he didn't hand the people over, the other people in the base might get implicated as well. "I'm sorry." After much hesitation, Chen Xian pried the female administrator's hands off him. People had to pay the price for their own actions. The others had no obligation to foot the bill for them. Just then, a series of dense sounds came from the nearby buildings. Xu Ming turned his head to look out the driver's side window. There he saw a giant jellyfish, easily as tall as a two-story building, leading a swarm of smaller jellyfish towards them. They weren't moving very fast. Clearly, they had detected the presence of humans here and were converging from all directions. The lead jellyfish was none other than the third-tier mutant beast that Xu Ming had been searching for. "Monsters! Run away!" The Hope Base people scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. But Xu Ming calmly retrieved a compound bow from his spatial storage, handing it to Su Yufei. "Lure that big one over here." This jellyfish was easily 5 to 6 meters tall. Even for someone with poor eyesight, it would be impossible to miss a shot. Especially when Su Yufei was a skilled archer. Entrusting this task to her was as stable and reliable as it could be. Looking at the compound bow Xu Ming had handed her, Su Yufei found it familiar. Wasn't this the same one she had given Xu Ming before? But why did the material seem completely different now? Su Yufei accepted the compound bow, puzzled. After handling it, she could feel that the quality of this bow was significantly better than the ones she had encountered before. This was a kind of intuition she had developed from handling many bows. Just as the third-tier jellyfish was about to chase after the fleeing crowd, Su Yufei quickly drew the bow and fired. The sharp arrow flew through the air, directly hitting the body of the jellyfish. The jellyfish's body was naturally soft. After the arrow pierced through it, it even left a small crater in the ground. How is this possible? Su Yufei was left completely dumbfounded. That was definitely an arrow, not a grenade, so how could it have such immense power? Xu Ming picked up the binoculars and observed the situation with the third-tier mutant jellyfish. Su Yufei's shot just now had indeed successfully drawn its attention. However, the wound on its body from the shot was healing at a visible rate. Although the third-tier jellyfish's defense was still quite low, the ordinary injuries didn't seem to affect it much. And with its size here, eliminating it would not be an easy task. Thinking about this, Xu Ming looked at Su Yufei and said, "Try infusing your lightning ability into the arrows, see if you can injure it." "Okay." Su Yufei nodded. She took out another arrow and knocked it on the compound bow, then infused it with lightning power. When the third-tier mutant jellyfish drew near, she released the bowstring. The lightning-infused arrow instantly pierced into the body of the mutant jellyfish. The previously steady and sluggish mutant jellyfish began to convulse violently. The electricity coursing through its body had torn open numerous small wounds on the surface, from which a bluish liquid was oozing, corroding a large crater in the ground. "Seems to be working." Su Yufei's eyes lit up. "Keep going," Xu Ming said. Su Yufei understood the importance of following up, so she quickly drew and fired a few more arrows. By this time, the third-tier mutant jellyfish had reached the vehicle. The unconscious Wang Biao lying on the ground was completely dissolved by the corrosive liquid flowing from the mutant, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. While the mutant was busy consuming Wang Biao, Xu Ming closed the window and turned to head to the driver's compartment. It was time to test the weapon systems of the RV. While he would be completely safe inside the RV, this big creature's random spewing of toxins was worrying. It might not be able to harm him, but the other things inside the RV were not guaranteed to be unscathed. It was better to deal with it outside the RV. Shuming sat in the driver's seat and opened the interface for the weapon systems. Please insert the energy core. Beside the control panel, a recessed slot suddenly appeared. Shuming reached into his spatial storage and pulled out a handful of energy cores, stuffing them all into the slot. Roughly speaking, there were at least 20 to 30 of these energy cores. Please continue adding more. Shuming. 20-something energy cores weren't enough? This weapon was really burning through money. But then he thought about how if he could kill that big creature outside, he'd get a third-tier energy core in return. That would make this a worthwhile deal. Gritting his teeth, Shuming took out another 20 or so energy cores, making a total of 50 that he put into the energy slot. This should be enough, right? Seeing the energy slot was full, Shuming closed the cover back up. 2 seconds later. Weapons are ready, locking onto the target. At the same time, a platform rose up from the top of the RV. On the weapons platform, a cannon barrel the size of a bowl turned a full 360 degrees, finally aiming at the third-tier mutant jellyfish in front of the RV. Third-tier mutant beast detected. Probability of successful elimination is 100%. Proceed with attack? Shuming could see the outside scene clearly through the control panel screen. After the weapon had locked onto the target, he could even see the location of the energy core within the mutant jellyfish's body. This weapon system he had spent 50 energy cores on was truly comprehensive in its capabilities. Attack! Shuming gave the order after a brief moment of contemplation. As soon as he spoke, the weapons platform began drawing in energy. A ball of white light started to coalesce within, rapidly spinning. As the light sphere grew larger, the rotation speed increased. The weapon emitted a faint humming sound. Suddenly, the spinning light sphere came to a stop. It then transformed into a beam of light that fired out from the cannon barrel. The next moment, it hit the target with perfect precision. The massive third-tier mutant jellyfish's body deflated like a leaky balloon, slowly collapsing to the ground. Target eliminated. Friendly reminder, the RV's weapon system can be independently upgraded by fusing energy cores. From activating the weapon to eliminating the target, it had taken around 30 seconds total. While not a short time, the result left Shuming highly satisfied. Dealing with this mutant jellyfish had been absolutely effortless. Shuming exited the weapon system and stepped outside the RV. He first waved his hand to collect the corpse of the third-tier mutant jellyfish. Then, after searching the ground for a while, he finally found the third-tier energy core that had been blasted over 2 meters into the earth by the weapon. With this third-tier energy core, breaking through to the third tier would be basically worry-free for him. However, he was still short 15 second-tier energy cores. But by continuing to collect them along the way, he should be able to gather the full amount. Seeing the at least hundreds of small jellyfish around, Shuming took out a walkie-talkie and said, "All of you, come out, we've got work to do." He had just expended 50 energy cores. In addition to the portion that Yi Jiyan and the others had taken earlier, Shuming now only had a little over 100 energy cores left. Not even enough for 3 more weapon shots. Although first-tier energy cores were not very useful to him personally anymore, they were still essential whether for improving the cultivation of Yi Jiyan and the others, or for feeding the mutant peach tree. Not to mention the huge consumption of the weapon system. It could even be used to upgrade the RV's weapons. Everywhere he looked, there were shortages. With these Hope-based people attracting a lot of mutant jellyfish over, he could reap another harvest. If he could find a few second-tier mutant jellyfish, that would be even better. Just then, a figure came stumbling and running towards him. As the person got closer, Shuming realized it was Chen Xinyan. Her face was ashen, her hands stained with blood. Seeing Shuming, tears immediately spilled from her eyes. "Do you have any medicine here?" "Hemostatic medicine, my brother is going to die. Please, since my brother has also helped you all, please save him." Ever since the apocalypse began, Chen Xinyan had hardly experienced any hardships. Thanks to Chen Xian's foresight in establishing the base early on and organizing everyone to search for food, they had been able to eat and dress well every day. She hadn't had many chances to witness the cruelty of human nature. It was only when the disaster struck, with over 90% of the base's people dying and the stockpiled supplies nearly depleted, that she realized the people in the base were not as kind-hearted as she had imagined. What happened today had completely shattered her faith in humanity. Her brother had been trying to save people, yet he ended up being stabbed in the back. The bleeding Chen Xian had instantly become a target for the monsters. If she hadn't used earthen walls to block them off, they would have likely died already. The more Chen Xinyan thought about it, the angrier she became. Those people were not worth anything. If something happened to her brother, she would make sure those people paid with their lives as well. Xu Ming looked at Chen Xinyan and said in a calm tone, "Didn't I remind you all not to leave the basement? Didn't I warn you that there are monsters everywhere outside? You didn't listen, and now you're coming to cause me trouble. Who's to blame for this mess?" Chen Xinyan's face paled. The people in the base had indeed been rude and even physical in trying to get those two vehicles. They were clearly in the wrong. Although she and her brother had never had the idea of seizing the vehicles, the other people in the base had. Now that she had offended Xu Ming by coming to ask for medicine, she felt utterly shameless. But thinking about Chen Xian's current condition, Chen Xinyan was terrified. He was her only family left. Besides coming to plead with Xu Ming, she couldn't think of anyone else who might have hemostatic medicine. Even approaching Xu Ming was just a desperate gamble. Chen Xinyan gritted her teeth and directly knelt in front of Xu Ming. "If you're willing to save my brother, I can agree to any condition you have. I'm an ability user, though not as powerful as the few around you, but I'm still of some use. And I'm not bad looking either. If you have any needs, I can fulfill them too." Hearing these words, Xu Ming couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Though they hadn't interacted much, in his impression, Chen Xinyan was a rather prideful person. But now she was willing to stoop this low for a dose of hemostatic medicine. It was clear she was a person with deep feelings and a sense of loyalty. And to be honest, Chen Xinyan was quite attractive, possessing the demeanor of a noble young lady. But in Xu Ming's eyes, good looks could only be a bonus. For him to truly acknowledge her, she would have to bring him tangible benefits. "I can give you a box of hemostatic medicine, but you'll have to trade me 50 Newton jellyfish in exchange." Xu Ming took out an energy core. "They need to be the kind with these crystalline stones. I want the bodies, including everything inside." "I agree." Seeing Xu Ming's offer, Chen Xinyan hurriedly nodded. As she had said, as long as it could save her brother, she was willing to do anything. "All right, wait 2 minutes." Xu Ming went back inside the RV and took out a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao from his spatial storage, pouring the powdered medicine into a small sealed bag. This Yunnan Baiyao had been upgraded in the spatial dimension, so its effects were naturally far beyond that of ordinary Yunnan Baiyao. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had to disguise it a bit. After packing the Yunnan Baiyao, Xu Ming stepped back out of the RV. "This is a special hemostatic medicine. The effects are very good. Bring your brother over, and I'll give you the medicine." Xu Ming held up the Yunnan Baiyao. He wasn't a fool. Chen Xinyan's verbal agreement didn't count for much. What if this brother and sister duo tried to make a run for it halfway? He would only make the deal once he had seen the 50 Newton jellyfish. Until then, Chen Xian would have to remain as a hostage. Chen Xinyan naturally understood Xu Ming's intention. She didn't hesitate at all. "I'll go bring my brother over right away." Chen Xinyan's expression was very determined. She glanced at the hemostatic medicine in Xu Ming's hand, then turned and ran back towards the basement without looking back. Soon, Xu Ming saw Chen Xinyan dragging a wooden board towards him. Before she got close, Chen Xinyan dropped the rope pulling the board and quickly ran up to Xu Ming. "My brother might not make it." Chen Xinyan's eyes were red, her voice choked with sobs. "All right, let's go take a look." Xu Ming followed Chen Xinyan to the wooden board. Chen Xian lay unconscious on the board, his waist and abdomen soaked in blood, the clothes around the area frozen due to the extremely low temperature. "Go ahead and apply the medicine to him." Xu Ming tossed the Yunnan Baiyao over to Chen Xinyan. After getting the hemostatic medicine, Chen Xinyan quickly applied it to Chen Xian's wound. She didn't have the time now to investigate the authenticity of the medicine. If she did nothing, Chen Xian would surely die. So she had to take the risk and try it. A moment later, Chen Xinyan checked Chen Xian's wound again. To her surprise, not only had the bleeding stopped, but the wound was already starting to scab over. Her eyes were filled with amazement. This hemostatic medicine was incredibly effective. No wonder Xu Ming had said it was a special drug. Even before the apocalypse, this medicine must have been very precious. "Thank you for lending me such a good medicine." Chen Xinyan sniffled, looking at Xu Ming gratefully. "Remember the thing you promised me." Xu Ming reminded her. "Can I wait for my brother to wake up before going to kill those mutant jellyfish?" Chen Xinyan was still worried about Chen Xian's condition. Although the bleeding had stopped for now, he had lost a lot of blood before, so he might not be completely out of danger yet. "That's fine, but your brother has to stay here with me," Xu Ming said. "Okay." Chen Xinyan had no objections. Leaving Chen Ziyan alone in the basement, she was actually more worried about the people from the base. Now, besides Chu Ming, she trusted no one else. Oh, right, you'd better build a room to keep your brother from freezing to death. With that, Chu Ming turned and went back to the RV. Chen Xinyan looked around and found a relatively flat spot, using her ability to build a small earthen house a few square meters in size. She brought Chen Ziyan inside, then went back to the basement to get the blankets, bedding, and the remaining meager supplies, setting up a fire in the house. Only then did she feel a little relieved. Brother, you have to get better. Chen Xinyan looked at Chen Ziyan's pale face, her heart heavy. In this harsh environment, would Chen Ziyan really be able to pull through? If only her ability could be used to heal her brother's injury. Just as she was thinking this, Chu Ming suddenly walked in from outside. Do you want your brother to wake up immediately? Chu Ming asked. Yes, of course I do. Chen Xinyan replied quickly, slightly taken aback. I can help you, but besides those 50 mutant jellyfish, you'll have to serve me forever. In other words, you have to leave with me. Alone, Chu Ming emphasized. Chu Ming was very interested in recruiting a talent like Chen Xinyan. Currently, Chen Xinyan clearly hadn't been exposed to energy cores yet. But she was already able to use her ability continuously. And just now, when Chen Xinyan had built the house, he had observed from inside the RV. The entire process had taken less than 2 minutes. Such talent, it was almost on par with Yi Jian's. However, in his previous life, Chu Ming had not heard of this Chen Xinyan before. Most likely, she and her brother had perished relatively early on. It was understandable. The Chen siblings had only focused on expanding the base, without much defense against the people underneath them. Just one Wang Biao would have been enough to mess them up. And with H City being near the coast, if their retreat wasn't timely enough, they would have inevitably met a tragic end. No, I don't want to be separated from my brother, Chen Xinyan said tearfully. But I don't have a place for your brother to stay, Chu Ming shrugged. He could bring along people like Xia Qing and Zhou. Having an extra Chen Ziyan wouldn't really matter. After all, there were people to back them up. But he simply couldn't accommodate them here, and he didn't have any extra vehicles. The girls could squeeze in together. But Chen Ziyan, as a grown man, couldn't exactly share with him, could he? There was no way Chu Ming would let a man stay inside his RV. You can let him sleep on the roof, Chen Xinyan said with a completely serious expression. Chu Ming was stunned by Chen Xinyan's suggestion. She was truly a devoted sister. Letting her own brother sleep on the roof in the freezing cold, with temperatures below dozens of degrees, he couldn't believe she'd come up with that. I can also give you some intel. Chen Xinyan glanced at the unconscious Chen Ziyan on the ground, then leaned in close to Chu Ming and whispered, a few years ago, my brother invested in a pig farm. Even though there's been flooding and extreme cold lately, the farm should be safe since it's surrounded by mountains. And even if all the pigs have frozen to death, it's been less than a month since the temperature drop, so the pork should still be very fresh. We were searching for vehicles recently to go check on the farm, hoping to find some pork that could feed a lot of people. But now the base is in this state. She and Chen Ziyan naturally had no intention of being charitable and sharing the pork with these ungrateful people anymore. Since she'd have to follow Chu Ming from now on, whatever pork they found would be hers too. She hadn't had meat in so long. A pig farm? Chu Ming searched his memory. In his recollection, there didn't seem to be any pig farms around here. Otherwise, it would have been one of his targets long ago. But his inventory did indeed lack much pork. The last time he found a cold storage facility at a plantation, it was mostly beef, lamb, seafood, and other high-end meats. There just happened to be no fresh pork. The supplies in the supermarket warehouses, including fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats, had all rotted long ago. If Chen Xinyan's intel was reliable, he might as well take a trip there. The flooding had only lasted a bit over a month, and the pig farm was in the mountains. They can rely on the mountains for their livelihood, so not many pigs should have starved. And after the cold snap, pork will be very well preserved, no need to worry about rotting. Chu Ming weighed the pros and cons alright, then bring your brother along. There's no need for him to stay on the roof, let him stay in the driver's cabin of the cargo truck behind. The cargo truck was different from the RV. The RV's interior was all connected, but the cargo truck's cabin and cargo area were separate. Letting Chen Ziyan squeeze into the cabin by himself wouldn't be a big problem. This did remind Chu Ming that he should take the opportunity to acquire more vehicles. After spatial upgrades, these vehicles wouldn't have to worry about being unable to drive in the extreme cold. Once the temperature dropped to 60 to 70 degrees below zero, he could still go wherever he wanted. That's great. Chen Xinyan was overjoyed at Chu Ming's agreement. She rushed forward and gave him a big bear hug. Boss, I will definitely serve you wholeheartedly from now on. You tell me to go east, I won't go west. Although I don't know your name yet, from now on, I'm your person, living or dead. I'm sticking with you for this lifetime. Afraid that Chu Ming might change his mind, Chen Xinyan eagerly expressed her loyalty. As long as Chen Zian could recover, she and her brother would still be together. What did it matter if she had to be his lackey? Jiyan, come over and treat him. Chu Ming pushed Chen Xinyan aside and called out. Yi Jiyan stepped out from behind Chu Ming. Big brother Chu, this is the first time I'm healing someone, I'm not very sure if I can wake him up, Yi Jiyan said with a slightly worried expression. While staying in Chu Ming's team, aside from treating Xiao Meibao's leg, her ability had never really been put to use. Now Chu Ming was using her ability to negotiate a deal. She was truly afraid she wouldn't be able to do it. Have a little more confidence in yourself, Chu Ming patted Yi Jian's shoulder. Go on. Yi Jian took a deep breath and walked over to the bedside, then placed her hands over Chen Zian's wound. Seeing the green glow emanating from Yi Jian's palms, Chen Xinyan was astounded. The strongest ability user in Chu Ming's team was actually a healer? As Yi Jian's green light touched Chen Zian's wound, it visibly began to heal at a rapid pace. At the same time, the pallor in Chen Zian's face also gradually returned. After all, the wound had already been treated previously. The difficulty of the healing would naturally vary depending on the condition of the injury. Yi Jian herself was surprised at how smoothly the process was going. In just a few minutes, she felt Chen Zian's body had fully recovered. As she withdrew her hands, Chen Zian also opened his eyes. Brother! Seeing Chen Zian wake up, Chen Xinyan's face lit up with joy. What's going on? Chen Zian was still disoriented, not yet fully grasping the situation. You two chat and get on the same page, then get to work. I can only stay in H City for up to 3 days, Chu Ming said. Okay, I'll explain it clearly to my brother, Chen Xinyan nodded. After chatting with Chen Zian for a while, Chen Xinyan came back out of the small earthen house. Big brother Chu, I'm ready to go kill the jellyfish, do you think you could lend me a weapon? Chen Xinyan had heard Yi Jian address Chu Ming, so she started calling him Big Brother Chu as well. Can't your earth-based ability be used for attack? Chu Ming asked from the doorway of the RV. I don't know. Chen Xinyan looked perplexed. Since discovering her ability, she had only used it for building houses or constructing fences. She had never explored the offensive capabilities of her power. Let me see, can you control the hardness and shape of the compacted soil? Chu Ming pondered. Of course, Chen Xinyan replied. She had privately experimented with this before. The hardness of the soil she could condense using her ability was fully controllable. At the maximum, it could even reach the hardness of some gems. And as for the shape, that was even less of a problem. If she could build houses, what shape couldn't she form with the compacted earth? Why don't you try condensing the soil into sharp spikes, like creating ground spikes underneath your enemies or heavy, pointed objects above them? Chu Ming suggested. And if it's on the ground, you could even turn the surface into quicksand or create fissures to restrict the enemy's movements. Additionally, you could condense a thin layer of armor on your body. As long as the hardness is high enough, the enemy won't be able to hurt you. Chu Ming rapidly provided Chen Xinyan with 4 or 5 different combat applications for her earth-based ability. While not as offensive as fire or electricity, earth abilities were by no means just support powers. Used properly, they could be both offensively and defensively potent, a truly versatile ability. Especially considering Chen Xinyan's high talent, it would be a waste for her to only know how to build houses. Listening to Chu Ming's suggestions, Chen Xinyan's eyes went wide. Is it really possible to do all that? She asked, feeling like a whole new world had been opened up to her. Her ability had so many potential uses? It was truly unbelievable. And thinking about it carefully, Chu Ming's ideas all seemed achievable. Decided, Chen Xinyan immediately tried creating the ground spikes. Success came on the first try. 1 spike at first, then 2. By the time she had tried it 7 or 8 times, she was able to generate dozens of spikes covering an area of 1 or 2 square meters. Using this against enemies would be nigh unstoppable. The only downside was the relatively slow speed of condensing the spikes. If she could make them instantly, the potential would be truly terrifying. Originally, Chen Xinyan didn't have much confidence in being able to kill those mutated jellyfish. But now, it didn't seem that difficult. Xu Ming retrieved a suit made of mutant jellyfish skin from his spatial storage and handed it to Chen Xinyan. This suit can protect you from the jellyfish's toxins. Wear it, but try not to get too close to them. They've evolved the ability to fuse and feed. If you encounter any jellyfish over 2 meters tall, don't try to be a hero. Come tell me right away. After a moment of thought, Xu Ming added, you can also casually kill any normal small jellyfish and bring them to me to exchange for contribution points. If you can kill over 50 first stage mutant jellyfish within 3 days, I'll give you contribution points for the extras as well. Watching Xu Ming conjure the transparent suit out of thin air, Chen Xinyan was awestruck once again. Was this Xu Ming's ability? She knew it. As the leader of such a powerful team, he had to have an ability of his own. To make so many ability users submit to him, he must be even more powerful. It made perfect sense. Big Brother Chu, what are these contribution points you mentioned? Chen Xinyan asked, refocusing. Contribution points can be exchanged with me for food and some rare resources, Xu Ming explained, pulling out a printed table and handing it to Chen Xinyan. Chen Xinyan took the table and glanced at it. Hearing Xu Ming mention food and rare resources, she hadn't paid much attention before. After all, a week ago, she had never lacked for living necessities. So she just assumed Xu Ming's situation was a bit more difficult. Even food had to be exchanged for contribution points. When Chen Xinyan looked closely at the items on the table, her eyes nearly popped out. Were all these things real? Fresh produce, top-grade beef and seafood, not to mention things like ethereal peaches that could grant abilities, potions to comprehensively enhance one's physique, and weapons that could cut through iron like tofu. Abilities could be acquired so easily? That meant Xu Ming could practically cultivate an entire army of ability users. In that moment, Chen Xinyan had only one thought: she had to hunt down at least 10 more mutant jellyfish to exchange for an ethereal peach for Chen Xian. In Xu Ming's team, without an ability, you'd just be a burden. Staying in this kind of environment, Chen Xian would feel embarrassed on his own. She didn't want her brother to be discriminated against. Thinking this, Chen Xinyan quickly pocketed the table. Big Brother Chu, I'll go kill the jellyfish now. Alright, go ahead, Xu Ming nodded. After Chen Xinyan left, Xu Ming began preparing to depart as well. He even took out his monster motorcycle. This way he could search in more distant areas, perhaps finding more second-stage mutant jellyfish. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Due to the previous appearance of the third-stage mutant jellyfish, many mutant jellyfish had converged on this area. The quality of the jellyfish was quite high as well. Regular mutant jellyfish only made up a small portion. The majority were first-stage mutants. So in just 3 days, Xu Ming had hunted down over 200 mutant jellyfish. Su Yufei and Su Ying had each killed around 70 or so. As for Chen Xinyan, she had hunted around 50. Deducting the few energy cores she had absorbed mid-hunt, the rest could barely be considered enough. The problem was, these all belonged to what she owed Xu Ming. She couldn't use them to exchange for contribution points like Su Yufei and Su Ying. Fortunately, she did manage to find 2 second-stage mutant jellyfish. That was important intel at least. Along with some regular jellyfish corpses, she was able to exchange for over 200 contribution points with Xu Ming. Just enough to buy 2 bottles of physique enhancement elixir, one for her and one for Chen Xian, barely keeping up with the team's progress. That night, Xu Ming counted the energy cores he had. For the first stage cores, he had over 100 left over from last time, plus 400 more from this haul, 632 in total. For the second stage, the 5 he had before were already absorbed. This time he got 7 more, but only absorbed 5, leaving 2 for later needs. This brought his upgrade progress to 50%, just 10 more second stage cores needed to reach the third stage. At this point, the mutant jellyfish in the H-City area had been basically wiped out. There wasn't even a single jellyfish to be found for miles around. Next, it was time to prepare and head out to the pig farm. Xu Ming opened the map on the tablet and handed it to Chen Xinyan. Where is the pig farm you mentioned last time? Mark it on the map. Chen Xinyan took the tablet, swiped around on it for a bit, then circled the location of the pig farm with the stylus. That's the pig farm my brother invested in. There are at least 10,000 pigs there, plus some chickens, ducks, and geese, Chen Xinyan said, handing the tablet back to Xu Ming. Xu Ming zoomed in on the map. His expression immediately froze. Had he not seen it correctly? Rongsha Mountain? Wasn't this the area where a legendary night-stage mutant boar king had appeared before? Could that really be the same pig farm Chen Xian was running? In the past, although Xu Ming lived at the very bottom of society, he was still aware of some of the more famous mutant beasts. This mutant boar king, rumored to be dozens of meters tall, was truly a monster-class mutant being. It had taken over 100 ability users from the surrounding bases in Future City to finally kill it. But that was in the past. Even if that mutant boar king was indeed in Chen Zian's pig farm, it would be at most a 3rd or 4th stage now. The chances of it being 9th stage were slim. Worst case, we can just use the base vehicle's weapons to take it out with one shot. We might even be able to harvest a 3rd stage energy core, Xu Ming thought. Realizing this, Xu Ming felt even more compelled to make the trip to the pig farm. At this stage, finding 2nd stage energy cores already required considerable effort. Let alone 3rd stage ones. The fact that they had encountered a 3rd stage mutant jellyfish was purely due to luck. After all, the mutant creatures in the ocean, both in terms of numbers and evolution speed, were far beyond what could be found on land. But he couldn't just go fish in the ocean for energy cores, could he? The monsters down there were beyond what he could handle alone. If he had that kind of ability, he wouldn't even need to plan a trip up north. Having made his decision, Xu Ming put the tablet away. Alright then, let's rest up tonight. We'll head out to Rongsha Mountain tomorrow. The next morning, Xu Ming roused everyone in the vehicle and stored the base truck and small cargo van into his spatial storage. The roads in H City were too treacherous for vehicles to pass through now. They would have to travel on foot until they reached better terrain to continue driving. Fortunately, the direction to Rongsha Mountain was slightly offset from where the tornado had passed, so they wouldn't encounter those devastated areas right away. After leaving the city, they soon found themselves on a smooth, icy surface. H City was about 700 to 800 kilometers away from Rongsha Mountain. Even at full speed, it would take half a day to get there. Adding in the previous time spent walking. They arrived at Rongsha Mountain around noon the next day. Su Yufei circled around the mountain and found a mountain road to drive up. It wasn't long before Xu Ming spotted Chen Zian's pig farm. Although Chen Zian's injuries had healed, he still looked a bit weak from the previous blood loss. He was being supported by Chen Xinyan as they approached the large pig pens. Peering through the small windows, Chen Zian couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had expected the pigs to be mostly frozen to death in this cold weather. But to his surprise, there wasn't a single pig to be seen in any of the pens. He checked the other pig houses as well, but they were all in a similar state of emptiness. "Brother, where are the pigs you were raising?" Chen Xinyan asked, dumbfounded. She had promised Xu Ming they could find fresh pork here. But there was not only no pork, there wasn't even any pig feed left. "I have a few chicken, duck, and goose coops as well," Chen Zian said, still not giving up as he headed towards the other side of the hill. But the result was the same, those coops were completely cleared out as well, obviously by human hands. Xu Ming had remained silent the entire time. But the more this unfolded, the more anxious the Chen siblings became. "Brother, the caretaker you hired couldn't have secretly sold off all the pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese, right?" Chen Xinyan pulled Chen Zian aside to ask. "No, old Zhu is a reliable person. Before the cold front came, the roads down the mountain were flooded, so old Zhu is probably still up here. He couldn't have taken all this meat away. Let's go ask him," Chen Zian said, looking around at the environment. "Alright, I'll explain the situation to Xu Ming," Chen Xinyan said, returning to Xu Ming's side. "Lead the way then," Xu Ming said without any objection. He had been searching for signs of the mutant boar king the entire time they were climbing the mountain, but had found nothing so far. This mountain was larger than he had imagined. If the mutant boar was truly here, it wouldn't be easy to find. The group continued deeper into the mountain along the path. After about 10 minutes, they came across a few large metal shacks. Chen Zian went and knocked on the door. At first there was no response, but after a couple minutes, the metal door creaked open. The middle-aged man standing inside was visibly surprised to see Chen Zian. "Mr. Chen," the man said hesitantly after a moment. "Old Zhu, are you the only one here? What about the pigs down in the pens?" Chen Zian asked, relieved to see his caretaker alive. "The pigs are all still here, frozen in the storage warehouse next door," old Zhu said cautiously, glancing across at another building. "But I can't really make decisions here anymore. If you're in need of food, I can bring you a few chickens, but you all need to leave the mountain immediately." "What do you mean you can't make decisions? This is my brother's pig farm, he can make the decisions, not you." "We're not leaving today," Chen Xinyan said indignantly. Old Zhu did seem a bit uneasy. Hearing Chen Xinyan's words, he could only sigh resignedly. "Alright, I'll give you half an hour. Take as much as you can, but I can't guarantee there won't be consequences." "Half an hour?" It's not like this is your pig farm, Chen Xinyan said, getting more and more agitated. The key issue was that this pig farm was Chen Ziyan's collateral. If they couldn't get enough pork, what if Chu Ming kicked Chen Ziyan out of the group? Old Zhu, what's really going on? You said you can't make decisions here, so who's in charge now? Chen Ziyan asked, sensing the deeper meaning behind old Zhu's words. Mr. Chen, you don't know, but this pig farm of ours has become quite famous around here. Just in the past half-month, there have been 7 to 8 groups coming here. In the end, it was the butchers who came out on top. They're ruthless killers, and they wiped out all our people, old Zhu sighed. So how come you're still alive then? Chen Xinyan sneered. Old Zhu's face tightened, then he said impatiently, anyway, I've already done what I can. I'm giving you half an hour to go in and take whatever you want. If you don't want it, forget it. Chen Xinyan was about to say that half an hour wasn't enough. But Chu Ming suddenly spoke up, alright, half an hour it is. For someone like him, clearing out the entire warehouse in half an hour would be no problem at all. Seeing Chu Ming agree, old Zhu stepped aside from the doorway. Hurry up then. If those guys find you, I'll be in trouble too. Chu Ming put on his bulletproof helmet as usual, then headed into the room in front of them. You all go in too. Those guys are staying right across, if you all crowd in here, they'll spot you soon, old Zhu urged anxiously from the doorway. Hearing this, Yi Jian and the others didn't hesitate, following Chu Ming inside. But as soon as they stepped inside, old Zhu slammed the iron door shut behind them. Hey, why did you lock the door? Yi Jian rushed over and yelled, banging on the door. Ha, you wanted pork, didn't you? I'm giving you time to pick it out slowly, old Zhu said, then ran off, clearly going to notify the butchers. It wasn't hard to guess that he was going to alert the butchers who had taken over the farm. Damn that old bastard, he dares to play us like this. Su Yufei's temper flared up immediately. Chen Ziyan was feeling quite defeated. This was the second time in just a few days that someone he was familiar with had stabbed him in the back. If it was just a lack of supplies, he could understand. But old Zhu wasn't short on food here in the pig farm. Why would he go this far? Chen Xinyan sensed what Chen Ziyan was thinking and went over to pat his shoulder. Brother, the times have changed, and people have changed too. All the other farm workers are dead, and he's the only one left alive. Do you really think it's just because he's lucky? He used to be your employee, but now he's working for someone else, so he's just changed his allegiance. You're right, after all this, I'm still not as perceptive as you, Chen Ziyan shook his head ruefully. Chuge, I'll just blast the door open, Su Yufei said, electricity crackling in her hands. No need to rush, Chu Ming looked at the stairs in front of them. I'll go collect the items in the warehouse. You all stay here and guard the door. If anyone tries to barge in, just kill them. Got it, Su Yufei nodded. After their previous training, she could now face killing without flinching. Yi Jian had never actually killed before, but after witnessing so much with Chu Ming, she hardly reacted either. The other girls in Chen Ziyan were still somewhat tense. But they all knew that if they didn't strike first, they would be the ones to die. In this world, it was all about who had the bigger fist. Realizing this, they steeled themselves for the coming battle. On the other side, Chu Ming had already entered the warehouse. This warehouse was a cold storage facility with a capacity of 100,000 tons. Though the nominal capacity was 100,000 tons, the actual storage volume was likely much larger, after accounting for aisle space and gaps between the goods. Now, the entire cold storage was packed full of pork, chicken, duck, goose, and even some rabbit meat, all frozen to preserve them. If not for the extremely hot weather later on, this cold storage alone could have sustained a large base comfortably. Chu Ming inspected the quality of the frozen goods. Due to the ultra-low temperatures, the meat was even fresher than he had expected. They had clearly processed and stored the livestock after the cold front arrived. However, in a corner of the warehouse, there was some discolored pork that had likely been stored before the cooling. Even with the cold storage, that meat was no longer fresh. Chu Ming left the discolored pork alone and collected all the other pristine meat into his spatial storage. Roughly estimating, there were around 130,000 tons of goods, mostly pork, with smaller amounts of chicken, duck, goose, and rabbit meat. After his 100x amplification, that would become 13 million tons, more than Chu Ming could eat in 10 lifetimes. Previously, he had only eaten red pork once every 5 days, worried about running out of supplies. But now, with over 1.3 million tons of pork available, he could eat his fill. Tonight, let's have Yi Jian cook a whole roast pig feast. Chu Ming thought contentedly as he exited the warehouse. But just then, he saw old Zhu leading a group of people in from outside. Oh, So you've been poking around the warehouse, huh? Envious of all this pork? Too bad, not a single pound of it is yours. Old Zhu sneered. Old Zhu, you did well this time, but next time don't let anyone in the warehouse. We can't have them messing up the food. A burly butcher, holding a slaughter knife, stepped forward. Manager Lu, I was just worried they might try to run off. Can't let too many people know we have all this pork, you know. Old Zhu immediately put on a flattering smile. That's when Chen Zian realized Old Zhu was no honest man. He was just a chameleon, saying whatever his boss wanted to hear. Normally he was as loyal as a dog, but his true colors were now revealed. Didn't you say you'd give us half an hour? Why the sudden change of heart? Xu Ming raised an eyebrow. As if you could have cleared out the pork in half an hour, Old Zhu scoffed. He had only said that casually, not expecting Xu Ming to take it seriously. Well, half an hour was too generous anyway, Xu Ming remarked. The pork in this cold storage was all frozen together in large blocks. When Xu Ming collected them, it was like playing a giant version of Candy Crush. He could grab entire chunks at a time. In just around 10 to 15 minutes, he had cleared out the entire warehouse. So the half hour that Old Zhu had mentioned was indeed too generous. Old Zhu didn't seem to understand Xu Ming's implication, but the butcher, Lu Yong, sensed something was off. He told Old Zhu, go check the warehouse. Hearing that, Old Zhu rushed to the warehouse entrance and immediately gasped in shock. How? Where did the meat go? That morning, he had checked the warehouse and everything was still there. But now, it was all gone. I told you, didn't I? Xu Ming said with a slight smile. Your warehouse is empty, except for a pile of rotten, dead pig meat that's not even worth taking. Old Zhu, what's going on? The alarmed Lu Yong demanded. With a grim expression, Old Zhu turned to Lu Yong and said, it's all gone, the meat in the warehouse has all disappeared. What? Lu Yong's eyes bulged as he rushed to the warehouse door. Normally, the place was packed to the brim, leaving barely any room to walk. But now, the warehouse was completely empty, just like Lu Yong's mind at that moment. You old fool, is this what you call guarding the warehouse? Lu Yong snapped, kicking Old Zhu. After all, it was Lu Yong's people who had died to secure this pig farm in the first place. Now, except for some dead pig meat, all the frozen goods had disappeared. Tens of tons of meat just vanished. Manager Lu, I swear the warehouse was fine when I left. Old Zhu clutched his stomach, eyes wide with fear. He suddenly pointed at Xu Ming and growled, it was him. I don't know how he did it, but he just came out of the warehouse. Believe me, Manager Lu, he must have done something. Xu Ming had been quite entertained watching these thugs turn on each other. But now the spotlight had shifted to him. You brat, fess up. What did you do with all the pork in my warehouse? Lu Yong glared menacingly at Xu Ming. The remaining 20 or so butchers quickly surrounded Su Yufei and the others. I just saw what I saw, Xu Ming shrugged nonchalantly. You little punk, looks like you're asking for punishment. Lu Yong swung his butcher's knife furiously at Xu Ming. Xu Ming calmly stepped back and waved his hand, activating his spatial slicing ability. Lu Yong was instantly cleaved in two, spraying blood all over the nearby Old Zhu. Old Zhu was completely dumbfounded, staring at Xu Ming's mysterious powers. Now he understood how all the meat had disappeared. This guy had supernatural abilities. If only he had cooperated with them from the start. But there's no going back in this world. Xu Ming decisively sent Old Zhu to join Lu Yong. In just a few seconds, he had killed 2 people with a casual wave of his hand. The means were so brutal. The butchers, who were accustomed to bloodshed, were all terrified. They were about to flee. Xu Ming teleported to the doorway with a spatial jump. Kill them all, he ordered. Following Xu Ming's instructions, Su Yufei and Su Ying acted first. Chen Xingyan reacted quickly and hastily generated ground spikes under their feet. Xia Cheng and Zhou, who had been influenced by their experiences over the past period, also found suitable tools to fight back. In a matter of seconds, all the butchers present were left in a state of lifelessness. Qin Ziyan swallowed hard. The girls in this team were also fierce. He felt like a useless person in comparison. Especially Chen Xingyan, whose changes were so drastic that he could barely recognize her. Was this really the same sister who used to cling to him all day long? In fact, Chen Ziyan didn't know that Chen Xingyan's abilities were honed from her previous experience of hunting mutated jellyfish. When it came to actually killing people, she realized that it was sometimes more difficult than killing monsters. The challenge was overcoming that psychological barrier. So from start to finish, she mostly played a supporting role. The majority of the bodies on the ground were the result of Su Yufei's and Su Ying's efforts. Today's harvest wasn't bad. As a reward, I'll let everyone go wash up with some hot water in my RV, and we can celebrate properly later tonight, Shuming said, kicking the bodies at his feet as he looked up at Su Yufei and the others. Hot water to wash up? Xia Cheng and Zhou exclaimed excitedly. They rarely had the privilege of going inside Shuming's RV. While they didn't lack for water in their daily lives, it had been a while since they'd had a proper bath. Big Brother Chu, how much pork did you find in the warehouse? Yi Jian asked curiously. Guess, and if you get it right, I'll reward you with 10 pounds of pork, Shuming chuckled. I'm guessing over 100 pigs, Yi Jian blinked. Shuming was silent for a moment. Well, your guess isn't far off. It was indeed over 100 pigs, he admitted. The others were overjoyed to hear this confirmation. Over 100 pigs would mean tens of thousands of pounds of meat. With that much, they could eat well for years to come if they were careful. See, I guessed right. In that case, you can keep my 10 pounds of pork in your space so it doesn't spoil, Yi Jian said proudly. Chen Xingyan and Chen Zian, who weren't as familiar with the situation, were quite surprised by the sheer size of Shuming's space. To be able to hold over 100 pigs, it must be the size of at least half a basketball court. Moreover, before leaving, Shuming had also put away the cars. Looking at this, the basketball court seems to have been underestimated. It should be at least as big as a football field. Let's go, we'll go out first. Upon exiting the room, Shuming immediately took out the base vehicle and the small cargo truck. He did not choose to leave, but instead took out the base vehicle at this location. That's because he wanted to attract something. As for Su Yufei and the others, of course they did not dare to ask too many questions. Whatever decision Shuming makes, it has never been something they can interfere with. Seeing the blood traces on the girls' bodies, Shuming very kindly gave everyone a set of clean clothes. Of course, only those who participated in the battle got a share. Chen Zian could only watch enviously from the side. Even for bathing, Shuming only gave him a bucket of hot water, letting him wash in the adjacent room. In this way, by the time they were done, it was already almost dusk. According to Shuming's instructions, Yi Jian also began to prepare a whole roast pig feast. But just as she had finished processing the ingredients, she suddenly felt a powerful aura approaching them. Big Brother Chu, it seems something is coming. Yi Jian quickly ran to the bedroom door and shouted. In the bedroom, Shuming was lying on the bed. Sitting beside him was Su Yufei, dressed in professional attire. However, her clothes looked a bit disheveled, and her face was flushed. This was the new outfit that Shuming had specially selected for Su Yufei today. The professional attire with black stockings suited the tall, elegant Su Yufei perfectly. And of course, Shuming wanted to appreciate the view. That's why he had called Su Yufei into the bedroom. But just as he was enjoying the sight, the thing he had been waiting for had arrived. Shuming patted Su Yufei's voluptuous thigh. Get up, let's take care of the important matter first. Su Yufei quickly straightened her clothes and stood up from the bed, her face flushed. Big Brother Chu, do you need us to help with anything? She asked, approaching Shuming. Let's see what it is first, Shuming said, taking out a telescope and looking in the direction Yi Jian had pointed. The sky was growing darker, but the upgraded telescope had night vision, so it didn't affect its use. In the distance, in the dense forest, a large creature seemed to be moving. As it passed, the trees were collapsing in a wide area. And its target was obviously their location. It seemed the bait had been taken. Just based on the size, even if it wasn't the mutated pig king they were waiting for, it would still be a formidable opponent. Definitely the level won't be too low either. If it's a third-tier mutant beast, that would be even better. Shuming took out the walkie-talkie and notified Suing and the small cargo truck at the back. You all stay in the truck, no matter what sounds you hear, don't come out. The small cargo truck that Suing was in had been stored in the spatial storage. The quality had naturally been enhanced as well. The most direct change was the improved defense. So as long as they didn't get out of the vehicle, they would basically be safe. It didn't take long before the large creature from the jungle reached the top of the mountain. It dragged its round, bulky body step by step to the open space in front of the warehouse. It was a huge, fat pig standing over 2 meters tall. Its body length was even close to 5 meters. Human remains usually have a strong attraction for mutant beasts. So its primary target was the warehouse door, not the base vehicle and cargo truck outside. After all, the sealing of the two vehicles was quite good, and the scent inside wouldn't easily leak out. This mutated giant pig would naturally focus its attention on the warehouse, which was filled with the scent of blood. Big Brother Chew, this seems to be a third-tier mutant creature, at the same level as the giant jellyfish we saw last time, Yi Jian said with some concern. The third-tier mutant jellyfish they encountered before had extremely weak defenses. Even Su Yufei's bow and arrows could pierce through its body. However, the giant pig standing before them now looks very thick-skinned and tough. It might not be as easy to deal with as the previous mutant jellyfish. As usual, Xu Ming took out the greenhouse plastic film from the plantation base and handed it to Su Yufei and Yi Jian, saying, "Cover every corner of the living room with it." Previously, with the mutant jellyfish, he was worried about the corrosive venom damaging the furniture. That's why he had used the base vehicle's weapons to blast the third-tier mutant jellyfish outside the base. But each time the base vehicle's weapons were activated, it consumed 50 Tier 1 energy cores, which was quite painful to use. So this time, he decided to take care of it himself. Now that he had mid-tier 2 cultivation, combined with the base vehicle's domain enhancement, he was confident he could grind this mutant pig king to death. The mutant pig king was rampaging and destroying everything outside, trying to get to the corpses inside the warehouse. During this time, Su Yufei and Yi Jian dutifully covered every corner of the base vehicle's interior as Xu Ming instructed, preparing thoroughly. Xu Ming went to the vehicle door, first setting the base vehicle to parking mode so it wouldn't easily tip over. Then he opened the door. At this moment, the mutant pig king had already broken through the warehouse door, ready to feast. Suddenly, it felt a burst of intense pain in its rear. Immediately after, a barrage of attacks rained down on its body. The mutant pig king let out agonized howls. Realizing it was under attack, it quickly retreated into the warehouse. "Shoot it!" Xu Ming commanded. This time, he didn't call Yi Jian and Su Yufei back to the bedroom, but had them assist from the sidelines. Su Yufei stood by the window and drew her compound bow, firing an arrow towards the large dark shape in the warehouse. Purple electricity crackled along the arrow, striking the mutant pig king in the rear. The pig king let out another agonized howl, but Su Yufei's arrow clearly did not inflict significant damage. The pig king only struggled briefly before the arrow fell out of the wound. It was then that Su Yufei realized the true power of the spatial slashes Xu Ming had unleashed earlier. They had wounded the pig king's sinews and bones, while her own arrow had barely pierced the surface. "Don't stop, keep shooting," Xu Ming said, observing how the mutant pig king was not charging at them, but instead trying to find a place to take cover. This indicated the pig king was quite intelligent, not just acting on instinct. If it was a mindless beast, Su Yufei's attacks would have already provoked a counterattack. After a few more arrows from Su Yufei, the mutant pig king had completely retreated into the warehouse. "Big Brother Chew, what do? We can't see it anymore," Su Yufei said anxiously. "Pigs are greedy creatures," Xu Ming mused, as he retrieved dozens of energy cores from the spatial storage and placed them in a large bowl, handing it to Yi Jian. "Hold this steady." Wow, Yi Jian's eyes were practically sparkling at the sight of the massive bowl of energy cores. Even the most restrained person would have a hard time resisting such temptation. Sure enough, it didn't take long before a pig head emerged from the warehouse after Xu Ming displayed the energy cores. Xu Ming didn't let Su Yufei continue attacking. Instead, he grabbed a handful of energy cores and scattered them on the ground in front of the vehicle door. In that moment, Xu Ming could swear he saw the mutant pig king's mouth start to water. The power boost from the energy cores was far beyond what a few corpses could offer. And the quantity was simply staggering. Even if the mutant pig king was cautious, it wouldn't be able to resist such irresistible bait. Upon closer inspection, the pig king also realized that Xu Ming's strength was lower than its own. This restored its confidence. It had only been ambushed earlier, but if it attacked head-on, it was confident it could kill this human in one bite. Seeing the mutant pig king still hesitating, Xu Ming threw another handful of energy cores in front of the vehicle. This time, the pig king could no longer hold back. It let out a bellowing roar and charged straight at Xu Ming. Aiming for Xu Ming's head, it lunged to take a bite. Boom! A loud sound reverberated as the vehicle door shook slightly. Xu Ming thought his domain had activated, but upon closer inspection, the pig king's head had gotten stuck. Xu Ming was exasperated by the antics of this pig king. Seeing it struggle frantically, its 4 fat hooves flailing, he couldn't help but find it a little amusing. "Sorry, pig brother," Xu Ming warned, before unleashing a spatial slash directly at the pig king's head. The massive pig head was instantly cleaved in half. Spatial slashes could ignore defenses, unless the target was powerful enough to master the rules or fast enough to evade or predict the attack. But with the pig king's head right in front of him, Xu Ming couldn't have missed. However, due to the close proximity, Xu Ming was splattered with pig blood. Missing half its head, the mutant pig king finally managed to free itself from the vehicle door. It staggered for a moment, seemingly about to collapse. But the next second, it turned and charged towards the nearby forest. Damn it, it still won't die? Shuming glared, watching the mutant pig king flee into the dense woods. He hesitated whether to pursue it or not. Outside the base vehicle, he would lose the absolute defense. The third-tier mutant beast's last-ditch counterattack could be no joke. With just his mid-tier 2 cultivation, even if the pig king was heavily injured, the final outcome was still uncertain. Yet, the fatty meat that was almost in his grasp had just slipped away. Shuming couldn't help but feel unsatisfied. Just as Shuming was hesitating, a dark figure suddenly sprang out from behind him. Meow Ball! Yi Jian exclaimed in surprise. Everything happened so quickly. By the time Shuming reacted, Meow Ball was already chasing the blood-soaked mutant pig king at a terrifying speed of dozens of meters per second. It leapt onto the pig king's head and plunged its claws in, ruthlessly extracting a semi-transparent crystal stone. The mutant pig king let out a final, mournful cry and collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Oh my god, Meow Ball is so amazing. Yi Jian was utterly dumbfounded. Shuming was equally surprised. In the time he had brought Meow Ball, also known as the Gloom King, back, he had fed it energy cores before. But each time, Meow Ball had just played with the energy cores like toys, not seeming particularly interested. Who knew it would suddenly be so fierce today? That speed, that explosive power. The mutant pig king couldn't withstand a single swipe of its claws. Shuming remembered that Meow Ball had a special ability, the Gloom Fire, that could incinerate anything. Su Ying's fire-based ability released an extremely high temperature, but compared to the Gloom Fire, it was nothing. Is the mutant pig king still breathing? Shuming asked Yi Jian. With the energy core extracted, it was certain the pig king was no longer alive. Even though the mutant pig king had lost half its head, it was still able to thrash about, so Shuming thought it would be better to double-check. It's probably dead, Yi Jian replied after a brief assessment. Good. Shuming let out a sigh of relief and stepped out of the base vehicle. As he approached Meow Ball, he saw the little cat was gnawing on something. Hey! Shuming quickly tried to stop it, but it was too late. Meow Ball had already swallowed the mutant pig king's energy core. Shuming's heart ached a bit. He had been hoarding that third-tier energy core for so long. But at least it ended up in his own possession, so it wasn't a complete loss. Meow! Suddenly, Meow Ball let out a pained wail. Seeing Meow Ball's reaction, Shuming's heart sank. Could it have upset its stomach? Shuming was only at mid-tier 2, so he couldn't fully absorb a third-tier energy core. Even if he could only take in a portion of it. But Meow Ball had just gulped it down. If this wasn't handled properly, it might end up exploding. Shuming quickly approached Meow Ball, wanting to examine its body. Suddenly, a black flame flickered around Meow Ball's body. In the blink of an eye, its body began rapidly expanding, transforming into a massive cat nearly 3 meters tall. A fist-sized wisp of gloom fire was now slowly swirling around Meow Ball's body. The Gloom King. Shuming's pupils constricted slightly as he recognized the sight before him. The scene was almost identical to the images he had seen of the Gloom King in his previous life, except the amount of gloom fire was still relatively small. Could it be that Meow Ball was just beginning its transformation? To start by absorbing a third-tier energy core was quite remarkable. No wonder Meow Ball had shown no interest in the Tier 1 energy cores Shuming had previously provided. After completing its transformation, the first thing Meow Ball did was start devouring the mutant pig king's flesh. Seizing the opportunity, Shuming quickly retreated back into the base vehicle. Su Yufei and Yi Jian were both stunned. Big Brother Chu, what's happening to Meow Ball? Yi Jian asked anxiously. It's transforming, Shuming replied, gazing out towards where Meow Ball was. Transforming. Yi Jian's eyes flashed with concern. Does that mean Meow Ball might turn into a monster? We'll have to observe for now, Shuming said, not entirely sure himself. However, based on Meow Ball's previous display of power and speed, it was clear it already possessed formidable abilities. Yet, in the time they had lived together, Meow Ball had never shown any aggression or intent to attack them. So Shuming guessed that Meow Ball's intelligence was likely quite high. Even if it had now fully transformed, it would probably still behave the same as before. But all of this was just Shuming's speculation. The actual situation remained to be seen. Shuming had retreated to the base vehicle in advance to prepare for any unexpected occurrences. Time ticked by, and the mutant pig king's corpse was soon reduced to nothing but a skeleton, consumed by Meow Ball's voracious appetite. Yet, Meow Ball's physical form showed no further changes. It was clear just how tremendous its appetite was. Thinking back to how Chu Ming had been feeding it just a fish or half a fish per day, he realized he had truly been depriving it. After its hearty feast, Meow Ball stretched lazily on the spot. The next moment, its body began rapidly shrinking back down to its original size. However, its fur now seemed even more lustrous, and the flame-like mark on its forehead looked as if it could ignite at any moment. Meow Ball then made a light leap, stepping gracefully towards Chu Ming. It looked up at him, and suddenly, a youthful voice resounded in Chu Ming's mind. "Moss Master." Chu Ming's heart raced. Was that Meow Ball's voice? Gazing into Meow Ball's vivid eyes, Chu Ming was utterly stunned. He knew that powerful mutant beasts would have high intelligence, but this was the first time he had encountered one capable of speech. "Master, I know you saved me and fed me fish, so I'll stick with you from now on." Meow Ball raised its round head, mimicking the way Chu Ming usually spoke to people. It had actually been able to understand human speech all along, but since it could only meow, it had no way to express its own thoughts. Now that it could finally make Chu Ming hear its voice, the first thing it wanted to do was convey its gratitude. Seeing Meow Ball's considerate behavior, Chu Ming felt the heavy weight in his heart lift. A powerful mutant like the Gloom King could be a great threat if not under his control. But Chu Ming recalled that in his previous life, the Gloom King had been quite friendly towards humans. And this time, he had even saved its life. It was only natural for it to have the intention of repaying the favor. "You did well today, but next time, after killing your prey, the spoils will need to be distributed by me. Can you do that?" Chu Ming wasn't going to give Meow Ball special treatment just because it was cute. If everyone did as they pleased, it would simply lead to chaos. "Yes, Master," Meow Ball nodded in a very human-like manner. "Good boy." Chu Ming patted Meow Ball's head and placed it inside the vehicle. With the mutant pig king resolved, even though Chu Ming didn't get the third-tier energy core, Meow Ball's successful transformation was still a decent harvest. Chu Ming took down the plastic sheeting in the living area of the base vehicle, then brought out around 10 pounds of pork, instructing Yi Jian to continue cooking dinner. Soon, a feast of over 10 dishes was laid out on the table: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, seaweed and pork trotter stew, fish fragrant shredded pork, fried pork cutlets, and boiled sliced pork, among others. The day's earlier events had left many without much appetite, but as the aroma of the food wafted over, and Chu Ming had moved the vehicle to a new location, by mealtime everyone gathered around the table, bowls and chopsticks in hand. "These ribs are so delicious," Chen Xinyan said, tears of joy almost flowing as she savored a rib. She had almost forgotten what meat tasted like. She was glad she had made the right decision in telling Chu Ming about the pig farm. Not only had it saved Chen Zixuan, but now she could still enjoy pork by sticking with Chu Ming's group. Her little mind was truly quite sharp. Chen Zixuan also ate silently, chopsticks moving continuously. This was the pork he had raised himself. With carefully selected feed, the flavor was far better than regular pork. However, after today, if he wanted to continue eating fresh pork, he would have to exchange contribution points for it. In order to have meat every meal, he would have to step up and start contributing more in the future. He couldn't just rely on his sister to earn their food for the rest of his life. Today, everyone present had earned contribution points, except for Chen Zixuan, who was still at 0. This was quite embarrassing for him. After eating their fill, Suing and the others went back to the small cargo truck in the rear. Chu Ming remained seated on the sofa, planning the route ahead. His next target was D City. Unsurprisingly, the future city would be built upon D City. And around D City, there were dozens, if not over 100, smaller bases. It would be lively, but also brutal. After all, the initial survivors in the surrounding cities of D City were the most numerous. But while they had lived through the ordeal, their survival resources were steadily depleting. First the extreme cold, then the extreme heat. Such a cruel environment was destined to confine people to a living hell. Of course, this only applied to ordinary people. The power holders of the bases and most ability users would not suffer too badly. At the very least, they would have enough to eat. But to live as comfortably as Chu Ming, even the Lord of the Future City might fall short. While the Lord of the Future City could possess vast resources, they would struggle to properly store them in the constantly fluctuating temperatures. Over time, the food would spoil. And space ability users were a rarity. Even the capable ones had paltry storage spaces compared to Chu Ming's ability to hoard tens of millions of tons through spatial compression. So in terms of resources, the the future city's lord would certainly be no match for Chu Ming. As for other aspects, Chu Ming was in no rush. This trip to D City was to secure a valuable location ahead of time. In his previous life, the future city had only found this place in the second year of the apocalypse, a crucial foundation for its rise to become the #1 base. This time, Chu Ming would claim the treasure trove first. After planning the route, Chu Ming's group set out for D City the next morning. The journey from Ronghui Mountain to D City was over 1,000 kilometers. With stops along the way, they reached the outskirts of D City in 2 days. Big Brother Chu, it doesn't look like the flooding here is too severe. Many places are only submerged up to 1 or 2 floors, which is why I saw people moving about outside earlier, Su Yufei said from the driver's seat. That's true, the city center is probably more lively, Chu Ming replied, scanning the surroundings with a pair of binoculars as usual. While the north was not as severely affected by the floods, the temperatures were lower compared to the south. Along the way, the outdoor temperature had dropped from -40 degrees Celsius to around -50 degrees Celsius. Further north, it could even reach -60 or -70 degrees Celsius. However, the north had better insulation and heating systems, so as long as people didn't wander outside recklessly, the mortality rate wouldn't be too high. Big Brother Chu, where are we going now? Su Yufei asked the co-pilot. First, we'll enter D City and then head to the botanical garden, Chu Ming said, putting down the binoculars. He then picked up the radio to notify Su Ying and the others in the rear. Stay alert and ready for battle at all times. Entering D City was akin to entering a wolf's den. It was normal for their group to be targeted. Chu Ming wasn't too worried about ordinary people, but he had to be careful when dealing with ability users. The base vehicle followed the road into D City, encountering no major troubles along the way. But they had barely entered the city when they encountered another convoy. The other vehicles were so numerous, blocking the gaps between the buildings, that Su Yufei had no choice but to stop their vehicle. Chu Ming had warned them about this, so Su Yufei had expected a large number of survivors in D City, but she didn't anticipate it would be this many. This convoy alone had several hundred people. They were moving in and out of the surrounding buildings, transporting all kinds of supplies, food and useful items. The group was highly disciplined, with no one shouting or running around recklessly. The convoy up ahead also noticed Chu Ming's group, and soon someone came over to inquire. Greetings, we are the logistics team from the future city. Are you here to join the future city, or do you have other business? The person asked. Chu Ming raised his brows slightly, somewhat surprised to encounter the future city's people so quickly. From their tone, it seemed that upon entering D City, this area was under the rule of the future city. These people were certainly moving fast. Chu Ming lowered the car window and said to the young man outside, "Brother, we are heading back home and happened to pass by this place. Isn't this D City? How did it become future city?" "Young man, you don't know the half of it. Everything is in a mess now, acid rain, floods, and now a sudden drop in temperature. Us common folks have to unite together to survive," the young man replied. "As for D City and future city, it's just a name change, no real difference. Since your home is here, then you are one of us, the people of future city." The young man's response was vague as he looked back and forth at the recreational vehicle in front of him. "Oh, that's great. Let me go back and let my family know I'm safe, then I'll come join you to scavenge for supplies," Chu Ming said with a smile. "In that case, are you willing to join future city? That's wonderful. You won't regret this decision, we'll be one big family from now on," the young man exclaimed enthusiastically. "Can we go over there now?" Chu Ming asked. "Young man, you can go over, but we have a rule in future city that all vehicles have to be managed by the base. So you'll have to leave your car here and walk back home," the young man said with a grin. This luxurious RV could fetch a lot of supplies if they could get it back. He had spent a lot of effort trying to get the owners to hand over the vehicle. As for whether they want to join future city or not, he couldn't care less about that. "I see," Chu Ming said, feigning realization. "Brother, are you the leader of this logistics team?" Chu Ming suddenly asked. "Yes, that's right," the young man answered, puzzled. "Okay, let me discuss this with my teammates. After all, this vehicle doesn't belong to me," Chu Ming said with a harmless smile. "Well, hurry up then," the young man said impatiently. "Actually, whether you discuss it or not, this is the rule of future city. Since you've already come in, you have to follow it. I can only remind you of this." "Don't worry, my teammates are all very reasonable people," Chu Ming said, closing the co-driver's window in front of the young man, shutting out all sounds from the outside. "Brother Chu Ming, what are we going to do? This future city sounds quite formidable." They won't try to steal our vehicle, will they? Su Yufei said, sounding worried. Yi Jiyan also came over from the back. Brother Chuming, I can sense several unusual spiritual energies up ahead. There are at least 5 people with special abilities in that group. Yi Jiyan reported the situation truthfully. What, 5 people with special abilities? Su Yufei was shocked by the number. This was just a small logistics team going out to scavenge for supplies. Yet they had so many people with special abilities, matching the number in their own small team. Compared to Chen Ziyan's Hope City, this was much more formidable. If they got into a fight, they might not fare well. Should we just ram through them? Our vehicle is tough, it won't get damaged. Yi Jiyan suggested. No, Su Yufei glanced ahead, there are too many of their vehicles, including some large cargo trucks. Even if our car doesn't get damaged, we probably won't be able to break through. And the buildings on both sides were packed tightly together. It would be difficult for them to turn back. Why panic? Xu Ming was in a good mood. I was just wishing I had more vehicles, and now these people have come to my doorstep, saving me a lot of trouble. Hearing this, Su Yufei and Yi Jiyan were slightly taken aback. Was Xu Ming planning to ambush these people? This team seemed to have at least 200 or 300 members. Moreover, this was the territory of Future City. If the fight couldn't be resolved quickly, they could send reinforcements at any time. They really didn't have any advantage here. Su Yufei and Yi Jiyan were just thinking this when Xu Ming got up and went towards the back of the RV. He picked up the sleeping little Meichu from the sofa, patting its round head. Little one, it's your turn to perform. Meow. Little Meichu yawned, its golden eyes looking at Xu Ming. Master, what are your orders? Go out and scare those people. If you encounter their special ability users, just kill them. You don't need to bother with the others, but remember not to damage the vehicles, Xu Ming instructed. Understood, Master, little Meichu obediently responded. Xu Ming opened the window to the living room and let little Meichu out. The next moment, its aura suddenly changed. The small cat, no bigger than a hand, instantly grew to 5 or 6 meters long. With a light leap, it reached the rooftop of the adjacent building. Hearing the commotion, the young man standing by the vehicles turned back to look. Seeing the giant cat, he nearly panicked. Monster! Monster! Xu Ming's shout alerted many others nearby. Oh my god, what is that thing? A cat? How can a cat be that big? Quick, hide in the vehicles. Realizing little Meichu's presence, their first reaction was to find a place to hide the vehicles. But little Meichu wasn't going to let them have their way. It charged forward, crushing a small pickup truck right in front of everyone. It was just a small vehicle, the owner probably wouldn't mind, right? Sure enough, after seeing the monster attack the vehicle, many who had originally intended to hide in the vehicles changed their direction instead. Some ran in the opposite direction down the street, while others tried to take shelter in the buildings. But little Meichu wouldn't let them have their way. Whenever someone tried to enter a building, it would block the entrance or attack the outer walls, scaring them into scattering. Soon, the area became quiet. As for the few special ability users Xu Ming had mentioned, not a single one dared to step forward. Faced with little Meichu's sheer destructive power and massive size, anyone with a functioning brain wouldn't dare to play the hero. Little Meichu patrolled up and down the street, driving everyone away. About 15 minutes later, the surroundings were finally completely deserted. Little Meichu inspected each vehicle, making sure there was no one left before letting out a few meows back towards the RV. Xu Ming came down from the RV and patted little Meichu's head. Well done. Delighted by the praise, little Meichu excitedly spun around a few times, then leapt back to the other end of the street, on guard in case anyone dared to return. Xu Ming then started collecting the vehicles left behind. Most of the Future City logistics team's vehicles were cargo trucks, including 3 large semi-trucks even longer than the RV. Their cargo holds were full of supplies, mostly canned goods. Indeed, looting was the best way to get rich. Even without the resources in his spatial storage, this haul alone would be a major windfall. Xu Ming did a quick count of the vehicles. Besides the pickup truck that little Meichu had crushed earlier, there were a total of 32 cargo trucks. Most of them were small trucks, with about 10 medium to large-sized ones left. While the upgrade effects of these cargo trucks weren't as good as the RV, they did have basic defensive capabilities and temperature endurance functions. Especially the 3 semi-trucks. Their cargo holds even had temperature control and refrigeration functions. But for Xu Ming, no matter how good the refrigeration, it couldn't beat the convenience of his spatial storage. However, the temperature control would be useful for housing people. It was definitely better than cramming them into small trucks all the time. Shuming carried the now normal-sized little Meicho back to the RV. Let's continue on to the botanical garden. On the other side, the members of the future city logistics team had all retreated back to their base headquarters, preparing to call for rescue. The head of the logistics department, upon hearing the news, did not look pleased. "You all came back alone, where are the vehicles?" the logistics director asked coldly. The base had sent out dozens of vehicles this time, including 3 large semi-trucks. These were valuable assets of the base, worth more than the lives of these people. "Sir, the vehicles are still there, but you have no idea how terrifying that monster was. It could just slap a building and destroy it. We had no chance of driving the vehicles back," the team leader, a young man, said with a dejected expression. "Useless fools," the logistics director slammed his hand on the desk. "As if that beast was anything special, haven't we dealt with plenty of them around here lately? I see your team didn't even suffer any major casualties, so that creature's strength can't have been that impressive. If I find out you're just running away from trouble again, I'll replace you as the team leader next time." Hearing this, the young man's expression changed. "No, please don't, sir. That monster may not be too smart. We can just go back and retrieve the vehicles later. All the supplies are still there, and we didn't lose any personnel. Isn't that a good outcome?" the young man said obsequiously. Every time he led a scavenging team, he was able to gain a decent profit. If he lost this position, his future would be bleak. "Humph, it better be that way," the logistics director snorted. "Now get your team back there immediately to retrieve the vehicles. If even one is missing, you're out of the logistics department." Yes, right away." The young man wiped the sweat from his brow and hurried to organize his team to return to the previous site. The supply point was just over half an hour's drive from the main base. Still shaken by the memory of the monster, the young man had his team stop about a kilometer away and climb a tall building to observe the situation through binoculars. What he saw next left him dumbfounded. "How is this possible? Captain, what's the situation?" someone next to him asked. The young man swallowed hard. "There's good news and bad news," the young man said. The good news was that the giant black cat was nowhere to be seen. The bad news was that the vehicles were all gone. The botanical garden in D-City was actually located in a very remote area, on a hillside near the outskirts. There were several scenic spots in the area, and there was even a small town not far from the botanical garden, home to perhaps tens of thousands of people. As Chu Ming drove up the mountain road, he noticed there were quite a few survivors here as well. Hearing the sound of the vehicles, even some children peeked out from the doorways. But no one came to steal the cars or cause any damage. Everyone seemed to be living just as they had before the apocalypse. The atmosphere here was unusually harmonious. Seeing this relatively normal environment, Su Yufei and Yi Jian both let out a sigh of relief. If they could live in a place like this, they wouldn't have to be on guard all the time. Lately, they had only witnessed the ugliness of human nature. Even the so-called future city seemed rather strange. In less than 2 months, the world had changed so drastically. It was impossible for them not to be affected. Seeing the peaceful state of this small town lifted their spirits somewhat. They were able to reach the botanical garden without incident. As soon as Chu Ming got out of the vehicle, ready to explore the botanical garden, he noticed a few of the town's residents approaching. "Young man, what are you all doing here? It's so cold up on the mountain," asked a woman bundled up in a thick coat and hat, her face full of curiosity. There were only 3 of them, and they didn't seem threatening at all. Chu Ming thought for a moment, then gave a casual excuse. "We're here to do some investigations." "Investigations?" The woman's reply showed her surprise. "I heard things are a mess out there, with all the burning, killing, and looting. And you still have the mind to come investigate? Investigate what? Plants, animals, and the like. You all should be careful as well. I've heard that plants and animals all over the world are mutating, especially here in the botanical garden. The dense vegetation makes it easy for attacking plants to appear. Ordinary people are basically just fish on a chopping board against these mutated creatures. All they can do is wait to die," Chu Ming said, intentionally making it sound frightening. He wanted to scare them off so they wouldn't keep coming to the botanical garden. "Oh my, are you saying the animals and plants could all turn into monsters? No wonder old Lu's child never came back after going to the botanical garden to look for food the other day. We searched for days but couldn't find them." The woman's face was filled with fear. The other 2 had similar expressions. Recently, people who went out to gather firewood or find food had been disappearing every few days. They had initially thought they just froze to death outside. "Ma'am, since the botanical garden is so scary, why are you all still going in? I've heard the end of the world is coming, but you're still so dedicated to your work," the woman pleaded. "We're professionals, we have ways to protect ourselves. You don't need to worry, ma'am. You should head back now, it's getting late, and mutated animals are most active at night," Shuming said. "That's right, I better go back and spread this news to everyone right away," the woman muttered, then hurried off with the other two. Yi Jian looked toward the town, a hint of envy in her voice. "Why does that little town seem to be relatively unaffected?" Su Yufei proactively explained, "The small towns in the north have to tough out the winters for several months. Many living up in the mountains spend almost half the year enduring the low temperatures. Stockpiling food and provisions is a habit for them. But city dwellers are used to just buying things with money. When a natural disaster strikes, they easily run out of food, and then everything falls into chaos." Yi Jian nodded in agreement. "I see." Suddenly, a cold wind started howling through the air. From within the botanical garden, the sound of ghostly wails and howls could be faintly heard. Su Yufei and Yi Jian were both startled. What was that sound? Yi Jian tightly gripped Su Yufei's arm. Despite seeing many things lately, the eerie noises from the botanical garden sounded truly frightening. "Don't worry, it's probably just the wind," Shuming tried to reassure them from nearby. "And if it's not?" Yi Jian blinked. "There's something unclean inside," Shuming said calmly. Yi Jian sucked in a sharp breath. "Big brother Shuming, were you being serious with that lady just now? Are we really going to stay inside the botanical garden?" "Of course." Shuming pinched Yi Jian's delicate cheek. "If there's real danger, you don't have to worry about it. What are you concerned about?" "I'm worried about all of you." Yi Jian stuck out her tongue. "Don't overthink it, I have a plan." Shuming then took out a walkie-talkie to call Suing and the others. Once everyone had disembarked, he collected the two vehicles. "All right, let's all go in together. Be careful not to get separated," Shuming instructed, then carried little Meicho as he led the way into the botanical garden. The entrance to the botanical garden was only for pedestrians, not vehicles. There was no need to force their way in, as the main gate was still intact. Reinforcing it could even provide some useful defensive capabilities in the future. But those were secondary concerns. Shuming knew he would be residing in the RV or the reinforced metal villas from his spatial storage. With those two options available, he didn't need to focus too much on other defensive measures, just the basic necessities would suffice. Upon entering the botanical garden, Shuming did not choose to venture deep inside. Instead, he went directly to the open space behind the ticket hall and retrieved the 3 metal villas from his spatial storage. Naturally, Shuming had Su Yufei and Yi Jian stay with him in the largest villa. Suing and her 2 best friends were assigned the medium-sized one, while Chen Zian and his sister took the smallest. For Shuming, who had been living long-term in the RV, the living experience in the metal villa wasn't dramatically better. But for the others, it was a drastic improvement. They had been cramped in the small cargo trucks, often without enough space even to sleep comfortably, let alone move around. Now Shuming had suddenly provided them with these spacious, fully furnished villas. They were truly taken aback by this generous offer. "Let me make one thing clear, the free stay is only for a month. After that, if you want to continue living in the villas, you'll need to contribute 100 contribution points per day," Shuming stated bluntly, shattering the dreams of Suing and the others. 100 contribution points. That would essentially mean they would need to hunt and kill at least 1 mutated beast per day to be able to afford the rent, wouldn't it? Fortunately, Shuming didn't charge by the head. If they pooled their resources together, they could likely manage to rent one of the villas. If it was really too much, they could always just squeeze into the smallest villa with Chen Xinyan and her brother. With 5 people sharing the cost, it wouldn't be as expensive. That seemed to be Chen Xinyan's thinking as well. The one most concerned about this was likely Chen Zian, as he was the only male in the group besides Shuming. Living with all the girls would definitely be inconvenient for him. If their contribution points fell short, he might have to end up staying in the security kiosk to let the girls have the villa. "Now, let's get down to business," Shuming said as he sat in the spacious living room of the metal villa, looking at Su Yufei and the others. "This botanical garden will see about 80% of its plants gradually mutate. That's why I had you all stay in the metal villas, for safety reasons." 80% will mutate? Su Yufei's eyes widened in disbelief. They had encountered a few mutated animals and plants on their journey, but the mutation rate was usually very low on land. For it to be as high as 80% in this botanical garden was highly abnormal. The exact cause is still unclear. Xu Ming paused briefly before continuing, but the mutation of plants can have either good or bad results. If they mutate in a positive direction, we might even find plants like the mutated peach tree. However, if the mutation goes the wrong way, the vines outside GN's pharmaceutical company are an example of what we could encounter here. So your task going forward is to eliminate all the harmful mutated plants in the botanical garden, while preserving any benign mutations. Xu Ming's gaze swept across the group. Is that understood by everyone? Understood. Su Yufei and the others all nodded. In the past, this botanical garden in D City had been transformed into a top-class ecopark by Future City, accessible only to the upper echelons. But even then, a significant effort had been required to clear out the fully mutated plants that had overrun the area, as it was extremely risky and resource-intensive. However, this was not a problem for Xu Ming. No matter how terrifying the botanical garden might become in the future, that was still an issue for a year or two from now. He could start the cleanup process right away. Any plants showing signs of aggressive mutation would be nipped in the bud. It wouldn't take long before this botanical garden became the idyllic ecopark he envisioned, his own personal backyard, so to speak. And so, Xu Ming and his group settled down in the botanical garden. At night, the howls of the wind outside grew more and more terrifying. Luckily, the soundproofing of the villa was decent, and as long as all the windows were kept closed, the outside sounds could not be heard. But the moment anyone dared to leave a window slightly ajar, the ghostly howling would infiltrate through. Since Xu Ming had never had the chance to experience the ecological park in his previous life, he was unsure whether this wind had always been present, or if it was just a coincidence in these past few days. The next morning, Xu Ming took little Meiqiu and entered the botanical garden. This botanical garden covered an area of over 500 hectares, equivalent to more than 5 million square meters, spanning several mountain ranges and featuring various garden landscapes encompassing nearly 10,000 plant species. The botanical garden also had natural streams and rivers, making it a highly scenic place. However, everything was now buried under ice and snow. From a distance, no greenery could be seen. Xu Ming brushed away the surface ice layer and discovered that only a small number of plants had been frozen to death. Just as the rumors had suggested, it seemed that 80% of the plants in this botanical garden would undergo mutations in the future. Otherwise, the survival rate would not be this high. At that moment, Xu Ming once again heard the ghostly howling of the wind. He looked out towards the distance. Gradually, a massive shadow could be seen swaying in the wind. Based on its appearance, this shadow seemed to be a tree. But it was shockingly large in size. There was no doubt that this tree had undergone a mutation. Xu Ming's phone contained information about this botanical garden, and none of the recorded plants were of such a gigantic stature. Xu Ming decided to take little Meiqiu and approach the tree for a closer look. However, as they walked halfway, they were forced to retreat by the howling gale. But the trip was not entirely fruitless. Xu Ming had collected some cotton-like fluff from the air. The quantity was considerable. Most importantly, after storing this fluff in his spatial storage, the system prompt indicated an upgrade, rather than just an enhancement. Xu Ming quickly realized that this was no ordinary cotton. It had fallen from some mutated plant and possessed powerful functional properties. He immediately chose to upgrade it. Upgrade successful, congratulations on obtaining the Enhanced Blue Silk. Enhanced Blue Silk can be woven into various protective gear, waterproof and fire-resistant, possessing immense defensive capabilities, and able to maintain a constant temperature, suitable for wearing in extreme climates. Xu Ming's heart raced. He never expected this cotton-like fluff could be used to craft such remarkable protective gear. This would certainly be much more convenient than having to wear multiple layers of clothing every time he went out. And while the extreme cold is manageable for now, one can simply wear more layers. The real challenge will come when the extreme heat arrives. At that point, everyone may have to seek refuge underground just to survive. But with clothes made from the enhanced blue silk, going out in the scorching heat will be no problem, as the fabric can maintain a constant temperature. The value of this material is undeniable. Seeing the abundance of cotton-like fluff in the air, Xu Ming realized he could collect enough to craft hundreds of protective garments. Patting little Meiqiu's head, Xu Ming said, "This task will have to fall to you." Meiqiu responded with a confused meow meow meow. A few hours later, the now oversized Meiqiu returned to Xu Ming, carrying the last wisp of the enhanced blue silk in its jaws. The round cat eyes were filled with fatigue. Meiqiu had thought that by accompanying Xu Ming, it would have the chance to demonstrate its prowess and defeat the delicate flora. Little did it know, it would be tasked with the backbreaking labor of collecting the scattered fluff. With the strong winds blowing the silk in all directions, only Meicho's incredible jumping abilities allowed it to capture every last bit. Ming had conveniently named this a training exercise for Meicho, entrusting the entire task to the feline. After a few exhausting hours, little Meicho's legs were too tired to lift. Well done, Ming rewarded Meicho with a small fish treat from his spatial storage, which the pet loves to eat. Seeing the beloved fish snack, the pleading look in Meicho's eyes subsided a little. Master, the wind up front is just too strong, can we please go back first? Meicho said, nuzzling against Ming's pant leg after finishing the treat. Alright, Ming agreed. In truth, they had been circling the outer areas of the botanical garden this entire time. The closer they got to the interior, the stronger the wind became. Even taking a single step forward was a struggle, let alone attempting anything else. However, finding the enhanced blue silk was not a complete loss. It represented the future value of the botanical garden. Many plants would develop various useful properties after undergoing mutations. Some would be trivial, but others could be as precious as spiritual herbs. Ming was also certain that the widespread mutations in the botanical garden must hide some secrets he was unaware of. Those could only be uncovered through future exploration. Back at their residence, Ming took out the blue silk from his spatial storage and had Suyu and the others carefully clean it, as it was covered in Meicho's saliva. Once that was done, Ming gathered everyone. Does anyone here know how to weave cloth? At Ming's question, the group present all exchanged puzzled looks. Weaving cloth? They were all young people of the modern era. Knitting a sweater would probably be a challenge for them, let alone the intricate task of cloth weaving. Big brother Chu, why don't we go ask around in the town, suggested Yi Jian. Alright, Ming replied, turning to the Chen siblings. This task is up to you too. If you can't find anyone in the town, go to the city. If you succeed, there will be a contribution reward. He then addressed the rest. Starting tomorrow, the rest of you are to go to the botanical garden and collect more of this cotton-like fluff. If you discover any new mutated plants, there will also be a contribution reward. Most of the blue silk had already been gathered, but there was still plenty blown far away by the wind. It would take some time to collect it all. In any case, they would eventually need to thoroughly explore the botanical garden. This was an opportunity to do so while also gathering the valuable material. After Ming's instructions, hearing about the contribution rewards, everyone became more enthusiastic. The Chen siblings in particular rushed off to the town that very afternoon, determined to complete the task. By evening, they had indeed found an old woman who knew how to weave cloth, and she had brought her husband and son as well. The old lady says she learned weaving in her youth, but will need to figure out how to make a loom, reported Chen Zian. The loom is not a problem, Ming said, shining his flashlight at the woman's husband and son. But what about them? Can they weave too? Constructing a loom was not particularly difficult. Ming recalled that among the vast collection of books he had gathered from the Sunshine community, there were instructions on how to construct weaving looms. In fact, he had gathered the construction guides for many different kinds of tools. That had been the reason he had taken the time to scavenge the library. He knew such knowledge would prove invaluable when the time came. They don't actually know how to weave, but they still insisted on coming along, Chen Xinyan said, looking somewhat embarrassed. Fang Luo is my wife, and if she's coming here to work for you, then of course I have to come check if it's worth it. In this household, I'm the one in charge. Feng Li grabbed his wife's arm, asserting his dominance. Chen Xinyan stood by, faintly disgusted. In these times, to still be clinging to such outdated patriarchal notions, their most valuable asset here was likely Fang Luo herself. To not seize this opportunity and instead nitpick was simply foolish. Dear, the young lady said we can come work and get food for our family. You know our food stores are running low, so why not take this chance? Fang Luo tried to reason with her husband, seeing his poor attitude. Shut up, woman. How dare you interrupt when I'm speaking? Feng Li struck his wife across the face. And rather than stopping him, their son simply frowned and said, if mom goes out to work, who's going to make food for us at home? The woman was struck by her husband, but dared not respond in anger. Chen Xinyan was furious beside them, but understood that this was a private matter that outsiders could not intervene in. If they couldn't even stand up for themselves, not even divine intervention could help them. It seems you all don't want this job after all. Alright, never mind then, Ming said to the Chen siblings. Keep looking tomorrow, but don't bring the whole family along. No, please don't. Absolutely not. Feng Li suddenly panicked. Boss, my wife's skills are unmatched, you won't find anyone better than her. Fong Luo was deeply ashamed. She didn't want to bring her husband and son, but they had insisted on coming and she couldn't stop them. I've said, I don't like it when people bring their whole families to work for me, Shuming stated flatly. Boss, why don't you talk it over with my wife, and I'll take my son and leave, Fong Li said with an apologetic smile, then tried to pull his son away. But Dad, you said there would be food if we came. We haven't gotten any food yet, the son, Fong Guden, stubbornly clung to his father's arm, refusing to leave. You brat, your mother will bring the food back later, stop your yapping here. Fong Li glared at his son, and the two of them bickered as they walked away. I'm so sorry, sir, my husband is just like that, he has to butt into everything. I'll talk to him when we get back, he won't come with me again, Fong Luo apologized sincerely to Chu Ming. As long as you understand. Chu Ming took a small bundle of the blue silk from his pocket and handed it to Fong Luo. Can you weave cloth from this? Wiping her hands, Fong Luo carefully accepted the precious silk, handling it with great care. A moment later, she looked up and said, it's possible, but the amount of work required to organize this kind of thread is not small. If I'm the only one doing it, the efficiency of weaving may go down. Don't worry, I'll have someone else do these odd jobs. Chu Ming looked around the spacious grounds outside the botanical garden, and then turned to the Qin Xingyan siblings and said, tomorrow, you two continue to go to the town and find people to build a small weaving factory outside. As he spoke, Chu Ming then looked at the woman and asked, what is your name? Sir, my name is Luo Fong, the woman quickly responded. Tomorrow you can start working in the security booth, and when the factory is built, you can move there, Chu Ming instructed. No problem, sir, Luo Fong responded respectfully, though she didn't know how Chu Ming planned to build the factory. But the appearance of a wealthy person starting an industry and providing food to the villagers was certainly a good thing for the small town's future. Chu Ming went back to the security booth and produced half a caddy of sweet potatoes to hand to Luo Fong. This is an advance on your wages, but tonight you'll have to work overtime. I'll provide the materials and manufacturing instructions, and you all need to stay up late to make the weaving machines, even if they're simple as long as they can be used. Yes, Luo Fong said, her entire demeanor filled with enthusiasm at the sight of the food. The Qin Xingyan siblings noticed that Chu Ming had said you all, it seemed they would be busy tonight as well, with some basic tasks assigned to them. Chu Ming then spent some time retrieving books on weaving machine construction from his spatial storage, along with some wood, a handsaw, nails and screws. After preparing the materials, Chu Ming went back to rest. The three Qin siblings were left behind, staring at each other. Alright, let's get started then. Chen Zian looked over the books. As long as we have all the parts ready and the dimensions are right, the assembly should be pretty straightforward. I'm familiar with this, let me take care of it, Luo Fong said. Just tell me what parts you need, I'll make them for you. Suing planned to cheat a bit using her abilities. She could adjust the hardness and toughness of the materials she creates with her powers. The weaving machines they made may not be inferior to wooden ones. Plus, the outside weather was damp, and the parts made with her abilities would be mold and rot resistant. Sister, your mind is sharper than before, let's do it this way. Chen Zian's eyes lit up. Luo Fong couldn't understand the conversation between the Qin siblings, so she obediently stood to the side. Vaguely, she thought she saw some large buildings inside the botanical garden. When were those built? How did she not remember that at all? The next day, Chu Ming came out to inspect the Qin siblings' work. He found that the weaving machines had indeed been made, but the materials were quite different from what he had imagined. Qin Xingyan proudly explained her new experiment. Chu Ming couldn't help but admire Qin Xingyan's imagination after hearing this. She had actually applied her earth-based abilities to the manufacture of the tools. Normally, this would be the forte of those with metal-based powers. But Qin Xingyan had accomplished it using her earth abilities. Thinking about it carefully. That's a good point. In the primitive era, the first tools used by humans were also made of stone, weren't they? Who says stone can't be used as a tool? Moreover, with Qin Xingyan's earth-based abilities, she can control the material properties at will. The quality of these weaving machines is truly remarkable. I was able to come up with this thanks to the guidance you provided me earlier, Brother Chu. Otherwise, I would still just be able to build houses and walls, Qin Xingyan said with a touch of pride. That's right, back at the Hope Base, Xingyan's abilities were nowhere near this level of refinement. It's all thanks to your coaching, Captain, Qin Zian chimed in. Well done. Chu Ming nodded approvingly. Keep up this level of performance, and you have a bright future ahead of you. Hearing Chu Ming's praise, Qin Xingyan couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. While the work these past few days has been demanding, even more so than her time at the Hope Base, the sense of accomplishment is quite rewarding. Oh, that reminds me, Qin Xingyan suddenly said, I've also finished building the factory for the weaving machines. Take a look, Brother Chu, see if you're satisfied with it. At that, Chu Ming stepped out of the security booth. Sure enough, he saw a small two-story building outside the botanical garden. The architectural style looked somewhat like the 1990s. Chen Xingyan had even added some decorative elements on the rooftop and entrance. If they were to add some brickwork or outdoor paint, it would look quite nice. It looks alright, Chu Ming thought. He was increasingly convinced that bringing Chen Xingyan along was the right choice. This has solved so much of the workload. If Chen Xingyan was not here, he would still have to find someone to build the light steel workshop. At that time, we can do a spatial upgrade. Although the defensive capability and overall performance will be improved. But the efficiency is far from catching up with Chen Xingyan's superpowers. At this moment, Luo Fang also rushed over from the small town. Seeing this small house that appeared out of nowhere, she was completely stunned. Yesterday when she left, there was no such house. Do these people know magic? Moreover, upon closer inspection, you will find that this stone house has no visible seams at all. It's as if it's a hole. Was the surface painted with something? Then the workload would be even greater. How is this done exactly? When making the parts yesterday, Chen Xingyan came secretly behind Luo Fang's back. Plus the material density is completely different from the house. So she temporarily didn't associate the two. However, regarding the superpowers, Lu Ming is not really worried about outsiders finding out. Well, it's only a matter of time before everyone finds out. In many places, it's no longer even a secret. You've come at the right time. From now on, you'll be working here. I'll have Xingyan and the others go to town to find some more people to help you out, Xu Ming said, glancing at Luo Fang. He noticed that Luo Fang's face seemed to have some new injuries, and she looked rather pale. Fortunately, her fingers didn't seem to be injured. It shouldn't affect her work. Then I'll get to work. It's been a while since I've operated a weaving machine, so my hands are a bit rusty, Luo Fang said, quickly responding. Oh, by the way, she hesitated before asking, Mr. Chu, since I'll be working more than 10 hours a day here, will you provide lunch? Luo Fang's stomach rumbled at that moment. She felt embarrassed and just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Your husband doesn't even feed you breakfast, and you're expecting to mooch off me for lunch? Xu Ming raised his eyebrows. Luo Fang awkwardly tried to make an excuse, but she knew she couldn't really argue with Xu Ming. After all, she had managed to hide it for the past few days, but it was only a matter of time before the truth came out. The half-gene of sweet potatoes she had brought back yesterday, she hadn't eaten any of it, it had all gone to her husband and son. If she doesn't get fed here either, she won't be able to do any work. She'll be dead before long. My food here is pretty good, but if you want to eat it, your wages will be deducted, Xu Ming said bluntly. The wages he pays Luo Fang are 1 gene of grain per day, which is more than enough for one person. But Luo Fang has to support 2 idle people at home. Yes, it does seem quite a dire situation for her. Now, just to save on food, she is even considering coming here to mooch off the meals. Absolutely not. If it weren't for the fact that he truly needs Luo Fang's skills, he wouldn't have chosen someone with dependents like her. Mr. Chu, I was just asking, don't be angry. I promise I'll eat first before coming in tomorrow, and it won't affect my work at all, Luo Fang quickly assured, seeing Xu Ming's tone become unpleasant. Even though she usually eats the least at home, her whole family is relying on her to get by now. So they likely won't let her starve. Grain is so precious these days. The wages Xu Ming is offering are actually quite good. Others would jump at the chance to work here if given the opportunity. Entering the building interior, Xu Ming noticed there was only a lone weaving machine in the large room. But considering the cold weather, Chen Xingyan had set up a fireplace specifically in this room. The plant garden is surrounded by mountains, so finding firewood won't be difficult. Luo Fang sat down at the weaving machine and familiarized herself with the feel of it. Confirming there were no issues, she looked up at Xu Ming. Mr. Chu, I'm ready to begin. Go ahead and try it out first, Xu Ming said, handing her a bag of blue-green silk. He only felt fully reassured after seeing her weave a small sample piece. You're right, at this rate, it will likely take 10 days or half a month to produce just a few sets of clothing. If they could get their hands on some fully automated weaving machines, the production capacity wouldn't be an issue. Unfortunately, there are no textile factories around the D-City area. And on the way here, Xu Ming didn't really pay attention to information in that regard. Even if there were, most of the equipment has likely been damaged by the floods and is completely unusable. Finding a pristine machine would be about as likely as winning the lottery. Oh well, manual labor it is then. He can just hire more people and have Luo Feng teach them how to weave. Considering the intense heat is expected to arrive in a couple more months, the remaining blue-green silk must be fully processed into the protective gear he needs within that time frame. It wasn't long before Qin Xingyan brought back a few more nimble-handed women from the small town. Their task was to help Luo Feng sort and prepare the blue-green silk. The pay was 1 sweet potato per day. Before leaving, Ming thought for a moment and said, "If any of you can learn how to weave, I'll increase your pay to 1 gene of sweet potatoes per day. Luo Feng, if you can teach 1 person, I'll give you an extra sweet potato a day." Really? Hearing this, the women present were overjoyed, Luo Feng especially so. If she's able to teach all the women here, that means she could earn at least an extra gene of sweet potatoes per day. That would be more than enough for their family of 3. And don't let me catch any of you slacking off or being sloppy. I've installed 8 surveillance cameras around the room, Ming said, gesturing to the corners. These cameras were all installed on his orders by Qin Xingyan. 8 cameras in total, providing full coverage of the entire room. The women present all looked quite nervous. Just earlier, someone had been curious about the blue-green silk, wanting to take a bit home to study. Now, they don't dare make even the slightest move. After arranging the weaving work, Ming headed back to the plant garden alone. Chen Xingyan and Chen Ziyan remained outside to oversee things. With the heavy camera surveillance in the factory, their main task was to guard against outside threats. As for Su Yue and the others, they had all gone out to collect more blue-green silk. They had already gathered quite a bit the previous afternoon, and would be venturing further today. Looking around the empty villa, Ming suddenly realized he was still short-handed, especially for the miscellaneous tasks. For now, he can still go to the nearby town to find people. But as more people die off, it won't be so easy to recruit later. And the forces of Future City will inevitably expand to this area as well. His own team only has a few members, and even if each is formidable enough to take on 100, they'd still be no match for Future City. For now, Future City's influence is only in the D City area. You're right, Future City has since annexed dozens of nearby bases. They already have over 1,000 espers, and this is just in the first 2 years after the apocalypse. By the 3rd year, Future City has become the dominant power, with their espers organized into veritable legions. The sheer scale of their forces is truly terrifying. Considering this, Ming realizes he needs to plan ahead. Absorbing other bases and competing with Future City for manpower could be a good idea. The more people he can recruit, the fewer will be left for Future City, especially the top-ranked espers. After reaching this decision, Ming pulls out his computer and starts devising a plan. He writes down key information on important espers he remembers, as well as a few suitable bases to possibly approach. Once that's done, he takes out a radio and instructs the Chen siblings to continue recruiting people in the nearby town. This time, he needs some young laborers to help excavate an underground shelter. Manual digging won't create much space in just 2 months, but as a temporary refuge, the environment doesn't need to be overly spacious as long as they can fit inside. Since he has decided to recruit personnel, he must have considered these things in advance. Lest the extreme heat descends afterwards. Also need to consider whether these people will be baked by the heat. That night, Ming called Chen Xinyan aside to the botanical garden. "Try to see if you can turn this whole area into a desert," Ming said, pointing to a small area that had been fenced off with stones in advance. Although he didn't know Ming's intention, Chen Xinyan still followed his request and turned the hard soil in front of her into a sandy ground within a few minutes. Ming went forward to inspect it. He found that the ground transformed by Chen Xinyan's desertification was about half a meter deep. Of course, this is also related to the range he has fenced off, which is several square meters. If the range is narrowed down, Chen Xinyan's desertification ability can completely bury a large living person. "How many times can you use this kind of desertification range?" Ming asked Chen Xinyan. "About 3 times, Chen Xinyan said after a slight pause. "My creative ability is stronger than my destructive ability now, so 3 times should be the limit. If you need to reinforce the existing soil or stones, how much area can you strengthen at a time?" Ming asked further. "If it's just to enhance the solidity of the soil or stones, it would be less effortful than creating or destroying. I can definitely reinforce an area of a few hundred square meters at a time," Chen Xinyan said after thinking it over. "Okay, I see." Ming seemed to have a plan in mind. Originally, he was thinking of having Qin Xinyan decertify the soil first, then let people remove the sandy soil. This would increase the efficiency by at least tenfold. Finally, he would have Qin Xinyan reinforce the underlying soil and rocks. That way, there would be no need to worry about collapse. However, it now appears that manual excavation would still be more cost-effective. I see. Since Qin Xinyan's desertification ability requires an energy core to be replenished after about 3 uses on average, the energy cores are obviously much more precious than regular food. Using a small amount of food to exchange for a large quantity of cheap labor would be the most cost-effective approach. And compared to other bases, by starting the excavation of the underground city 2 months earlier, you are already a big step ahead. Tomorrow, the people you found should start digging from this location, first going down 10 meters, then expanding horizontally. After they leave, you should come reinforce it daily. The workload shouldn't be too heavy, you instruct Qin Xinyan. Understood, Big Brother Chu. Qin Xinyan nods. The next day, the underground city workers and textile workers arrive at the botanical garden almost simultaneously. Coincidentally, Feng Li is among them. You thought he was here to work on the underground city, but instead he drags Luo Feng over to you. Boss, you just let my wife teach the skills to the other workers after 1 day of work. What, are you planning to just turn your back on her once others have learned? Feng Li says, slapping Luo Feng across the face, you bitch, when they tell you to teach, you actually teach them? You're going to get yourself sold out and have to count their money. Luo Feng covers her face, too afraid to speak up. I don't particularly enjoy when people yell at me, you respond coolly. Well, that's just how I am. I have a loud voice, Feng Li says defiantly. Do you remember what I said before, you ask Luo Feng? Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him, but I will definitely work hard and teach everyone as quickly as possible. Luo Feng keeps bowing in apology, knowing you are displeased. It seems Feng Li still doesn't plan to let her have breakfast today. It seems Luo Feng thought Feng Li was just worried about the food shortage, so she mentioned the pay raise you had prepared for her. But the situation has escalated unexpectedly. You have no right to speak here, shut up. Feng Li glares viciously at Luo Feng. But the next moment, you kick Feng Li away forcefully. Husband! Luo Feng cries out in shock. But she just stands there, not going to help Feng Li up. Seeing Feng Li lying on the ground, unable to get up, Luo Feng even feels a sense of satisfaction. Ever since marrying Feng Li, she has been treated like a workhorse every day. These past few days, she has tried to come out and earn food for the family. But Feng Li doesn't even want to feed her. And now he has come to cause a ruckus. Frankly, Feng Li deserved that kick. You bastard, how dare you kick me? Feng Li, in great pain, looks at the crowd and shouts loudly, you all saw that, this guy is no good. Don't work for him anymore, we can join forces to rob him, then we'll all have food to eat. Hearing this, Luo Feng is suddenly horrified. Husband, what are you saying? The construction crew also starts to get restless. Feng Li already had a bad reputation in the town. Now that he has gotten himself beaten up, the others are just watching the show. But Feng Li's latest words have stirred up some malicious intent in several people. There are only a few people who have shown their face from your side, while there are over 20 of them. To steal the food from my hands would be effortless for them. However, only a few have such malicious intentions so far. Before they can even devise a plan, they see me stepping up to stand in front of Feng Li. What do you want? Trying to hit me again? We're all people from our own town, so think twice before you make a move. Feng Li retorts defiantly, clutching his abdomen. But when he sees what I'm pulling out from my clothes, his entire demeanor freezes. In my hand is the handgun I had taken from the armed man in the shelter last time. I don't particularly favor using firearms. Compared to my abilities, guns come with various other considerations like ammunition, noise, and accuracy. However, in a situation like this, brandishing a gun is the only way to rein in these people. I press the muzzle against Feng Li's forehead, looking down at him. Any last words you'd like me to hear? Feeling the icy cold of the gun barrel, Feng Li is almost about to wet himself. Those few with malicious thoughts instantly become as obedient as quails. Feng Li's legs are trembling visibly. He can clearly sense that this is no toy gun, but the real thing. When Feng Li remains silent, I continue, looks like you have no last words then. Without hesitation, I pull the trigger. A gunshot rings out, echoing through the air. Feng Li collapses to the ground, his eyes lifeless. Ah! Luo Feng lets out a piercing scream, her hands covering her mouth. Her eyes are filled with a mixture of horror, disbelief, and a complex range of emotions. In the distance, many from the construction crew are panicked, abandoning their digging tools and fleeing. As for Chen Xinyan and Chen Zishuan, they have already grown accustomed to Chu Ming casually killing people. So their expressions don't change at all. They know very well that Chu Ming never kills without reason. If these people hadn't jumped in his face, seeking their own demise, Chu Ming would never have bothered to lift a hand. Moreover, having the opportunity to work for Chu Ming is a precious gift. As long as they prove their worth, they can change the course of their lives and take a completely different path. Feng Li's actions were undoubtedly akin to jumping into a fiery pit, taking his wife and son with him. In the end, he has met his just demise. He got what he deserved. Chu Ming blows on the gun barrel, then sweeps his gaze across everyone present. Since you haven't left, it means you're still willing to stay and work for me. I promise that as long as you don't harbor any malicious intentions, and diligently do your work, I won't mistreat you. But if you act on any ill thoughts, you'll end up like him. In the future, after the base is established, only a select few who have been thoroughly tested will be given priority to enter. And the testing will cover various aspects. Today was just the beginning. Reassured by Chu Ming's promise, many let out a sigh of relief. They came here to do hard labor, nothing more than to exchange it for some food. After all, they're not like Feng Li, openly demanding to loot from others. If not him, who else would I take my blade to? They wouldn't feel safe leaving Feng Li around either. Thinking it through, their fear and trepidation subside quite a bit. Big Brother Chu, since around half the people have run off, do we still need to recruit more? Chen Xinyan asks as she approaches. Recruit, of course we do. As long as the number exceeds 20, you can set up another excavation site nearby and have everyone work together. That will be more efficient, I reply. I'm not short on food at all, especially coarse grains like sweet potatoes, and corn. I do eat them occasionally, just to change up the flavors. But with the abundant stocks of various vegetables, fruits, and meats in the space, I could eat them in different ways every day for a year and still not finish it all. Plus, I've hoarded a large quantity of seeds. As long as we can weather the extreme heat, the base can start normal cultivation. Then the food issue won't be a problem at all. Alright, I'll get on that then. Chen Xinyan nods and hurries off to take care of it. I then turn my attention to the distraught Luo Feng. What, do you hate me for killing your husband? I ask. No, that's not it. Luo Feng shakes her head. Then what are you thinking? I raise an eyebrow. I'm not entirely sure, Luo Feng says, her emotions complex. Ever since I married into the Feng family, I've been beaten almost daily. At first, I resented it, fought back, even thought of. But after all these years, I guess I've just gotten used to it. Luo Feng glances at the corpse on the ground. When I saw Feng Li lying there, apart from the fear, I also felt a sense of relief. I don't know what's wrong with me, it doesn't seem right, but I can't help but think about it. It's as if I'm finally free, that I'll never have to endure his beatings again. Wiping the tears from her face, Luo Feng looks at me and says, Mr. Chu, don't worry, I'll definitely keep weaving the cloth for you and teach the others wholeheartedly. What happened today was all his own fault, I have no reason to hate you. You're not entirely beyond saving. Go on inside and get to work, I'll have someone take care of this here, I reply. I had thought I would need to use forceful means to compel Luo Feng to weave the azure silk. But now it seems the seeds of resentment had already been sown from years of oppression. So the lesson is, don't bully honest, hard-working people. Either kill them outright, or make them willingly serve you. Otherwise, you'll eventually be retaliated against. Of course, if one's own strength is overwhelming, that's a different story. A week passes in the blink of an eye. Word spreads quickly through the small town that Feng Li was shot dead by me in the botanical garden. Yet Chen Xinyan has still managed to recruit over 200 people, opening more than a dozen excavation sites to work on the underground cities simultaneously. Once the underground spaces are connected, they'll be able to move freely between them. Meanwhile, Su Yufei and the others have also discovered the first mutant plant in the process of collecting azure silk. This mutant plant was discovered by Xia Qing. After finding it, she immediately came back to notify Chu Ming. Chu Ming followed her to the place where the mutant plant was discovered. They found it was a small pond. And even at such a low temperature, the pond had not frozen over. Where is the mutant plant you mentioned? Chu Ming asked, looking at Xia Qing. He observed for a while and found there were many aquatic plants at the bottom of the pond. But from the surface, it was difficult to distinguish which one was the mutant plant. It's the largest one in the middle, with a bluish tone and spots on the leaves. Xia Qing pointed to the middle of the pond. How are you sure this is the mutant plant? Chu Ming was curious. This morning when I passed by, I noticed this pond. It's dozens of degrees below zero outside, but the pond hasn't frozen over. Isn't that strange? I even saw some small fish eating the plant in the middle. The leaves were all grazed. But when I came back in the afternoon, the plant that was eaten had grown back. Shugij, you said before that mutant plants must have unusual characteristics. This pond is so abnormal, and the plant that was eaten has grown back so quickly, so I guessed it must be a mutant plant. Xiaqing explained the details of how she discovered the pond. Shuming had previously given a popular science introduction about mutant plants to Xiaqing and the others when sending them out to search. There are even fish in it? Hearing this, Shuming was even more surprised. At such low temperatures, if there are still fish that can survive, then it can only be a mutant creature. Otherwise, it would not make sense. Anyway, let's first get a leaf sample of the aquatic plant to test the upgrade effect. He felt that this pond was not as simple as it seemed. Shuming adjusted the distance and used spatial cutting to slice off a leaf of the aquatic plant. The deep blue aquatic plant slowly floated to the surface. Shuming took out a long hook from the space and prepared to hook the aquatic plant from the middle of the pond. But suddenly, a few small fish rushed out from the bottom of the pond and ate the leaf in just a few moments. Not only did they eat the leaf, but they also wanted to continue gnawing on the rest. Shuming quickly used a tree branch to drive the fish away, and then quickly cut off a second leaf using spatial cutting. This time, he finally managed to get the mutant aquatic plant. Detected an item, do you want to upgrade it? Upgrade. Item upgrade successful, congratulations on obtaining the Enhanced Gathering Spirit Aquatic Plant. Enhanced Gathering Spirit Aquatic Plant can purify the water body, make the water body unaffected by environmental temperature, suitable for more than 90% of freshwater fish. Fish raised by feeding the Enhanced Gathering Spirit Aquatic Plant can enhance their physique and also help improve their psychic ability level. Please note that for the birth of Gathering Spirit type plants, the appearance of a Taohua stone is necessary nearby. Hearing the last prompt, Shuming couldn't help but be moved. Taohua stone? Could this be the real reason for the large number of mutant plants appearing in the botanical garden? That's true, the prompt only mentioned that the Gathering Spirit type of plants are born due to the influence of the Taohua stone. The blue light silk he found earlier obviously does not belong to the Gathering Spirit category. Moreover, a single Taohua stone can only influence the plants in the nearby area. It couldn't possibly cause over 80% of the plants in the entire botanical garden to mutate. So this Taohua stone must not be too far away. Searching around the pond might yield some results. With this in mind, Shuming turned to Xiaqing and said, "Go get Yi Jian." Soon, Xiaqing came back with Yi Jian. In the meantime, Shuming had already examined the pond roughly. The bottom of the pond was lush with vegetation. But there weren't many fish. It's very likely that the Gathering Spirit aquatic plant only started growing, and the small fish hatched from some lucky surviving fish eggs. That's why they look so small. As for the Taohua stone, he hasn't found anything so far. It might just look like an ordinary stone. He couldn't distinguish it by just relying on his eyes. Shugij, I heard you found a new mutant plant, is it the aquatic plant in the pond? Yi Jian asked as she approached Shuming. That's right, Shuming nodded. Besides this aquatic plant, take a look around and see if there's anything special. Fortunately, Yi Jian's second ability is perception. In a situation like this, the advantage of her perception ability naturally stands out. Otherwise, having to scour the mountains and fields for a stone of unknown appearance, he would be at a total loss. I'll give it a try. Yi Jian looked around and quickly set off in a particular direction. Soon, she stopped in front of a small hole. This hole looked like an ordinary snake or rat burrow. And there were a lot of debris around it. If you didn't observe carefully, it would be hard to notice. Shugij, there's an unusual energy fluctuation inside this hole, but I'm not sure if there's a mutant creature hiding in it. Yi Jian crouched in front of the hole and said, "Let's dig it open and see." Shuming took out a small shovel from the space and carefully dug open the hole. Halfway through, he discovered something unusual. This was not a snake or rat burrow. It looked like the trace of something having crashed through. The walls of the hole were very smooth. As he dug deeper, even some of the rocks were fractured by the impact, leaving only a small hole in the middle. He dug about 3 or 4 meters deep before finally finding a yellowish-brown stone at the bottom. That's it. Seeing the stone, Yi Jian's eyes lit up. Shugij, the energy fluctuation of this stone is very special. I think it must be a treasure. The small stone actually made such a deep hole in the ground. It must have fallen from a great height. Xiaqing said curiously. Maybe it fell from the sky. Yi Jian glanced up at the sky. After all, jellyfish had fallen from the sky in H-City not long ago. Xu Ming did not touch the stone with his hands, but directly stored it in the space. Item detected. Do you want to upgrade the item? Upgrade. Item upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Enhanced Beginner Tao Hua Stone. Enhanced Beginner Tao Hua Stone can accelerate the mutation of animals and plants, with a mutation level of ordinary. After quality upgrade, it also has the same effect on the human body. Wearing it for a long time can accelerate the improvement of psychic ability level. Beginner Tao Hua Stone? That means there are higher level Tao Hua Stones as well? Xu Ming took out the Beginner Tao Hua Stone. The next moment, he indeed felt a kind of invisible energy flowing from the stone into his body. This feeling is similar to when he absorbed the energy cores. Even weaker than a first-level energy core. But the advantage is that it is a constant and steady flow, like a babbling brook, continuously replenishing energy to his body. Without a doubt, the Tao Hua Stone is a good thing. As long as he carries the Tao Hua Stone with him, it's equivalent to constantly improving his psychic ability level. Accumulated over time, it can definitely save a lot of energy cores. The most crucial point is that this item seems to have no level restriction for usage. At least now, as a second-level psychic ability user, this beginner Tao Hua Stone is still effective for him. Of course, all of this is thanks to the space's upgrade capability. Otherwise, the Tao Hua Stone would only have one function, to accelerate the mutation of animals and plants. If that's the case, then there's a very high possibility that the botanical garden also has higher-level Tao Hua Stones. Otherwise, how do you explain the 80% mutation rate in the botanical garden? Unfortunately, the wind force at the center of the botanical garden is simply too strong. Even with his current strength, he has no way to forcibly break through. He can only wait until his psychic ability reaches the third level, or until the wind stops blowing, before he can go inside the botanical garden to continue investigating. Chu Gij, is this the thing you were looking for? Yi Jian asked beside him. Xu Ming tucked the Tao Hua Stone into his pocket and looked at Yi Jian and Xia Qing, saying, "You two did well today. Xia Qing, you'll get a 2,000 contribution value reward, and Yi Jian, you'll get a 1,000 contribution value reward." Hearing this, Yi Jian and Xia Qing were both overjoyed. In the past few days, they had worked hard to collect blue light silk, but could only earn a dozen or so contribution values per day. But today, they earned thousands at once. How could they not be happy about that? Especially Xia Qing, who couldn't wait to say, "Chu Gij, I want to use 1,000 contribution values to exchange for a spirit peach. I also want to become a psychic ability user." "No problem, I'll give it to you when we get back," Xu Ming said, in a good mood. "Oh right, what about that aquatic plant? Do we need to dig it up and raise it?" Yi Jian said beside him. Xu Ming thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, let's just leave it here. This pond is not small, we can use it to raise fish in the future. Right now, there are fewer fish in the pond. But over time, the fish in the pond will definitely become more and more. Then he can eat fresh fish every day. And they'll all be raised with the Gathering Spirit aquatic plant, which is also beneficial for improving psychic ability. This is truly high-end food." Back at their residence, Xu Ming exchanged the last spirit peach for Xia Cheng. Then he watched as Xia Qing consumed it. Unfortunately, Xia Cheng's awakened ability was only the speed ability. Recently, Xia Cheng and Jolie have been exchanging first-level physical enhancement potions frequently. Their physical fitness has already improved a lot. Both speed and strength are far beyond normal people. Whether it's speed ability or strength ability, it's rather disadvantageous for them. But an ability is an ability. It represents the ultimate of a certain aspect. The other attributes that are enhanced by just relying on physical enhancement potions will definitely be far inferior to speed. Xia Qing was only disappointed for a short while, then she used up all her remaining contribution values to exchange first-level energy cores from Xu Ming. She wants to improve her psychic ability as much as possible. In the future, they'll be able to earn more contribution values. Just like now with Suing, she can occasionally exchange some fruits to eat. Even though she has to share them with Jolie. But they both know how precious the fruits are, so they never dare to eat too much. Being able to taste them is already good enough. In the evening, when Xia Qing had already exchanged a spirit peach, Suing also wanted to exchange one to see what her second ability is. After all, she already has close to 10,000 contribution values in her hands. If she doesn't exchange the spirit peach now, she might not have a chance in the future as more people join the base. But Xu Ming had already exchanged the last spirit peach for Xia Qing, so Suing could only come find him early tomorrow morning. Today, he wanted to take a look at how many energy cores are needed to cultivate a spirit peach. That way, he can adjust the price again later. Xu Ming returned to the bedroom. Then he took out a small pile of energy cores and started feeding the mutant peach tree. After feeding it around 12 cores, the mutant peach tree bore a shiny, juicy fruit. It seems his previous pricing was indeed at a loss. Once the earliest members of his team have all exchanged their spirit peaches, he'll raise the price to 20 from now on. Actually, the reason he set up the contribution value system was not to make money from anyone. The price of the spirit peach definitely can't be worth just 20 energy cores. He just doesn't want the people under him to have the mentality of getting something for nothing. Exchanging more spirit peaches will also improve the overall strength of the domain. There's nothing wrong with that. Xu Ming took out the spirit peach, preparing to give it to Suing in the morning. Just then, a loud boom came from the direction of the small town. It was the sound of gunfire. Xu Ming immediately put on his coat and went downstairs. At this time, Su Yufei and Yi Jian also ran in from outside. Xu Gij, someone just came to report that a group of people have come to the town. They want to take over this place, and they have cars and guns, so they must be a formidable force. Su Yufei said in a deep voice. Go call Suing and Shen Xinyan over, we'll go take a look, the rest of you stay in the villa, and don't step out of the room until I come back, Xu Ming instructed. Okay, I'll go call them. Su Yufei nodded. After everyone gathered, Xu Ming gave them each a set of clothes made of blue light silk, including socks, gloves, and an upgraded bulletproof helmet. It's all-round protection, they don't need to worry about the other side's guns. However, the clothes made of blue light silk, while having defensive properties, still have the potential for internal injuries if they encounter powerful impact forces. But as long as they can preserve their lives, it's not a big deal for him. Just let Yi Jian take action, and she can heal them in no time. Of course, for safety's sake, Xu Ming still put on a bulletproof vest over the clothes. With the outfits made of blue light silk, they don't need the cold-resistant clothes anymore. Let's go, we'll meet this group of people. On the way to the small town, even from a distance, Xu Ming could hear the extremely polluting noise coming from the loudspeaker. I reiterate, the future city warmly welcomes all of you to join us. You can choose to continue living here, but you will have to pay a monthly protection fee to the future city. As long as you pay the protection fee, then we're all family. In the future, if you encounter any trouble or other bases attack, we can send people to support you. Of course, you all have the right to choose not to join. However, this area has already been designated as the future city's territory. If you don't want to pay the protection fee, then you'll have to leave. And we're not unreasonable people either. For those residents who don't want to join the future city, we can give you a month's time to move out of here. Several people with guns on them led their respective teams, patrolling back and forth in the small town. They held loudspeakers, repeatedly playing these few sentences. At first, many people had complaints. But after a few people who dared to resist were shot in the head by the other side, no one dared to speak up again. It seems everyone agrees with our proposal. So please prepare the food supplies, and deliver them to the town gate before dawn. Otherwise, I'll have to search house by house. Hearing this, the residents of the small town were full of resentment. This is outright oppression. How is this any different from robbery? Protection fee? The ones threatening our safety are clearly this group. The mayor's son was apparently killed too. These people are merciless demons. Wah, my husband, I'm scared. At the same time, Xu Ming and the three, Su Yufei, Shen Xinyan, arrived at the small town. Seeing the scattered bodies on the ground, Shen Xinyan couldn't help but have burning fury in her eyes. This is too much. The future city is the largest base in D City. How can they be so reckless with people's lives? Recalling how she and Chen Zian founded the base, and everyone joined voluntarily. But the future city's approach is no different from forced prostitution. And for resources, the future city is forcibly collecting it in the name of a protection fee, without even saying they'll go out and find it together with the people. This is not coming to help, this is coming to suck them dry. So do you all understand? Xu Ming looked at Su Yufei and the others. When you see the future city people, just attack directly, kill the ones with guns and weapons first. Don't worry Xu Gij, leave these guys to me. Su Yufei's fingertips were flickering with electric light. Her attack range is the farthest among all present. Starting the attack from her will definitely catch the other side off guard. As they spoke, a small squad from the future city approached from the other side of the street. Seeing Xu Ming's group, they thought they were here to hand over the food, so they strutted over confidently. You're pretty quick, What we want isn't much, just 5 pounds of grain per month, hurry up and hand it over. The grain is with me. Su Yufei casually walked towards them with one hand behind her back, while the other had already condensed a thunderball. After reaching attack range, Su Yufei suddenly threw the thunderball, hitting the leader in front who was holding a gun. The next second, the thunderball exploded, charring the surrounding few people black, leaving them unable to get up. Psychic ability. It's a lightning ability. They actually have psychic ability users. Quick, call for backup. Shuming naturally wouldn't give them the chance to call for backup. Not a single one left. Upon receiving the order, Chen Xinyan and Su Ying immediately rushed forward. Chen Xinyan stretched out her hands, and the ground instantly cracked open into a series of crevices. Many people who were trying to flee fell into the crevices. Su Ying and Su Yufei then took care of the remaining people. The entire process took less than a minute. Many of the residents who were watching the commotion outside were stunned. Oh my god, magic, these people can use magic. They seem to be from the botanical garden, that Boss Chu often wears this outfit. I knew the people from the botanical garden were good, they even provided jobs for everyone. I didn't expect them to be this capable. Great, now we're saved. Shuming led Su Yufei and the others, forcefully pushing their way through. They easily dealt with 6 squads from the future city. It wasn't until the last squad that they encountered a little trouble. Because this squad also had a psychic ability user. And it was an extremely rare and special psychic ability. The opponent looked young, around 20 years old. With medium-length hair dyed bluish-purple. Though she was a bit scarily thin. Shuming couldn't even tell if the opponent was male or female. My people, you've all killed them? Hearing the opponent speak, Shuming suddenly realized. Oh, it's a woman. With the question answered, Shuming didn't want to waste more words with her, and directly ordered, attack. Su Yufei stepped forward quickly, ready to strike first. Humph. The woman sneered contemptuously, and raised her arm, calling out loudly, Wind, heed my summons. Seeing the woman's dramatic gestures and Shuyuni lines, Shuming's group were all a bit embarrassed. But as soon as the woman finished speaking, a gust of fierce winds suddenly rose out of nowhere. Su Yufei and the others were immediately blown apart. They couldn't even stand steadily, let alone move in to attack. Shu Gij, her attack range is too far, we can't get close to her. Su Yufei, in her panic, grabbed onto an electric pole, urgently looking towards Chu Ming. Of course, Chu Ming wouldn't be stumped by such a small problem. He snapped his fingers towards the sky. Coal ball, spray her. The little coal ball, hiding in the shadows, immediately descended from the sky, and spat a black fireball towards the woman's head. A thunderous explosion rang out. The woman was engulfed in the flames. Even as she was about to die, she still maintained the pose of spreading her arms wide. As if welcoming the Grim Reaper. The remaining people were also generously given a few fireballs by the little coal ball. Seeing all the people on the scene being vaporized on the spot, not even leaving behind a bone shard, Su Ying was extremely envious. They were both fire-based abilities. But why did her psychic ability feel like it didn't even have 1/10 the power of the little coal ball? Directly incinerating people. What an incredibly high temperature. Go take a look around, see if there are any stragglers left. Shuming had not lifted a hand the entire time. He was quite satisfied with today's operation. It seems the little brothers he has been raising have also grown gradually. He doesn't need to worry about them too much in the future. Shu Gij, come take a look, there are a few more people over here. Just then, Su Yufei suddenly called out from a distance. The future city's squad had driven up in several large buses. Naturally, there couldn't be any resources inside. After all, they came up the mountain to plunder resources. But who would have thought? In one of the buses, there were a few people tied up in the corner. Without exception, they were all psychic ability users. But they all had a specially made collar around their necks. Shuming examined it, and found that these collars could actually restrict people's psychic abilities. Not just the bound people. Even when he approached, he could feel his own psychic ability being affected. He didn't expect the future city to have even researched this kind of thing. They're quite capable. Shu Gij, we found this set of keys on the ground, it must have fallen off that psychic ability user. Su Ying and Chen Xinyan came in from outside. Shu Ming took the keys, but did not remove the collars from the necks of these people. Instead, he casually tucked them into his pocket. First, bring them all back. The future city didn't know where they had rounded up these 5 psychic ability users from. Together, their combat power is quite formidable. Before confirming whether they pose a threat or not, he certainly won't let them go easily. However, he had planned to snatch people from the future city anyway. This time, the future city has conveniently delivered 5 psychic ability users to him. It's like finding ready-made goods. Xu Ming had all the buses taken away. The 5 psychic ability users were all confined on the second floor of the textile factory. He had some charcoal lit for them, and left some food as well. After that, Xu Ming didn't bother with them anymore. The next day, the female workers of the textile factory, as well as the construction team, all came to work on time. Accompanying them was an old man over 50 years old. He was the mayor of the small town, Lin Jiaping. He had just experienced the grief of losing his son last night. But he didn't have the heart to grieve, and was the first to find Xu Ming. The people in the small town had witnessed the capabilities of Xu Ming's group. At the same time, they also witnessed the cruelty of this world. To survive in this post-apocalyptic world, they must seek powerful protection. Xu Ming's team seems to be their best choice. At least they are still normal people, compared to that group of lunatics who came demanding protection fees and readily massacre people. During this time, Xu Ming's side not only provided a lot of job opportunities, allowing many families to survive. Last night, they also stood up to protect everyone. This has made many people feel grateful towards Xu Ming. Before coming here, he had also conducted a survey in the small town. Over 90% of the residents are willing to rally behind Xu Ming's team. Now it's just a matter of whether Xu Ming is willing to accept them. Lin Jiaping simply made a self-introduction, and then expressed his intention to Xu Ming. You mean, you want to bring the entire small town to join me? Xu Ming raised his brows. Although he had this idea earlier. But he didn't expect the unexpected incident last night to accelerate this process. This sudden attack by the future city has brought quite a few pleasant surprises. Mr. Chu, we are here with sincerity. In the future, if you need any help, please feel free to ask us. We can provide free labor, and we will figure out the food situation ourselves. You don't need to spend on that anymore. Seeing Xu Ming still not responding, Lin Jiaping suddenly became a bit anxious. He could tell that Xu Ming seems to be planning some big projects over at the botanical garden. If the residents of the small town are willing to provide free labor, then in the future, when enemies come to attack, Xu Ming lending them a hand is also a matter of mutual benefit. But this is only their one-sided idea. Whether they can cooperate smoothly still depends on whether Xu Ming nods his head or not. The small town residents who came with Lin Jiaping all had expectant and anxious looks on their faces, fearing that Xu Ming might reject them. The events that happened last night have really left them with psychological trauma. Mayor, to be honest, I do intend to settle down in the botanical garden. In the future, if you all run into any trouble, I certainly won't ignore it. Xu Ming said unhurriedly. Hearing this, Lin Jiaping and the small town residents behind him all had expressions of overwhelming joy. But let me make it clear, if I encounter people who are deliberately causing trouble and playing tricks behind my back, I won't go easy on them. Xu Ming said with a smile. Of course. Lin Jiaping said firmly, if we encounter such scum, I'll be the first one not to spare them. All right. Xu Ming nodded satisfactorily, then I hope our cooperation will be pleasant. He didn't immediately bring up the matter of who should join whose side, or establishing a base. That would seem too deliberate. As long as he can maintain the initiative in the discourse. Absorbing all the small town residents is just a matter of time. That day, Xu Ming was in a good mood, so he had Yi Ziyan cook a large pot of ginger soup to be distributed to the workers who were working. At this time, Chen Ziyan suddenly approached Xu Ming. Captain, those psychic ability users want to see you. Did they say anything? Xu Ming asked. No. Chen Ziyan shook his head. They just said they want to talk to you. About joining our base? Xu Ming followed up. I brought it up, but they seem very resistant to it. Chen Ziyan sounded a bit helpless. Xu Ming assigned this task to him because he used to manage the base. Unexpectedly, these guys were like they had agreed on it beforehand. No matter how he offered conditions, the other party showed no signs of wavering. Tough nuts to crack. Xu Ming stood up. Then I'll go meet them in person. Xu Ming had Yi Ziyan take a look at these psychic ability users. Among them, 4 were ordinary psychic ability users. 3 were strength type, 1 was perception type. The remaining 1 was a metal type psychic ability user with extremely broad applications. The 4 ordinary psychic ability users were one thing. But the metal type, he must recruit him no matter what. Xu Ming went to the second floor of the textile factory. He found the psychic ability users gathered together, whispering to each other. Sister Lu, do you think they'll mistreat us since we've been stubbornly refusing? I feel they won't. These people are different from the previous group. They've been treating us well, so they should be sincere in wanting to recruit us. I'm not so sure about that. A woman sitting in the middle sneered. This could all just be an act they're putting on. If you trust me, don't agree to them at all. Sister Lu, are you saying they're intentionally putting on a rescue act just to get us to let our guard down, and then naturally get us to join them? Then what else? Lu Hanyan said with her arms crossed. We're not ordinary people, it wouldn't be strange for them to do anything to recruit us. Otherwise, why haven't they taken off these collars? Chu Ming's hearing is extremely good. He naturally heard the conversation in the room very clearly. This group has quite some imagination. But to be honest, his need for psychic ability users is not as great as other bases. After all, he can mass-produce ordinary psychic ability users using the spiritual peach. What he values are the extremely rare elemental and special psychic abilities. As long as he has enough energy cores, he can even forcefully awaken the abilities he wants. So these are all minor issues. Moreover, he snatched people from the future city just to reduce the enemy's strength. It doesn't mean he absolutely needs these people. If they really don't want to submit, he can just kill them all. The end result would be the same. As long as they don't end up in the enemy's hands. Chu Ming listened for a while, seeing that they didn't come up with any countermeasures. He then stepped into the room. Seeing Chu Ming, the five in the room fell silent. Thinking about Lu Hanyan's previous words, one of the younger women defiantly said, "You don't need to say anything, we won't join you. You are from the future city, if I let you go, wouldn't that be like releasing the tiger back to the mountain?" Chu Ming brought a chair from the corner and sat down in front of them. What? The woman was stunned, then quickly defended, "We're not from the future city, don't go around making false accusations. But you came together." Chu Ming said calmly, "I just killed over 100 of their people, do you think I'll still let you leave alive?" Hearing this, the people present couldn't help but feel panicked. Originally, they thought that as psychic ability users, no matter where they went, they would be treated as VIPs. But now Chu Ming has classified them as the opposing camp. If he fails to recruit them, won't that mean they have to kill them to cover their tracks? Well, if you want to live, show me your sincerity. I'm not an unreasonable person, if you can convince me, I'll keep you here. Chu Ming immediately took control of the discourse. Of the 5 psychic ability users present, only Lu Hanyan remained relatively calm. The others were all in disarray. Just now, they were still plotting that no matter how the other party used sweet words and offered good conditions, they would resolutely refuse to submit. But now, they have become the ones who need to perform well. Otherwise, if they can't stay, the only path left is death. Sister Lu, what do we do? The young woman asked, completely at a loss as she leaned against Lu Hanyan. Don't try to scare us with these tactics. Lu Hanyan stood up, supporting herself on the ground. We're not from the future city, otherwise the future city wouldn't have used these collars to restrict our abilities. Lu Hanyan pointed to the collars around their necks. As for all you've said, it's nothing more than wanting us to join your forces. Let's just negotiate the terms properly, don't play these low-level tricks. Negotiate terms? Who said I want to negotiate terms with you? I have plenty of psychic ability users, otherwise you think I only brought 3 people last night and still managed to defeat over 100 from the future city? Chu Ming sneered. Lu Hanyan's face paled. That's right. How could she have overlooked this point? Although she was in the car last night and didn't see things too clearly. The people Chu Ming brought were indeed only in the single digits. If he didn't have psychic ability users, how could a few people possibly be a match for the future city? And the future city's team even had a powerful psychic ability user. Yet Chu Ming was able to easily defeat them. This can only mean that the psychic ability users under Chu Ming's command are even stronger than that one. I'll give you a minute to consider. My patience is limited. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer today, starting tomorrow there will be no more food and water brought to you. On my turf, food and water have to be earned through labor. Chu Ming said. Sister Lu, what do we do? He's not really going to kill us, is he? The woman said fearfully. If all else fails, let's just agree. Anyway, in this world, it's the same wherever we go. Plus, we have these things on our necks, and the key is still in his hands. If he keeps refusing to unlock them, we'll be no different from ordinary people. A tall, burly young man next to her said. Lu Hanyan had a conflicted expression on her face. She really didn't want to be dependent on others. Especially for girls like them who are somewhat good-looking. casually joining an unfamiliar place, they are very likely to end up getting taken advantage of in the future. Last 10 seconds. 10. Shuming glanced at the time, just about to start counting down. The woman next to Lu Hanyan suddenly ran in front of Shuming and said, "I'll join, I'm willing to join." With someone taking the lead, the other two also stepped forward one after another to express their willingness. Lu Hanyan was a bit helpless. She glanced at the young man next to her. "Let's join first and see how it goes. If it really doesn't suit us, we can make other plans later." "Okay." The young man nodded and walked up together with Lu Hanyan. Seeing that everyone was present, Shuming nodded and said, "Go ahead and introduce yourselves." In fact, he already had a rough understanding of these people's information. He just needed to match them up. "I'll go first. My name is Song Jiao. I'm a student at D University, 19 years old. My ability is strength." The young woman spoke first. "I'm Yao Hanyu. I was traveling in D City, living at a nearby farmstay, 27 years old. My ability is also strength." "I'm Pang Jun, an ordinary worker, 25 years old. My ability is the same as theirs, strength." Shuming raised his brows, his gaze falling on Lu Hanyan and the young man. The three strength abilities were already here. The remaining perception and mental abilities must be with these two. "I'm Lu Hanyan, perception ability," Lu Hanyan said simply, retreating to the back of the group after the self-introduction. "I'm Yuan Li, 32 years old, a worker at a steel factory nearby. My ability is controlling metal." The tall young man said a bit embarrassedly, scratching his head. Among those present, he had the lowest education level, just a laborer in the factory. This made him somewhat inferior. Good." Shuming nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, the metal ability user is not that Lu Hanyan woman. Otherwise, the rebellious mentality would be too strong, not something that could be easily disciplined. Though the name Lu Hanyan does sound familiar. In the past, everyone had stayed in the future city. Perhaps they've crossed paths somewhere before. Without further thought, Shuming stood up and said, "Since everyone has agreed to join my base, starting tomorrow I will assign you all work. I hope you won't disappoint me." "Boss, can we really have our food and drink taken care of by staying here?" Pang Jun politely changed the form of address and asked the question he was most concerned about. Right now, the main thing on everyone's mind was whether they could get enough to eat. After all, he used to work for others before. Now it's just a change of employer. As long as he gets paid, it's all the same to him. You are all psychic ability users. As long as you don't slack off, food and drink won't be a problem for you here, Shuming assured them. That's great, that's great. Pang Jun heaved a sigh of relief. With Shuming's guarantee, the expressions of the others also relaxed a bit. When they arrived, they had noticed that the people under Shuming's command were mainly doing hard labor. And they were all strength-type psychic ability users. As long as they don't slack off, they would indeed have an advantage over the others. In the beginning, in many people's eyes, strength-type abilities were the strongest. Someone like Yuan Li, who can just control the movement of some metals, was seen as kind of useless. But Yuan Li used to do physical labor before, so he would definitely adapt faster than them. "You come with me, the rest of you will stay here for tonight." Shuming suddenly looked at Yuan Li and said, "Ha? Me?" Yuan Li pointed at himself, surprised. Just now, their main concern was the safety of the two young women, Lu Hanyan and Song Jiao. But they never expected that the one Shuming would single out to take away would be Yuan Li. This left the others completely dumbfounded. "Let's go." Shuming didn't offer any further explanation, simply turning and walking out of the room. Yuan Li hesitated for a moment, but could only muster up the courage to follow. He's a grown man, what does he have to be afraid of? Even if Shuming has some special preferences, he can fight to the death. Yuan Li's mind was racing with all sorts of ideas. Following Shuming downstairs, they went through the security room and entered the botanical garden. That's when Yuan Li realized there were actually 3 luxurious villas here. As you can see, almost all those living in the botanical garden are psychic ability users. You all naturally qualify to live here as well. Now you have 2 choices. Do you want to live in the stone houses outside, or the small villas made of light steel? Shuming turned to ask Yuan Li. Of course I want to live in the villa. Yuan Li looked at the 3 houses in front of him, his eyes practically shining. Not only in the post-apocalyptic world, but even before, he had never lived in such nice housing. Shuming came to the open space behind the 3 villas, then waved his hand, summoning a large pile of steel materials. Seeing this magical display, Yuan Li's eyes were about to pop out. Is this also a psychic ability? No wonder Chu Ming is able to be the leader of this base. It turns out his psychic ability is so powerful. The materials are all here on site, and I also have the blueprints. You just need to assemble the materials. Chu Ming handed a set of blueprints to Yuan Li. Yuan Li took the blueprints and opened them up for a quick look. He found that this was the smallest type of villa. But it would be more than enough to accommodate the 5 of them, with each person even getting their own room. Moreover, 3 out of the 5 of them are strength-type psychic ability users. It should only take them a few days to put this house together. However, I'll say this in advance, this house is only rented to you. Later, when you do tasks for me, you can earn contribution points to pay the rent and cover daily expenses. As he said this, Chu Ming reminded, oh, and when you're building the house, don't lay a foundation. That way, if you need to move in the future, it will be easier to relocate. These steel materials have all been amplified in quantity. So even after building the villa, there won't be a way to further upgrade it. But just in case they need to move in the future, not laying a foundation will allow them to easily store it back into spatial storage. Chu Ming wouldn't mind having mobile villas. It means he can establish new bases anywhere, without being limited by geography. Don't worry, boss, I'll explain it clearly to them. Yuan Li looked over the blueprints a few more times before reluctantly putting them away. The treatment here seems to be much better than he imagined. He just doesn't know how the food and living situation will be. At this time, Chu Ming took out another A4 paper and handed it to Yuan Li. This is a list of some rare items that can be exchanged in the base. You can take a look first. Once you have accumulated contribution points, I'll give you the full table. Yuan Li took the form and scanned it quickly. The next moment, he took a sharp breath. Heavens, are these all real? Fresh vegetables and fruits, various fresh meats. He had never even imagined being able to eat these things in his lifetime. And the exchange form also had all kinds of furniture and appliances. Although he didn't know what the appliances could be used for, when the villa is built, they will definitely need to replace some furniture. Pots, pans, and the like. Maybe in the future they could even stir-fry some beef with peppers. Yuan Li, the reason I called you over is because your ability is stronger than theirs. So the tasks you'll be doing will naturally be different from theirs. Tomorrow you'll follow my people to take a tour of the botanical garden, Chu Ming said. He was still maintaining a basic vigilance towards this group. He was sure they must feel the same way. So in order to get them to truly become part of the base, he needs to find a breakthrough point first. And Yuan Li is that breakthrough point. Sure enough, upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Yuan Li was completely shaken. Boss, you said my ability is stronger than theirs? Yuan Li found it hard to believe. His ability can only control the short distance movement of metals, and the key is the speed is really too slow. He has no way to kill enemies, nor can he defend effectively. Isn't this very useless? If possible, he would rather have greater physical strength. You'll know in due time, Chu Ming patted Yuan Li's shoulder. Yuan Li returned to the previous room. However, he was carrying a bag of items. Yuan Li, are you alright? Did they do anything to you? Lu Hanyan quickly stood up and asked. What could they have done to me? Yuan Li brought the items over to where Lu Hanyan and the others were. This is a welcome gift from the leader, 5 boxes of self-heating rice and some side dishes. Wow, this base is pretty generous. Pang Jun couldn't wait to open the bag. He picked up a box of self-heating rice, turning it over to inspect it, then looked up and said, it's well preserved, not soaked in water at all. Really? Song Jiao also came over to take a look, and there's the braised duck with ginger that I love, it smells fresh too, no strange odors. A single box of self-heating rice like this should be able to exchange for a decent amount of resources, Yao Hanyu commented nearby. Lu Hanyan, however, seemed to see through it all. She let out a cold laugh and said, that guy is just trying to showcase his power, wanting us to be willing to stay. After eating this meal today, the treatment probably won't be this good anymore. Hearing this, Yuan Li took out the form from his pocket. Sister Lu, this base is pretty powerful. They not only have self-heating rice, but also a lot of good things. See for yourself. Yuan Li handed the form over to her. Is that so? Lu Hanyan took the form, eyeing it with a skeptical expression. Song Jiao and the others also crowded around to take a look at the contents. As they scanned the form, their expressions instantly changed to one of disbelief. Yuan Li, are you sure this form is real? My goodness, fresh vegetables and fruits? In this weather, they actually have fresh produce. And there's seafood too, lobster, abalone, king crab? Yuan Li, aren't you being too naive? You actually believe this? Lu Hanyan threw the form back at Yuan Li, rolling her eyes in exasperation. The form was filled with page after page of material names, with some mysterious numbers next to them. It was simply too good to be true. She was sure Yuan Li hadn't actually seen the real items. They were just using this to hoodwink them. Wasn't this just building castles in the air? I think it's mostly real. You haven't even seen the villas they live in, they look so impressive. And we'll be able to live in a big villa soon too, Yuan Li chuckled naively. Yuan Li, this is the post-apocalyptic world now. How much are those million-dollar houses worth? Practically nothing. Don't let them trick you. Lu Hanyan was still unconvinced. Sister Lu, since we've already decided to join them, let's not overthink it. Whether the base is truly capable, and if the items on the form are real, we'll know in time, Pang Jun tried to persuade her. That's right, that's right. Yuan Li eagerly nodded in agreement. Have a little ambition, will you? We 5 psychic ability users can achieve great things anywhere. Why stay here and be a beast of burden? Don't forget we originally had a plan to build a refuge. Lu Hanyan said impatiently. But there's no other choice now. This place seems much better than Future City. At least they're not tying us up, Yao Hanyu said. He even threatened to kill us. At least Future City, though they tied us up, didn't harm us. Lu Hanyan's tone grew sharper. In the beginning, you didn't feel that way either. You disliked Future City too, Song Jiao quietly reminded her. You. Lu Hanyan angrily put down the self-heating rice in her hand. I just can't accept this. Hearing this, Pang Jun and the others felt a bit helpless. The reason they came together was because they wanted to accomplish something big. But their plan fell through, and they got taken in by Future City. So Lu Hanyan has always harbored resentment. Now she's just redirecting that resentment towards this new place. Sister Lu, our original intention was to help more people. Although the plan has changed, as long as we stay true to our hearts, it's the same wherever we are. Pang Jun said earnestly. Yeah, I really think the leader is pretty good. You'll see after interacting with him more, Yuan Li said, filled with enthusiasm as he recalled Chu Ming's words to him. In all these years, this was the first time he's been recognized by others. So Chu Ming's standing in his mind instantly became different. There's a saying, after all. 1,000-mile horse still needs to meet a good judge. Maybe Chu Ming is that good judge for him. Come on, let's eat first. Pang Jun quickly tried to ease the tense atmosphere. Yes, let's eat first. The braised duck with ginger is mine. The next day, Yuan Li led Lu Hanyan and the others from the security room into the botanical garden. When Song Jiao and the others saw the 3 villas inside, their reactions were similar to Yuan Li's the day before. No wonder Yuan Li kept talking about it yesterday. These villas looked truly impressive. Even the materials seemed to be metal. It gave a strong sense of security. Yuan Li, where's our house? Didn't you say we'd also have a villa? Song Jiao excitedly tugged at Yuan Li's sleeve. It's back there. Yuan Li led Song Jiao and the others around to the back. Seeing the piles of steel materials on the ground, they were dumbfounded. So in the end, they have to do the work themselves? I'll tell you, it's not that difficult. We're all strength-type psychic ability users. Following the order on the blueprint, we can get the frame built in a few days. Yuan Li took out the blueprint Chu Ming had given him yesterday. But before he could say much more, Su Yufei and the others, including Su Ying, came walking over this way. Lu Hanyan's gaze fell on them, her expression changing slightly. As a perception-type psychic ability user, she could naturally sense who has abilities. Just among these few girls, there were 4 psychic ability users. The only one who was not a psychic ability user seems to have a physique that far exceeds normal humans as well. How is that possible? Who is Yuan Li? Su Yufei stepped forward and asked. That's me. That's me. Yuan Li quickly raised his hand. Big Brother Chu said you should come with us today. For building the house, a few strength-type psychic ability users are more than enough, Su Yufei said with a smile. Alright. Yuan Li had been waiting for this. He turned back and handed the blueprint to Lu Hanyan. Sister Lu, I'll leave this to you. I'm going out to earn some contribution points, and I'll buy some good food to treat everyone tonight. What about us? Will we also be able to earn contribution points in the future? Song Jiao asked eagerly. She was still thinking about the items on that form. If they were all real, then contribution points would be the most valuable thing in this base. Don't worry, everyone will have the chance, Su Yufei said, looking at the group. You just need to know one thing, those who can live inside the botanical garden are definitely insiders. Hearing this, Song Jiao and the others were quite surprised. They didn't expect Chu Ming to see them as insiders. But thinking about it, they did seem to be fundamentally different from the residents of the nearby town. Chu Ming not only provided them with good food and drink, but also let them live inside the botanical garden. The townspeople outside couldn't even get close to the main gate. Oh, right. Su Yufei's gaze fell on Lu Hanyan. Big brother Chu wants you to come see him, said he has something to discuss with you. With me? Lu Hanyan let out a cold laugh. I see all you young ladies are quite pretty. Surely the leader isn't interested in this nearly 30-year-old woman, is he? Hearing Lu Hanyan's words, Su Yufei couldn't help but chuckle a bit. Lu Hanyan was overthinking this. While Lu Hanyan did have some beauty, Chu Ming wouldn't simply take in a pretty woman just because of her looks. Those who could catch Chu Ming's eye would undoubtedly be people with real abilities and capabilities, whether male or female. Big brother Chu wants to see you for a proper reason, don't get the wrong idea. Su Yufei winked at Lu Hanyan. Go on, this might be your opportunity. After saying that, Su Yufei led the others away. Lu Hanyan remained standing there, conflicted and hesitant. Sister Lu, why are you still standing here? The leader has summoned you, you should go see him. We have enough people here, and your abilities won't be much help anyway. Song Jiao came up to Lu Hanyan and said. Alright, you all get to work first. I'll go and be back soon. Lu Hanyan took a deep breath, handed the blueprint to Song Jiao, and then turned to walk towards the largest villa in front. Standing at the door, Lu Hanyan pressed the doorbell. The door automatically opened the next moment. Lu Hanyan paused for 2 seconds before stepping inside. Instantly, she felt a warm aura wash over her. In the spacious living room, Chu Ming was lounging on the sofa, watching a random movie. Why are you just standing there? Come, have a seat. Chu Ming gestured with his arm, looking back at Lu Hanyan. That's alright, just tell me what you need. Lu Hanyan remained cautious, still not daring to step forward. Tell me about your psychic ability. Chu Ming turned his gaze back to the 100-inch TV screen. I think I've mentioned it before, my ability is perception, allowing me to notice many details that ordinary people can't. Lu Hanyan explained patiently. Take a look at this scale armor, see if you notice anything. Chu Ming took out the lizard skin he had earlier and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. Lu Hanyan took a brief glance, but her pupils immediately contracted slightly. What animal does this hide belong to? The scales are incredibly large, indicating this must be from some kind of enormous creature. Just from the size of the scales, one can tell this is no ordinary animal. This scale armor must have been stripped from the body of a truly massive being. She had already made up her mind beforehand. No matter how smooth Chu Ming's words were, she would not be deceived. Yet when she saw the scale armor, her curiosity was piqued. After some thought, Lu Hanyan approached Chu Ming. She bent down and picked up the scaled armor from the coffee table, her eyes growing wider with wonder as she examined it. This scaled armor has extremely high defensive properties, though the joints are relatively weak. If each scale was removed and sewn together into a garment, it would likely be able to stop even bullets. Lu Hanyan spoke with a slightly excited tone. However, after analyzing the situation, she quickly placed the scaled armor back and took a few steps back, saying, That's all I can make out, Lord Leader. You really are different. Chu Ming smiled. He had just remembered this morning why Lu Hanyan's name sounded familiar. In the past, Lu Hanyan was a renowned weapons master. She excelled at utilizing materials from mutated beasts to create high-quality, practical weapons and armor. The demand for her creations on the market was insatiable. She was a cash cow for the future city. And one of the top figures in the future city. Lu Hanyan's remarkable achievements were entirely due to her unique perceptive abilities, which set her apart from others. While the same abilities, each person's talents and development paths can vary slightly. Lu Hanyan's perceptive abilities allow her to easily discern the properties of any item she encounters. And she knows how to utilize those properties to extract the maximum value. This time, they've managed to intercept the future city's most valuable asset, not the metal-based Esper Yuan Li, but the weapons master Lu Hanyan. However, Lu Hanyan is known to be quite stubborn. Getting her to willingly work for them will require understanding exactly what she needs. Among these 5 Espers, Lu Hanyan is not the oldest, but everyone addresses her as Elder Sister Lu. This indicates that she is the leader of this group. Thinking this through, Chu Ming continued, Take this scaled armor back with you. Use it to create a piece of protective equipment following your ideas. If the final product meets my satisfaction, I will allow you to lead your own team in the future. What? Lu Hanyan was slightly taken aback. You're willing to let me lead my own team? She had just joined the base. Shuming hardly even knew her, yet he was already offering to let her lead a team on her own. With a condition, Shuming said, tapping the lizard hide on the table. Shuming could match Lu Hanyan's displayed abilities and name to the legendary weapons master from the past. But whether she truly was that same person would depend on the results she could produce. That would be the most convincing proof. If Lu Hanyan truly has the abilities they suspect, she would naturally need a team of people to assist her. Letting her lead her own team is simply a standard arrangement. Based on Lu Hanyan's reaction, Shuming's guess is likely very close to the mark. This woman seems to enjoy the feeling of being in charge. But now that she's under Shuming's control, the possibility of her being the leader is gone. She'll have to be content with being a loyal tool. With Shuming's affirmative response, Lu Hanyan's expression brightened slightly. She picked up the scaled armor from the table again. Lord Leader, rest assured. Since I have ideas, I know how to proceed with the fabrication. But you'll need to provide me with some needles, thread, and tools. No problem, Shuming nodded. Right in front of Lu Hanyan, he retrieved a box of needles and blades from his spatial storage. As for the thread, he replaced it with blue light fibers. The textile factory has been producing a good amount of these blue light fibers daily. Using them to sew the scaled armor would provide far more durability and strength than regular thread. Watching Shuming conjure all these materials, Lu Hanyan realized this must be the spatial esper ability that Yuan Li had mentioned. She had to admit, Shuming's abilities have very practical applications. But most likely, it's a supportive ability, just like her own. Her future achievements may not necessarily be inferior to his. Lu Hanyan thought to herself, unwilling to concede. Oh, right, Shuming pulled out a complete contribution value exchange table and handed it to Lu Hanyan. You can come find me to exchange the items listed on this table once you've earned some contribution points. People need motivation to work diligently. This exchange table is the source of that motivation that he's provided for everyone. Someone like Lu Hanyan needs to know the benefits of following Shuming. Otherwise, she may think she's just getting the short end of the stick. Lu Hanyan took the exchange table. She had assumed it would be similar to the one Yuan Li showed them yesterday. But when she looked closely at the item descriptions, her eyes widened in disbelief. An elixir that can grant a second esper ability? An enhancer that can strengthen one's physical constitution? And clothes that can maintain a constant temperature regardless of weather? Besides these, there were many other powerful equipment and tools, things she had never seen before. Were these items truly not just Shuming fabricating lies to trick them? Leaving Shuming's villa, Lu Hanyan returned to her previous location, carrying a large pile of materials. Elder sister Lu, how did it go? Did the leader give you a hard time? Song Jiao immediately approached and asked. No, not at all. He just gave me a task to do. Lu Hanyan set down the materials, then looked thoughtfully at the exchange table Shuming had given her. A miraculous fruit that can grant an esper ability. Does this mean she may be able to obtain a combat-oriented ability in the future? And she also noticed something else, the energy core. This is the only item in the base that can circulate as currency, being equivalent in value to contribution points. The exchange rate between contribution points and energy cores is. The exchange rate is 1:100, whether converting in or out. But where do these energy cores come from? Use, enhances esper abilities, replenishes energy consumption. Lu Hanyan's heart raced as she read the item description for the last entry, a precious resource that can enhance esper abilities. Shuming is willing to let everyone exchange for these? Does this mean he has a large stockpile of energy cores? But Lu Hanyan had never heard of such a thing before. Where did Shuming get access to so many energy cores? Just a mere 15 minutes ago, she had been hell-bent on escaping from here. Now, her mindset has suddenly changed. Perhaps this place is truly different from other bases. It took Song Jiao and the others 3 days to complete the simple light steel villa. The remaining decorative materials and furniture are all available in Shuming's spatial storage, though they need to be exchanged for contribution points. That will have to wait for the time being. Meanwhile, Lu Hanyan has crafted a set of flexible armor using the lizard hide, as per Shuming's request. While not the most aesthetically pleasing, the defensive capabilities far surpass the blue light fiber clothing. Shuming was very satisfied, and has now handed the remaining lizard hide over to Lu Hanyan, with payment per piece. It didn't take long before Lu Hanyan's contribution points increased significantly. She was then able to exchange them for a bottle of the physical enhancement elixir. Elder Sister Lu, does this physical enhancement elixir really improve overall physical abilities? Sunha and the others gathered around Lu Hanyan, curious. The leader said it does, but I'm not sure how effective it actually is, Lu Hanyan replied, pursing her lips slightly. No wonder the strength-based and speed-based espers here are at the very bottom, not even as useful as your perceptive ability. Pang Jun sighed. They had originally thought the strength-based espers would be the strongest. But after joining Chu Ming's base, they realized strength-based abilities are actually the most useless. No wonder Yuan Li and Lu Hanyan were so highly valued from the moment they arrived. While they've been toiling away building houses for days, earning painfully little contribution points. But they did learn that if they can accumulate 2,000 contribution points or 20 energy cores, they can exchange for the miraculous fruit and gain a second esper ability. That would be their chance to turn things around. Elder Sister Lu, you should try it out. If the effects are good, I'll save up some contribution points in a couple days to get a bottle too. Yuan Li sat nearby, full of anticipation. His own contribution points are nearing 100 already. Lu Hanyan nodded, then downed the entire bottle of physical enhancement elixir. Within just a few minutes, she could clearly feel the changes in her body. Elder Sister Lu, how is it? Songha quickly asked. I feel great. Lu Hanyan looked around, then stepped outside and effortlessly lifted a several hundred-pound steel beam with one hand. Seeing this, Songha's jaw dropped in astonishment, big enough to fit an egg. The reactions of Yuan Li and the others were more or less the same. After all, before this, Lu Hanyan could only comfortably lift dozens of pounds with one hand. Now she could easily lift a steel plate, nearly matching the physical strength of the strength-based espers. It seems the leader was telling the truth. Lu Hanyan set down the steel beam, feeling a weight lifted off her heart. This was the first time she had exchanged something with Chu Ming. If the physical enhancement elixir is genuine, then the other items on the list are likely real as well. As long as she works hard to earn contribution points, she'll eventually be able to obtain her second esper ability. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Boom! Boom! A series of thunderous sounds followed. Sungha quickly realized the situation. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Look, over there on the mountain. What is that? Yao Hanyu's hand trembled as he pointed towards the distance, struggling to get the words out. Lu Hanyan followed Yao Hanyu's gaze. In the distance, on a nearby mountain peak, a massive black shadow was engaged in a confrontation with something else. The shadowy figure stood at least dozens of meters tall, resembling a water buffalo in appearance. And the creature it was grappling with seemed to be a gigantic black snake. They were rolling around on the mountain, each movement causing the ground to shake. What the hell is that thing? Is this some kind of Ultraman fight with a monster? But there's no Ultraman here. What do we do? Should we find a place to hide quickly, before it comes our way? Sangha and the others were thoroughly frightened. But they weren't the only ones. Even the residents of the nearby town have noticed this horrifying scene. At this moment, Yuan Li's communicator started ringing. Yuan Li, call all your people over, we've got a job, Su Yufei's voice came through the device. A job, huh? Pang Jun gulped. She can't possibly mean, those two things over there? Let's go see the leader first, he'll know what to do next, Lu Hanyan said. The group headed to Chu Ming's villa. All the people from the botanical garden had already gathered there. Chu Ming was holding a pair of binoculars, observing the commotion on the distant mountain. Unsurprisingly, these two mutant beasts must have emerged from the deep mountains. Judging by their level of mutation, they are likely at rank 3 or 4. Normally, he would choose to hunker down or employ his previous turtle-like tactics. But the situation is different now. These two evenly matched mutant beasts have started fighting each other on the mountain. It doesn't seem like they'll be finishing anytime soon. This is actually good news for them. Even if the two beasts don't kill each other, they're sure to be significantly weakened. The best outcome would be if one survives and the other dies. So for now, they just need to wait patiently for the results. Leader, do we need to retreat now? Sungha couldn't help but remind, seeing Chu Ming remain motionless. Who said anything about retreating? Chu Ming put down the binoculars. But what if those monsters discover us? Sungha said anxiously. There you're mistaken, Chu Ming looked at Sungha and the others. Right now, they are my prey. You should be praying they don't run away. What? Hearing Chu Ming's words, Sungha and the others could hardly process it. How could such terrifying monsters become Chu Ming's prey? Even with their esper abilities, they aren't invincible. Leader, do the energy cores come from these kinds of monsters? Lu Hanyan suddenly asked. You're quite perceptive, Xu Ming gazed at the mountain. But the energy cores from these two beasts are different from the regular ones. He had known from the start that the most dangerous mutant creatures would emerge from the deep mountains and oceans. The mountain range behind the botanical garden is just such a place. Who knows, there might even be some rank 5 mutants there. Now that the base construction is proceeding on track, it's time for him to venture into the mountains and collect more energy cores. More than 2 hours later, the commotion on the opposite mountain finally began to subside. Through the binoculars, Xu Ming could see that both mutant beasts still had faint traces of life. Little Meow Ball, go check on them. If the situation looks bad, retreat immediately, Xu Ming patted the cat on his shoulder. Understood, Master. Little Meow Ball leapt down from Xu Ming's shoulder. As it ran towards the mountain, its body suddenly grew, reaching nearly 3 meters tall. With a powerful bound, it covered dozens of meters in just a blink of an eye, arriving at the foot of the opposing mountain. This. Pang Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if he was still dreaming. He had seen Xu Ming's black cat before, and even petted it once when Xu Ming wasn't looking. But now, this cute little feline had transformed into such a colossal being, right before their eyes. Lu Hanyan and the others were equally stunned. This sight was even more impactful than when they first witnessed the monstrous creatures. How could Xu Ming be keeping such a monster right by his side? Or is it possible that any living being could potentially mutate into a monstrosity? This realization sent a shiver down Lu Hanyan's spine. If that's the case, their situation going forward could be extremely perilous. Especially considering how Xu Ming is constantly gathering the town's residents to excavate the underground city. Is Xu Ming gathering the townspeople to excavate the underground city in order to seek refuge from these monsters in the future? The more Lu Hanyan thought about it, the more terrified she became. She was completely gripped by panic. When Little Meow Ball reached the battlefield, it did not use its abyssal flames to attack. Setting the mountain on fire might spread the flames to the botanical garden, causing even more trouble. The mutant water buffalo and black snake seemed to have a deep-rooted hatred for each other. The black snake was wrapped tightly around the water buffalo, refusing to let go, while the buffalo's sharp horns had pierced deep into the snake. Looking at the situation, the black snake was likely to perish first. Little Meow Ball was in no rush, casually circling around for a while. Once the black snake was clearly on the verge of death, it suddenly charged forward and attacked the water buffalo's eyes. The water buffalo let out a pained roar, struggling to break free from the snake's constriction. But with its vision impaired, it could no longer clearly see its enemy. This big guy has really tough skin, Little Meow Ball winced, shaking its front paw. In terms of defense, this water buffalo was far stronger than the previous wild boar king. Its strength was likely in the late rank 3 range. Dealing with it would certainly be a challenging task. Fortunately, Little Meow Ball was smart. It attacked the water buffalo's eyes the moment the black snake was about to die. This was because while the black snake was still alive, the water buffalo's movements had been restricted. If Little Meow Ball had attacked earlier, the black snake and water buffalo might have teamed up against it, which it would not have been able to handle. Now that the black snake was dead and the water buffalo's eyes were injured, it was time for Little Meow Ball to take the stage. It took Little Meow Ball several hours to finally wear down and kill the mutant water buffalo. Afterwards, it picked up 2 rank 3 energy cores in its mouth and swiftly returned to Xu Ming. Master, they are both completely dead, Little Meow Ball said, nuzzling Xu Ming's hand after shrinking back down. Well done, Xu Ming gave one of the energy cores back to Little Meow Ball. This one is for you. Although Little Meow Ball is still only rank 1, it only wishes to absorb rank 3 energy cores. As Xu Ming's strongest combat companion, he wants to reserve the highest quality cultivation resources for Little Meow Ball. Only by raising its strength can they collect even more energy cores in the future. Thank you, Master. Little Meow Ball wagged its tail, gently biting down on the energy core and swallowing it like a sugar pill. Afterwards, it rolled around on the ground, meowing a few times. The abyssal flames surrounding its body suddenly began to split, turning from one strand into 2. Xu Ming's eyes lit up. It seems the rank 3 energy core had a very significant effect. After Little Meow Ball consumed the first rank 3 core, it had completed its mutation. Eating the second one caused the abyssal flames around it to double in number. Xu Ming was tempted to feed Little Meow Ball the remaining 2 energy cores as well. But after some thought, he decided to hold back. He looked towards the distant mountain range. It won't be long before he can upgrade from rank 2 to rank 3 himself. He needs to save these 2 rank 3 cores for his own use. Master, I'm so hungry, can I eat those 2 corpses on the mountain? Little Meow Ball asked after absorbing the energy core. Be patient, they'll be yours eventually. Just wait a little longer, Chu Ming replied. The corpses of rank 3 mutants would be attractive not just to Little Meow Ball, but to all mutant creatures. Before the scent is covered by the snow, he needs to take advantage and do some fishing. His team has gained many new members recently. Along with Yi Jian and the others who constantly need energy cores to cultivate, as well as the portions used to nurture the spiritual peach, he has already consumed nearly half of his energy core reserves. It's time to replenish them. Everyone, get ready for battle. The same rules as before, 100 contribution points per rank 1 mutant. If you encounter a rank 2, don't try to fight it, immediately notify me, Chu Ming turned to the group. Understood. Su Yufei and the others responded in unison. But Lu Hanyan and the others were rather bewildered. Leader, you said prepare for battle, does that mean more monsters are going to appear? Yuan Li gulped. That's right, and quite a few of them too. Chu Ming said with a smile. Hearing that there will be quite a few more monsters, Lu Hanyan and the others felt their hearts racing. In just a few short hours, they had experienced one shock after another. Before they could fully come to terms with the reality, they were now being told to go fight even more creatures. This didn't feel like they were being sent to battle, but to their deaths. Sungha and the others were filled with worry. But Lu Hanyan kept observing the expressions of Su Yufei's group. Seeing their demeanor, it was clear they had gone through such experiences multiple times before. If they could handle it, why couldn't they? Reaching this conclusion, Lu Hanyan looked at Chu Ming and said, Leader, I've heard that as long as we have enough reputation, we can get credit here. Can we select some defensive equipment and weapons? That way, our efficiency in killing the monsters will be higher. Seeing Lu Hanyan remain so calm and even think of borrowing equipment from Chu Ming, Sungha and the others were greatly impressed. Their mental fortitude was far beyond what they could match. Of course, you can get credit for anything except the spiritual peach. However, each person has a limit. Since you've just joined the base recently, your credit limit is 500 for now, Chu Ming replied. In that case, can we also get credit for the physical enhancement liquid? Yuan Li asked excitedly. Everyone had seen the obvious effects when Lu Hanyan used the physical enhancement liquid earlier. If they could take advantage of this to get a few more bottles, their strength would increase significantly as well. Alright, Chu Ming nodded. Mutant creatures can appear at any time. Go to Jiyan to register what you want, and I'll give you 10 minutes. I want 2 bottles of rank 1 physical enhancement liquid, 1 azure silk armor, a machete, and a bulletproof helmet. Sungha was the first to step up. One by one, the others listed their requests, physical enhancement liquids, various armor pieces, and more. As soon as they obtained their items, they immediately consumed the physical enhancement liquid and equipped the gear. Brother Chu, there's movement on the other side, Su Yufei reported, holding another pair of binoculars. Then let's go. Chu Ming ordered. When Chu Ming's group reached the other mountain, there were already a few mutant beasts feeding on the carcasses of the water buffalo and black snake. But their defenses were too strong, and the mutants couldn't break through the tough exterior. Seeing Chu Ming's group approach, the low-intelligence mutants immediately charged at them. Su Yufei and Suing stood on either side of Chu Ming. One unleashed lightning, the other summoned fire snakes. Within seconds, they had dispatched the mutants. They're so powerful. Sungha exclaimed in awe. I haven't seen the leader fight yet, but if I'm not mistaken, his abilities should be more supportive in nature, likely not having very strong combat power, Yao Hanyu commented nearby. No, you're mistaken, Yi Jian quickly corrected. Didn't you hear what Brother Chu just said? If we encounter rank 2 or higher mutant beasts, we must notify him immediately, because among all of us, only Brother Chu can handle rank 2 mutants. The leader is that powerful? Yuan Li asked curiously. But what's the difference between rank 1 and rank 2 mutants? The main differences are in aura and size. Our perception type ability users can judge the rank more accurately. Smaller mutants don't necessarily mean lower rank, but the larger ones are definitely high rank. Remember this, Yi Jian patiently explained. Chu Ming went to the mutant corpses, collecting all except the mutant black snake. He then summoned the base vehicle, placing it on a relatively flat area. Jian, stay with me in the vehicle. The rest of you are free to move around, but if you encounter mutants you can't handle, come back and report immediately. If anyone gets injured, you can also return for Jian to heal you. As a healer, she can save anyone as long as there's a bit of life left. Again, I have to stay in the vehicle, Yi Jian grumbled, but immediately returned to Chu Ming's side. Yin, just stay with Brother Chu. You're so important to our team, if we end up losing limbs, who else can treat us? Su Yufei joked. Pfft, don't say such inauspicious things. Everyone will be fine, Yi Jian quickly said. While the contribution points she earns from healing aren't insignificant, she still hopes everyone can return safely. Given her high reputation with Chu Ming, Yen can basically get whatever she wants on credit. Even if she couldn't, Su Yufei would buy things for her. Furthermore, Yen gets to freeload off Chu Ming's food and drink every day, enjoying a standard of living far above the others. And most of the time, she doesn't really need to spend her contribution points on anything. With everyone prepared, they spread out to take action. Xia Cheng and Zhou Li, being relatively weaker, stay together for safety, even if they won't earn as much contribution. Lu Hanyan's group of 5 also plan to venture into the mountain together. After witnessing so much in the past few hours, they have gained a lot of knowledge, but no actual experience. For the sake of their lives, they definitely won't be separating. And so, with Chu Ming settled in the botanical garden, the first hunting event has officially begun. The corpse of the mutant black snake is emitting an alluring scent, continuously attracting nearby mutant creatures to it. Through the binoculars, Chu Ming soon spots a pack of over 20 wolves. They are significantly larger than normal wolves, obviously having undergone mutation. Unfortunately for them, they've encountered Su Yufei, who excels at group attacks and is nearly rank 2 in strength. Su Yufei and Suing have the most contribution points so far. With the spiritual peach and energy cores exchanged, the remaining contribution points can now only be used to acquire physical enhancement liquids. As a result, Su Yufei and the others have become exceptionally strong physically. Su Yufei has even started exchanging rank 2 physical enhancement liquids here, as the rank 1 ones have little effect on her anymore. Suddenly, a deafening thunderous boom echoed through the air, accompanied by the anguished howls of wolves. In an instant, the entire wolf pack had been completely wiped out. Seeing this, Lu Hanyan's group, who had not yet gone too far, were left stunned. That's so intense. Pang Jun gulped. If Miss Su is this powerful, then how terrifying must the leader's abilities be? Sung has said, her face paling. They knew that they only needed to notify Chu Ming if they encountered rank 2 mutants. And it was clear that Chu Ming's strength surpassed even Su Yufei's. We shouldn't stray too far. We're no match for a beast pack, so let's try taking on the stragglers first, Lu Hanyan said, realistic about their capabilities. Killing a single rank 1 mutant could earn 100 contribution points. 20 rank 1 mutants could be exchanged for a new ability. This temptation could easily provoke impulsive actions. But Lu Hanyan was very clear that they were not Su Yufei or Chu Ming. To earn contribution points, they could only proceed steadily and slowly. After the wolf pack, scattered individual mutants began to appear. But Su Yufei's group already had too many to deal with on their own, leaving Chu Ming no chance to participate. Seeing the scent of the black snake about to be covered by the snow, Chu Ming decided to collect the black snake corpse as well, and then exchanged for a rank 3 physical enhancement liquid, which had an even more potent aura. The physical enhancement liquids are essentially the essence of energy from mutant beast bodies. The reason rank 3 mutant corpses can attract lower rank mutants is because they contain powerful energy within. As evening approached, a commotion was heard from the distant forest. Trees covered in frost were being knocked down in large swaths, causing the ground to tremble. Seeing this, Yi Jian expressed some concern. Brother Chu, could this be a bit too much? These mutant beasts were different from the previously encountered mutant jellyfish. The jellyfish's danger lied in their deadly toxins, which became less threatening once a countermeasure was found. But for other mutants, having both high attack and high defense is the norm. So many of them have come at once, can they handle it? Chu Ming thought Yi Jian was worried about Su Yuqing and the others, and immediately knocked on the glass bottle hanging on the car door. Don't worry, the attraction of this thing to mutant beasts is much greater than you can imagine. They will first rush towards me, and the remaining few who escape the net will be left for the others to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant eagle over 2 meters long suddenly flew towards the gate of the base. Chu Ming turned around and released a spatial cutting technique. The body of the giant eagle was instantly divided in 2. However, due to its large size, the blow did not cut off its head. So after the giant eagle fell to the ground, it still tried to retaliate before it died. The little coal ball, which had been lurking nearby, descended from the sky and dealt it a fatal blow. The entire process only took 3 seconds. Chu Ming's powerful spatial abilities, combined with the future king-level mutant beast, made them virtually unstoppable for any mutant beast below the 4th stage. It would not be an exaggeration to say that whoever comes, they will die. Xu Ming waved his hand and collected the eagle's corpse into the spatial dimension. It was then that he realized the first prey was actually a second-stage mutant beast. The time was too short just now, and he didn't have time to carefully distinguish the eagle's level. But second-stage mutant beasts are already faster than first-stage ones. And the mutant eagle could also fly in the sky. So it was natural that it would be the first to arrive. It seems this time he can gather all the energy cores needed to break through to the third stage. As time passed, more and more mutant beasts gathered towards the mountaintop. The likes of Su Yuqing, who were searching for prey in the forest, were all shocked at first. Is this not a bit too many? Even if they can kill one with a single strike, they would get exhausted to death. But they soon realized that these mutant beasts couldn't care less about them. The only thing they needed to be careful about was not getting trampled by the herd of mutant beasts. Otherwise, their small frames wouldn't be able to withstand a few hits. For people like Lu Hanyan who were witnessing this for the first time, their souls were almost scared out of their bodies. It was only after the beast tide passed that they cautiously crawled out of the pit they had previously dug as a trap for the mutant beasts. How ironic that the mutant beasts didn't fall into it, but they did instead. Could there be anything more dramatic than this? Sister Lu, all those monsters are heading towards the mountaintop, will something bad happen? Pang Jun wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, looking pale. I don't know, Lu Hanyan was also utterly confused. Let's go find Su Yuqing, she's an elder of the base, she'll surely know if this is an accident or part of the leader's plan. Alright, the others had no objections. Too many things had happened today, their little hearts could hardly take it. Even the normally composed Lu Hanyan's mind was in a mess right now. They retraced their steps and soon found traces of Su Yuqing not far from where they had been before. She was chasing a large, fat rabbit-like mutant beast that could leap several meters high. Originally, it was headed towards the mountain, but Su Yuqing had forcefully stopped it. And she didn't seem to be in a hurry to end its life either. It was more like she was testing something. It wasn't until she saw Lu Hanyan and the others that she released a lightning strike, sending the rabbit to meet its maker. Su Yuqing skillfully extracted the energy core, placed the beast's body with the previous pile of wolf corpses, and then turned to approach Lu Hanyan's group. Did you encounter any trouble? Su Yuqing asked. Sister, we just saw a bunch of mutant beasts all heading up the mountain. Will the leader be in danger? Song Jiao asked worriedly. I went up the mountain and saw there are indeed too many mutant beasts. I couldn't immediately contact Brother Chu, Su Yuqing said with a helpless tone. Ah, then what do we do? The leader couldn't really be in trouble, could he? Song Jiao covered her mouth. You're overthinking it, Su Yuqing gave Song Jiao an exasperated look. Although I didn't see Brother Chu, I found that he had left a large bottle of performance-enhancing liquid on the camper. These mutant beasts are rushing towards the mountain, most likely attracted by that liquid. Su Yuqing gestured towards the pile of mutant beast corpses. That rabbit just now is a perfect example. I even stood right in front of it, but it completely ignored me. Even my attack barely fazed it, showing how strongly it is drawn to that enhancing liquid. So the leader is doing this intentionally? Song Jiao couldn't help but feel relieved. If Chu Ming was doing this on purpose, then everything must still be under control. Otherwise, if these mutant beasts suddenly appeared, Brother Chu would have already taken away the performance-enhancing liquid, Su Yuqing said. And you all have an opportunity now, Su Yuqing said with a smile. Sister Su, what do you mean? Song Jiao asked curiously. Didn't you hear what I just said? When I attacked that rabbit, it barely reacted. Su Yuqing winked. I've already pointed it out to you, now it's up to your own skills to seize this chance to make a big profit.